Chapter 5749, I Dare Not Accept It. Cultivators spend so many years striving hard on cultivating. Was their goal not so they could reach greater heights in the martial Tao? It could be said that no 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could stay indifferent in the face of a supreme grade Open Heaven pill. This was merely human nature, not greed or selfishness. However, Zhang Tianhe and the others quickly put away their thoughts, for they knew that with Yang Kai and Ouyang Lai present, this supreme grade Open Heaven pill would not be for them to refine no matter what. After all, the pill did not belong to them. Yang Kai had guessed that Ouyang Lai would reject the pill. Only, he never thought that his senior brother would reject it so resolutely. This reinforced Yang Kai's idea that it was right of him to offer up the Open Heaven pill. Not just anyone could muster the same determination to reject it when they were able to recognize what the pill was. Patting the back of Ouyang Lai's hand, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother, please listen." Ouyang Lai shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm not listening. Take and refine this thing right now. We will stand guard for you. Once you break through to the 9th Order, go and wipe out all those Black Ink Clan bastards. Wouldn't all the good stuff that's left be ours without the Black Ink Clan creating a disturbance here?" Zhang Tianhe and the others nodded in agreement. Senior brother Ouyang has a point. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was useful to me, I would have found a place to refine it long ago and not keep it until now. Ouyang Lai was stunned as he did not quite understand. "What do you mean? This thing is useless to you? Could I be mistaken about what this is?" He did not think he was wrong. It should be a supreme grade Open Heaven pill, no doubt about it, but could he have been mistaken? Yang Kai explained, "Yes, it is what senior brother is thinking of, but unfortunately, it really is useless for me." Ouyang Lai frowned. "If it really is that thing, then how could it be useless to you? Don't try to fool me. I won't believe a thing you say." Yang Kai had no idea what to say to that, as he too felt helpless. "That's why, please let me finish. Senior brother." Speaking up to this point, he changed to divine sense transmission, and began relaying the story about how he obtained the 3 selves source reconstitution art from Wu Kuang. Ouyang Lai listened with changing expressions, his eyes going back and forth between Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. This Thunder Shadow Great Emperor, who was born in the myriad monsters world, is made of part of Yang Kai's soul, created with the help of a secret technique? That aside, there is still a human self, and only when 3 selves unite can he break his limits and overcome the shortcomings of the Open Heaven Realm method to step into the 9th Order? The story sounded bizarre, yet Yang Kai looked so serious when he told it to him. Ouyang Lai did not even know whether he should believe him or not. However, he did not see any trace of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. Could that still be considered part of him? A moment later, Yang Kai continued, "Senior brother, I know the situation of the human race better than anyone. If I could have broken through to the 9th Order with this pill, then I naturally wouldn't hesitate. If you would excuse me for shamelessly boasting, if I were to make a breakthrough to the 9th Order, then it would be much more valuable than any other 8th Order master. If I had such an opportunity, I would never give it up. However, this pill really is of no use to me. Everything else aside, does senior brother feel something unusual in the barrier of your small universe when you see this pill?" Ouyang Lai gently nodded. The barrier around his small universe, which had been shackling him for so many years, did in fact show signs of loosening the moment the multicolored light spread out. And it was because of that that he was able to conclude that it was a supreme grade Open Heaven pill. Only supreme grade Open Heaven pills could have such a miraculous effect in this world. Yang Kai said, "I don't feel anything. That is why this pill is of no use to me." Ouyang Lai's expression turned complex at that, and he was silent for a long time before saying, "You're not lying to me, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I have already spoken up to this point. How could I deceive senior brother? If I may ask, please refine this pill as soon as possible and break through to the 9th Order, senior brother. Then we can strengthen our people's position and eliminate more powerful opponents." As Yang Kai said, if this pill was truly useful to him, then whether it be for personal reasons or the greater good of the human race, he would not give it away to anyone else. However, facts proved that it was of no use to him. The way the two of them kept pushing the pill to and fro made Zhang Tianhe and the others gape in awe. Even though they had no idea what Yang Kai said to Ouyang Lai earlier, it did not matter. That was still a supreme-grade open heaven pill, and no 8th Order master could possibly remain unmoved in front of it. The opportunity to climb up to the 9th Order was right in front of them, but these two were showing humility to each other, causing Zhang Tianhe and the others to praise the nobility of these two senior brothers. Ouyang Lai held the wooden box containing the supreme-grade open heaven pill in his hand. Though it was a small thing, it felt unusually heavy. There was a moment of silence before he said, "Junior brother, I don't know whether or not I can make a breakthrough with this pill. You should be familiar with my condition. After fighting for so many years and accumulating so many dark injuries, my small universe is a mess. If I refine it and do not make it to the 9th Order, would that not be a shame?" Yang Kai quickly said, "This pill was conceived by the universe furnace and created by the heavens and earth. Its wonders are beyond our comprehension. It's worth a try, senior brother." Ouyang Lai shook his head. "It's still risky. This is an opportunity for someone to become a 9th Order master. I don't want it to go to waste, no matter how small the possibility." Saying so, he handed the wooden box to Zhang Tianhe on the side. "Tianhe, you do it." Zhang Tianhe was flabbergasted. "And me?" He was just watching from the side. How could such a good thing suddenly fall on his head? Did the universe suddenly flip upside down? This was a supreme-grade open heaven pill, the goal of all those who came here. Why was everyone refusing to refine it? Ouyang Lai was solemn. "You do it. I don't have complete confidence in succeeding, while Xiongji is from Bright King Cave Heaven. Even if he succeeds, he would still just be a meathead. What he can offer to the human race is limited. As for junior sister Lu, her heritage is still lacking. You're the best candidate, so you take it." Watching from the sidelines, Lu Feifei nodded lightly. Out of the three of them, she had broken through to the 8th Order last, so it was true that she was still lacking in comprehension and heritage. She was not in as urgent a need for the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Even though Xiongji was called a meathead by Ouyang Lai, he just scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly as he could not deny it. "Senior brother, you?" Zhang Tianhe was at a loss for a moment. "Don't go stuttering on me." Ouyang Lai slapped the box down on Zhang Tianhe's hand. "Hurry and refine it. We will stand guard for you." Zhang Tianhe's body froze as if he had been put under a spell. He had not been at such a loss even when he was facing the pseudo-royal lord earlier. Opening the wooden box by instinct, the multicolored light poured out once more. His heart throbbed, and the barrier that stopped his small universe from expanding was shaking faintly from the pill's fragrance. The greatest opportunity was now in his hands. As long as he took it into his small universe, refining and absorbing it, then the walls would be broken through and he would advance to the 9th Order. However, Zhang Tianhe remained still for a long time. "Still not refining it? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Black Ink clan to come and attack us?" Ouyang Lai could not resist the urge to reprimand him. The look of struggle on Zhang Tianhe's face gradually eased up. Seemingly having made up his mind, he let out a bitter chuckle and shut the wooden box, handing it back to Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but narrow his eyes at him. "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianhe chuckled bitterly. "Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me." Ouyang Lai shouted. "Make things difficult for you? I'm giving you an opportunity, and you say I'm making things difficult for you?" Zhang Tianhe took a step back and bowed respectfully to Ouyang Lai. "Please forgive me, senior brother, but I can't accept this, nor do I have the right to. Please refine it yourself, senior brother." Next to them, Yang Kai, who was silent the whole time, raised his brow a little. He handed the spirit pill to Ouyang Lai, but the latter did not have the confidence to refine it successfully, and was worried about disappointing his expectations, so he turned around and gave it to Zhang Tianhe instead. It was not because Ouyang Lai lacked commitment, but because of how severe the matter was. Right now, having one more or one less 9th Order master could make all the difference in their situation. If he left it to Zhang Tianhe, then a new 9th Order master would definitely be born. That was why Yang Kai did not stop Ouyang Lai from doing so. for the greater good. Yang Kai had planned to find an 8th Order master to have them refine the spirit pill after he discovered it was useless to him. Before that decision was even made, he never thought that he would end up bumping into Ouyang Lai. However, there was bound to be a little bit of selfishness in everyone. Compared to the rising star 8th Order masters like Zhang Tianhe, whom he just met, Yang Kai more or less shared a friendly relationship with Ouyang Lai, and would rather have him take the spirit pill. This was naturally why Ouyang Lai became his first choice as a recipient. As for whether or not it would give Zhang Tianhe and the others any ideas, Yang Kai did not care. The spirit pill belonged to him, so it was his own freedom to choose who to give it to. Nobody had the right to make that decision for him. However, he truly never thought that Zhang Tianhe would be able to resist such a great opportunity when it was brought before him. His virtue was praiseworthy indeed. Yang Kai suddenly had the feeling that it was worth fighting for the human race for all these years. Zhang Tianhe's quiet voice entered his ears. Since this junior brother entered a sect and began cultivating, the elders have been telling us of our senior brothers and sisters' honored names. The fact that the human race can occupy a place in the 3,000 worlds and continue to survive under the oppression of the Black Ink clan is all thanks to you seniors. We, the next generation, have been able to grow and cultivate in the star boundary without lack of resources or mentors. All thanks to our seniors and ancestors, who sacrificed their lives fighting on the front lines. It can be said that everything we have now is a result of the life offered and blood spilled by those who came before us. This time we entered this universe furnace world to seek treasures and opportunities to make a breakthrough. But even that chance is thanks to the millennia of effort the seniors and elders have dedicated to the cause. If we gain something on our own, then the opportunity belongs to us. In that case, this Tianhe would not stand on ceremony in seizing that opportunity. We as cultivators should be determined when forging ahead. If we are to act so timidly in front of opportunities, then what are we cultivating for? However, this was something brought here by senior brother Yang. Compared to what you two senior brothers have given to the human race, we are not qualified to receive it, nor do we dare to. While saying that, he gave a deep bow. Tianhe gives many thanks to senior brother Ouyang for his kindness. However, senior brother Ouyang, you have fought the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race for more years than any of us, then continued to do so on the great territory battlefields of today. Isn't this the reason why those dark injuries have accumulated all over your body? We, the younger generation, have no way of doing anything for you, but at the very least, I cannot rob you of your opportunity. Otherwise, it would make me feel guilty. If that happened, how could I possibly hold my head high again? Chapter 5750 Trouble. Zhang Tianhe spoke so earnestly that Ouyang Lai had to sigh upon hearing his words. At this point, if he kept insisting to have Zhang Tianhe refine the supreme grade open heaven pill, he would just be troubling him. All of a sudden, Ouyang Lai felt strange inside. With such a great opportunity in his hands, everyone should be fighting him for it. Yet why did it suddenly become something to trouble others with? Lu Feifei advised him from the side, "Senior brother Ouyang, you should refine the pill yourself." Ouyang Lai grabbed the wooden box and turned to look at Yang Kai, making a gentle suggestion. "Why don't we leave it for Big Head Xiang?" Big Head Xiang came in as well. "Senior brother Ouyang." Yang Kai interrupted him without letting him finish, looking serious. "You are a senior of our human race and have fought for so many years against the Black Ink clan, killing countless enemies, never backing down in the face of death. You were separated from the human race army back at the No Return Pass, yet you did not give up. Now, you are just refining a spirit pill. Why are you being so sentimental about it? Please bring out some of your guts as a senior. Don't make us, your junior brothers and junior sisters, look down on you." Lu Feifei could not help but glance at Yang Kai. She was a woman after all, so she was slightly more sensitive. She could not help but feel worried that Yang Kai had overstepped. Ouyang Lai stared down at the wooden box, face serious but not speaking. Yang Kai went on, "Senior brother, both the Black Ink clan and the human race masters have gathered in this universe furnace world. And we also have the native chaos spirit clan to be wary of. We cannot see what happens in the future. We can only strive for the best that we can do now. One more Ninth Order master in our ranks would mean a lot to the human race. Ouyang Lai heaved a long sigh. You think I don't understand that? Forget it. Since you insist on pushing me, then there's no need to say anything more, or that would make me look stingy. Suddenly, he grabbed the wooden box and calmed his breathing, shouting, Junior brothers and sisters, Senior brother will refine this pill today and advance to the Ninth Order. I will trouble you all to stand guard for my sake. Yang Kai beamed. Good. Zhang Tian, he and the others cupped their fists with dignity. Please refine the pill with ease, Senior brother Ouyang. After making up his mind, Ouyang Lai no longer delayed the situation and immediately opened the wooden box, taking out the spirit pill that was glowing with a multicolored light from within, opening the portal of his small universe, and casting it inside. The moment the portal opened, what Yang Kai was able to glimpse inside left him in disbelief. A veteran Eighth Order master like Ouyang Lai had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for many years, and had survived who knows how many bouts with death. Though he survived, the injuries continued to pile on in places unseen, something which Yang Kai had already known. The Eighth Order masters who guarded those collecting resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield were all such senior Eighth Order masters. The hidden injuries in their bodies did not matter too much, but what troubled these veteran masters were the problems appearing in their small universes. For example, in the split moment that Ouyang Lai's portal was opened, Yang Kai could clearly see the abnormal situation within his small universe. It was not that there were any defects to his small universe or its foundation was unstable. It was just different from a normal small universe. The energy that was coming out from inside of it was also not too stable. It was not just a pretense when Ouyang Lai said that he was not fully confident. Otherwise, how would he think about having Zhang Tian he refine the spirit pill instead? They watched him cast the pill into his small universe, but whether he could successfully break through his limit and advance to the Ninth Order was yet to be known. However, since Ouyang Lai had the determination and the qualifications to strive for it, it was worth it to take the gamble. All Yang Kai and the others had to do was to stand guard for him. However, standing guard in a place like this was not exactly easy either. Advancing to the Ninth Order should surely cause quite the commotion, and might draw in some strong enemies, especially Meng Ke, who escaped previously. He would surely spread the word about his encounter, and there were likely already masters from the Black Ink clan searching everywhere for them. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to just seal off this area to stop the commotion Ouyang Lai would be causing from spreading out, but that was an unrealistic thought. Despite his proficiency in the Tao of space, it was still impossible for him to seal off too large of an area in this place filled with chaotic shattered Tao essence. After a brief discussion between the 4 humans and 1 monster, they spread out, each guarding a separate position. The simplest plan was no plan. Many forefathers of the human race had reached the Ninth Order in the universe furnace, so if their ancestors could do it, then they, the younger generation, could too. Ouyang Lai did not cause too much of a commotion at first, but soon Yang Kai, who was stationed nearby, sensed a mysterious movement from the former's direction. Obviously, this was a direct result of him refining the spirit pill. The burgeoning aura was so profound that even Yang Kai, who had cultivated the 3 selves source reconstitution art secret technique, could sense the mysteries within it, accompanied by an urge to focus his mind and enlighten himself through its mysteries. If even he was reacting this way to it, then it should be true even more so for Zhang Tian he and the others. Fortunately, they were tactfully aware of the severity of the situation, and fought back the urge to sit down and cultivate, keeping their divine senses focused on their surroundings instead. It did not take long for trouble to arrive, but it was within Yang Kai's expectations. Though while he expected the enemies to come while Ouyang Lai was making a breakthrough to the Ninth Order here, he never would have thought that the first ones to react would actually be the chaos entities that lacked intelligence. The place that they were hiding in was a mountain range formed by condensed shattered Tao essence, and was no different from the real mountains in the outside world, but intrinsically, they were completely different. Chaos entities existed in this place, which Yang Kai had noticed previously. Only, based on what Liao Zheng told him, the chaos entities should not react much as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them. This was unless they were part of the Chaos Spirit clan that had defined physical bodies, and were strongly hostile against all outsiders. In that case, anyone who entered their territory would have to face their retaliation. The Chaos entities had not been on their minds before. Thus, they never expected that countless Chaos entities would be attracted by the disturbance and would swarm towards Ouyang from all directions. Yang Kai reacted immediately to the situation, and realized that the Chaos entities must have been attracted by the fluctuations coming from the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. The Chaos entities had an instinctive yearning towards the Open Heaven Pills that were formed in the Universe Furnace. By refining an ordinary Grade Open Heaven Pill, one of them could form their own physical body and turn into a member of the Chaos Spirit clan. Now that Ouyang was refining a Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill, the fluctuations were so pervasive that there was no way the Chaos entities could sit still. It was just like a pack of wolves who had been starving for years had suddenly caught onto the scent of meat. Yang Kai and the others acted immediately, circulating their Dao strengths to stop and eliminate the Chaos entities that were drawn over. Dao strengths dealt a great deal of damage to the Chaos entities, and many of them could not even withstand a single blow before they disintegrated back into disorderly shattered Dao essence. However, there were far too many of them, and they were piling in from all directions. They had no idea where these Chaos entities came from, but there seemed to be no end to them. Yang Kai felt that he had made a mistake. He should not have asked Ouyang to make his breakthrough in a place like this. However, Liaojing never mentioned any of this in his report, so Yang Kai could not have expected this to happen. The reason they stopped here to begin with was because they were trying to hide themselves in the terrain, so that they could recover from their injuries. Ouyang refining the Open Heaven Pill here was just a logical progression. Who knew that such a thing would happen when that decision was made? Similar to what Yang Kai was encountering, in the desert where Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were, the two of them had obtained a Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill, which Yang Shui had taken into her small universe and was in the midst of refining. It did not take long before an endless stream of Chaos entities popped out from the sea of sand, lunging in for the kill. Fortunately, the two of them were staying in the Flowing Time Temple all the while. At the moment, Yang Xiao was standing right in front of the Flowing Time Temple, and was working its protective powers by channeling all his might into it. At the same time, he used his own Time Dao strength to kill the approaching Chaos entities. He slaughtered with reckless abandon, his dragon vein throbbing intensely. His little ant was about to advance to the Ninth Order, so how could he allow these mindless Chaos entities to spoil her efforts? On Yang Kai's side, the 4 humans and 1 monster were originally scattered in all directions with Ouyang at the center, but in just a few moments, they had all gathered closer around Ouyang, each guarding a different direction and stopping all the incoming Chaos entities. Things were going better on Yang Kai's side since his attainments in his Grand Daos were exceptionally high, so it was no problem for him to deal with his share of the Chaos entities. Thunder Shadow's side was slightly sloppy, but he was still managing to hold his position. In contrast, Zhan Tianhe and the others paled in comparison, especially Lu Feifei. She was not considered weak by any means, but one could clearly tell that her command over her Grand Dao was lacking compared to Zhan Tianhe and Xiongji. She did not last for long before becoming overwhelmed, and almost let a few Chaos entities slip past her guard. It was thanks to Yang Kai's timely help that they were able to avoid a disaster. Of course, this was also related to the fact that they were unable to use their full power. Ouyang was refining the Open Heaven Pill just behind them, so that he could break through into the Ninth Order. If they were to use their full power here, they might end up disturbing him. Big brother, the Chaos entities outside have been drawn over as well. Thunder Shadow suddenly warned amid the heated battle. Yang Kai almost choked when he heard himself being called Big Brother. Still, he spared a glance and sure enough, the Chaos entities wandering the void had also been drawn in, which instantly made their less than optimal situation all the more dire. He had to think of a plan. If this went on, then Ouyang breakthrough attempt would fail prematurely. If he failed here, it would be a huge loss for the entire human race. If he could turn the power of his Dao strengths into a protective barrier and envelop the entire area around Ouyang with it, they should be able to solve this situation. But Dao's strength was formless, so how could Yang Kai achieve something like that? Wait. While in the midst of battle, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Shapeless power? If Dao's strength is formless, then how were these mountains formed? How could the infinite river exist? And these chaos entities, too, as well as the Chaos Spirit Clan, how could they be explained? In an instant, ideas poured into Yang Kai's head and made him think. While pushing down the emotion of having a sudden epiphany, Yang Kai had the feeling that he had vaguely touched upon something. The Grand Tao is not formless, it is perceptible. Chapter 57-51, Spacetime River. All this while, whether it be Yang Kai or other human race masters, they had always been borrowing from some sort of special method to present their Tao strengths. For example, when Yang Kai used the Sun and Moon Divine Will back then, the Sun and Moon would shine together to give rise to the Time Tao strength, which was then complemented by Space Tao strength, intertwining with it to form the profound spacetime strength. The power of the Grand Tao was, for anyone, an ethereal existence, yet one that firmly existed. It was the foundation and direction for every open heaven realm master's cultivation. Nobody had ever actually seen directly what the Tao looked like. It was both a limitation of one's mind and stereotype thinking. However, what Yang Kai saw in the universe furnace gave rise to an epiphany. The Tao was not invisible nor shapeless. These mountains, the infinite rivers, and even the jellyfish chaos entities that he kept in his small universe, were all condensations of shattered Tao essence, so which one of them was not a manifestation of Tao strength? If the shattered Tao essence could assume a form, then why not the Grand Taos cultivated by cultivators? Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world, and many new insights were being born in his mind. After calming himself, Yang Kai began circulating the space and time Tao strengths with all his might to spur on their subtleties. Even though he had cultivated many Grand Taos, the ones with the highest attainments were the Tao of time and the Tao of space. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the Tao strengths of the other Grand Taos, and only used the Tao strengths of time and space in order to protect this place. Under his careful control, Yang Kai wrapped the Tao strengths around Ouyang Lai to block the chaos entities who were rushing at him, brushing them away without affecting Ouyang Lai in the slightest. One had to have a high level of mastery and control over one's Grand Tao to achieve such a thing, or else the slightest mistake could mean pulling Ouyang Lai into it as well. More and more chaos entities were gathering, emerging not just from the mountains, but also from the void. Some were even born out of thin air. This mountain range itself could technically be considered a chaos entity as well, and an extremely massive one at that. Only it was unlike the other chaos entities in that it was completely fixed in form, incapable of thought, and also immobile. However, the shattered Tao essence that was stripped off of it could come together again to give rise to new chaos entities. The pill fragrance and aura emanated from the supreme grade open heaven pill was so strong that a large number of chaos entities were spurred into birth within the mountain range that was so full of shattered Tao essence. After being damaged by Tao strength, the chaos entities that came lunging over often dissipated into nothing before they could even get close to Ouyang Lai. Nonetheless, their numbers were truly too great. Yang Kai could certainly hold down his own end, but if the others were to deplete their strength, then the defensive line would collapse. Zhan Tianhe and the others were getting anxious. Ouyang Lai did not have full confidence to be able to refine the supreme grade open heaven pill to begin with, so if he were to be disturbed by the chaos entities now, it would make things far worse. There may really even be a chance of failing. However, they had already done everything they could. They were constantly unleashing Tao strengths, but in desperation, they could only put their hopes in Yang Kai. He was the pillar of the human race who had performed countless miracles, often achieving feats impossible for all others. They only hoped that he had a solution to the situation at hand. Otherwise, if even he came up empty in the face of their predicament, there was truly no other hope. It was at this point that Zhan Tianhe and the others saw where the problem lay. They should not have had Ouyang Lai refine the open heaven pill here. Any other place in the void would not have been as bad as this place. Without the mass of chaos entities being born from the mountains, Any one of them could have dealt with this situation easily. In fact, it may not have mattered if there was no one standing guard for Ouyang then. This whole situation could only be attributed to poor information on their side, but there was nothing they could do about it as most of the information about the universe furnace came from the one witness, Bloodcrow. However, to be fair, he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm when he entered the universe furnace back then. And he was not from the cave heavens or paradises either. As a rogue character, how could he have known of such confidential information? Throwing a quick glance over at Yang Kai, they saw him circulating his Dao strengths and brandishing them freely. His face did not look too panicked, which calmed their anxiety some. Soon something unusual caught their attention. Surprisingly, a mist began forming around Ouyang. They had no idea where the hazy mist had come from, but it formed a barrier of protection around him that enveloped Ouyang into it. Some of the chaos entities that failed to be blocked and rushed into the mist would quickly melt away like snowflakes under the blazing sun, turning into nothing before they could reach Ouyang. Zhan Tianhe and the rest were shocked. It was not mist. Clearly, it was a mysterious condensation of Dao strength. Instantly they felt amazed. So Dao strength can be manifested in such a way. In all their years of cultivation, nobody had ever told them about that. And after tracing the source, Yang Kai turned out to be the cause of the mist. Though they had no idea what Yang Kai had done to manifest his Dao strength in such a way, the tense situation from before finally eased up. With the mist of pure Dao strength as a barrier, the chaos entities were simply unable to break through their defense. The pressure on Zhan Tianhe and the others was relieved in an instant, and they were all thoroughly impressed. As expected of this man, he truly was great at creating miracles that nobody else could perform. As long as senior brother Ouyang did not make any mistakes in refining the supreme grade open heaven pill, then there should be no issues. As they were thinking that, Zhan Tianhe and the others were surprised to find that the mist barrier manifested by Dao strength was still constantly evolving. The Dao strength around Yang Kai had become increasingly intense, as if the mist barrier was not his ultimate goal. Sure enough, following Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the faint particles of the mist as fine as dust began to gather together. From mist, turning into water. Walala. The faint sound seemed to emerge from the depths of their souls, and the moment it did, all of them were taken aback. It seemed like even their own Dao strengths could not help but resonate in response. When they looked up, they were immediately met with a shocking sight. It was not known when a trickle of water had appeared in the mist. It did not seem different from any ordinary stream of water. In fact, this stream of water had come about as a manifestation of the purest Dao strength. Water continued to flow, absorbing the surrounding mist and gradually growing in size. In just a few moments, the stream surrounding Ouyang disappeared without a trace, replaced by a brook coiling up and constantly spinning around. It was as if there was a flow of water surrounding Ouyang and enveloping him into it. The stream rapidly grew in size, turning into a small river. The river water flowed in a coiling circle, going round and round. There were even some splashes in the river, shooting out instantaneous explosions of Dao strength. Anytime any chaos entity was swept up into the Grand Dao River, they would disappear in an instant as if the water had some kind of devouring effect. Zhan Tianhe and the others slowly stopped what they were doing and just watched the scene in amazement. They thought that since they had already reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in their cultivation, then even if there were some differences between them and a legendary figure like Yang Kai, he should still not be too far behind them. It was only at this moment that they realized that Yang Kai belonged in a different league among peak 8th Orders. As expected of a living legend, the Grand Dao River coiled around, protecting Ouyang. Countless chaos entities rushed into it, only to draw up a splash before disappearing into nothingness, unable to disturb Ouyang inside of it at all. Yang Kai kept on circulating the Dao strengths within his own body to keep the Grand Dao River flowing, and expressing the profundities of his Dao strengths, growing the river in volume. However, it was not long before he reached his limit and could do no more. Looking over now, the Grand Dao River was now 10 times larger than when it first took shape, and it was coiling around Ouyang Lai's body like an awe-inspiring water dragon. Yang Kai had an expression as tranquil as an ancient well, but he was in quite a good mood inside. This was no surprise, as he would have one more trump card up his sleeve from now on besides the Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Since it is an expression of the Daos of time and space, then let's call it the Space-Time River. The reason he came about with such an idea was because of the infinite river that he had encountered in the universe furnace world. If the infinite river could be formed from rich shattered Tao essence, then why couldn't he form a river with his own Tao strength? It was from this thought that the space-time river was born. However, there was still an enormous difference between his space-time river and the universe furnace world's infinite river, which was said to run through the entire universe furnace world. On the other hand, Yang Kai's space-time river could only exist in a limited area. At the very root of it was his own attainments in his Grand Daos. If that could be improved, then the volume of the space-time river would definitely increase in turn. This was not something that could be rushed. Regarding the Tao of time and Tao of space, Yang Kai was currently only at the 8th level of mastery. If he could one day reach the 9th level, then there would definitely be quantitative and qualitative changes to his space-time river. Of course, the limitations could also be attributed to the fact that Yang Kai had only just been enlightened to such a method. If more time was given to him to study it, familiarize himself with it, and to gain experience using it, then its might and volume would also improve. The greatest advantage of the space-time river over the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was its sustainability. Currently, Yang Kai was using it to protect Ouyang Lai, but he could naturally use it to trap enemies as well. If he had this trump card when they were dealing with Meng Ke, then they might have been able to kill him rather than just forcing him to retreat. If there came a day when the space-time river's volume increased to the point where it was on par with the universe furnace world's infinite river, then Yang Kai would probably become invincible. Whether it was a royal lord or a black-ink giant spirit god, as long as he summoned the space-time river and dragged his enemies into it, then they would only be able to reflect on their mistakes for the next several 100,000 years. After all, the space-time river was created purely by manifestations of the Tao strengths of space and time. Thus time and space in its waters were infinitely variable. Chapter 57-52, Ninth Order Ouyang Lai. The creation of the space-time river fully displayed Yang Kai's deep understanding towards Tao strength, and for Zhan Tianhe and the others, was this not an opportunity for them to observe and emulate a true master? Yang Kai had opened the door to a new world, and at the same time, brought a surprise that gave them great insight. Of course, whether they were able to manifest their Tao strength as Yang Kai did would depend on their own enlightenment, and their attainments in their own respective Grand Daos. This was not a simple matter. Yang Kai's ability to achieve it was naturally through constant enlightenment and polishing of his own Grand Daos, and the countless years of accumulated experience was what led to his current achievement. But in any case, the Eighth Order Masters here had now seen another way that Tao strength could be used. The space-time river that emerged was still nascent, but it was just like a coiled dragon protecting Ouyang Lai, silently eliminating all the endless chaos entities that were charging in from all directions. Zhan Tianhe and the others were all freed from their task, as Yang Kai alone could completely protect Ouyang Lai through the use of his space-time river. It wasn't until Zhan Tianhe and the others recovered that they were surprised to realize that Thunder Shadow had disappeared at some point in time, and they had no idea where he went. Time kept on passing, and the strong pill aura of the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill kept on bursting out from the barrier of the space-time river. Ouyang Lai's aura was also flaring madly, though it had reached a kind of limit long ago. The medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill were currently dissolving the barriers of his small universe and breaking his shackles. However, there were many problems with Ouyang Lai's small universe to begin with. If he wanted to make a successful breakthrough, then it would take more than just removing that barrier to succeed. He had to find the perfect moment through breaking the barriers of his small universe and achieving equilibrium of his powers. Otherwise, he would risk losing everything. There was nobody who could help him through this point. He could only rely on himself. After an unknown period had passed, Yang Kai, who was fully committed to keeping the space-time river running, suddenly had a chance of expression. Ouyang Lai's aura, which had long reached its limit, was fluctuating, signaling that he had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. Whether or not he could advance to the Ninth Order would depend on the final push. As a veteran Eighth Order master who spent countless years fighting the Black Ink clan, Ouyang Lai had never been short of determination or drive. While Yang Kai was still worrying about whether his breakthrough was still proceeding normally, Ouyang Lai had already circulated his own aura like mad with a determination to succeed or die. Yang Kai felt deep respect for this old warrior. The aura at the peak of the Eighth Order floated and sank hundreds of times in an instant. Then the limits were smashed through and Ouyang Lai's aura rose wildly. The fallout was so unbridled that even the space-time river, which Yang Kai kept at a constant coverage, bulged somewhat unstably. Sensing the movement, Zhan Tianhe and the others, who had been tense and apprehensive the whole time, revealed looks of joy. All of a sudden, they noticed that the number of chaos entities swarming over greatly reduced. Some of them even seemed lost and confused, having suddenly lost their target. This was undoubtedly because the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill had been completely refined by Ouyang Lai, and had lost its pill fragrance which had been attracting them. The space-time river was still guarding Ouyang Lai, and though Zhan Tianhe and the others were eager to see what the situation was like inside, they did not dare to intrude and could only look at Yang Kai with inquiring gazes. Yang Kai simply nodded lightly. Success. The clenched hearts of Zhan Tianhe and the rest of the group could finally be let go, and if not for the worry of disturbing Ouyang Lai, they would have not been able to endure the urge to break out in joyous laughter. Even though they were not the ones who made the breakthrough into the Ninth Order, they were still overwhelmed with the joy of seeing another old ancestor join the human race, and one who had been born in this universe furnace world at that. There was no Ninth Order master among those who entered the universe furnace this time, whereas there were many pseudo-royal lords from the Black Ink clan here. The enemy had superior numbers and strength to begin with, but with the new addition of a Ninth Order master, it would definitely have a huge impact on the human race's situation. After a few moments, the space-time river gradually disappeared. It was Yang Kai who had dispersed the energy, allowing a blazing red figure that looked like he was on fire to exit from there, his powerful aura completely unrestrained. Though he was not targeting them deliberately, Zhan Tianhe and the others still felt slightly pressured by it. Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Ouyang Lai, who had successfully broken through his limits and advanced to the Ninth Order, was undoubtedly more radiant than before. Even his appearance seemed much holler and youthful. It was not that he was unwilling to restrain his aura, but rather that he could not, as he had just broken through to the Ninth Order and his cultivation was somewhat unstable. Ha 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 ha. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but laugh as he strode forward, causing Yang Kai to not know whether to laugh or cry at. Ouyang Lai's smug attitude always gave off the impression that he was an irreverent brute. However, he could understand how Ouyang Lai was feeling. Anyone would be ecstatic if they were able to break through to the Ninth Order. There was basically no one else alive who had witnessed a Ninth Order master's breakthrough, so this was an event worth celebrating. I can't believe this day would come for me. Ha 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 ha. Ouyang Lai stood akimbo, continuing to laugh boisterously with his head facing the heavens. He really never imagined that he would one day, in this lifetime, be able to advance to the Ninth Order. After countless years of battling with the Black Ink clan and accumulating countless hidden injuries, the situation in Ouyang Lai's small universe had become a mess. He had also reached his peak in the Eighth Order and had been stagnating there for some 10,000 years. He had only one wish in this life, and it was to one day die in battle, but not without dragging along several masters from the Black Ink clan to be buried with him to make his death worthwhile. So, when Mi Jingluan secretly arranged to have Yang Kai bring him to the Black Ink battlefield to guard those who were going to collect resources, Ouyang Lai was more than a little unwilling. Though collecting resources was still of utmost importance for their race, Ouyang Lai had spent his entire life directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, brushing shoulders with death countless times. It was not his wish to hide around with those who had gone to mine resources. Fortunately, the escape of the innate territory lords from the primordial heavens source grand restriction had forced Yang Kai to send him back from the Black Ink battlefield to make a report, which gave Ouyang Lai another opportunity to continue fighting. When the universe furnace projection appeared in Azure Sun territory, filled with bloodthirst for war, Ouyang had only one plan, and that was to charge into the universe furnace, or more likely, die in Azure Sun territory, paving the way for the rest of his people in blood. Since he was going to be dying in battle anyway, his life would not have been considered a waste. Many territory lords had already died at his hands, so he had already played his part as an 8th Order master. Ouyang was lucky to get the chance to enter the universe furnace, and was originally planning to search for a supreme grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who gave him the opportunity to make a breakthrough. This twist of fate was simply hard to put into words. But no matter what, the current Ouyang was a true 9th Order open heaven realm master of the human race. Yang Kai saluted him with a smile. Congratulations to senior brother for advancing to the 9th Order. Now we have another 9th Order master among our ranks. Zhan Tianhe and the others also saluted him. Congratulations, senior brother. Ouyang quickly withdrew his laughter and returned the salute solemnly. Many thanks, junior brothers and junior sister, for standing guard for me. They all exchanged glances, then there was another burst of laughter. After laughing, Yang Kai said, Senior brother has just advanced. Why not cultivate for a while to stabilize your cultivation? The current Ouyang was just like the pseudo-royal lords. He couldn't withdraw his own aura. The reason for that was because the pseudo-royal lords were unable to completely control their strength, which was currently also the case for Ouyang. However, the difference for the pseudo-royal lords was that was how it would always be for them, but the same was not true for Ouyang. As he continued to improve his control over his strength and stabilize his foundation, the situation would improve with time. Ouyang waved his hand. That won't be necessary. I have been fighting my entire life against the Black Ink clan. As for stabilizing my cultivation, just killing a few of them will work. The more I kill, the more my cultivation will stabilize. There was nothing wrong with what he said, so Yang Kai smiled. In that case, senior brother, why don't you look over there? Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. Ouyang looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing and soon raised his brows. So there are those who come knocking by themselves to court death. As he said so, he had already turned into a red glow, charging over to the other side. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly erupted over there, seemingly from masters engaging in a fight. It was only then that it dawned on Zhan Tianhe and the others, were there territory lords who were lured in too. There were several auras currently erupting from the battle in that direction, one of which was Thunder Shadow who had disappeared earlier. Zhan Tianhe and the others could not figure out when Thunder Shadow had disappeared as their attention had been drawn to Yang Kai's space-time river at the time, much less where he had gone. Only now did they realize that territory lords had long been attracted by the commotion, but they just didn't dare to rush forward and just waited in the shadows, watching. Naturally, the enemy's actions had long been noticed by Thunder Shadow and Yang Kai. It was most likely Yang Kai who noticed them and arranged for Thunder Shadow to sneak over. Otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't pinpoint their location so accurately. Ouyang's advancement to the 9th Order was undoubtedly noticed by those from the Black Ink clan, which made them even more afraid to do anything rash. It was only when Yang Kai revealed their whereabouts that Ouyang began to move, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves while Thunder Shadow, who had been lurking in ambush, began attacking to tie down the stronger enemies. As soon as Zhan Tianhe finished his exclamation, the commotion grew even greater. Clearly, Ouyang had entered the battlefield and was fighting with the territory lords. Let's go take a look, Yang Kai said to them before making his way there unhurried. Zhan Tianhe and the others followed closely behind. By the time Yang Kai led them over to the battlefield, the fight was mostly over. The 3 territory lords who had been drawn to the commotion were fighting against Ouyang with a 3 fortunes formation, but these acquired territory lords were still limited in strength. Ouyang had just broken through, so his cultivation was yet to fully stabilize. If it had been 3 innate territory lords fighting in formation, then the battle might take a while, but 3 acquired territory lords were far too weak to fight him. One by one, their lives were extinguished. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, They just so happened to see Ouyang Lai killing the last acquired territory lord with one punch. Thunder Shadow was staying on the sidelines, showing no intention of helping. He seemed to have been slightly injured, likely from when he was pestering the 3 territory lords earlier, making sure to delay the enemy for a moment. However, the other side had naturally fought back and injured him. Chapter 57-53, Going All Out. Thunder Shadow's injuries weren't serious. He had only been distracting the 3 territory lords for a moment before Ouyang Lai rushed over. Ouyang Lai felt so relieved and happy that he had to yell for joy after breaking through his limit and defeating 3 strong enemies. If he were still at the peak of the 8th Order, then he might not have been able to take on the 3 territory lords, who had formed a battle formation on his own, but now that he was in the 9th Order, it was no effort killing them at all. After reaching the high-rank open heaven realm, even going up by a single order was truly like reaching another layer of the heavens. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that the humans would only have seen so few 9th Order masters among them. Many of the veteran masters failed to progress once they reached the peak of the 8th Order due to their own limitations. Even those like Yang Kai, who could surpass his peers in the same order, would still be overwhelmed when facing royal lords. Apart from escaping through the use of space secret techniques, it was difficult for him to fight such masters head-on, much less for the other 8th Order masters. When he saw Yang Kai and the others coming over, Ouyang Lai suggested, "Junior brothers and junior sister, I will go off searching for more foes. Do you want to come with me?" Ouyang Lai was at the height of enthusiasm after just breaking through into the next order, and he was eager to make his mark in the universe furnace world. There were quite a lot of masters from the Black Ink clan who came in this time, and he was worried about bumping into those pseudo-royal lords previously, but now, Ouyang Lai was itching to find one of them so that he could practice on them and to stabilize his cultivation through combat. Yang Kai answered with some amusement, "No need. With senior brother's current strength, I think it will be best for you to move alone. I will bring the juniors along." Ouyang Lai nodded lightly, fair enough. Indeed, as Yang Kai said, he was now in the 9th Order and was experiencing explosive growth in his strength, so it was more suitable for Ouyang Lai to move separately. As for Zhan Tianhe and his group, it would undoubtedly be better for them to go with Yang Kai. They were 4 8th Order masters and Thunder Shadow. Even if they did encounter a pseudo-royal lord, they could smoothly use the 5 elements formation to deal with them. With Yang Kai acting as the core, they should not be in any danger. There was no need for them to worry in terms of safety. Turning his head to look into the depths of the void, Ouyang Lai smiled. Big Head Xiang came in as well. I wonder if he has found his own opportunity. I'll look for him on the way, and if the opportunity arises, I'll try and obtain a pill for him. He had thought about finding a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but it turned out that the latter couldn't use it. Instead, he became indebted to Yang Kai. Right now, the one amongst the humans who most urgently needed a supreme-grade open heaven pill was undoubtedly Xiang Shan. After building up a camaraderie through long years of fighting alongside each other, Ouyang Lai had a firm friendship with him. If Xiang Shan could obtain an opportunity to advance to the 9th Order, then the amount of help he could provide to the human race would be much greater than Ouyang Lai. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Then let me wish senior brother great success ahead. Ouyang Lai patted him on the shoulder. Take care. Yang Kai nodded. Ouyang Lai had one last laugh before turning into a long stream, instantly moving far away. From a distance, his voice was transmitted to them saying, "Here I come." It was a voice that carried great confidence and freedom. After seeing him off, Yang Kai called out to the group, "Let's go." Zhan Tianhe and the rest nodded and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. They were much more relaxed with him compared to when they first entered the universe furnace. When the 3 of them just entered this place, they were all extremely cautious. Though they were not scared of the ordinary territory lords or regular Black Ink clansmen, they had to worry about meeting a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, what they feared just had to come true, as they really did bump into a pseudo-royal lord in the end. If it weren't for the lone Ouyang Lai, who had felt the fallout of their battle and rushed over to provide aid, their situation would have been disastrous. Now, with the inclusion of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow, The 5 masters could form the 5 elements formation at any time, which would give them full capability to fight against a pseudo-royal lord if they were to encounter another, so there was no need to act as cautiously as before. The concept of time and space in this universe furnace world was extremely strange due to the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the void. Even after several evolutions, there seemed to be no substantive change. Perhaps more evolutions were required in order to lift the invisible fog of the universe furnace world, and then the concept of time and space would become clear. They did not have any clear goal in mind either. In fact, whether it be the human race or the Black Ink clan, they had no specific plan for when they entered the universe furnace world. Their greatest target was undoubtedly the supreme grade open heaven pills, but nobody knew where they were. They could only wander around to see if they could get lucky. Thanks to his previous efforts, Yang Kai was able to use the power of the great sun and moon marks to locate the supreme grade open heaven pills, but there were still some limitations. If there was no pill relatively nearby, then there was nothing Yang Kai could do about it. So Yang Kai was currently just leading Zhan Tianhe and the group around, going wherever they could go with Thunder Shadow perched on his shoulder, faintly circulating his innate divine ability to conceal their movements. With such cover, even if a master from the Black Ink clan were to search around, they would not necessarily find them as long as they weren't paying too much attention. Occasionally, they would come across chaotic areas where the chaos entities gathered, then they would explore deeper into those places. Though they did not find any supreme grade open heaven pills, they did find some ordinary grade ones. In contrast to the supreme grade open heaven pills, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade open heaven pills that were produced by the universe furnace. As long as one had the will to search for them, they would eventually find a few. Though these ordinary grade pills were unable to help a cultivator break through their innate shackles, they were still very useful. With the help of these pills, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had yet to accumulate enough heritage could use them to cut down the time needed for them to stay in retreat, allowing them to break through their bottlenecks sooner and advance to the next order. This time, many 7th Order Masters had entered the universe. Yang Kai had even met a few such cultivators previously. It was predictable that many new 8th Order Masters would be created after this trip into the universe furnace. As they were traveling, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and changed directions, rushing off into the distance while sending a divine sense transmission to Zhan Tianhe and the others. Get ready! Zhan Tianhe and the others understood instantly that an enemy had been spotted, so they all prepared themselves for combat. A short while later, 2 powerful auras entered the range of their senses. From the aura alone, they could deduce that these were undoubtedly 2 territory lords who had entered the universe furnace world together. It was 5 against 2, and with Yang Kai here, it should not be a difficult fight. Moreover, with the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the 2 territory lords did not even notice them until they had gotten quite close. Zhan Tianhe and the others could not help but be amazed by this. The innate divine ability of this monster race Great Emperor that came from the myriad monsters world was truly a nightmare to guard against. Even with foreknowledge now, if Thunder Shadow wanted to sneak up on them, they might still not be able to detect him. Most importantly, this innate divine ability could not only be used on himself, but also used to conceal others. They were glad that a master of this caliber was on their side. If he were an enemy, then he would really be a headache to deal with. The 2 territory lords who were traveling together did not notice them until Yang Kai struck out to attack them. They had only just circulated their Black Ink strength, and had yet to make a single move when they suddenly heard a gushing sound. This puzzled the 2 territory lords greatly. How could there be sounds similar to flowing water in this empty void? When they turned their heads, they saw a huge river sweeping towards them like a torrent. The 2 territory lords were shocked and instinctually sent out an attack at the river. However, their efforts were futile. Their attacks filled with condensed Black Ink strength were like stones sinking into the great river, rousing no reaction whatsoever. Unimpeded, the river washed over the 2 territory lords, swallowing them up without a trace in an instant. To the side, Zhan Tianhe and the others, who had assumed a combat stance, all froze and glanced at each other, feeling a little at a loss as their enemy had literally vanished right in front of them. In a 5-on-2 battle, There was already no suspense to the outcome, but a lion still fought rabbits with all its strength. Zhang Tianhe and the others had been prepared to launch their attacks together to achieve a quick victory. How could they have known that Yang Kai would not even allow them to act as he summoned his Grand Dao River directly, sweeping the two territory lords into it? Turning their heads to look at Yang Kai, they saw his brow furrow as Dao strength surged around his body. Then, it dawned on them that he must be trying to test out his new ability on these two territory lords. The space-time river had only just been created by Yang Kai. It had previously shown in battle when used to protect Ouyang Lai, but that was because of the natural restraint Dao strength had against chaos entities. Whether or not such techniques could truly be used against all enemies, Yang Kai himself was not sure, so he naturally had to run some experiments with it. The two territory lords did not die immediately, and were now flailing about inside the space-time river, trying to find a way out. However, the space-time river surged turbulently, and was rich with Dao strength. The interplay of space and time greatly impaired the senses of anyone who fell into it other than Yang Kai, unless a master was far stronger than Yang Kai, or had extremely high attainments in the grand Daos of time and space. Finding their way out was basically impossible. The two territory lords were trapped inside like headless flies. In fact, despite being quite close to each other, they could not even sense each other's presence at all. They were separated by the ever-changing space. The space inside of the space-time river was somewhat similar to the space projected by the universe furnace when it first appeared. Things that may seem close were in fact very far away. Yang Kai observed them for a while, and could feel the strengths of the territory lord struggling inside of the space-time river, which made his brow raise. He did not use the power of the space-time river to its fullest, so the two territory lords were simply trapped and not suffering any real crisis. The result that he could see now was that this new technique had far exceeded his expectations in its ability to contain enemies. He had easily trapped two territory lords, so Yang Kai felt that there should be no pressure on him even if he were to swallow up 8 to 10 more of them. Even if it was a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai felt that he could trap them. And if he could trap them, he had the chance to kill them. After all, Yang Kai was able to enter the space-time river himself and attack the enemies inside. With that idea in mind, Yang Kai dashed into the space-time river. In just a few moments, there was a splash and Yang Kai leapt out, carrying the body of a territory lord devoid of life. It had only been 2 breaths from start to finish. Zhang Tianhe and the others were dumbfounded. That was a territory lord, so how was Yang Kai able to kill him so easily? It was as if he had casually dove into the water, caught a helpless fish, and come back to roast it. Chapter 57-54, Another Possibility. In fact, with Yang Kai's current strength, it would not be difficult even if he were to face a couple of acquired territory lords head-on. However, with his new tactics, he could move with even more secrecy. Till death, those territory lords wouldn't even be able to see who killed them. While Zhang Tianhe and the rest watched on in shock, Yang Kai casually tossed the territory lord's corpse aside before circulating his Dao strengths again, causing a current to surge through the space-time river, sending waves splashing in all directions. A faint glimpse of dense black ink strength could be seen escaping from several places, as well as the figure of the territory lord trapped inside. Clearly, another territory lord was struggling to escape from the space-time river. After a few moments, when the Dao strengths receded, the space-time river disappeared, and the territory lord trapped inside was revealed. Only, it did not take long before the territory lord's vitality was burned out as well. Looking at him, his body seemed to not have a single piece of healthy skin, as if he had been cut 1 billion times with a sharp blade. Even more bizarre was the fact that the territory lord gave off a very, very old feeling, as if he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years before he died. Zhang Tianhe and the others watched in awe at the river formed out of the Dao strengths of space and time, which was truly too bizarre. After trying it out on the two territory lords, Yang Kai was able to make a general assessment of his new technique. The space-time river was certainly more useful in terms of trapping and containing opponents, while the Sun and Moon Divine Seal had greater explosive killing power. In terms of lethality, the two were more or less the same, but the consumption was rather for the space-time river. After all, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Dao strengths in order to keep it flowing. However, it was still within a tolerable range and would not be a great problem as long as the battles did not drag on. The party then continued on their way. As time passed, they would occasionally gain a harvest, and if they encountered any Black Ink clansmen, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. If they encountered any cultivators, alone or those in small groups, Yang Kai would take them in temporarily until they gathered enough with the ability to protect themselves before leaving them to form their own groups. After all, it was not a good idea to gather too many people in one place. While it would ensure their safety, the harvests would also lessen. In this way, Yang Kai's group never exceeded 12 in total. Zhang Tian he and the others never thought that fighting with the Black Ink clan could be so simple and easy. They had also fought with masters of the Black Ink clan, like territory lords, on each of the great territory battlefields, and though it was not difficult for them to defeat an acquired territory lord with their strength, killing one was never easy. However, no territory lord so far had been able to escape alive with Yang Kai around. Every last one of them were cleanly killed off. There was only once that they encountered a pseudo-royal lord moving along with several territory lords where both sides charged at each other with full momentum. However, after just one exchange of blows, the pseudo-royal lord was taken aback. After only fighting for a few breaths, the pseudo-royal lord fled in a hurry, but Yang Kai would not relent. He chased down their target with a group of masters in tow until finally injuring the pseudo-royal lord at some cost to themselves before giving up the chase. Zhang Tian he and the others naturally understood what Yang Kai was trying to do. Pseudo-royal lords were the greatest threats to the humans in the universe furnace world, so even if they were unable to kill them in battle, they had to make sure to injure them to cut down the combat strength of their opponent, lest the pseudo-royal lord cause trouble for the other human race masters. Those from the Black Ink clan had difficulty recuperating in this place, so getting injured inside of the universe furnace was extremely undesirable for them. If not for the fact that there were still several territory lords with the pseudo-royal lord, Zhang Tian he and the others had to wonder whether Yang Kai could keep him trapped here as well. The pseudo-royal lord escaped, but the territory lords with him were all killed, so it wasn't a total loss. This trip had been very fruitful both in battle successes and material harvest. Those from the Black Ink clan had also collected some ordinary grade open heaven pills, so after they were cut down, these naturally went into Yang Kai and the others' pockets. The only unfortunate part for Yang Kai was that he neither encountered his human self, nor sensed the existence of another supreme grade open heaven pill. For him, his only goal during this trip into the universe furnace was to reunite with his other selves and find supreme grade open heaven pills, of which he had already obtained one, leading to Ouyang Lai's breakthrough to the 9th order. However, his human self was nowhere to be found. Yang Kai had also checked with the other masters for any news about Feng Tian Ci, but it was to no avail. They traveled around in the universe furnace, experiencing 2 more of the Grand Dao evolutions, and as that number continued to rise, so did the frequency of their encounters with both the enemy and their own people. This was undoubtedly proof that the space inside this world was gradually becoming clear, and not seemingly boundless as it felt before. Perhaps, just as Blood Crow's information stated, after the universe furnace Grand Dao evolved 9 times, this universe furnace world would reveal its true self. Several torn-up bodies floated around in the deep and boundless void, alongside some broken artifacts scattered around next to them. One of the corpses had its eyes wide open. Though the body was lifeless, he still stood upright, glaring angrily ahead of him as if he was fighting with all his might even after death. Besides that, there were even fragments of small universes floating around the void with Black Ink strength lingering around them. Most likely, these fragments were from these people willingly sacrificing them. Yang Kai and the rest stared at the scene in front of them with heavy hearts. During this time, they had constantly been taking in other human race masters before they broke up into smaller groups. Now, other than Thunder Shadow, they had 5 members. Zhang Tian he and the original 2 were still with him, while the newcomers were Lin Wu, a recently joined straggler, and a veteran 8th Order master from Shihi Paradise, Tian Xiuzhu, an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. Lin Wu was pretty lucky. He had entered at the peak of the 7th Order and obtained several ordinary grade open heaven pills in this universe furnace world, then found a place to refine and advance to the 8th Order. It was the reverberations from his advancement that were picked up by Yang Kai and his group, who just happened to be passing by. When they went over to investigate the situation, they had also taken him into their group. Otherwise, with masters from the two sides moving around in groups now, Lin Wu would not be in a good position if he ever encountered any enemies moving alone. The reason he was able to safely refine the spirit pill and advance by himself without the interruption of any enemies was undoubtedly because he was extremely lucky. However, at this moment, the face of the newly advanced 8th Order Master did not look the slightest bit happy. Instead, he was sad and angry. There were 8th Order Masters who died here, and more than one at that. Judging from the remnants of this battle, there were at least 4 or 5 8th Order Masters who died here. In this universe furnace world where masters from the two sides gathered, every moment was a life-or-death struggle, and fights could not be avoided. Yang Kai and the others had also encountered many battlefields left behind after great fights had broken out, including the bodies of those from the two sides, who had died in battle. However, it was a first for them to see as many as 5 8th Order Masters dead in a single fight. After all, the gathering of that number was enough for a 4 symbols or 5 elements formation. Even if such a group encountered a pseudo-royal lord, they were not without a fighting chance. The pseudo-royal lords were more careful in these special conditions, and unless they were not fully confident, they would not fight with such recklessness. There had to be at least 2 pseudo-royal lords, or one accompanied by several territory lords. Zhang Tian he contemplated solemnly. Some of the 8th Order Masters must have just advanced recently, so their cultivation had yet to stabilize, which is why their small universes got easily corrupted by black ink strength, and they had to sacrifice parts of them in order to avoid being fully corrupted. The fragments of small universes left behind here had been sacrificed by the human race masters during battle, which also formed the basis of Zhang Tian's speculation that they were newly advanced 8th Order Masters. Even if the 8th Order Masters could not best the pseudo-royal lords, their small universes would not be so easily corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, most of them had brought evil-purging divine spears. The purifying light sealed within them could be used at critical moments in order to disperse the black ink strength in their small universes. Being forced to sacrifice part of their small universe meant that the heritage of their small universes as 8th Order Masters was still not enough. And even the purifying light sealed within the evil-purging divine spears used was not enough. Otherwise, who would sacrifice a part of their own small universe in a battle like this? That would only cause their strength to decrease, and they would die even faster. Yang Kai was silent. There was nothing wrong with Zhang Tian's assessment, but there could be another possibility. However, it was hard to glimpse any more clues just from looking at the remnants left on this battlefield. The shattered Tao essence that filled this void had long washed those clues away. If it was the other possibility though, then things would be troublesome. Even Yang Kai's team could face the danger of losing their lives at any moment. We should lay them to rest. When he saw the 8th Order Master who was still glaring furiously even in death, Yang Kai sighed. From his appearance, this must be one of the rising stars that did not die on the great territory battlefields, but died here instead. Red-eyed, Lu Feifei immediately went forward and stored the tattered corpses. She had participated in the war a long time, and it was not as if she was new to seeing death. After so many years fighting on the front line, she had seen countless familiar faces fade away, yet she could not help but feel saddened and pained every time she saw such a scene. She often wondered why the Black Ink clan existed, and how great it would be if they had never been. But the heavens did not give them what they wished for. They were born in turbulent times, living in the midst of the confrontation between the two races. In order to rise up and gain control of the universe, then facing death was inescapable. Just like with the 8th Order Masters who died here, they did not even know who they were killed by, let alone where to seek revenge. Every cultivator was mentally prepared to face death when they entered the universe furnace world, as their seniors had warned. Once one entered the battlefield, life or death was up to destiny, and success or failure was up to the heavens. Chapter 57-55 There are two After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the remains of the Eighth Order masters who died here, the group continued on their way in silence and with heavy hearts. This time, many from the two races had entered the universe furnace world, especially the Black Ink clan. There were 20 pseudo-royal lords alone, possibly more. While teams like Yang Kai's were hunting down those from the Black Ink clan, weren't the pseudo-royal lords also killing open heaven realm masters? The peace agreement that had been maintained for thousands of years had been completely shattered by the arrival of the universe furnace. Now it was inevitable for a massive, all-out war to break out between the two sides. The real battle that would determine the fate of both races had already begun, which made the battle in the universe furnace world that much more important. If the human race could cull more masters from the Black Ink clan here, and gain more opportunities, it would be a great help to their situation outside. Otherwise, it would give their enemy an even greater advantage. In the past, whenever the universe furnace appeared, the masters that entered it would fight for not just opportunities, but also the fates of their race. Fortunately, this time was a special case, as all of the Black Ink clansmen which were originally occupying the Black Ink battlefield had been wiped out, destroying all their previous knowledge and intelligence. As such, the Black Ink clan was completely clueless about anything relating to the universe furnace. In comparison, the humans had much more information in their possession. However, this superiority in intelligence was still not enough to determine the final course of this event. The humans still had to fight hard for victory. This time, 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were produced in the universe furnace, and currently, the only one Yang Kai had found was the one refined by Ouyang Lai. The remaining 8 were still nowhere in sight. It would be impossible for the human race to obtain all 9 pills, a fact Yang Kai understood from the beginning. Without even mentioning the Black Ink clan, the native Chaos Spirit clan were the ones with a unique advantage when it came to obtaining the open heaven pills. The Chaos Spirit clan were spread throughout the entire universe furnace world, so chances were high that wherever those supreme-grade open heaven pills drifted off to, the Chaos Spirit clan would be the first to find them. Did Yang Kai not also snatch the spirit pill he found previously from those jellyfish chaos entities? Now that only 8 of the pills were left, it was very possible for any one of them to have already fallen into the possession of the Chaos Spirit clan. If the humans or the Black Ink clan were able to get to them in time, then they might be able to fight for them, but if they were too late, and the pills were refined by the Chaos Spirit clan, then it was useless even if they found them. So even from the start, Yang Kai felt that the human race should be able to secure 4 of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills, which would still be a great harvest. Naturally, the more the better. If they could get 5 or 6, Yang Kai could not complain. He still had the great sun and moon marks, but finding the supreme-grade open heaven pills was still not going to be easy. Otherwise, he would not have found only a single one until now. While Yang Kai was thinking about how he could look for the supreme-grade open heaven pills with greater efficiency, he suddenly felt something which caused him to turn and look in another direction, his expression brightening. This truly was wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. He was just wondering how he was going to find the remaining open heaven pills when the great sun and moon marks caught onto a hint of one. Had fortune come so suddenly that he couldn't even block it? Thunder Shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, could sense his delight and asked, "What did you find?" "A spirit pill." Yang Kai gave him a simple answer before sending a divine sense message to everyone. "Hide your presence and follow me." Saying so, he took off and flew in that direction. Everyone also concealed their auras in a hurry while Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and enveloped everyone in it. In the silent void, the group of 6 humans and 1 leopard moved silently, like shadows. After a few moments, the joyful look on Yang Kai's face gradually faded away and became serious. He could vaguely sense masters fighting up ahead, but since it was still far away, he could not probe the situation, which made it hard to ascertain the strength of both sides. However, despite the distance, the fallout could still be felt, which showed how extraordinary both fighters were. Is it a pseudo-royal lord and an 8th Order master? No. There are only 2 fighters. If it truly was an 8th Order master against a pseudo-royal lord, they would surely be no match for them. It's simply impossible for such a fight to be so intense. As they continued to move, Yang Kai's face turned increasingly grave. At this point, Tian Xiuzhu, the veteran 8th Order master with the greatest heritage among them next to Yang Kai, sensed it too. He could not help but throw a suspicious glance at Yang Kai. He found it a little hard to understand how Yang Kai was able to detect the unusual situation here and rush over from so far away. As they drew closer, Zhan Tianhe and the others noticed it too. All of them were alert, circulating the world force inside their bodies and waiting for Yang Kai to give the order for them to attack the enemy. This was how things went thus far. They would go into battle, winning each fight. There were many territory lords who had already died by their hands. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked gravely at the source of the disturbance. A golden slit appeared in his left eye which looked both bizarre and majestic at the same time. The scene that entered his eye made his heart heavy beyond measure. The situation he had feared most had appeared, and it was happening right before his eyes. Tian Xiuzhu also noticed that something wasn't right, but he did not have eye techniques like Yang Kai, so he could not see what was going on in the distance. After a moment he could not resist the urge to ask, "Junior brother Yang, who are the ones fighting?" The shockwaves from the battle were too intense. Before they had even got close, the shattered Tao essence here had already been thrown into disorder. It gave the impression that it was a 9th Order master fighting a royal lord. Yang Kai sighed. It's a royal lord fighting a chaos spirit king. Everyone was shocked, but then they drew in their breaths, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief. Yang Kai chuckled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. I was hoping that I had seen it wrongly too, but it is not one of our masters fighting there. There was nothing wrong with Blood Crow's information. There were indeed powerful existences in the universe furnace world like the Chaos Spirit Kings, who stood on equal footing with the 9th Order Masters and Royal Lords. It must have been luck that they had not encountered one thus far, which was an indication that such existences were rare to begin with, and were hard to find. Yet, they would never have expected to bump into one here. Moreover, Yang Kai had also revealed another piece of information that was even more difficult for them to accept than the presence of the Chaos Spirit King. The Black Ink clan has managed to create a royal lord here? Zhan Tianhe's face looked extremely grim. Mou was the only royal lord left in the Black Ink clan after the war in the Barren territory. So no royal lords had entered the universe furnace this time. The strongest among them were the pseudo-royal lords that they had created as a temporary measure. However, a royal lord had appeared here now, which obviously meant that they had become one in the universe furnace world. In other words, this guy had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and refined it. Indeed, the Black Ink clan was lacking in information about the universe furnace, but the supreme-grade open heaven pills were amazing treasures. One of them landing into the hands of the Black Ink clan was one thing, but they may not even have that much of an interest in them as their main goal in coming here was to kill the humans and to ruin their opportunities to prevent new 9th Order masters from being. However, since such a pill landed into their hands, they could naturally understand its profundity. Just by refining one would have the opportunity of advancing and becoming a royal lord. Many of the Black Ink clan's masters had entered this time, so there were bound to be lucky ones who could gain such opportunities, and this royal lord must be one such example. Yang Kai was drawn here by the reaction of his great sun and moon marks. In other words, there was a supreme grade open heaven pill here, and in fact after he used his demon eye of annihilation, he saw not only the two figures exchanging blows, but also the supreme grade open heaven pill. Multicolored light was emanating every so often from within a chaos entity without a fixed form. What could that be if not a supreme grade open heaven pill? The royal lord must have spotted the opportunity and come to snatch it, but he did not expect there to be a chaos spirit king standing guard over this place. Thus, the two got into a huge fight. Under Yang Kai's observation, the chaos spirit king was much stronger than the royal lord, and it was very clear that it had the upper hand in this fight. That was understandable though. The royal lord had only just broken through, so like Ouyang Lai, he must not have familiarized himself with his newfound power yet, and was unable to bring out his full strength. However, it was different for this Chaos Spirit King who became one at the earliest, when the universe furnace last appeared. The time they had spent in this realm was vastly different, and so their strengths naturally could not be compared. Moreover, there was not just a lone Chaos Spirit King here. There were many other Chaos Spirit clansmen, who had taken on defined forms. They took on all sorts of different shapes, some appearing like humans, while others looked not much different from the Black Ink clan. Layer by layer they gathered, protecting the chaos entity that had swallowed the supreme Great Open Heaven pill, awaiting the birth of a new Chaos Spirit King. "It's him!" Lu Feifei suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was confused, but Lu Feifei explained, "Our comrades that died back there were most likely victims of this royal lord." It was then that Zhang Tian he and the others finally realized, and Tian Xiuzhu nodded in agreement. "It's highly likely." Yang Kai was unsurprised. In fact, he had suspected a royal lord had appeared among the Black Ink clan when he saw the traces on that battlefield. With 5 Eighth Order masters joining hands, unless they were met with a truly formidable enemy, there was no way they would have been wiped out. A single pseudo-royal lord would not have been able to achieve that. However, if it were a true royal lord, then that was a different matter. There were no useful clues left at the battlefield, so it was hard to be absolutely certain. But now that he saw this royal lord, everything became clear. The Eighth Order masters must have encountered this royal lord, and even in their battle formation, they were no match for him and were cut down. After that, the royal lord came to this place and discovered the supreme Great Open Heaven pill. Currently, one royal lord had been created with the help of the supreme Great Open Heaven pills, which meant one less Ninth Order master for the human race. With this, the advantage gained by Ouyang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order has also been lost. Right now, they had accounted for 3 of the 9 supreme Great Open Heaven pills. One was used by Ouyang Lai to advance to the Ninth Order, another was used by this royal lord, and the third was currently inside a chaos entity, which was in the midst of refining it. Chapter 57-56, Seizing the Pill. Of the 9 supreme Great Open Heaven pills, 6 were still missing, and it was uncertain how many of these 6 the humans could seize. Therefore, no matter what, this third Open Heaven pill they had found could not land in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, if another royal lord was created, then the situation of the human race in the universe furnace would become extremely difficult. However, seizing the pill was an exceptionally difficult thing to do, as there was a Chaos Spirit King standing guard here. Furthermore, there were dozens of Chaos Spirit clansmen also present. This place was most likely one of the gathering spots of the Chaos Spirit clan, since Yang Kai had never seen so many together like this before. They were not like the stumbling chaos entities without consciousness, or even a stable form. During this trip, Yang Kai had encountered many chaos spirits with the group he was leading, and if a comparison was to be made, the ordinary Chaos Spirit clansmen were able to exert strength around the human race's equivalent of the 7th Order to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. 1 or 2 was nothing to worry about, but several dozen gathered in one place would be difficult to handle. Looking over from where he stood, Yang Kai realized that the royal lord that the Chaos Spirit King was fighting seemed as if he were riding a tiger. He had attained this identity as a royal lord through the help of a supreme Great Open Heaven pill produced in the universe furnace world. Thus he knew just how amazing these pills were, and was determined to snatch another. Clearly he could not do much here, but even so it would be a great shame just to give up, so he continued fighting with the Chaos Spirit King. Only after reaching a safe place where they could no longer feel the shockwaves of the battle did Yang Kai speak. "Senior brother Tian, I'll leave the junior brothers and sisters with you for now. Take them away quickly, as far away as possible." Yan Xiuzhu nodded. What is junior brother planning to do? Could he be thinking of stirring up trouble, while the Chaos Spirit King and Royal Lord are fighting? That was not a sound idea, as a battle between 2 peak masters was not one that an ordinary person could just step between. Not even Yang Kai. He thought about dissuading him, but Yang Kai added, "There's a supreme Great Open Heaven pill there, I have to snatch it." Yan Xiuzhu had to choke back down his words when he heard that, while Tian Xiuzhu was stunned and asked, "There's a supreme Great Open Heaven pill there? Did junior brother see it?" Everyone else was also itching with excitement. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a ninth-order master. How could they not be moved? Yongkai nodded. Currently, the supreme-grade open heaven pill is wrapped inside of a chaos entity that's refining it. Moreover, there's at least several dozen chaos spirit clansmen standing guard nearby. The royal lord must have come to fight with the chaos spirit king, because he noticed the spirit pill there. Several dozen. Everyone drew in a cold breath. They had an idea of what the Chaos Spirit clan was capable of, so with several dozen of them gathered together, they were going to take a lot of work to deal with. No wonder. Tian Xiaozhu exclaimed in realization. He was wondering why the royal lord would clash with the Chaos Spirit king over there. It turned out it was because of the supreme grade open heaven pill. In that case, we will act together with junior brother. At least, we can take care of each other. Zhan Tianhe and the others nodded in unison. If they wanted to seize this pill from the hands of several dozen chaos spirits, if they were not careful, they would land themselves in grave danger. If they were to move together with Yongkai though, they could at least use a battle formation to split up the pressure, which would be much better than Yongkai having to fight alone. Yongkai shook his head. No. While we may have a higher chance of success if we all go, it will also make us a bigger target. Even if we did manage to seize the spirit pill, we may not be able to leave unscathed. It will be easier for me to move about if I just bring along Thunder Shadow. Tian Xiaozhu pondered on his words before nodding lightly. That is indeed true. Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability concealed his presence perfectly. With the blessing of this divine ability, he and Yongkai could approach the pill unnoticed, and with Yongkai's skills, he was very likely to be able to seize the spirit pill if he burst out and caused a stir. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, he could then make a speedy escape. If Yongkai brought all of them along with him though, his mobility would be seriously hampered. After understanding this point, Tian Xiaozhu wore a serious look. You must be careful, junior brother. Seize the pill if you can, but if it's too risky, then don't force it. As long as there are green hills, there is no fear of lack of timber. Junior brother's safety is extremely important to the future of the human race. Yongkai nodded. I will keep it in mind. Tian Xiaozhu cupped his fist to Yongkai. Then he turned to Zhan Tianhe and the rest. Let's go. Without delay, Zhan Tianhe and the rest cupped their fists in farewell to Yongkai before leaving. After watching the five of them depart, Yongkai turned around again, and with Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability activating, he quietly crept towards the battlefield. As for the safety of Tian Xiaozhu and his group, there was little need to worry since they could form the five elements formation at any time. As long as they did not bump into a royal lord in the universe furnace world, or a large group of enemy masters, they would naturally be in no danger. Even if they did bump into a pseudo-royal lord, they should be able to put up a fight. A while later, Yongkai opened his demon eye of annihilation once more after approaching the edge of the battlefield, and looked in from outside. It had to be said that Thunder Shadow's stealth innate divine ability truly was exceptional. Even at this distance, Yongkai would very likely have been noticed by the two fighting masters if he were alone. But under the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, neither the Chaos Spirit King nor the Royal Lord were aware that somebody was spying on them. Yongkai watched quietly and did not rush into action. Soundlessly, Thunder Shadow sent his voice over. How confident are you? He was Yongkai's monster self after all. Though he grew up in a different environment and had different life experiences, causing his personality to differ slightly, he still inherited some of Yongkai's characteristics. Despite how simply Yongkai had described the plan to Tian Xiaozhu and the rest, as if the spirit pill would fall into his hands with barely any effort, the chances of succeeding were slim from his perspective. Sure enough, Yongkai's response was less than 30%. The difficulty of seizing the pill lay not in grabbing the pill itself, but rather dealing with the dozens of chaos spirits that were in the way. But Yongkai did not necessarily have to fight them. With the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, he just had to reach a certain distance, then he should be able to seize the spirit pill. The difficult part of this task was going to be how he was going to escape after seizing the pill. The Royal Lord was currently engaged in a fierce fight with the Chaos Spirit King, seemingly planning to settle their life and death here. But if an outside force were to dive in and seize the pill, Yang Kai was sure that they would immediately join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai did not even have the confidence to be able to face one top master, much less two of them, and even the slightest blunder or delay could cost him his life. The supreme grade open heaven pill was indeed important, but to put his life on the line to seize it was still not worth it. Hearing this, Thunder Shadow felt his head throb. Less than 30% was too risky in his opinion, and he couldn't help but worry. Then what should we do? We'll wait. Yang Kai gave a succinct answer. That puzzled Thunder Shadow. Wait for what? Yang Kai shot a glare at him, which caused Thunder Shadow to become annoyed. I'm your monster self, so in a sense I'm you. Don't look at me as if I'm an idiot, because that's just calling yourself an idiot. Yang Kai choked for a moment, because what Thunder Shadow said was true. He could only explain patiently. Look at those two who are fighting. Who do you think is stronger? Thunder Shadow answered. Naturally, it's the Chaos Spirit King. Is there even a need to ask? There was no doubt that the Chaos Spirit King occupied the absolute upper hand in this battle. The Royal Lord was basically pinned down and beaten in the fierce exchange of blows as his rich black ink strength splattered out. Then, do you think that there's an opportunity that the Royal Lord can seize the pill? Of course not. He could not get by the Chaos Spirit King, much the dozens of Chaos Spirits protecting the supreme grade open heaven pill. If Yang Kai had a 30% chance of sneakily achieving his plan, then the Royal Lord, who had already exposed himself, had a 0% chance at all unless he could overpower the Chaos Spirit King. If he doesn't have a chance, why does he continue pestering his opponent rather than retreat obediently? He's also taking a huge risk fighting the Chaos Spirit King here, and it would not be a pleasant experience for him to be wounded. Thunder Shadow instantly realized something. You mean? Yang Kai grinned. Since he cannot seize the pill from the Chaos Spirit clan, but continues to fight without retreating, I'm guessing there's a very high chance that he has already called for help. He's repairing the bridge on the surface while secretly crossing the river. Thunder Shadow finally understood, and his amber eyes brightened a little, gleaming as if he recalled one of his previous encounters. This was exactly the same thing he experienced when he was fighting the Territory Lords for the first Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. The Territory Lords had called their allies using the miniature black ink nest they brought with them, and if Yang Kai had not bumped into him by chance, he would have had to flee. There may already be masters from the Black Ink clan hiding nearby. We just haven't noticed them. As he said so, Yang Kai scanned the depths of the void with his golden cross left eye, but he did not find anything. Thunder Shadow, on the other hand, looked extremely smug, as expected of myself, to be able to see through things so thoroughly. Yang Kai was speechless. With his monster self's boasting, it seemed to not have inherited much of his wisdom, but he could understand. After all, he was from the monster race. The battle between the two masters went on for who knows how long, and it was not known how much longer it would continue for. Yang Kai did not stay idle, however. It was the first time he encountered a Chaos Spirit King in the Universe Furnace world, and there was even a master on a similar level fighting it. It was a good opportunity for him to observe their fighting styles and assess their strengths and weaknesses. Soon, Yang Kai noticed something. Rather than calling this Chaos Spirit King a peculiar living being, one might as well call it an aggregate of grand Daos. Its body was purely an amalgamation of various Dao strengths, formed into a humanoid shape with its own consciousness. The way it fought its enemy was also extremely simple, which was to circulate the various Dao strengths in its body and smash them into its opponent. It was simple yet fierce. Every blow was heaven-shattering and earth-shaking, causing various cracks in the void as it thrust the surrounding Dao essence into disorder. Inwardly, Yang Kai weighed the odds of how things would go if he were to call Ouyang Lai over, but there was a great chance that the latter would not be a match for this Chaos Spirit King either. Chapter 57:57. Life is full of disappointments. The rich Dao essence that filled the Universe Furnace world was the source of the Chaos Spirit King's power, and it seemed that as long as it was in this world, it would never tire. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai concluded that this Chaos Spirit King was extremely difficult to deal with, and if he wanted to kill it, then he would have to cut off its connection with the world to deprive it of its source of power. The royal lord clearly noticed this too, so he kept trying to pour out his black ink strength, so that he could use it as a barrier to isolate his enemy and stop it from recovering its strength. However, it was all for naught. The Chaos Spirit King was stronger than him to begin with, so it was all the royal lord could do to keep himself alive under his opponent's attacks. How would he be able to do anything else? The two continued to fight fervently with each other. All of a sudden, the royal lord's body exploded into a giant black ink cloud that scattered in all directions, and he escaped just like that. The Chaos Spirit King's Tao essence shuddered for a moment, then it broke up the black ink clouds. But the true body of its enemy was no longer anywhere to be found. However, it did not give chase and just stood there with an expressionless face, guarding its clansmen behind it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Was my guess incorrect? How can that be? If the royal lord was not waiting for backup, then why would he keep on struggling against the Chaos Spirit King? What's more, the Black Ink clan can communicate with each other through the use of their miniature black ink nests, so why would he not gather help? However, the royal lord had indeed retreated, which put Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow in an awkward position. First of all, with the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, one man and one leopard were lurking not too close from the battlefield, but definitely not far either. The reason why they were not caught previously was naturally because the Chaos Spirit King's attention was being focused on the royal lord. Now that the royal lord escaped, the Chaos Spirit King was no longer restrained, and with what happened previously, even the slightest breeze might cause the Chaos Spirit King to go on alert. This caused the two of them to not even have the courage to move a single muscle, and Thunder Shadow had even pushed his divine ability to its limits before looking over with a questioning expression on its face, which clearly asked, "What should we do now?" At this moment, he did not even dare to use his divine sense to transmit his voice. Yang Kai had a gloomy look on his face. With how things were now, if he were to choose to withdraw here, then he would undoubtedly expose himself, which would not matter as the Chaos Spirit King was unlikely to come after him, but then his plan to snatch the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill would come to naught. The pill was right in front of his eyes, so how could Yang Kai be willing to retreat here? This was the key that would allow an 8th Order Master to advance to the 9th Order. Yang Kai still believed that his assumption had been right, and that the royal lord had withdrawn because his backup was not able to arrive swiftly. Since his backup was late, there was no point in the royal lord wasting his strength here. It would not be too late to wait for reinforcements before making a move again. So it did not take very long for Yang Kai to make up his mind to continue waiting. If that royal lord came back, it would prove that his assumption was correct, and when that time came, he would have more wriggle room to carry out his plans. Time gradually passed unnoticed. After a certain amount of time, Thunder Shadow was starting to feel as if he could no longer keep up his innate divine ability. If that failed, then there was a great chance they would be revealed under the senses of the Chaos Spirit King. Just as Yang Kai was considering whether or not they should retreat for the time being, his expression had a slight change. From the direction the royal lord escaped in previously, an undisguised powerful aura was rising, which immediately drew the attention of the Chaos Spirit King who had remained on guard this whole time. Immediately afterwards, a massive black ink cloud rushed over from that direction, reaching the Chaos Spirit King in the blink of an eye, and a fight broke out once more. He's back. Sure enough, the royal lord that ran away previously came back. Relieved, Yang Kai shot a glance at Thunder Shadow, who also breathed a sigh of relief and took this opportunity to catch his breath. With his previous experience fighting the Chaos Spirit King, the royal lord was clearly being much more cautious than before. Though he was still no match for the Chaos Spirit King, it wasn't easy for the Chaos Spirit King to just defeat him either. As the battle raged on, Yang Kai turned in another direction. There, another powerful aura entered his senses, an aura that was not any weaker compared to the royal lord who had shown himself. This aura was just like a lamp in the dark of night, extremely conspicuous, which reminded Yang Kai of the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords who did not have full control of their powers found it impossible to contain their auras, so hiding had never been one of their strong suits. This was, without a doubt, a pseudo-royal lord. From what Yang Kai could sense, there were even a few territory lords gathered around the pseudo-royal lord. These were undoubtedly the helpers that the royal lord called for, which was exactly what Yang Kai had suspected. The royal lord was simply trying to distract the Chaos Spirit King in a fight, as his other companions took the opportunity to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill. Without being able to conceal himself, the pseudo-royal lord rushed straight into the gathering of chaos spirits with several territory lords in tow. When the Chaos Spirit King noticed this, its attacks against the royal lord became even more ruthless. It clearly intended to force its opponent to back off quickly. Though the Chaos Spirit King was stronger than the royal lord, the difference was not enough to one-sidedly end their fight. Meanwhile, its opponent was putting their all into defending. Getting them to back off wouldn't be easy. While the Chaos Spirit King raged, the pseudo-royal lord and the territory lord stormed into the gathering of chaos spirits. A dozen or so chaos spirits stayed back to protect their clansmen, refining the supreme grade open heaven pill, while the rest rose to meet the others in battle. Black ink strength spread out and Tao essence flared. The scene became heated in an instant. The royal lord and chaos spirit king aside, the pseudo-royal lords and the territory lords were able to overwhelm their enemies despite being fewer in number. With the pseudo-royal lord acting as the vanguard, and the territory lords in battle formations, they charged right through, and the many chaos spirits could hardly hold them back. Most of these chaos spirits were of varying levels of strength, but the majority were only equivalent to 7th-order masters or feudal lords, with less than 30% being on par with 8th-order masters and territory lords. How would they be able to halt the charge of a pseudo-royal lord? Fortunately, there were not only chaos spirits who had gained solid forms here, but also an incalculable number of chaos entities. Under the command of the Chaos Spirit Clan, countless chaos entities rushed towards the Black Ink Clan from all directions, without fear of pain or death, which allowed them to keep the Black Ink Clan in check. Yang Kai and the others also had a hard time due to the chaos entities when they were standing guard for Yang Lai during his advancement. If it were not for Yang Kai's enlightenment and development of the space-time river, things might have gotten out of hand back then. At the moment, that was exactly what was happening. The Black Ink Clan's side must not have expected that these chaos entities that they normally wouldn't bother with would actually be so difficult to deal with when their numbers swelled. It looked as if they had sunken into a great sea of chaos entities. Amidst them were also several dozen chaos spirits who were eyeing them closely. The pseudo-royal lord was furious. He had already pushed his strength to its peak and spread out Black Ink's strength as far as he could. Forcibly, he cut a bloody path through the encirclement with the territory lords following him, and lunged towards the supreme grade open heaven pill. All they had to do was get their hands on the pill, then they could immediately escape from here, and the Chaos Spirit Clan would have no way of pursuing them in the vast expanse of the universe furnace world. Meanwhile, their royal lord only needed to keep the Chaos Spirit King busy for a while longer. At this point, neither side had noticed that a small shadow in the void was approaching the battlefield like a phantom, slowly creeping towards the supreme grade open heaven pill. Inside the shadow, Thunder Shadow was pushing his innate divine ability to its fullest, and was hiding the auras of both Yang Kai and himself as far as possible. Under the blessing of his divine ability, they blended in and became one with the shadows. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai's speculation was finally proved correct. The Black Ink Clan had now made their move, so why would Yang Kai stay idle? Whether or not he could seize the pill here would be up to whether Thunder Shadow could bring him close enough or not. It would not be easy to pass through such a chaotic battlefield. There were constantly chaos entities here and there that would inadvertently cross into the shadow, but they were all caught and restrained by Yang Kai. Fortunately, there were so many chaos entities here that neither side noticed the unusual situation going on. Otherwise, Yang Kai's plan would have fallen through. Yang Kai watched the supreme grade open heaven pill get closer and closer, and just as he was about to reach out to snatch it, a cloud of Black Ink strength happened to sweep past the shadow where Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were. The source was a nearby territory lord. Nobody was too concerned when the chaos entities were taken away by Yang Kai, but the feedback the territory lord received from the energy it released alerted him instantly. Amid the battle, he raised his head towards the shadow and shouted, "Watch out!" He thought that it was one of the chaos spirits hiding, waiting for an opportunity to strike. That shout had without a doubt exposed Yongkai and Thunder Shadow completely. Yongkai could clearly feel two powerful auras, one from the Royal Lord and the other from the Chaos Spirit King, spreading over from the battlefield. Very clearly, it was the two masters investigating the situation here. Yongkai was so angry that his lungs could burst. If this could have happened just 5 breaths later, after Thunder Shadow had brought him close enough, he could have seized the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill and used space principles to escape. Then there would be a great probability that he could have achieved his goal without a scratch. However, this plan, which should have been safe, ended up being inadvertently ruined by a territory lord. Life was full of disappointments. Instantaneously, a great gushing river was summoned and covered a stretch of the void, swallowing up the chaos entity that had devoured the Open Heaven Pill, and was refining it along with a dozen or so chaos spirits protecting it nearby. This turn of events was so bizarre that both sides that were battling each other were stunned for a moment. Then a bellow broke out. "It's a human! Stop him!" It was the pseudo-royal lord who reacted first. He was furious that some human would actually try to remove the firewood from under the pot while they were taking on huge risks, fighting the Chaos Spirit Clan, so that they could get their hands on the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. How could that be tolerated? Chapter 57-58, The Butterfly Soars. The pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly, but there was someone else who was quicker, the Chaos Spirit King who was fighting the royal lord nearby. For the Chaos Spirit Clan, any creature that intruded on this place was an enemy regardless of whether they were from the human race or the Black Ink clan. So the moment it sensed an enemy lurking in the shadows, it struck from afar. Though it was being hounded by the royal lord and could not withdraw easily, it still opened its mouth in the direction of Yongkai and Thunder Shadow. In the next instant, it seemed to have shouted, but no sound came from its mouth. However, a formless force traveled through the void, launching an attack towards the shadow where one human and one leopard were hiding. Chaos was shattered, and Grand Daos shook. At that moment, Yongkai just happened to have summoned the space-time river to swallow up the chaos entity that had devoured the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill, as well as several other chaos entities and chaos spirits which were protecting it, and he was about to escape using his space secret technique. When the blast of Tao essence crashed down on him, Yongkai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest felt extremely stuffy, and it was hard for him to manipulate space principles. Even the space-time river that he summoned was in turmoil as the water splashed about wildly. The space-time river was greatly destabilized by the attack of the Chaos Spirit King, and with this opportunity, 2 of the Chaos Spirits who were around the 8th order in strength managed to free themselves from its confines. These 2 had humanoid forms, and their eyes immediately turned to look at Yongkai and Thunder Shadow before charging them to attack. Not only that, the pseudo-royal lord who was nearby also freed a fist out of his fight and punched towards Yongkai. In an instant, Yongkai was attacked from 3 sides. Moreover, the local space was so disturbed at the moment that he could not even hope to escape using space principles. In this life-or-death moment, Thunder Shadow roared and transformed into his original size with thunder markings flashing all over his body. When he charged towards the 2 chaos spirits, Yongkai also let out a shout as a golden light erupted and a golden dragon phantom enveloped him. As Dao's strength was hard to manipulate at the moment, he had no choice but to maintain it with the help of his dragon vein. However, the golden dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before shattering. The fierce power was so overwhelming that Yongkai's chest felt like it had caved in. In an instant, who knew how many of his bones had broken? Fresh blood came pouring out, but he managed to keep it down. Gritting his teeth, he shot a cold glare at the pseudo-royal lord, and with fierce determination, spiritual energy flared madly as he roared, "Die!" The pseudo-royal lord did not even have the chance to shudder before he felt a strange pain in his knowledge sea, as if a long, invisible needle had pierced through the defenses of his soul, causing him to stagger back. It was a strange technique that targeted one's soul. The pseudo-royal lord understood that instantly. The Black Ink clan had a lot of information about Yongkai, and most of them were generally aware of such tricks, but according to what they knew, this was an unpredictable technique that was hard to guard against. Back then, many innate territory lords had been killed by Yang Kai with this very technique, which gained him an infamous reputation. However, this technique did almost as much damage to its user as its target, and Yang Kai had rarely used it over the last few thousand years. The pseudo-royal lord never would have expected that Yang Kai would use that very technique against him at this moment, so he was unfortunate to suffer quite a loss from it due to being caught off guard. Taking an injury to his soul was a great headache for the pseudo-royal lord, but he quickly steadied himself. He was, after all, a pseudo-royal lord who was not something an innate territory lord could compare to, so he could still resist such attacks. He was only stalled for a moment, but Yang Kai had already disappeared from sight. Following his aura, he saw Yang Kai not far in the distance, clutching a large river and fleeing alongside the black leopard with lightning flashing all around its body. Yang Kai knew that a soul-rending thorn would not be able to do much to a pseudo-royal lord, and his determined gesture from earlier was just to stall his enemy. After sending out a soul-rending thorn, he sent a message to Thunder Shadow and they ran. Thunder Shadow could not gain any advantage when he fought two chaos spirits head-on either. In just a few moments, he was beaten to the point where the lightning around its body had dimmed considerably. The sudden appearance of a third party not only made those from the Black Ink clan want to spit blood, but even the chaos spirits were distracted. Their main target was supposed to be the enemies from the Black Ink clan, but now they left them behind to attack Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. Yang Kai could even sense that two powerful auras were locked onto him, and were swiftly moving towards him. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The two of them had stopped their fight and were now tacitly chasing after Yang Kai. For the Chaos Spirit King, anyone with the intention of snatching away the supreme grade open heaven pill was an enemy. The Royal Lord clearly did not want the pill to fall into the hands of the humans either, and especially not Yang Kai's hands. So when the Chaos Spirit King tried to withdraw, he did not resist and instead joined forces with it. This time Yang Kai had stirred up the hornet's nest. Yang Kai grumbled audibly. Everything was going smoothly just as he planned. He would have been completely capable of secretly snatching the supreme grade open heaven pill, while both sides were fighting each other, then disappear after that. However, one accident led him to be chased down by the masters of both sides. Yang Kai wished he could rip that damn territory lord who exposed him into 10,000 pieces. Yet he just had to have trouble with using space principles at this moment. While dragging along the space-time river with several chaos spirits inside, all of whom were struggling to break out, he could not use instantaneous movement. It would not take long for Yang Kai to deal with the captured chaos spirits, but that little bit of time was enough for both the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord to kill him 100 times over. There was practically no way out. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to use that. Whether this venture was still worth it or not, he had no idea. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and made a movement, and in the next instant, a butterfly that was as vivid as if it were alive suddenly appeared in his palm, its body giving off a soft glow. It danced on Yang Kai's hand before its wings flapped and a beautiful halo of light emerged. "Go," Yang Kai whispered and threw the butterfly over his shoulder. The butterfly fluttered, then its small little body expanded. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of a large butterfly enveloped the void. A halo of blue light swept through the chaos, cleansing the world. All of a sudden, the butterfly burst into a million points of light. Many from the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan, who were chasing after Yang Kai, clashed headfirst into the shower of light, and under its glow, their expressions became indiscernible. The glow of light suddenly gathered towards a certain point, and in the blink of an eye, a gracefully enchanting figure appeared in the void, blocking the many pursuers. The Chaos Spirits did not have much of an opinion regarding what they saw, but the pseudo-royal lord's face paled as he stared at it and exclaimed, "Luo Tinghe." It was quite a coincidence, but this pseudo-royal lord had come from the great territory battlefield that Luo Tinghe oversaw. He had also fought her before, and was almost cut down in the process. Naturally, seeing this Ninth Order master again here made him fearful. He could not help but think, did this woman also come in? But when he focused his eyes on her again, he realized that the woman was not living, rather, it was some kind of manifestation or divine ability that was shaped in her image. However, despite it being a mere manifestation, it was still the divine ability of a ninth-order master, so it should not be trifled with. The pseudo-royal lord's expression turned grave in an instant. At this point, Yongkai's heart felt like it was bleeding. He had used up such a trump card just like that. The butterfly was given to him by the newly advanced ninth-order Luoting. When they met back then. It was something that was condensed from 500 years of Luoting, his cultivation as gratitude to Yongkai for his help. This ninth-order master had been trapped in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Samsara Pavilion, and was unable to return. It was by chance that Yongkai had awakened her memories after experiencing 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashang, which freed her. After advancing to the ninth order, Luoting had been thinking of ways to repay Yongkai, but she could not come up with anything she could give him. Considering how Yongkai was constantly on the move, and would often encounter many strong enemies though, she spent her own cultivation to create this butterfly for him, which could be used to save his life during a critical moment. This was arguably one of Yongkai's strongest trump cards that he kept hidden away all this while and never used. Even when he was chased across the black ink battlefield and nearly cornered by Mo Na Yi, Yongkai never thought about using it. That was because Yongkai thought it too much of a waste to use such a thing to kill a pseudo-royal lord. But now he had no other choice. If he didn't use it, then he really wouldn't be able to get away. 30 breaths of time. He only had 30 breaths of time. Luoting made it clear to him when she passed him the butterfly that summoning it was equivalent to summoning her to fight, but it could only last for 30 breaths. This divine ability could be seen as something akin to a soul clone of Luoting. However, considering Luoting strength and that of the enemies Yongkai was facing now, it may not even be able to last for 30 breaths. Yongkai needed to get out of here even sooner than that. Almost as soon as Luoting appeared, a battle broke out. The pseudo-royal lord did not dare to step forward as he was wary of Luoting's power, but the Chaos Spirit clan knew no fear. Soon, the royal lord and Chaos Spirit King had also rushed over. Yongkai didn't even have the time to turn around and look. He just felt Dao's strengths fluctuating behind him, and the immense aftershocks of their battle blasted out, and nearly knocked him over. At this moment, he was rushing forward while carrying his space-time river. No matter whether it was a chaos entity or chaos spirit blocking his way, the river would flow out and take them all in to be taken care of later. Yongkai didn't dare to waste any time here. The chaos entities weren't difficult to deal with usually, but it was not a good idea to be getting tangled up with them right now. As a result, the pressure inside of his space-time river was growing greater and greater, making it even more difficult for him to escape using space principles. Yongkai, you court death. A furious roar came from behind him, followed by a fierce attack. The pseudo-royal lord had somehow made it over to give chase. Yongkai was exasperated. Luoting's divine ability didn't seem to be as effective as expected. Otherwise, how could this pseudo-royal lord have come over? This was making an already bad situation worse. However, he knew that it was not because the divine ability was not powerful, just that even Luoting herself must not have expected him to be able to stir up so much trouble. Chapter 57-59, Playing Every Card in Hand. Luoting was confident when she told Yongkai that day that this divine ability could be maintained for 30 breaths of time. In her mind, the greatest danger that Yongkai could face would be to encounter a pseudo-royal lord alone. However, this soul clone of hers was now facing the combined forces of a royal lord and a chaos spirit king, not to mention many more chaos spirits. To have to hold back so many enemies alone, a newly advanced ninth order master's soul clone would be severely lacking. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to get around her, she may not be able to stop him either. A powerful force hit Yongkai on the back, sending his dragon scales flying and flaying his skin. This pseudo-royal lord had attacked to kill. After all, they had the chance to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill, so how could they allow Yongkai to come out of nowhere and take advantage of the situation? So he was unrelenting in his attack, releasing the full extent of his power. Any other Eighth Order master would surely be at death's door if not buried on the spot by such an attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai had thick skin and strong flesh. Even though his 5 viscera and 6 organs were shaken after that attack, he endured the dizziness and used the force of that attack to propel himself further, making a speedy escape. However, the pseudo-royal lord did not give up his chase. Several others wanted to follow after him as well, but they were held back by the chaos spirits and had no choice but to form battle formations to fight. However, without the pseudo-royal lord leading the charge, they were soon racking up injuries, leaving them all quite miserable. They wanted to shout at the chaos spirits and tell them that they did not have the pill, so fighting was useless. They might as well go and chase after the culprit who seized the pill instead. However, they knew that the Chaos Spirit clan would not pay them any mind. To them, it did not matter whether they were from the Black Ink clan or the human race. Anyone who stepped into their territory was an enemy. The space-time river opened up before them, rolling in all the chaos entities in its path, and forging a way forward. The Tao strengths of space and time was extremely dense within the river, and under the erosion of the Tao strengths, most of the chaos entities quickly melted away into nothing, but their numbers were just too great. Yang Kai could feel his Tao strengths quickly draining away. Even the volume of his space-time river was shrinking rapidly, which was not a good sign. He was able to pull the chaos entity with the supreme-grade heaven pill into the river, but if the chaos entity could not be scoured away before the space-time river broke apart, then it would be difficult to get the pill. Worse, there were still some relatively powerful chaos spirits inside of the river that were taking advantage of his moment of distraction to go on a rampage, stirring up trouble inside the river. On the other side, Luo Tinghe's soul clone had already summoned her yin-yang fish divine ability to envelop both the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The power of yin and yang intertwined and transformed mysteriously, turning the area it surrounded into a kind of cage. Without destroying this divine ability, even the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord would find it difficult to break free. A hint of Luo Tinghe's consciousness was undoubtedly in this soul clone, and at that moment, her brow was furrowed. She was trying her best to hold on, but she couldn't imagine how Yang Kai was able to provoke 2 top masters to join hands and chase after him. The 30 breaths of time she promised him was likely going to take a large dip. It would be amazing if she could even last 20 breaths. Understanding this, she immediately sent her voice to Yang Kai, "Quickly escape." Once her soul clone failed to hold on, even if Yang Kai had his space secret techniques, the chances of him surviving under the pursuit of 2 powerful masters would still be slim to none. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at her call, and pushed his Tao strengths to the fullest, forging ahead with the help of the space-time river. 5 breaths, 10 breaths. One by one, furious attacks unleashed by the pseudo-royal lord landed on Yang Kai's back from behind, causing him to stumble each time. In just a short moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had sustained the greatest amount of damage in his life. All of a sudden, the oppressive force ahead cleared up. When Yang Kai turned his eyes over, he realized that he had finally rushed out of the encirclement of the chaos entities, and was overjoyed. He immediately circulated his world force, turning his figure into a stream of light, and speeding off into the depths of the void. "Stop him!" the Royal Lord roared from behind him. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements even as he was fighting with Luo Tinghe's soul clone, so when he saw that Yang Kai was about to break away into freedom, he started to get nervous. If it were any ordinary Eighth Order master, they might be able to escape for a while, but certainly not for long. With a pseudo-royal lord in pursuit of them, there would eventually come a time when they had to bow down and accept death. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space and was unparalleled at running away. If they let him escape, then forget a pseudo-royal lord. Even a true royal lord like himself would not be able to catch him. With a supreme-grade open heaven pill at stake, how could the royal lord be willing to let that happen? Previously, the Black Ink clan had always believed that the appearance of the universe furnace was an opportunity for the humans, and their many masters had only entered so as to spoil their chances, killing off any human race masters and weakening their overall forces. However, when he came upon a supreme-grade open heaven pill by chance and advanced to become a royal lord, He understood that this was not just an opportunity for the human race, but also one for the Black Ink clan. The supreme-grade open heaven pills that were born from the universe furnace held astonishing power. After discovering that there was another supreme-grade open heaven pill here, he decided to gather up as much help as he could to seize it. Everything was going well at first, until Yang Kai appeared out of nowhere, throwing the situation into disarray. This made the royal lord extremely frustrated. Why could they seemingly never rid themselves of this killing star? He seemed to be practically everywhere, always spoiling their plans. At this point, whether it be the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan, everyone was engaged in a messy fight. Only the pseudo-royal lord was chasing after Yang Kai without letting up. That was mainly because of how powerful he was, so the average Chaos Spirit would not be able to hold him back. Seeing Yang Kai break away from the battlefield, the pseudo-royal lord was also feeling anxious and circulated his aura madly to lock onto Yang Kai's figure in case he was to suddenly disappear. At the same time, Black Ink's strength surged, and a series of killing moves were blasted in Yang Kai's direction. The blows battered Yang Kai to the point of dizziness, which was especially troublesome to his current situation where he was trying to run away and had to use space principles to do so. However, without dealing with the problem that was the space-time river, it was simply impossible for him to perform instantaneous movement. Therefore, most of his energy was spent on circulating his Tao strength and dealing with the chaos spirits and chaos entities that were trapped inside his space-time river. As for the attacks of the pseudo-royal lord behind him, he had no choice but to bear them with his body. Unfortunately, even with his potent dragon vein, Yang Kai couldn't last too long. Thankfully, he still had Thunder Shadow. As soon as he saw that things were looking bad, he leapt out from his shoulders and in a flash of lightning, revealed his true body. He circulated the power of his lightning to shield Yang Kai's back, while fighting back against the pseudo-royal lord, who was chasing them across the void. However, he could only endure for 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the lightning around Thunder Shadow's body dimmed, and his aura dropped noticeably, reducing him to a panting mess. Even though Thunder Shadow was quite strong, no weaker than any peak 8th Order Master, he was still far from being able to fight a pseudo-royal lord all by himself. At this point, Yang Kai had also taken some time out to open up his small universe, releasing the few jellyfish chaos entities that he had left from before. Not only that, he also deployed batch after batch of small stone race clansmen. Yang Kai always kept an army of small stone race inside of his small universe that he prepared in order to deal with some critical situations, but even if they could not delay their enemies for long here, he did not care. With the help of the jellyfish chaos entities and the small stone race army, Yang Kai was barely able to buy himself a few breaths of time. The pseudo-royal lord's cold voice came from behind him. Yang Kai, hand over the supreme-grade open heaven pill or die. After receiving information from that newly advanced royal lord, the pseudo-royal lord understood what a supreme-grade open heaven pill could do. At the moment, he was already a pseudo-royal lord, but if he could refine that pill, then he could become a true royal lord. This should have been his spirit pill, so how could he allow Yang Kai to seize it? Yang Kai, who was still fleeing up ahead, turned a deaf ear to these threats. All of a sudden, he shook the space-time river that he had been holding all this while. As the Tao strength shook, several splashes came out of the large river, accompanied by several figures. It was the chaos spirits that he had swept up previously. Usually, it would not have taken him long to eliminate these chaos spirit clansmen with the power of his space-time river, as under the scouring of such potent Tao strength, they would quickly be ground away into dust, but the situation now was urgent. So how could Yang Kai bother wasting time and energy to eliminate these fellows? Since he could not do so, he simply tossed them out. With that, only the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill was left inside the space-time river. As Tao strength circulated fiercely, the entire river seemed to have been stimulated. The chaos entity had not been very strong to begin with, so how could it resist such corrosive power? Its body soon dissolved, and the supreme-grade open heaven pill that had been in its body this whole time fell into the river. With little effort, Yang Kai easily scooped the pill out. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him shouted urgently, Hand that pill over to me. Bite me. Young Kai spat out the blood in his mouth. Even though his aura seemed extremely drained, he still looked much more relaxed compared to before. With the trouble in his space-time river dealt with, and no other external forces holding him back, it was time to go. It was at that moment that a powerful aura dissipated in the distance. Yang Kai knew that it was a sign that Luo Tinghe's divine ability had expired. In other words, her 500 years' worth of cultivation had dissipated. She had not lasted 30 breaths of time, and probably not even 20. However, being able to last as long as she had was already quite a feat in itself, as she was holding back two masters with power equal or greater than her own. Without Luo Tinghe's soul clone holding back his enemies, the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King were now charging over quickly. From afar, Yang Kai felt two powerful auras stretching over to lock onto him. How could Yang Kai dare to dally in this situation? He was confident that he could escape if he was only being chased by a pseudo-royal lord, but if he waited for these two to catch up to him, then he really would be just waiting for death. On the back of his hand, the great sun and moon marks appeared. Yellow and blue light flowed, gathering and transforming into a dazzling pure white light that enveloped his body, cutting off the aura of the pseudo-royal lord. Space principles surged, enveloping Thunder Shadow, who had returned to his shoulder and had almost become a dead leopard. In the next instant, the void rippled and their forms blurred. Don't you dare! The pseudo-royal lord howled, and a fierce power was unleashed in Yang Kai's direction. His ruthless attack crashed against his fading illusory phantom, and the aftershock pierced through the barriers of the void to chase after him. Chapter 5760, Seizing Chestnuts from the Fire. In the next moment, the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King, who had finally broken away from Luo Tinghe's entanglement, rushed over, but they were too late. From a distance, all they saw was Yang Kai's fading figure. The Royal Lord felt his heart drop. He had formulated a plan with the hopes of giving rise to a new Royal Lord, yet he never expected to have prepared a dowry for the humans instead. Moreover, the one who seized the spirit pill just had to be the infamous Yang Kai. With this loss, the disparity in strength between the two sides was going to become enormous. Fury was boiling inside of him as the Royal Lord was so angry that he could explode. Hung! A violent power suddenly blasted over. The Royal Lord stumbled as he was caught off guard and turned around in anger, only to see the Chaos Spirit King coming at him with red eyes. What are you coming at me for? The Royal Lord was extremely vexed. The one who stole your spirit pill is that human, so why don't we stop here and join forces to catch him instead? Yang Kai had only just escaped, and he was riddled with injuries, so if they chased after him now, they might just have a chance to catch up. However, this inexplicable being was picking a fight with him instead. How foolish. That said, he hadn't been able to figure out just what the hell these chaos spirits were. The humans had Blood Crow to provide them with information, so they had some basic knowledge of and could take precautions against the chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit Clan. However, the Black Ink Clan did not have any of that. This Royal Lord had encountered many chaos entities before, but this Chaos Spirit King, who was even more powerful than him, was a first. He only knew that these strange beings were most likely native to the universe furnace world, but he did not know much else other than that. Based on his previous experiences though, he could tell that the sentience of the natives was not very high. Trying to explain was pointless. The Chaos Spirit King had just lost a supreme grade open heaven pill, which meant that they had lost the opportunity for another Chaos Spirit King to be born amongst them. So it obviously wanted to vent all of its anger on the Royal Lord. Helpless, the Royal Lord had no choice but to fight, so how could he still have any energy left to chase after Yang Kai? Moreover, fighting an opponent who was stronger than himself was not a pleasant experience. What aggravated him even more was the fact that his black ink strength had only a limited use against this powerful enemy. After a few moments of fighting, the Royal Lord had the intention to run. After all, the supreme grade open heaven pill was already gone, so there was no use getting tangled up with the Chaos Spirit Clan any longer. However, leaving wasn't going to be easy either. After fighting for a while longer, the Royal Lord finally found an opening to withdraw, and quickly shot off into the distance. The Chaos Spirit King gave chase at once, seemingly intent on killing him ruthlessly. This naturally made the Royal Lord so depressed that he could spit blood. "Sir Royal Lord, save me." A territory lord's wail rose from afar as he and his comrades had been surrounded by several dozen chaos spirits, and were almost failing to hold on. Originally, they had a pseudo-royal lord leading them, and with the aid of a battle formation, they could still defend themselves, but after the pseudo-royal lord had run off to chase after Yang Kai, leaving them behind, they were struggling to fight off so many chaos spirits. Seeing that their royal lord was also about to leave, one of them couldn't hold themselves back from yelling for help. But how could the royal lord have any strength to care about them? The Chaos Spirit King was right behind him. He would have a hope of escaping if he was alone, but if he had to bring along those territory lords with him, he would most likely be caught and then killed. Even though he heard the pleas of the territory lords, this newly advanced royal lord did not have the strength to care about them right now. As his body was wrapped in a black ink cloud, he left in a hurry. Seeing that their royal lord had abandoned them, the territory lords knew they could not hold on any longer. One of the territory lords suddenly withdrew his aura, and broke away from the battle formation in an attempt to escape alone. "Don't!" Another territory lord shouted, but it was too late. After one territory lord took the lead, the rest followed suit, scattering in all directions, leaving each of them to fend for themselves. However, they were all still surrounded by the Chaos Spirit clan. With the battle formation, they could still hold on for a while, but now that they had taken the initiative to disperse, how could they still be any match for the numerous powerful enemies around them? One by one, their auras were buried. Every last one of the territory lords was butchered, their black ink strength and hashed remains all that was left behind. This was probably the reason why the Black Ink clan could not truly grasp the essence of the battle formations. A true cohesive unit would stick together to either cut open a path to survival, or die in battle with honor. They would never choose to leave the battle formation like these territory lords. The Chaos Spirit King went after the royal lord while the territory lords died miserably at the hands of its chaos spirit subordinates. On the other hand, the one pseudo-royal lord had left, chasing after Yang Kai after he escaped using instantaneous movement. Yang Kai was badly injured this time, and so was Thunder Shadow, who was almost blown up in the fight. Both were quite miserable at the moment. Even though they managed to seize the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill, they weren't out of danger unless they shook off the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after them. If Yang Kai was alone, he would have nothing to worry about since he could use instantaneous movement freely. But now that he had to bring Thunder Shadow with him, and with his body so battered, the pressure on him was high. A single round of instantaneous movement would not be enough to shake off a pseudo-royal lord completely. Earlier, as soon as Yang Kai re-emerged from the void, a blow was sent out by his opponent followed through the spatial corridor and hit Yang Kai, causing him to stagger. From behind, the pseudo-royal lord's divine sense washed over, obviously trying to determine Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai grit his teeth and used purifying light in order to shield himself from his opponent's probing. Then, without stopping at all, he left again using instantaneous movement. Yang Kai repeated this several times before he finally left the pseudo-royal lord's detection range. But he knew that they were not that far apart, and chasing after him was the pseudo-royal lord's top priority now, so it was best for him to hide. However, where could he hide in this vast void? If Thunder Shadow was unharmed, then they could have hidden themselves with his innate divine ability, but Thunder Shadow had almost been turned into a dead leopard, so how could he still have the energy to use any sort of divine ability or secret technique? Forcing down the blood that threatened to surge up his throat, Yang Kai grit his teeth and gathered his strength as much as he could while bringing Thunder Shadow along in a random direction. A few moments later, the pseudo-royal lord rushed to the vicinity of where Yang Kai was previously, and began searching around with his divine sense, but he did not find any traces. His face turned dark, and he quickly swept away to continue investigating the nearby area. This was a matter of whether or not he could advance and become a true royal lord, so he was determined to dig Yang Kai out. Even though he was currently a pseudo-royal lord, a gap still existed between him and a true royal lord. After reaching his current height, how could he not want to go further? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he did manage to catch Yang Kai this time, then there was a high probability that he would be able to kill him and end his scourge once and for all. Yang Kai had caused far too much damage to the Black Ink clan, and many of their people had lived under his threat in their early years, so how could anyone from the Black Ink clan not hate him to the bone? That was why he spared no effort in searching for Yang Kai. Even though he had lost sight of the latter, he had no intention of giving up at all. The pseudo-royal lord even sent messages out in all directions, summoning more from his clan to join the search. For a time, many from the Black Ink clan within the universe furnace began to gather in one place, to the shock of the humans. Fortunately, the humans basically moved in groups to form battle formations, and those from the Black Ink clan had other tasks to focus on, so they did not have time to start random conflicts with the humans. However, this unusual gathering still raised the guards of the many humans as they had no idea what the Black Ink clan was up to. In the void, Tian Xiuzhu, alongside Zhang Tian, he and his other 3 companions, stopped in place and looked back from where they came, and all of them wrinkled their brows. This couldn't be helped as they had already encountered several groups of Black Ink clansmen who were converging towards a certain direction. Just like the humans, there was no longer anyone from the Black Ink clan moving alone. It had been a while since the universe furnace opened up. So, after being inside for so long, the masters of both sides should be able to find allies by now. As for those who did not, it was highly likely they had already been killed or were hiding somewhere, not daring to reveal themselves. The Black Ink clansmen that Tian Xiuzhu and the others encountered during this period were all groups of several territory lords. Even though both sides had sensed each other's presence, neither had any intention of starting trouble with the other. They just brushed by each other from a distance. Lu Feifei was more sensitive among them, so she had noticed the unusual situation from early on, and could not help but ask, "Senior brother Tian, do you think senior brother Yang may be in trouble?" These territory lords had quite clearly received some sort of message to gather. Otherwise, there was no reason for all of them to be heading in the same direction. Moreover, they were all heading towards where they came from, and they knew exactly what had happened there, and what was going to be happening next as well. Tian Xiuzhu had clearly sensed it as well and nodded. It's inevitable that he'll stir up some trouble by trying to snatch chestnuts straight from the fire, but there's nothing we can do to help. If they could have provided any help to him, then they wouldn't have left so easily. There was a great possibility that Yang Kai might draw the attention of both the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King by attempting to seize the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill from right under their noses. When that happened, he could escape by relying on his space secret techniques, but they did not have that ability, so following Yang Kai would only hinder him. But from the current situation, it seemed that things were not going too well on Yang Kai's side. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be gathering so many masters. Let's go look for Ouyang Lai. Tian Xiuzhu quickly made a decision. The Black Ink clan had their royal lord, and the Chaos Spirit clan had their Chaos Spirit King. However, the human race had a 9th order master in the universe furnace as well. Only by seeking Ouyang Lai's help would they be able to provide Yang Kai the capital to fight back. After making up his mind, Tian Xiuzhu was about to depart with his group when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Link!" The faces of Zhang Tian, he and the others turned serious, but there was no helping it as a powerful aura suddenly intruded into their perception, and the aura was equivalent to those of a 9th order master or royal lord. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was a pseudo-royal lord, as there was hardly any difference between them and a true royal lord in terms of aura alone. This was especially the case if their aura was fully exposed. The only difference was that the pseudo-royal lords could not fully make use of their power, and could only effectively bring out around 70% of what a true royal lord could. The aura they perceived was unfamiliar, so it was obviously not a 9th order master. That could only mean that it was either a royal lord or a pseudo-royal lord. Chapter 5761. The one who strikes first wins. Their auras linked together, and they quickly formed a 5 elements formation with the veteran 8th order master Tian Xiuzhu as the core, standing by in wait for a fight. With this formation, they would still have a chance even if they were to encounter a pseudo-royal lord. But if it was a true royal lord, then they would surely be no match for them. So after getting into formation, all of them were secretly praying that it was not a real royal lord that was coming over. Otherwise, all of them were possibly going to be buried here today. Xiongji reassured everyone, "No need to worry too much. We've only discovered one royal lord before, but there were a considerable number of pseudo-royal lords who came in. It's reasonable to say that it's likely a pseudo-royal lord who's approaching. There's no way we'll be so unlucky as to encounter another royal lord, right?" Lu Feifei couldn't help but glance over at him. "That's what I was assuming as well, but after hearing you say that, I feel a bad premonition." "Calm your minds and concentrate," Tian Xiuzhu shouted. Lu Feifei and Xiongji shut their mouths at once. While they were talking, a figure in the distance entered their vision. All they saw was a vast and imposing black ink cloud that was quickly approaching them. "Xiongji, you damn crowmouth." Zhan Tianhe's expression changed for the worse. Exactly as they feared, the one who was approaching was, in fact, a true royal lord. Xiongji felt depressed. He had only made an offhand remark. Yet how did he become a crowmouth? It was inevitable that all of them would feel anguished at this encounter. Even in the five elements formation, it was very likely that their fates in the face of this royal lord were going to be unpleasant. However, there was no way they wouldn't even resist when facing an enemy of this caliber. They were all determined to bite off a chunk of that royal lord's flesh even if they were to die here. They would fight with all their might. Prepare for battle. Tian Xiuzhu was a veteran 8th Order master, and after experiencing so many life-and-death battles in his life, he was able to calm himself quickly and shouted for the rest of them to focus. The battle formation was running, their auras were connected, and world force was churning. Tian Xiuzhu was about to lead his junior brothers and junior sister into a fight to the death with the royal lord. But he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to run after being taken aback for a moment. That left Zhan Tianhe and the rest puzzled, but since they were in a battle formation, the rest of them could only follow Tian Xiuzhu under the pull of their auras. Very soon though, they realized why their senior brother Tian had run. That was because it wasn't simply a royal lord coming at them from afar. There was an even stronger aura following closely behind him, one that felt extremely strange. It was unlike a 9th Order master or royal lord. Instead, it was like... Could it be that Chaos Spirit King? Lu Feifei came to a realization. They were wondering how there could be so many royal lords popping out at once, but it was very clear that this was the same royal lord that they sensed with Yang Kai back then. The Black Ink clan didn't have two true royal lords, it was still just one. Previously, the royal lord was fighting against the Chaos Spirit King where the Chaos Spirits were gathering earlier. And at this moment, the Chaos Spirit King was chasing down the royal lord, clearly trying to kill him. However, what confused them was why the Chaos Spirit King would chase him all the way here. Didn't it have to protect its clansmen? And what about the chaos entity that swallowed the supreme grade open heaven pill? Instantaneously, all of them understood something. Most likely, Yang Kai had succeeded in seizing the pill and had escaped. The Chaos Spirit King must have mistaken Yang Kai to be on the Black Ink clan's side. So it turned its anger on the royal lord when it failed to find Yang Kai. That would explain why there had been so many Black Ink clansmen gathering in that direction recently. It was very obvious that they were trying to dig out Yang Kai's location. Understanding this, Zhan Tianhe and the others all glanced at each other, feeling impressed. As expected of senior brother Yang, he had truly succeeded in seizing the chestnut from the fire. And the fact that he got his hands on a supreme grade open heaven pill also meant that a new 9th Order master would soon exist among their ranks. Even more amazingly, he had managed to toss the pot of trouble into the hands of the Black Ink clan as well. But now their situation wasn't so good. They weren't as fast as the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King, so it would only be a matter of time before they caught up to them. They had no choice but to avoid them. Yet the Royal Lord was chasing after them like maggots on rotting bones. It was very obvious that his intentions were to drag them into the fray, so as to divert the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Something had to be done. Otherwise, they would be forced into a passive position once the Royal Lord made his move. "Everyone, do you trust this old man?" Tian Xiuzhu suddenly called out to them. Zhan Tianhe and the others did not understand what he meant, but they could vaguely guess what he intended to do and quickly answered. No need to stand on ceremony, Senior Brother Tian. If Senior Brother wishes to do something, please act freely. Tian Xiaozhu let out a hearty laugh. In that case, let us fight the royal lord together. With those words, he suddenly turned around again and charged towards the royal lord. Behind them, the royal lord who was running away had long picked up on these humans' presence, and it was also true that he intended to hold off the Chaos Spirit King after him with the help of these Eighth Order Masters. There was not much he had to do. He just had to stop these humans for a moment. Then there was no way the Chaos Spirit King would just sit back and let them go. When that happened, he could get the humans to fight the Chaos Spirit King, and then he could take advantage of that opportunity to escape with his superior speed. It was a sound plan, yet he never would have expected these humans to have the guts to turn around and attack him. The royal lord couldn't help but be taken aback by this unexpected reaction. The very sight made him furious. Being chased by the Chaos Spirit King that lacked sapience was terrible in and of itself, but the other party's fist was bigger, so there was no helping it. However, how did those Eighth Order Masters dare to underestimate him like this? Courting death. This newly advanced royal lord coldly snorted and raised his hand. Black ink strength gathered in his palm before he clenched his fist and threw a punch in Tian Xiaozhu's direction. Inside of the Five Elements formation, the 5 Eighth Order Masters were arranged into a V shape with Tian Xiaozhu at the lead. Before the royal lord's fist had even reached them, Tian Xiaozhu had already spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a dense blood mist that wrapped around the 5 of them, and his already stunning aura rose to another level. World force surged fiercely, and all their bodies shone brightly. The eventual clash caused space to shake for a moment, and several muffled grunts rang out. The royal lord's body was pushed back slightly, but the mighty black ink cloud remained mostly intact. On the other hand, the streak of blood-red light was blasted back while its glow faded greatly. It wasn't until they tumbled nearly 1,000,000 kilometers before the 5 Eighth Order Masters managed to steady themselves. At this moment, the faces of the 5 humans were pale, and blood was spilling from the corners of their mouths, especially Tian Xiaozhu, who had taken the lead. His face had turned almost as white as a sheet of paper, and a part of his chest had caved in. Even with the 5 of them assuming the 5 Elements formation, having to take a head-on blow from a royal lord still did not go down well for them. However, Tian Xiaozhu was laughing loudly. "You two have fun, we'll be taking our leave." Barely maintaining the battle formation, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence and activated a secret technique. Then, along with Zhang Tian he and the others, they turned into a streak of red light that quickly moved away. The aftershocks of a fierce battle could be heard from behind them, as well as the royal lord's unresigned roar of fury. "Humans, I'll bury all of you and exterminate your entire race." He had originally intended to stop the Eighth Order Masters here for a while and drag them into the fight, but he never expected them to act against him first before he put his plan into motion. They had done exactly what he was planning to do. Under the momentum of the 5 Elements formation, the 5 Eighth Order Masters combined their strengths to launch a single attack, but still did not gain much out of it. Instead, they had all come out injured. As the core of the formation, Tian Xiaozhu had even briefly trod upon the gates of death, but the result proved that it was undoubtedly the right choice to make. As a result of the resistance they had put up, the royal lord was halted for a moment, even pushed back slightly, which was just enough for the Chaos Spirit King who was chasing after him to catch up. While 2 top masters were now engaged in a close-quarters melee, how could they have any strength left to care about Tian Xiaozhu and his group? This truly was snatching life from the gates of death. It was difficult for them to have done something like this without great courage, but fortunately, there was never a shortage of courage among the brave warriors of the human race, especially among old veteran Eighth Order Masters like Tian Xiaozhu. Seeking a ray of hope and desperation had always been something that they were best at. Tian Xiaozhu and the others managed to escape from a crisis for the time being, but with the varying injuries that all of them suffered necessitated finding a place to hide and recuperate. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King were not fighting again, shattering chaos and tearing apart the void. However, for top masters such as them, Even if there was a noticeable difference in true strength between them, it was not so easy for either side to take the life of the other. The fight would most likely end in the royal lord escaping again in the end, with the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him incessantly. Elsewhere, Yang Kai felt as if he were a lamp running out of oil. After seizing the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill, he managed to escape with Thunder Shadow. Even though he found an opportunity to recover during this period, the Black Ink clan would soon discover his trail, and he would be forced to flee again, so he did not manage to heal much. He could sense that a wave of Black Ink clansmen was constantly converging towards this area. It seemed like the loss of a Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill had truly irked them. He was in bad shape now, and so was Thunder Shadow, so he was simply powerless to deal with so many enemies. Yang Kai had no choice but to constantly move around while finding breathing room to heal. But if things went on like this, it wouldn't be long before he had no way to escape, and would have to fight to the death. He had to find a safe place to recover from his injuries. However, though the Universe Furnace world was vast and the terrain complex, it was difficult to find a truly safe place, especially when the Black Ink clan were currently trying to seek him out. As he ran, Yang Kai considered his options, and the only place that he could hide seemed obvious. If he hid inside of the infinite river that was said to run through the entire Universe Furnace world, then no matter how many masters from the Black Ink clan came, they might still not be able to find him. However, the infinite river was formed of chaotic shattered Tao essence, so if he hid inside of it, being corrupted by the shattered Tao essence would still bring great risk to him. For a while, Yang Kai was at a loss. The main reason for that was because he currently had no idea how far away he was from the infinite river. But no matter what, it was still a way out for him. While escaping, Yang Kai searched for the location of the infinite river. During that time he encountered some Black Ink clansmen who were trying to seek him out. So he had no choice but to use his space secret techniques, which drained a lot of his energy and exacerbated his injuries. Chapter 5762, Entering the River. Following his senses, Yang Kai fled in the direction he thought the infinite river was, but he couldn't catch any sign of it no matter how far he flew. This made him doubt himself and wonder whether he had gotten the direction wrong. But if the infinite river truly did run through the entire Universe Furnace world, then it wouldn't matter which direction he went in. He would eventually find it. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound broke through the world and the Grand Tao shook. The Universe Furnace was evolving again. How many times has it been now? Yang Kai was starting to lose count. He had no idea whether this was the 6th time or the 7th time. He quickly stopped in place and calmed his mind to perceive the changes happening around him. Each evolution was a process of the Grand Tao changing from chaos to order. After 9 times, the shattered Tao essence that filled the Universe Furnace world would no longer exist, and everything here would no longer be any different from the outside world. It was a miraculous process, and Yang Kai had a feeling that if one were able to see through the secrets of this evolution, it would come with great rewards for any cultivator, and perhaps even an unimaginable pleasant surprise. He had calmed his mind to pay attention to the evolutions before, but he was unable to gain anything from them, let alone this time when he was in bad shape and on the run. Very soon the evolution was over. The sense of chaos in the Universe Furnace world had definitely become less apparent, and the shattered Tao essence had also grown much thinner. Now some new pure Grand Tao had even emerged. The invisible fog that enveloped the entire Universe Furnace was being lifted gradually as the Grand Tao evolved. It was at that moment that 2 divine senses emerged from the void and probed his position. Yang Kai's face turned dark, and he quickly manipulated space principles to escape. As the chaotic energy grew thinner, it also made it easier for one to scan their surroundings. A few moments later, 2 territory lords rushed over to this place from different directions, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. However, the lingering fluctuations of space principles left behind told a clear story. They hastened to send out messages through their Black Ink nests in all directions to gather in this direction. On the other side, Yang Kai appeared with Thunder Shadow, exhausted beyond measure. He had never tried using instantaneous movement so many times with a companion in the same realm before, and it was several times more tiring than if he were to do this alone. While he was mulling over what to do next, Yang Kai sensed something and sent out his divine sense to check in one direction. In the next moment, the sound of water emerged, splashing deep within his mind. The infinite river. Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that his memory had been correct, and he was indeed moving in the direction of the infinite river. Now he was finally getting closer. He quickly moved towards the infinite river with Thunder Shadow, and soon saw the magnificent current that looked like it had no source nor end again. Now that he had found it, Yang Kai started to feel a little hesitant. There was no doubt that hiding in the infinite river was the only choice he had left, with the Black Ink clan gathering to search for him. And with him in his current condition, he would sooner or later be surrounded if he did not get a chance to properly recover. When that happened, he would get no response even if he cried out to the heavens for aid. However, if he really did enter the infinite river, Yang Kai had no idea what he would encounter there. The large river was not safe after all. Unfortunately, he had no other choice right now. Yang Kai grit his teeth and circulated his power to protect himself and the dazed Thunder Shadow who was on his shoulder. He then leapt into the river, which remained completely silent without even the slightest splash. The humans had a lot of information regarding the universe furnace world in their hands, of which included information about the infinite river that was all provided by Bloodcrow. However, even though the infinite river was mentioned in that information, there was nothing said about what would happen if one was to fall into it. Yang Kai speculated that Bloodcrow had neither considered the possibility, or that anyone who fell into the river had died, and that was why no information about it was available. Yang Kai speculated entering the river was a risky move, and the moment he did he confirmed that theory. As soon as he fell into the infinite river, he could feel rich shattered Tao essence corroding his body from all directions. It felt as if countless chaos entities were attacking him at the same time. In fact, that was indeed what was going on. Chaos entities were formed from shattered Tao essence to begin with, so being surrounded by shattered Tao essence was no different than being attacked by the chaos entities. Even though Yang Kai had already taken precautions, his body still felt weak in an instant, and he could hardly muster any strength while he sank. His mind was even being flooded with all sorts of inexplicable emotions that made him feel pessimistic, dépassé, and distracted. The Black Ink clan was so powerful, could the human race really resist them? Even though it seemed like the both sides could compete as equals, the Black Ink clan still had masters on their side that had not been deployed yet. Moreover, there was still Mo, who was sealed in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even if the humans exterminated all of the Black Ink clan in the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, it was still impossible to end this war that had started in the early ancient era without a way to deal with Mo. That was an opponent that not even the 10 martial ancestors like Song were able to solve. So why was he doing so much to seize the supreme great open heaven pill? Now he had gotten himself surrounded from all sides, chased down by his enemies until he had nowhere to go. With so many gloomy thoughts pounding on his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel tempted to just sink down and stop caring about all the annoying things happening outside. Becoming a part of this infinite river did not seem all that bad either. Suddenly, he realized why Bloodcrow's information did not include anything about what happened when one fell into the river. Most likely, all who had fallen in had died. A touch of coolness spread out in his head like the sun rising into the sky. Under its impact, all of those distracting thoughts disappeared into nothingness. Yang Kai quickly circulated his power to stabilize his sinking body, and he couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. As he expected, the infinite river was extremely strange. If the soul-warming lotus had not protected him in that moment, then he might truly have met his demise. The shattered Tao essence that was gushing over from all directions contained all sorts of mysterious powers that was simply not something a human could withstand. That power had the ability to influence the most minute and imperceptible flaws deep within a person's heart, and magnify them infinitely. It was not a power that merely confused a person, but rather a mysterious part of the Grand Tao. Yang Kai was instantly on alert and took the initiative to circulate the soul-warming lotus's power in order to protect himself. Turning his head over, he could see a peaceful look on the face of Thunder Shadow, who who was perched on his shoulder, his eyes looking blank and hollow. It was apparent that he had also been affected, and even his flesh was showing signs of disintegration. If one's body were to disintegrate in this kind of place, then the only result would surely be a death without a burial. Yang Kai raised his voice at once and shouted, "Thunder Shadow!" Thunder Shadow turned his head languidly to look at him, but he did not show any signs of responding in the slightest, as if he had already accepted his fate. Yang Kai panicked. He had the soul-warming lotus to protect himself, so he was temporarily able to stabilize his mind, but Thunder Shadow didn't have that advantage. If this situation continued, then it would not take long before Thunder Shadow really died. Shattered Tao Essence was scouring them from all directions, and it was because of its influence that both he and Thunder Shadow were acting so strangely. In that case, the only thing Yang Kai could do was to find a way to shield themselves from the shattered Tao Essence. Yang Kai immediately circulated his Tao strengths of space and time to summon his own space-time river, coiling it around their bodies and protecting both Thunder Shadow and himself, while pushing away the infinite river's water. In the next moment, Thunder Shadow abruptly came to his senses, and his eyes were filled with fear at what he'd just experienced. This river is too strange. Not only strange, it was simply evil. Even a master of Yang Kai's caliber had fallen prey to it momentarily, so there was no need to even mention how ordinary Eighth Order masters and territory lords would react. Even those pseudo-royal lords would likely not have gotten out safely if they fell into the river. However, he had no idea whether Ninth Order masters or royal lords could withstand the river's corruption or not. Yang Kai answered with a grunt and gritted his teeth, examining his own small universe. He had not paid too much attention to it before, but when he brought out the space-time river, he realized that something unusual was happening to his small universe. The infinite river's water was not only corrupting his flesh and mind, but also his small universe. At this moment, the World Tree's clone was swaying in his small universe, its gigantic canopy forming a layer of protection like an umbrella, blocking the shattered Tao Essence's encroachment. The realization was fearful to Yang Kai. If the World Tree's clone had not been here to shield and isolate his small universe, then even if he could shake off the influence on his mind with the help of the soul-warming lotus, his small universe would still have been polluted. Once the infinite river's water encroached upon his small universe, it would definitely be filled with great amounts of the chaotic and disorderly shattered Tao Essence. At that point, he would surely be greatly affected by it. If that were to happen, then not to mention maintaining his original strength, even just keeping his order from regressing would have been a great outcome. The dangers of this infinite river were truly unpreventable. Yang Kai was now certain that even if a Ninth Order master were to fall into this place, they would not have fared well. Even if they were able to withstand the river's corruption for a time, the integrity of their own small universe would still be affected. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone had helped Yang Kai greatly this time around. He was fine for now, but the need to protect Thunder Shadow with the space-time river was a huge drain to his Tao strengths. However, it was not too much of a problem for him. Yang Kai carefully adjusted his space-time river, reducing its size and volume, so as to reduce the consumption. He only stopped once the space-time river was barely enveloping Thunder Shadow. As for himself, he did not need its protection. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone were enough. Even though it was a bumpy process, they had still escaped that situation without much harm in the end. It seemed like jumping into the infinite river was the right decision. Without the Black Ink clan to disturb him, Yang Kai said, "Let's recuperate for now." Thunder Shadow nodded and silently took out a space ring before fetching some healing pills and swallowing them. Though he was from the monster race and some spirit pills refined by humans were not usable for him, healing pills were still fine. He had been beaten senseless previously, and was now greatly in need of recuperation. Yang Kai also took out some healing pills and gulped them down. Then he silently shut his eyes and began adjusting his breathing. Chapter 5763, Diving Deep. Yang Kai's injuries were extremely severe, but his restorative abilities were strong, so his physical injuries were not a big problem for him. Only, his soul had received some damage from him being forced to use a soul-rending thorn against that pseudo-royal lord. which would require the slow nurturing of the soul-warming lotus to recover from. Fortunately, he had only used one, so the injury to his soul was not particularly serious. One human and one monster quietly recuperated inside the river, remaining still and allowing the river to wash over them. Meanwhile, another reign of terror had arisen outside due to that supreme-grade open heaven pill. There were constantly Black Ink clansmen gathering, searching for Yongkai and breaking out into conflict with the humans who were here. After several evolutions of the universe furnace's Grand Tao, the situation had become much clearer, unlike before where it would often take long to bump into another living soul. Now both the human race and Black Ink clan would move in groups and each encounter would end in a bloody battle. At first, the humans had suffered a bit of a loss due to the large number of masters on the Black Ink clan's side, but as time passed, the humans gradually noticed the unusual situation here, especially as Tian Xiuzhu and the others were also spreading the news, causing more and more humans to start converging. Yongkai had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, but he was currently being hunted down by the Black Ink clan, and his current status was unknown. That could certainly not be good. The existence of a supreme-grade open heaven pill was equivalent to another Ninth Order master, not to mention Yongkai's position in the human race. No matter what, they could not allow the Black Ink clan to get him. Using the communication beads that they brought with them, the humans rallied their allies and swarmed over. When Yonglai, the newly advanced Ninth Order master, rushed over after receiving the message that had been passed on several times before, the situation had already fallen completely out of control. Aftershocks from battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan could be felt practically everywhere across a vast stretch of the void, throwing the universe furnace world into unrest. Inside the infinite river, neither Yongkai nor Thunder Shadow, who were both recuperating, were aware of the situation outside. After swallowing a large number of spirit pills, both of their conditions gradually improved. Some time had passed before Yongkai felt that his injuries were no longer an issue, and the damage to his soul was stabilized by the soul-warming lotus, though full recovery would take much longer. His current state would not affect his combat capabilities at least. Yongkai then checked on Thunder Shadow's condition, and though Thunder Shadow's recovery speed was not slow, it still wasn't as quick as him. Currently, he had mostly recovered from his injuries, but he was still enveloped in the space-time river. Seemingly sensing Yongkai's movements, Thunder Shadow slowly opened his eyes to say, "I'm fine now." The bodies of those from the monster race were extremely strong to begin with, so even though he had been beaten by the pseudo-royal lord until he had almost become a dead leopard, since he survived in the end, it would not be too much trouble for Thunder Shadow to recover. Yongkai nodded but was in no rush to leave. Instead, he looked down and gazed for a moment before muttering, "Say, what do you think is inside this infinite river?" The most mysterious and magnificent thing inside of the universe furnace was undoubtedly the infinite river. This large river was formed purely out of chaotic shattered Tao essence, and ran through practically the entirety of the universe furnace world. Yongkai did not think too much about it when he first saw the river. Moreover, he was focused on searching for the supreme-grade open heaven pills then, and had no time to wonder about such things. However, through his time in the infinite river, hiding and recuperating, something came to mind. Could the infinite river truly be as simple as it seemed on the surface? The universe furnace was the most miraculous treasure in the universe to begin with, and this was the most mysterious part of it. There was most likely more to this river than met the eye. Hearing his question, Thunder Shadow became wary. "What are you thinking of doing?" Even though he was only Yongkai's monster self, he could vaguely sense that Yongkai had come up with some dangerous ideas. After all, his true self had never been the type to sit still when something piqued his interest. Sure enough, Yongkai said, "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we go in and take a look?" Thunder Shadow was speechless. "What do you mean nothing to do?" There were still many supreme-grade open heaven pills scattered outside, and there were also many Black Ink clansmen to kill. How could there be nothing to do? Yongkai reasoned. "There are probably many of them searching for me outside, including pseudo-royal lords and that royal lord. If worst comes to worst, the Chaos Spirit King may be searching for me too. If we go out now, we would end up running around and hiding anyway, so we might as well stay here a while longer and wait for things outside to clear up before heading out. You do have a point. Thunder Shadow was silent for a moment. You're the big brother, so you decide. Yongkai nodded. Let's go and take a look then. Saying so, he immediately sank down with Thunder Shadow following close behind him, the space-time river coiling around his body and blocking the scouring of the chaotic force. The infinite river looked wide and deep from the outside, but there had to be a limit. However, as he sank further down, Yongkai felt that something wasn't quite right. Based on his senses, the depth that he and Thunder Shadow reached was so deep that they could likely have passed through the entire river. But in truth, their bodies were still surrounded in the chaotic flow, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. The inside of this infinite river truly was something special. Yongkai became increasingly cautious. Moreover, the further they sank, the stronger the impact of the water became. Every so often, they could even feel strong currents and turbulence trying to sweep them away. The soul-warming lotus's power was continuously roused, protecting Yongkai's mind to stop him from being affected by the chaotic energy. Inside his small universe, the large umbrella-like canopy of the World Tree clone was also growing more and more dense. After sinking for an unknown amount of time, Yongkai could vaguely feel that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Even with the soul-warming lotus protecting his mind and the World Tree clone to seal and stabilize his small universe, the scouring of the chaotic force on his body was hard to avoid. Even his dragon form, which was only a step away from advancing to become a divine dragon, was unable to resist the river's erosion. Yongkai had no choice but to expand his space-time river, coiling it around both Thunder Shadow and himself to relieve the pressure. But with this, his Tao strength would quickly be depleted. Previously, it was fine when he was just enveloping the tiny Thunder Shadow with the space-time river, but now, Yongkai had to use it to protect both of them, which more than doubled the consumption. Tao strength was tied to Yongkai's perception and precipitation of his own grand Tao, so if he consumed too much of it, it would end up affecting the foundation of his grand Tao. As he continued to sink down, it truly seemed there was no bottom to this river. The pressure was growing stronger, and sweat was already starting to bead up on Yongkai's forehead. Sensing that things were not looking good, Thunder Shadow quickly shouted via divine sense, "I think it's about time we head back up." If they didn't have enough strength to leave, then they could end up being trapped here. If that happened, Yongkai's Tao strength would eventually be exhausted, making it difficult for him to maintain the space-time river. Then both he and the original would perish here. Yongkai also felt that it was time for them to head up, but this infinite river was filled with oddities. He dove so deep yet still saw no signs of an end, so it felt like a waste to just give up like this. He had a nagging feeling that this infinite river was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, so after a moment of contemplation, Yongkai continued sinking deeper, bringing forth more of his Tao strengths to compensate. His Grand Taos did not end at the Tao of time and Tao of space. The Grand Taos that he had put effort into cultivating also included the Alchemic Tao, Spear Tao, and the Tao of Artifact Refining. He had also absorbed and refined many Grand Tao rivers in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, each one of them filled with different Tao strengths. It could be said that the Grand Taos of Yongkai's small universe were numerous and almost all-encompassing. Only their levels of mastery were different. This was also the main reason why cultivators from the Void World could practice a wide variety of Grand Taos. The presence of this variety in turn increased the choices of Grand Taos that the Void World's cultivators could more easily comprehend. Without the harvest he gained from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon back then, the cultivators in his small universe would have a far harder time comprehending Grand Taos Yongkai was unfamiliar with. Spear Tao, Sword Tao, Tao of Spirit Arrays, Tao of Artifact Refining, Saber Tao. Many Tao strengths were circulated at once, strengthening the space-time river. Seeing this, Thunder Shadow quickly circulated its own Tao strength. He was a shadow leopard and was innately proficient in the Tao of concealment. Later, when became a great emperor, he gained enlightenment into the Tao of thunder. So when he circulated his Tao strengths, the space-time river began flashing with lightning, though it also seemed ethereal and was all around a bizarre sight. Under the combined efforts of one man and one leopard, the pressure instantly became much lighter. Sure enough, the best way to restrain chaos was with complete Dao strengths. While circulating his grand Dao strength, Thunder Shadow was complaining. How did you manage to live for so long? The infinite river was clearly full of dangers, yet Yang Kai was obstinate in exploring its depths. Thunder Shadow was genuinely surprised that he could survive thus far with such a daredevil nature. Yang Kai laughed out loud. How could you be born without me? You make it sound as if I'm your son. Thunder Shadow was instantly silent. They continued to sink deeper, and when they reached an unknown depth, the undercurrents suddenly grew even more turbulent, and the impact of each wave would violently sap away the Dao strength of them both, causing the space-time river to flicker in unrest. After reaching this point, even Yang Kai was starting to think of giving up. Previously, the reason he was able to hold on was naturally because he hadn't brought out his full power yet. However, it seemed now that he would truly be unable to make it out if he were to continue going any further. Once his Dao strength was depleted, and he was no longer able to maintain the space-time river, it would truly be the end of the road for him. Investigating the infinite river was just a passing whim for Yang Kai. It was a pity that he got nothing out of it, but it was not worth it to put too much into this. However, just as Yang Kai was about to retreat, his expression turned solemn. He could vaguely feel the environment around him was changing, as if it was no longer as chaotic. Thunder Shadow saw a certain look on Yang Kai's face, and had a bad premonition. Even though he was currently in the same cultivation realm as his original, the difference in their abilities was great. He was completely oblivious to some of the things that Yang Kai was able to sense, so he had no idea what Yang Kai discovered, but he seemed excited. As expected, the next moment, Yang Kai dove down with great enthusiasm, and he was even going at a much faster rate. Thunder Shadow couldn't help but sigh and swallow his words of persuasion. If his main self wanted to take the risk, then he had no choice but to surrender and join him. After all, he couldn't just abandon himself and run away. But soon Thunder Shadow also noticed that something was not right as he muttered in surprise. The river is changing. He was also in the 8th order, so though he had noticed the changes later than Yang Kai, he did still sense them. Yang Kai nodded. It does seem to be showing some unusual changes. Chapter 57-64. Chaos splits into Yin and Yang. Deep inside the infinite river, when the density of the chaotic energy reached a certain limit, an amazing change happened that got Yang Kai excited. And it was also the reason why he insisted on diving further. As for what exactly that change was, Yang Kai could not describe it for the time being. Perhaps it would become clearer as he continued to descend. However, he could clearly feel the impact of the water surrounding him weakening slightly. Did things reverse once they reached extremes? With the weakening of the river's impact, the pressure that he had to bear naturally lessened, so Yang Kai was in no hurry to retreat now. He had already gotten through the most difficult part, and now it was, naturally, time for a proper exploration of the infinite river's depths. Yang Kai had a feeling that he might be able to touch upon some secrets here that were not known to the world at large. There may have been those who thought about exploring the infinite river before, but it would have been impossible for them to reach this far. It was more than the accumulation of Yang Kai's heritage that enabled him to reach this place. It was also his other blessings. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind, or the world tree clone to protect his small universe, these were all conditions that ordinary people could not meet. Not even the 9th Order Masters could copy such a performance. Moreover, Yang Kai was not inferior to any 9th Order Master when it came to attainments in one's own grand Daos. He was merely lacking in cultivation. The greatest asset one could rely on to explore the depths of the infinite river was Dao strength. One's cultivation was merely secondary. That was why Yang Kai could conclude almost for certain that nobody had ever reached this place before, let alone explored the infinite river's depths to begin with. The inside of the infinite river was originally dim, but at some point, a few faint spots of fluorescence began to appear in the surging river around him. The fluorescence was divided into 2 colors, yellow and blue. It wasn't obvious at first, but as Yang Kai went deeper, more and more points of light began to appear around him. Looking around him, the lights were like ribbons floating in the river, their luminescence creating a beautiful and colorful sight as they swayed along the flow of the water. The color of those lights felt familiar to Yang Kai. Moreover, their auras were not unfamiliar either. Yang Kai was jolted by sudden enlightenment. Chaos divides into yin and yang. Thunder Shadow was also filled with profound thoughts at the sight, but he was not as knowledgeable as his main self, so though he had some understanding, it was not very clear. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The idea to explore the infinite river's interior had been a mere whim at the start. Many Black Ink clansmen were searching for him outside, so he just wanted to wait inside of the river for a while longer and let the storm die down. But to gain such an unexpected harvest here was a true surprise to him. He actually witnessed chaos dividing into yin and yang at an unknown depth deep inside the infinite river. This was a true evolution of Tao strength, the primordial separation of chaos. Yang Kai steadied himself and concentrated, silently perceiving the changes in the grand Tao around him. Only after a long time did he open his eyes again with a thoughtful expression. Then his body moved, continuing deeper together with Thunder Shadow. The lower down he dove, the more the yellow and blue lights grew in number, until at a certain point that was all Yang Kai could see. Moreover, Yang Kai no longer felt any chaotic shattered Tao essence after reaching this place. This was where the grand Taos of yin and yang gathered. A pure and primordial power surged in this place, openly displaying the ultimate profundity of the two grand Taos of yin and yang. Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were practically swimming in an inexhaustible grand Tao river. Yang Kai was thrilled, but also felt that it was a pity at the same time. He was thrilled because of how pure and rich the Tao strength was in this place. Anyone who came here would be able to absorb and refine it, rapidly increasing their attainments in the grand Taos of yin and yang. This was primordial Tao strength which had split from chaos after all, so there was no way it would not be pure. It was just a pity that the Taos of yin and yang was not the main grand Taos that Yang Kai cultivated, though he did have some of its Tao essences in his small universe. However, that was only there as a part of what he gained from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. If a cultivator from yin-yang heaven were to come here, they would truly be like thieves entering a treasure mountain. For example, old ancestor Xiao Xiao Luo Tinghe, and even his own wives Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan would definitely save centuries, if not millennia of hard cultivation to raise their attainments in their grand Taos. He sighed in his heart. Since they couldn't come here to grab these benefits, he would just have to do it in their place. When he opened up his small universe, it began swallowing up the Tao strengths in this place as if it had been starving for hundreds of years. Yang Kai had done a similar thing in the past, inside of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, but the conditions then were different from now. The many grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were all of varying volume and strength, each of them containing a random grand Tao. Back then, Yang Kai had taken each one of those grand Tao rivers into his small universe and refined them there. However, there was no need for that here. The Tao strengths of yin and yang here were so rich that he just had to open up his small universe, and they would crash inside by themselves. Currently, a considerable number of Emperor Realm Masters had been gathered in the Void Tao Temple in Yang Kai's small universe. All of them had condensed their Tao seals, and were usually cultivating in retreat or training and sparring with each other. One female cultivator who mainly cultivated the yin-yang grand Tao felt a stir, as if something new had been added to the world around her, and she couldn't help but be enlightened to many things all at once. Things that she usually couldn't understand opened up to her at this moment. She immediately ended her chat with her companion, and sat down cross-legged to meditate. This made her companion dumbfounded, completely flabbergasted at how she had suddenly gained enlightenment out of nowhere. Unseen by others, a vast amount of the yin and yang Tao essence had appeared in Void World, and the amount was increasing in a continuous flow. By swallowing and refining the Tao strengths of yin and yang, Yang Kai also gained many new insights, and his understanding of these grand Taos also increased significantly. Originally, his attainments in the yin-yang grand Tao were not very high. Based on his own classification, he would at most be at the 4th level, traversing a familiar path, which was around an average level for a newly promoted Open Heaven Realm Master. However, as Yang Kai continued to refine more of this pure Tao essence, that rapidly improved his mastery. Attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight. Yang Kai only felt that he was reaching a bottleneck when he was nearing the 8th level, summiting the peak. No matter how much more Tao strength he took in, it would be difficult for him to make any more improvements within a short time. This was within his expectations though. It was impossible to increase one's attainment in a grand Tao without limits simply by swallowing up and refining Tao strength. One would reach a wall sooner or later. Just like eating, even the greatest king of appetites would reach a limit of what they could consume, and only by slowly digesting that food could their capital be increased gradually. Yang Kai did not feel that full right now. After all, his small universe was exceptionally large, so he could continue swallowing up more of this place's Tao strength. However, he was unable to refine more of it into his own Tao essence. He had never thought that he would one day be troubled about finding too much wealth. Pure, practically unlimited primordial Tao strengths was right before his eyes, free for the taking, yet he was unable to refine it. However, Yang Kai was still very satisfied with what he'd gained. His attainments in the Yin-Yang Grand Tao were originally only at the 4th level of mastery, but he was now at the border of the 8th level after such a short amount of time. Even with thousands of years, such a thing would be difficult to achieve simply by cultivating in seclusion. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that the 8th level was a bottleneck for him. Previously, he had also reached a standstill for a long time before breaking through to the 8th level of mastery in the Tao of space and the Tao of time. And those were his primary Grand Taos, while the Yin-Yang Grand Tao was something he never actively cultivated. As for the 9th level, it was useless to even think about it. Yang Kai himself had no idea how long it would take to make a breakthrough to the mysteries of the 9th level. Though he had no way of refining more, he faced no obstruction when it came to taking it in. As such, rather than close his small universe's portal, Yang Kai continued swallowing up more of the Tao strengths as he created a separate, isolated region in his small universe to store it for later use. If the infinite river had a consciousness and saw what Yang Kai was doing, it would likely feel the urge to cry. Eating and drinking his fill here wasn't enough for him. He was even packing up a massive amount of takeaway. Such greed was simply too much. Yang Kai's thoughts were simple though. He had reached a bottleneck now, but there was no saying when he would not have the blessing to make a breakthrough later. When that time came, this Tao strength that he saved would be of use to him in order to raise his attainments again. Even if he ultimately did not use it himself, he could still bring it to his 2 wives. They came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so they certainly had a better understanding of the Yin-Yang Tao, and could use this to strengthen themselves. As for old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Luo Tinghe, they were already in the 9th order, and had cultivated for so many years. They had most likely reached their own limits in their cultivation, and that was not something that could be changed with outside help. Thunder Shadow stood aside, completely silent about Yang Kai's behavior. Indeed, his true self's greed was embarrassing, but fortunately, nobody else was there. Moreover, if anyone else were to be faced with such a blessing, they would most likely also find it difficult to refuse. After taking his fill, Yang Kai was in high spirits. After closing his small universe's portal, he continued downwards with Thunder Shadow. Diving deeper into the infinite river did not come without pressure, but it was still easier than the most difficult time they faced here. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some attainments in this Grand Tao to begin with, and those attainments were climbing with each passing moment, so the pressure became less and less. At this point, it had become no more difficult for Yang Kai than an idle walk in his courtyard. What sort of changes do you think we'll see down there? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Thunder Shadow was sullen. Don't know. I'm not guessing. Yang Kai laughed. Even though you're from the monster race, you still need to use your head a bit more. Monsters without brains don't survive long. Thunder Shadow looked askance at him, thinking to himself, if you scold me, then it's equal to scolding yourself, don't you know? It's your fault I don't have more smarts. But Yang Kai went on by himself. It is said that the world began as chaos, then after many long years of evolution, Yin and Yang were born from it. Afterwards, it transformed into the 5 elements. As if to verify his guesses, the river, which was filled only with yellow and blue before, now suddenly had other colors appearing. The Yin and Yang Dao strengths were no longer pure. As the 2 Dao strengths intersected, traces of other Dao strengths emerged. Chapter 5765, 5 elements give rise to 10,000 Daos. The evolution of Dao strength was an amazing process. Deep inside of the infinite river, the yellow and blue colors were gradually replaced by 5 different colors of light. Gold represented the metal element, green represented the wood element, blue represented the water element, red represented the fire element, and brown represented the earth element. The intermingling of 5 colors caused the interior of the river to become more and more colorful. Chaos divides into Yin and Yang, and then Yin and Yang transform into 5 elements. The Grand Tao of Yin and the Grand Tao of Yang could be encompassed into a single Grand Tao just as it could be 2 separate ones. The Grand Tao of the 5 elements was the same. If it were broken down, then the Grand Tao of the 5 elements would contain 5 different Grand Taos. There would always be preferences as to which a cultivator focused on during their cultivation. But for any cultivator, Yin Yang, and the 5 elements were the foundation of the Tao, and that was because once one reached the Emperor realm in their cultivation and condensed their Tao seal, they would have to start refining a complete set of Yin Yang and 5 elements materials to split heaven and earth apart within their bodies to form a small universe. Even the tallest building had to start with a base, so the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements were critical. Therefore, no matter which open heaven realm master it was, or whatever type of Grand Tao they cultivated, they more or less had some experience with the Taos of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Only their attainments would vary in each of them. In Yang Kai's case, without the gains he made at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon back then, even though he had some attainments in the Grand Taos of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, it was merely superficial. But now his Yin-Yang Grand Tao was quickly nearing the 8th level of mastery, and the 5 elements Grand Tao was also bound to transform here. Rich and pure primordial Tao strengths of the 5 elements surrounded his body, but Yang Kai was not in any hurry to take it in and refine it. Instead, he was silently experiencing it. After a few moments, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. His attainments in the 5 elements Grand Tao were not very high, so at this moment, he was only able to feel the Tao strength of the surrounding 5 elements interacting with each other and changing endlessly, but not much more. However, he was not discouraged. Right now, it was more important to raise his attainments in this Grand Tao. Yang Kai was starting to feel some pressure again after arriving at this place. The scouring of Tao strength around them caused the space-time river, which had been coiling around him in thunder shadow this whole time, to become restless. This was clearly because of his lack of attainments in the Grand Tao of the 5 elements. As before, Yang Kai opened his small universe's portal and swallowed up the Tao strength here as much as possible while refining it. The 5 elements Tao essence was rapidly accumulating inside of Void World. Yang Kai couldn't help but be reminded of the situation back then in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, which was similar to what he was experiencing now, but there he still had to spend some effort to capture each one of the Grand Tao rivers. Here, it was completely different. All he had to do was devour Tao strength. And as the concentration of 5 elements Tao essence increased, more and more disciples suddenly gained enlightenment in the Void Tao Temple and hurried to cultivate in seclusion. After some time had passed, Yang Kai felt himself reaching another bottleneck, and the 5 elements Tao essence in his small universe could not increase with ease anymore. Even if he took in more Tao strength, he wouldn't be able to refine it. His perception told him that his attainments in the 5 elements Grand Tao were more or less the same as his Yin-Yang Grand Tao now. Both of them stopped near the peak of the 7th level. Sure enough, the 8th level was a firm boundary in each Grand Tao that could not be broken through so easily. Just like before, Yang Kai created an isolated area in his small universe and sealed some 5 elements Tao strength for later use. As he had previously considered, the sealed Tao strength of Yin and Yang could be given to Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan. If he had no use for the Tao strength of the 5 elements after leaving this place, he could still split them with the other masters. There was currently a considerable number of masters among the human race, and though the newly advanced high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were not weak, their accumulation of heritage was still greatly lacking when compared with the older 8th Order veterans, especially in terms of attainments in their Grand Daos. The older 8th Order masters had already reached the limits of their own martial Dao, and were unable to reach higher realms, but the accumulation of experience through many years still helped to improve their perception of their own Grand Daos. The young high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters had only cultivated for a short time, especially the fine seedlings who had broken through into the 7th Order directly. The higher the starting point, the more quickly their cultivation could improve, but one's comprehension of their Grand Dao may not be able to keep up with such a growth rate. Many things needed to be polished with time. This 5 elements Dao strength would benefit many cultivators when brought out. As Yang Kai's attainments in the 5 elements Grand Dao deepened, the pressure on him lessened in turn. Yang Kai waited until he had secured enough Dao strength of the 5 elements inside of his small universe before stopping and continuing to sink further. Thunder Shadow suddenly spoke up at that moment. According to you, chaos divides into yin and yang. Yin and yang transforms into the 5 elements. Then would the next step be the 5 elements give rise to 10,000 Daos? Yang Kai nodded. Most likely. Thunder Shadow was shaken. Could such a miraculous evolution happen inside of this infinite river? This was not only the evolution of the Grand Dao, but also the transformation of heaven and earth. What the Grand Dao showed here was equivalent to presenting the universe's evolution from chaos, step by step. Perhaps this was how the vast expanse of heaven and earth was created in the long-lost era of chaos. These were just vague speculations from Yang Kai, so he dared not make a firm deduction. One human and one monster continued to sink down, and the evolution of Dao strength around them happened just as Thunder Shadow suggested. As the 5 elements intersected and intertwined, they began to transform into 10,000 Daos. The further down they went, the more brilliant the colors became. Colorful bands of all different colors gathered deep in the river, converging into a turbulent flow. Even though he had expected it before, Yang Kai still could not help but feel complicated emotions well up within him when he saw this sight with his own eyes. Exhaling softly, Yang Kai cheered, "Third brother, we're rich." Thunder Shadow had no time to care about him right now as he had long circulated his power to grab onto a flashing lightning ribbon, opening up his mouth wide and gulping it down. That was naturally a manifestation of Thunder Dao strength in its purest, most primordial state. Thunder Shadow's mouth was full of lightning as he chewed. Even the pattern on his fur was shimmering. While swallowing, he mumbled, "It really is convenient for you with your small universe." To devour and refine Dao strength, Yang Kai need only open the portal to his small universe, but not Thunder Shadow. He was from the monster race and cultivated the primal art, so was without a small universe, and thus only able to benefit by doing this. Previously, he was already filled with envy when he saw Yang Kai wantonly devouring and refining the Grand Daos of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Now he finally got his turn to reap some benefits. While refining the Thunder Dao strength, Thunder Shadow lamented, "It's a shame that second brother isn't here." Yang Kai had not been able to find his human self, Feng Tianxi. All this while, he had no idea where the latter had hidden himself, though it was just a passing lamentation. Thunder Shadow caught another shadowy Dao strength ribbon, and continued chewing and refining it. As for his poor second brother, he had long been tossed to the back of his mind. Unlike Thunder Shadow, who was selective with what he ate, Yang Kai naturally did not reject anything that came his way, like an ocean open to all rivers. As the portal was opened again, the colorful rivers flooded into his small universe. Despite putting all his effort into refining them, Yang Kai still could not keep up with the speed at which the Dao strengths were pouring in. The Dao essences of all sorts of Grand Daos were constantly accumulating inside his small universe, and his attainments were steadily increasing. Inside the Void Dao Temple, things had been strange recently. Firstly, a female disciple who cultivated the Yin-Yang Grand Dao suddenly gained enlightenment and sank into cultivation. Following that, another 3 disciples cultivating the 5 elements Grand Dao showed similar signs. This made the other disciples very envious. Their cultivation had long since reached the peak of the Emperor realm, and they had also condensed their own Tao seals and refined various materials. They were only one step away from advancing to the open heaven realm. It was just a shame that the Tao Lord never showed himself in these recent years to guide them out, so there was no way for them to leave Void World. After reaching their cultivation realm, it would be difficult to make any further progress unless they left this world to advance to the open heaven realm. So, it was inevitable that the others would become envious as they saw these people making gains in their grand Taos. Recently, however, more and more disciples were gaining enlightenment, often without doing anything at all. Some were even blessed inexplicably while merely chatting idly and drinking tea with their companions, gaining a sudden understanding of mysteries they could not see through in the past. For a while, the originally lively Void Tao Temple became extremely quiet. Practically nobody could be seen in the large Tao Temple, as all of them had retreated to cultivate. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Void Tao Temple tens of thousands of years ago, so it could only be described as fantastical. In the outside world, Yang Kai was starting to feel stuffed. If he were asked to cultivate bitterly on his own, then if he had to raise any one grand Tao to the peak of the 7th level, it would take at the very least hundreds, if not up to 1,000 years, even if he were to start from his current level. However, there was no need to cultivate here. He just had to swallow up the Tao strengths and refine them. The pure, primordial Tao strengths could be refined into Tao essence and integrated into his small universe. His spear Tao quickly reached the peak of the 7th stage, and so did his sword Tao, saber Tao, and even his Tao of spirit arrays. With the accumulation of all these Tao strengths, while Yang Kai's small universe may not look any different on the surface, it was completely different from before in terms of substance. Peeking into his condition, Yang Kai could feel that even if the Tao strengths gathered in his small universe did not reach 10,000, it would still likely have reached 3,000. Nobody had ever cultivated so many grand Taos before, much less raised so many to such a high level of mastery. It was not out of Yang Kai's abilities that he was able to achieve such a thing, but through the combined blessings of two unique opportunities. The first would be the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, which paved a foundation for his 10,000 Taos, and the second was this infinite river. Yang Kai gained a huge harvest back then from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Only he was lacking in time and had left in a hurry as soon as he ran out of cultivation materials. Before leaving, he left a space beacon behind so that if he ever had the time, he could go back to it and gather more benefits he left behind in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Unfortunately, he had not been free all these years, nor did he have the energy to do such a thing. After all, to come and go from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon would take him far too much time. Also, how would he dare to leave when the situation between the two races was still undetermined? But now, it seemed like he wouldn't be needing to go to the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon again. The Infinite River's benefits alone were enough. In fact, the Infinite River's benefits were even more primordial and pure in comparison, and even easier to obtain. Over at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai still needed to expend some effort and energy to find, and then refine the individual Grand Tao rivers. Chapter 5766, Old Fart O Yang Lai. While Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow had sunken into the depths of the Infinite River, and were reaping great benefits, the Universe Furnace world had already descended into a bloodbath. With Yang Kai's move of seizing the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill as the trigger, both sides had gathered their soldiers and were now engaged in constant clashes with each other, forming rivers of blood with masters falling frequently. The battle was not as intense at first, but following Yang Lai's arrival, the situation became explosive. This new Ninth Order master had been choking down his complaints all these years. Now that he had risen to the Ninth Order, he had to make sure to slaughter more to vent the pent-up knots in his heart. However, the human race were unable to gain much of an advantage even with Yang Lai's participation, and the main reason was the number imbalance. The Black Ink clan greatly outnumbered them. Inside this Universe Furnace world, the Black Ink clan could still communicate with each other using their miniature black ink nests, not only sending out their locations, but also calling for reinforcements from all directions. But the humans could not do that. Even though the Supreme Headquarters had made arrangements before their entry, supplying each master with a special communication bead, its usage was limited in comparison to the black ink nests. Naturally, not as many helpers could be called over through that method. What's more, the humans had fewer forces than the Black Ink clan to begin with. If Ouyang Lai had not made it over in time, then the humans would surely have suffered a terrible loss in this battle. On top of all that, the Black Ink clan had many pseudo-royal lords on their side. By the time the royal lord broke away from the Chaos Spirit King and joined the battlefield, the limited advantage that the humans had was gone. Both sides clashed with the masters gathered, and the Ninth Order Master and Royal Lord led the fight until finally, a kind of critical mass was reached, and both sides pulled back. On the human side, Ouyang Lai looked over at the situation on the other side and couldn't help but curse. Didn't they say that the Royal Lord was being pinned down by the Chaos Spirit King? How did he come over to support them so soon? That Chaos Spirit King is so useless. How could it let this guy break loose from him so early? As expected, its intelligence is lacking. He hadn't had his fill of slaughter just yet, but it was no longer a good idea for conflict now. Otherwise, even if they could gain an advantage here, their side would inevitably incur some losses. And where is that brat hiding? If he was here, then the situation would surely improve. He heard that Yang Kai managed to seize another Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill, and that he'd snatched it from right under the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King's noses. Only Yang Kai could possibly achieve something akin to fetching chestnuts from a raging fire, but he must have gotten injured during the process and hidden away somewhere to recuperate. What about Big Head Xiang? Where did that guy go? Ouyang Lai had not heard anything about Xiang Shan since entering this place. In fact, nobody had even seen him since then. That guy can't be dead somewhere, can he? If so, that would be laughable. Ouyang Lai was reluctant to just back away here, but he also had a few scruples about starting a war with their enemies. For a moment, a bitter taste had sprouted on his tongue. He truly wasn't suited to strategizing, as he had always been a fierce general charging in at the forefront of a battlefield. He was most suitable to receive commands and go wherever he was needed to fight rather than give orders. Seemingly catching on to Ouyang Lai's hesitation, the Royal Lord on the opposite end shouted, "Ouyang Lai, you humans did not eat any losses this time, but my Black Ink clan is not gaining any favors either. Why don't each of us take a step back and call things to a halt here? It won't be too late to wait until we're out of the universe furnace to settle this fight." Bullshit. If I don't kill all of you today, then my name won't be Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai barked back a furious response. Even though he did agree with his opponent's suggestion, and he himself was happy to lead his men in retreating, he could not allow himself to lose in terms of momentum. The Royal Lord's expression dimmed and he coldly snorted, "You've got a big mouth. If you have the ability, then come forward and show it. I'd like to see how you're going to kill all of us." "Just you wait, I'll make my way over there immediately," Ouyang Lai roared loudly. However, he did not feel so good after roaring out like that. His rash words had landed himself on the back of a tiger, and how could that be a good thing? He couldn't just lead his men over to fight. He was not afraid of the Royal Lord, but they had more masters gathered on the enemy side than what the human race could muster up. There were also several pseudo-royal lords standing by. This wouldn't be an easy fight. The only advantage they had on their side was their battle formations. The Black Ink clan had formations as well, but most of them could only reach the four symbols formation, and it was generally unstable, but the same was not true for the humans. At worst, they were able to form a solid 5 elements formation, which would naturally make them stronger than the Black Ink clan. However, they couldn't make up for the numerical disadvantage with that alone. If they really fought here, then it wasn't just the Black Ink clan that would suffer, but the humans as well. Moreover, Ouyang Lai guessed that there would still be more reinforcements coming over to support them. Forget it. If we can't fight, then the only other option is to back away. As for pride, Ouyang Lai wasn't the type of person to care about such things. Just as he was about to say a few more words, Ouyang Lai's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look in a certain direction. At the same time, the royal lord also picked up on something and looked over in that direction as well. There seemed to be some unusual movements emerging from that side. At a distance that seemed to be merely several millions of kilometers away from where they were confronting each other, on a small chaos asteroid, a figure had been hiding since who knew when. This figure had a brave and heroic aura, with a majestic appearance. It was Xiangshan, whom Ouyang was thinking about before. At this moment, Xiangshan's brow was deeply furrowed and his mouth was filled with a bitter taste as he wanted nothing more than to just scream out loud. Ouyang, you old fart, you're going to cost me my life today. Since entering this universe furnace world he had been acting alone, but it was not because he was unwilling to join hands with the other masters, but instead because he never encountered anyone. He had also been searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills all this while. He had tried to break through his own bottleneck with the help of ordinary grade open heaven pills, but they proved to be of no use. The drawbacks left behind from dropping an order made it so that only a supreme-grade open heaven pill would be able to compensate for them. His luck was not good, but it was not too bad either. After searching for a long time, to a point where he was about to grow desperate, Xiangshan finally lucked out. There, on this small asteroid, he found an unclaimed supreme-grade open heaven pill. Suppressing his excitement, he had been hesitating for a long time on whether or not he should refine this spirit pill here and break through to the 9th order immediately, or wait. As long as he could make a breakthrough, then he would be free to roam the universe furnace world unobstructed. Unexpectedly, he had sensed movements of a fight in the distance as soon as he took the pill into his small universe, which worried him greatly. It was too late to move now though, so he immediately took out the many array plates that he brought with him, laying out a concealment array to hide his figure and aura. He thought that the fight would not last long, and that he just had to wait for it to finish before he could make a breakthrough in peace. How could he have anticipated that not only did the fight show no signs of ending, but instead intensified greatly? For some strange reason, it seemed like the masters from both sides were constantly gathering in this very location. It was only after a long time that the battle finally calmed. Just now he heard the shouting of Ouyang and the royal lord. Only then did he realize that it was Ouyang who presided over the battle on the human race's side. He was relieved to hear the royal lord's suggestion of stopping for both parties. Xiangshan nearly celebrated as that would allow him to break through in peace after the Black Ink clan left. But then, when he heard Ouyang shouting about killing all from the Black Ink clan, he wanted nothing more than to rush out and cover Ouyang mouth. They had known each other for so long, so how could he not understand Ouyang character? That bastard was going more and more overboard as he shouted, and kept on trying to act strong. The Black Ink clan wanted to leave, so he should have just let them leave. What reason did he have to force them to stay when he knew he couldn't win? But that was not the end of it. The most important point here was that he had already taken the spirit pill into his small universe, and had been suppressing it all this while, not daring to refine the pill for fear of touching his bottleneck and revealing his location. However, there was a limit to how long he could suppress it, and it was at that point that it could no longer be suppressed. The medicinal efficacies of the pill were spreading, and the barrier of his small universe was beginning to melt and expand. The commotion that would arise from one breaking through to the 9th order was not something that could be hidden even while being enveloped in the spirit array. Ouyang and the royal lord had noticed him practically at the same time. Both sides were shocked. It was a realization that a master had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, and was currently in the middle of making a breakthrough. But were they from the Black Ink clan or the human race? Even though the array was unable to cover up all traces of his breakthrough, it still blurred the perception of outsiders. For a while, neither Ouyang nor the royal lord was able to ascertain whether it was one of their own people making a breakthrough or not. But soon, everything became clear. World force surged on that side, and the stirring resulting from the breakthrough was growing increasingly intense, so much so that it was becoming impossible to ignore. Now the masters on both sides were able to sense it as well. Ouyang eyes lit up. It's one of our people who is making a breakthrough, and this aura. He realized now who it was who was making the breakthrough. This is clearly Big Head Xiang's aura. Just now, he was wondering whether he had ended up dead somewhere, but he never thought that this guy would be quietly hiding nearby to make a breakthrough. It really was a great surprise. Compared to Ouyang-Lai's pleasant surprise, the royal lord's face was gloomy as he roared. A human is breaking through to the Ninth Order. Kill him. He had originally planned to retreat with his soldiers, but how could he leave now? The human race already had one Ninth Order master, so if they were to raise another, that would be no laughing matter. The only thing he could do right now was try to find a way to kill him before he succeeded in breaking through. Even if he did not kill him, then he had to make sure to ruin his opportunity. They must never allow the humans to raise another Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Chapter 57-67, Respective Opportunities. After the Royal Lord gave the order, those from the Black Ink clan followed him closely and dashed towards Xiang Shan. Understanding the severity of the matter, Ouyang-Lai rushed after the Royal Lord and yelled, "I'll stand guard for you, Big Head Xiang. Just try to achieve a breakthrough without worrying too much. When you make it to the Ninth Order, we'll kill them all together." From a distance, Xiang Shan growled, "Damn you, Ouyang-Lai. When I achieve a breakthrough, the first one I kill will be you. Did I dig out your ancestors' graves or something?" Ouyang-Lai was dumbfounded. In fact, he felt that it was Xiang Shan's fault instead. If not for the fact that Xiang Shan suddenly showed signs of achieving a breakthrough, the Black Ink clan and human race would have retreated. But now, war was inevitable, and many masters would lose their lives. Despite his displeasure, Ouyang-Lai still got in the Royal Lord's way. Presently, only a Ninth Order master like him was able to deal with this Royal Lord. Unless the others formed a six-paths formation, they would be no match for such an enemy. After intercepting the Royal Lord, Ouyang-Lai told others to go and protect Xiang Shan. Only then could the latter attempt a breakthrough without worries. Rays of light, figures and battle formations dashed towards Xiang Shan. Soon, intense battles broke out around him. This time, the humans mainly had to defend themselves. Hundreds of masters formed into different battle formations and surrounded Xiang Shan to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks. Seeing that, Xiang Shan knew it was a chance he must not miss. As such, he released all the suppression and focused on achieving a breakthrough. However, it wasn't easy to ascend from the Eighth Order to the Ninth Order, and it would certainly take some time. If the Black Ink clan managed to breach the humans' defense line before Xiang Shan achieved a breakthrough, it would greatly disrupt him. The fallout from the battles already made it difficult for him to stay focused, and if not for the fact that he was a resolute person, he would have already failed. The battles grew increasingly violent. On the battlefield between the Ninth Order Master and the Royal Lord, Ouyang-Lai had gained the upper hand. Both of them had just ascended to their current realms, so they should be equally matched, but in comparison, Ouyang-Lai was fiercer, for he was determined to protect Xiang Shan, which made the Royal Lord appear less intimidating. Soon, Ouyang-Lai's expression changed, for he saw the Royal Lord fishing out a miniature black ink nest and activating his divine sense during the battle. Apparently, he was trying to contact someone. He's asking for help. An enraged Ouyang-Lai stepped up his attacks and further suppressed the Royal Lord. Unfortunately, the Royal Lord still managed to send out a message through the black ink nest. In the depths of the universe furnace world, there was a magnificent black ink nest in the remote chaos. The black ink nest's aura suggested that it was a high-rank one. However, since it hadn't been fully hatched, it wasn't able to produce new black ink clansmen. Nevertheless, such a black ink nest could allow injured black ink clansmen to enter and recuperate. Presently, a powerful black ink clansman was asleep inside. He was none other than Mo. This guy was extremely lucky. Outside the no-return pass back then, Yang Kai managed to injure him using the Universe Furnace Project's folded space. At that time, Mo's life was hanging by a thread. Unfortunately, just as Yang Kai was ready to kill him, he accidentally touched upon something he should not have, sucking him into the Universe Furnace earlier than expected. After entering the furnace, Yang Kai was trapped and witnessed the birth of the 9 Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills, leaving Mo hanging by a thread in the outside world. The moment Mo entered the Universe Furnace world, he found a quiet place and hatched his high-rank black ink nest, so that he could make use of it to heal his wounds. As the one managing the Black Ink clan, Mo Na Yi had many resources with him, which was why he was able to hatch a black ink nest and recuperate so quickly. If he didn't have these resources, he wouldn't have been able to do that. While hatching his black ink nest, Mo Na Yi saw a colorful light stream over from a distance and brushed past him. Despite his injury, he was still fairly powerful, so he immediately grabbed the beam of light and examined it before confirming that it was what the humans called an opportunity. The person who most easily obtained an opportunity in the universe furnace world was undoubtedly Mo Na Yi, not Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had accidentally found a supreme-grade open heaven pill. In fact, Mo Na Yi was the first one to get such a spirit pill. The moment the pill fell into his hands, Mo Na Yi realized that it was no ordinary thing. He was elated, thinking that there was a silver lining for him. He initially thought that since he entered this place with heavy injuries, he would be doomed. It didn't cross his mind that he would obtain this kind of reward. He then stepped into the half-hatched black ink nest with the spirit pill. While he refined the pill's medicinal efficacies, he also made use of the black ink nest's power to heal his wounds. The Black Ink clan in the universe furnace world could communicate with each other by relying on his high-rank black ink nest. Yang Kai had speculated that there must be a Territory Lord class or Royal Lord class black ink nest in the universe furnace world, but he wasn't sure where it was. Otherwise, the Black Ink clansmen couldn't have communicated with each other, for they needed a more powerful black ink nest to serve as a communication hub. All of a sudden, the black ink nest shook, causing Mo Na Yi to awaken in shock. He was displeased and furious, but the moment he saw the message sent to him, he was astounded. The message was simple: Xiang Shan has obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, and is trying to achieve a breakthrough. Mo Na Yi was only wary of 3 humans who were below the 9th order. The first one was undoubtedly Yang Kai. As a pseudo-royal lord, he had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai. In the previous battle, not only had he lost a lot of innate territory lords, but he was also almost killed by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of authority within the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't able to make it to the 9th order. Otherwise, Mo Na Yi would have gone all out to kill him instead of compromising so many times. However, the universe furnace's appearance allowed Yang Kai to have a chance to break through his shackles. Therefore, by entering the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan did not only have to try to kill as many human race masters as they could and stop them from acquiring those opportunities. A more important task for them was to keep an eye on several people and make sure they couldn't make it to the 9th order. Yang Kai was ranked first, while Mi Jingluan came second. Mo Yu wasn't interested in managing the Black Ink clan's affairs, so ever since Mo Na Yi became a pseudo-royal lord, he had been the one handling all the day-to-day affairs. His counterpart, the supreme commander of the humans, was Mi Jingluan. Although Mo Na Yi had never met this 8th order master before, they had clashed on many occasions as they were both leaders of their respective sides. While Yang Kai was a great fighter, Mi Jingluan was an intelligent strategist. Although he wasn't at the front line, such a being was more intimidating than those who knew nothing but fighting. If Mi Jingluan managed to make it to the 9th order and went to the front line, he would cause unimaginable damage to the Black Ink clan because he wasn't merely another 9th order master. Xiang Shan was ranked 3rd. After all, he was a famous and experienced 8th order master. Although he wasn't as powerful as Yang Kai, he was far-sighted and ruthless. It was said that he was the army commander of the Great Evolution Army in the past, and Mi Jingluan had to obey his orders. The humans also retrieved the Great Evolution Pass under Xiang Shan's leadership. Any one of these 3 ascending to the 9th order would be disastrous to the Black Ink clan. Therefore, even though Mo Na Yi was still recuperating, he was no longer able to sit still upon learning that Xiang Shan had acquired a spirit pill and was ready to ascend to the 9th order. Inside the black ink nest, Mo Na Yi opened his eyes and let the thick black ink strength stream into his body, allowing him to examine his power. His aura wasn't different from the past, only more condensed. After all, there wasn't any difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord when it came to their auras. Nonetheless, as Mo Na Yi balled up his fists, he knew that he was no longer the same as when he just entered the universe furnace world. he was able to fully activate his power, which meant that he was now a real royal lord. Moreover, 80% of his injuries had been healed. The open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies not only helped him achieve a breakthrough, but also helped him rapidly recover. That came as a pleasant surprise to him. Without hesitation, Mo Na-yi identified the direction and dashed out of the black ink nest, charging towards the battlefield. Yang Kai would certainly show up for such a major incident. Almost getting killed by Yang Kai was the worst humiliation in Mo Na-yi's life. Since he was now a royal lord, he no longer had to put on an act in front of Yang Kai. He secretly swore that if Yang Kai had the guts to show up, he would destroy him to get his revenge. Mo Na-yi was determined to kill Xiangshan and Yang Kai to weaken the human strength and morale. In the meantime, on the other side of the universe furnace world, a majestic palace artifact flew across the void. An inscribed signboard with the characters, "Flowing Time," hung above its doors. There were 8 human masters in front of the palace with a man and a woman, both in white robes, standing at the fore. Since it was the Flowing Time Temple, the man and woman in white robes were undoubtedly Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. After getting the spirit pill in the desert, Yang Shui refined it and ascended to the 9th order. She had just stopped cultivating in seclusion a while ago. Then she and Yang Xiao continued to explore this universe furnace world. They came across a group of humans, and there was someone they were familiar with among these people. He was none other than Feng Tianci. At that time, Feng Tianci was leading the way for the other masters in a formation, and was pleasantly surprised to bump into Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. When he realized Yang Shui was now a 9th order master, he was elated. Both parties had known each other for many years and had worked together countless times to deal with powerful enemies. Therefore, they were pleased to reunite in the universe furnace. Following that, they decided to move forward together. During this period, Yang Xiao repeatedly activated the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands in the hope that he would acquire more pills, but he couldn't detect anything at all. This prompted him to wonder if it was just a coincidence when he managed to detect the location of a supreme-grade open heaven pill by using the great sun and moon marks back then. Although they hadn't found another supreme-grade spirit pill, they had killed some black ink clansmen along the way. They were satisfied with it, especially when they managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life. During that battle, Yang Shui personally made a move and killed the powerful opponent. Chaos shattered and the void collapsed, which astounded onlookers. Chapter 5768, I'm Not Listening. Presently, the Flowing Time Temple was hovering in the void as a battle had broken out outside. Yang Shui single-handedly dealt with 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. Even though these territory lords had assembled a 4 symbols formation, they were still no match for a 9th order master. If they were innate territory lords, they might have persevered longer. However, the territory lords who had entered the universe furnace this time were all acquired territory lords, so they were generally weaker. Yang Shui didn't kill them ruthlessly though. Instead, she prolonged the fight intentionally, just like she had against all those from the Black Ink clan they bumped into along the way. It was a good way for her to adapt to her increased strength. The others were aware of what she was trying to do, so they didn't lend her a hand. Only Yang Xiao was shouting in front of the temple to show his support. Words like "little ant is the best" and "little ant is the most powerful" just naturally came out of his mouth, which caused Yang Shui to flush. She wouldn't mind it if he did such a thing in private, but many people were also there at that moment, which was why she was embarrassed. After shouting for a while, Yang Xiao suddenly sighed. Feng Tianci, who stood beside him, turned to look at him and smiled. "What's wrong?" A dejected Yang Xiao sent him a divine sense transmission. "Old Feng, she's a 9th order master now." Feng Tianci replied. "And I know." A dispirited Yang Xiao continued. "When will I become a divine dragon?" If he turned into his dragon form, he would be over 90,000 meters long, which was equivalent to an elite peak 8th order master. Although it seemed like Yang Xiao was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon, the truth was that it was extremely difficult to ascend from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon. That was the reason there were only a small number of divine dragons in the history of the Dragon Clan. There were only ever 2 or 3 divine dragons in every generation. In the past, Fu Guang had been cultivating in the depths of the dragon pool for thousands of years, but he didn't manage to become a divine dragon. It was only thanks to Yang Kai that he achieved his goal. Yang Xiao was confident that he would be a divine dragon one day, but that would take a long time. She's my little aunt to begin with, and now she's more powerful than me. Would I have to rely on her forever? He was certainly happy that Yang Shui had made it to the 9th order. After all, in this chaotic time, her power could protect her. However, he was downcast because he was less powerful than her now. When they made a name for themselves in the future, he wouldn't want others to say he was the man behind a 9th order master. That would be embarrassing. He would rather hear others say he was the divine dragon beside the 9th order master. Having spent many years with Yang Xiao, Feng Tianxi certainly understood the underlying meanings behind his words, but since he wasn't in any place to say anything, he only put on a meaningful smile. Yang Xiao frowned and complained, "You've changed, old Feng." Feng Tianxi asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Xiao examined him for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know, but you're different from the first time I met you, especially after you became an 8th order master." Feng Tianxi thought that it was obvious because the things that Yang Kai had sealed off in his soul gradually awakened as his power increased. Without explaining anything, he only replied with a smile, "You're reading too much into it." A relentless Yang Xiao forcefully wrapped his arm around the man's neck and questioned through clenched teeth, "Are you looking down on me, old Feng?" Feng Tianxi was torn between tears and laughter. "I am not. You're the one making a scene." Yang Xiao glowered at him for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Forget it. It's not like relying on a woman is a big deal anyway." The next instant he pushed Feng Tianxi away and beamed at Yang Xiao, who was returning, asking in a caring manner, "Are you tired or hurt, little aunt? You should have just killed these guys. Why bother bringing them back?" Yang Shui felt embarrassed because of his actions, so she glared at him. In any case, she realized that after she made it to the 9th order, Yang Xiao started saying nonsense more frequently. Is it because he now has low self-esteem? Men will be men. An 8th order master suddenly asked, "Senior sister, have you captured them to extract some information from them?" Given Yang Shui's strength, it wasn't hard for her to kill these acquired territory lords. However, she had captured them alive and brought them back. It was apparent that she was up to something. The moment the 8th order master finished speaking, he realized someone was glowering at him. Puzzled, he turned his head and saw Yang Xiao gaping at him. "Have I offended you in any way?" The 8th order master was bewildered. "You're taking advantage of me." Yang Xiao was displeased. Since he called Yang Shui little aunt, the man was basically taking advantage of him by calling the woman senior sister. For some reason, he had been sensitive and diffident recently. Just as he was ready to argue with the 8th order master, he saw Yang Shui glower at him. In an instant he relented. "The Black Ink clansmen we've bumped into recently are all moving in the same direction. It seems like something has happened over there, so I've brought them back to interrogate them," Yang Shui explained. She wasn't sure if the others were aware of such an anomaly, but the Black Ink clansmen they had come across recently were all converging towards a certain direction in quite a hurry. Upon hearing her, the others realized that was indeed the case and felt that women were indeed more sensitive. Some of them had noticed it, but they never gave it much thought. Now it seemed that something had indeed happened over there. The powers of these 4 acquired territory lords had been sealed by Yang Shui. Presently, they stood before the woman with horrified expressions. This couldn't be helped. Even though they had joined forces, they were still captured alive by this woman. Furthermore, the power she showcased suggested that she was a 9th order master. She swept a glance over them and said impassively, "I have some questions for you. Reply to me honestly." Suddenly, she pushed out a palm and exploded the first territory lord. As blood splashed, Yang Shui's white robe was unaffected while an unsuspecting Yang Xiao had his clothes dyed black. Her action not only shocked the remaining 3 territory lords, but also the human race masters. Didn't she just say she had questions? Why did she kill him all of a sudden? She could have directly killed them all, So why did she bring them back and do that in front of them instead? Yang Xiao looked at the blood stain on his clothes and fell silent. It seemed that Yang Shui was displeased with him and did that intentionally. As such, he felt uneasy. Oblivious to everything else, Yang Shui stood in front of the second territory lord, who was anxious as he said, "Madam." Yang Shui cut him off and snarled, "I'm not listening." Then she landed a palm on the territory lord and killed him as well. Black blood splashed onto Yang Xiao again. Although he was well prepared this time, he didn't dare ward off the blood. He took a look at Yang Shui and realized she was smiling. It seemed that she had cheered up slightly. Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was difficult to be a man. The human race masters were dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Shui was trying to do. Nevertheless, after pondering for a moment, they soon understood her intentions. They couldn't help admiring her strategy, though this method was quite horrifying, especially for these captured territory lords. They thought that even though this new Ninth Order master appeared demure, she was actually ruthless. At any rate, it shouldn't be surprising. After all, she was Yang Kai's little sister, so how was it possible that she was weak? If she were a kind-hearted person, she wouldn't have survived in this chaotic time. The remaining two territory lords were now scared out of their wits. The Ninth Order master captured them and said she was going to ask them some questions. However, instead of asking anything, she began butchering them. Although one of them wanted to tell her everything, she still mercilessly ended his life, which was ridiculous. The moment Yang Shui stood in front of the third territory lord, he almost fell to his knees and said hurriedly, "Ask anything you want, madam. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life." He was worried that if he spoke any slower, he would perish like the two territory lords before. This time, Yang Shui didn't kill him right away and only asked slowly, "Do you want to live?" The territory lord wasn't sure how to respond to her. Certainly he wanted to live. Although they were unlucky to bump into a Ninth Order master, they would rather not get killed. The survivors exchanged glances and nodded, yes. The fourth territory lord then said, "Madam, if you insist on killing us, do it at once. However, you'll never glean any information from us." That was audacious of him. Nevertheless, it was what they hoped for. If death was a certainty, they naturally weren't willing to reveal any information. Now they only hoped that Yang Shui would spare their lives. The woman's unreasonable actions had mentally destroyed them. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui nodded. "Good. Since you want to live, I'll give you a chance." Both of them were elated, and the third territory lord asked cautiously, "Will you go back on your word?" It wasn't like there was anything they could do in that case, but they now had a chance to survive at the very least. This time, Yang Shui remained silent while Yang Xiao snorted. "Do you think you have the right to bargain?" The territory lords were crestfallen upon hearing that. Since they were captives, they no longer had a say when it came to their life or death. They indeed had no right to bargain for anything. Just then Yang Shui said, "However, only one of you will get to live. Why don't you tell me where you're going and all the information you know? I'll let the one who can provide the most valuable information live while the other one will die." Only one of them would survive, and the chance belonged to the one who could provide the most useful information. There was no doubt it was a devious method, but the territory lords knew they had to oblige. Chapter 5769, Provide Assistance. The human masters couldn't help admiring Yang Shui. Although the trick was simple, it was more effective than any torture. She really was Yang Kai's little sister. Although they had heard about her before, she wasn't outstanding among the talented people in this chaotic time, but after ascending to the Ninth Order, she was bound to become a famous figure among the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Shui went on to say, "Although you have no right to bargain for anything, you don't have to worry about me going back on my word. Since I've said I'll spare one of you, I'll fulfill my promise. Humans value our reputation more than the Black Ink clan." She was right in a sense. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had clashed with human masters on countless occasions, but under normal circumstances, the humans wouldn't go back on their word. The territory lords exchanged glances before one of them hurriedly said, We've received Sir Xiaoyu's order to join him in battle. The other one spoke at the same time. Sir Xiaoyu told us to help him kill the human masters. Both territory lords had spoken at the same time and mentioned the name Xiaoyu. A curious Yang Shui asked with a frown, "Don't speak at the same time. Take it slow." She then turned to look at the territory lord on the left. "Is Xiaoyu a pseudo-royal lord?" Before the territory lord could answer her question, an 8th Order master explained, "I exchanged moves with Xiaoyu previously, however, he was still an innate territory lord at that time. Since he was powerful, I found it hard to deal with him in a one-on-one fight. If he's still alive, he should be a pseudo-royal lord now." Due to the universe furnace's appearance, all the veteran innate territory lords were summoned to the no-return pass to create more pseudo-royal lords. That was the reason there were suddenly dozens of them. The Black Ink clan didn't do this in the past because it was of no help to the overall situation. The birth of dozens of pseudo-royal lords meant sacrificing at least 10 times the number of innate territory lords. However, the universe furnace's appearance forced the Black Ink clan to make such a decision. Only a larger number of pseudo-royal lords could help them secure the upper hand in the universe furnace. Pseudo-royal lords could only be made by sacrificing innate territory lords, so the dead ones wouldn't be remembered while only those who survived could make a name for themselves. After hesitating for a bit, the territory lord on the left said, "Sir Xiaoyu is a true royal lord now. He previously obtained an opportunity in the universe furnace and broke through." All of them were shocked upon hearing that. The opportunity in the universe furnace he had mentioned must be a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Before entering this place, they had thought about the possibility of Black Ink clansmen having a chance to acquire supreme-grade open heaven pills. However, that was just a possibility. They certainly hoped for the Black Ink clan to be unlucky and find no supreme-grade open heaven pills at all. Nevertheless, the information they had just heard made them wake up to reality. A new royal lord had reached his current realm by consuming a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Not only did it level off the advantage of the humans for having a new 9th Order master like Yang Shui, it also made the humans lose an opportunity, which was agonizing. Despite their unwillingness, there was nothing much they could do now, thus. Yang Shui turned to look at the territory lord on the right and muttered, "Go on." As though knowing what these humans were thinking, the territory lord quickly said, "As far as I know concerned, there is a new human 9th Order master." A moment later he added, "I'm talking about someone else, not you, madam. That 9th Order master is leading the humans to fight with Sir Xiaoyu." The human master's interest was finally piqued. Apart from Yang Shui, there was another 9th Order master, which was good news. Yang Shui had made the right decision by trying to glean information from these territory lords instead of just killing them. The Black Ink clan could share information quickly through the Black Ink nests while the humans found it hard to communicate with each other in the universe furnace at all. "Do you know who the new 9th Order master is?" Yang Shui asked. Just as the territory lord on the right was ready to speak, the one on the left shouted, "It's my turn." Yang Shui had said that whoever could provide the most useful information would survive. Since it had something to do with his survival, this territory lord naturally had to fight for it. Yang Shui turned to look at him, after which the territory lord on the left continued, "The 9th Order master is named Ouyang Lai." Hearing that, all of them were surprised. Ouyang Lai was one of the oldest 8th Order masters who had been fighting against the Black Ink clan back on the Black Ink battlefield over 10,000 years prior to the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. He had also made a name for himself in profound nether territory during the war. Even after that, everyone present had heard about him before. Furthermore, it was said that Ouyang Lai had been left with many concerning hidden injuries from his countless battles against the Black Ink clan. His small universe had been damaged, so he was no longer at the peak of his power. No one could have expected that he would acquire such an opportunity in the universe furnace and make it to the 9th Order. There was no doubt it was a piece of exhilarating news for the human race. The territory lord on the right then said, "The conflict this time started because of an opportunity." The one on the left cut him off. After Sir Xiaoyu became a royal lord, he accidentally discovered another opportunity. However, that opportunity was protected by some native masters. One of them is just as powerful as Sir Xiaoyu. A Chaos Spirit King? Someone postulated. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the Chaos Spirit clan, but the humans were aware of it. A native master who was just as formidable as a royal lord must be a Chaos Spirit King. I guess so, the territory lord went on to say. After discovering the opportunity, Sir Xiaoyu summoned more people to assist him. While he was tangled up with the Chaos Spirit King, he directed others to snatch the opportunity. However, Sir Yongkai somehow approached them undetected and snatched the opportunity. What? Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were both shocked. Yang Xiao questioned anxiously. You said my adoptive father. That opportunity was snatched by Yongkai? The other territory lord nodded. That's the reason both sides are engaging in a large-scale conflict. Since the opportunity was snatched away, Sir Xiaoyu was naturally displeased. He has summoned more people to track Sir Yongkai down, which caught the human race's attention. That's why more and more people from both races are gathering together. We too were on our way there as well. They had bumped into these human race masters before they even arrived at their destination. Now, only 2 out of 4 territory lords remained alive. How severe are his injuries? Yang Shui questioned grimly. Yongkai snatched a supreme grade open heaven pill while a royal lord and a chaos spirit king were fighting nearby. Although Yongkai was unmatched when it came to escaping, he couldn't possibly flee from such a situation unscathed. There was no doubt he was injured, but no one was aware of his condition. The territory lord on the left shook his head. No idea. We haven't heard any news on Sir Yongkai again. Then ask now, Yang Shui demanded. These territory lords wouldn't dare displease her. One of them quickly fished out a miniature black ink nest and communicated with the other territory lords. A while later he put away the black ink nest and replied, Sir Yongkai is badly injured but no one knows where he is. Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Black Ink clansmen were not aware of where Yongkai was, it meant that he didn't fall into their hands. Given his abilities, he must have escaped and was now recuperating somewhere. These territory lords realized that Yongkai must be related to this Ninth Order woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so agitated at the mere mention of his name. They cautiously waited for Yang Shui to calm down before one of them continued. We have no idea where Sir Yongkai is hiding with that opportunity. Just as the battle seemed to have reached a stalemate, and both sides were preparing to withdraw though, something happened. As a result, the battle intensified instead. What happened? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow. Although he didn't take part in the battle, he felt that it was full of twists and turns just by listening to these territory lords. The other territory lord explained. Sir Xiangshan was suddenly discovered nearby, showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. He must have obtained an opportunity and was preparing to refine it. He probably didn't expect so many people to gather together in that area. All the humans were now torn between tears and laughter. They were thrilled because Xiangshan had also gotten a supreme grade open heaven pill, and was about to achieve a breakthrough. If he succeeded, the human race would have 3 new Ninth Order masters. That hadn't even included Yongkai, who had snatched another supreme grade open heaven pill away. Nevertheless, the place that Xiangshan had chosen to hide was quite awkward, which led to the masters from both sides detecting the fluctuations of his breakthrough. Both parties were about to retreat, but instead got into a massive fight again because of that. Behind Yang Shui, an 8th Order master cupped his fist. Senior sister, since an intense battle has broken out, we should rush over to assist. Although they knew little about the situation over there, they believed that the humans were at a disadvantage. After all, the Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the Black Ink nests over vast distances while the humans couldn't. Therefore, there must be more Black Ink clansmen than humans over there. Ouyang Lai had to hold Xiaoyu back and protect Xiangshan at the same time. It was imaginable that the humans were in a perilous situation. Yang Shui nodded, knowing that this matter could not be delayed. She initially wanted to slowly glean all the information she could from these territory lords, but she was no longer in the mood to do so. The next instant, she drove the flowing time temple forward, and instructed the territory lords to give directions. If they were to look for the battlefield on their own, they might not be able to find the location. Nevertheless, with these territory lords' help, they didn't need to worry about anything, for the black ink nests could locate the battlefield. Although the territory lords were disgruntled, they wouldn't dare disobey Yang Shui. As such, they promptly pointed the way for her. While on their way, Yang Shui tried to extract as much information from these territory lords as possible. The information they knew was limited, so there naturally came a time when they had nothing else to say. In the end, they could no longer provide any useful information. Yang Shui motioned for Yang Xiao to take action, after which he flashed a wide smile at the territory lords, one so eerie that they shuddered. The next moment, they were horrified by what they saw. 2 marks appeared on the backs of Yang Zhao's hands. Yellow light and blue light merged and turned into a dazzling white light. Purifying light. The Black Ink clan had been battling against the humans for millennia, so they were familiar with this pure white light. In battle, human race masters would often summon evil purging divine spears, which contained intense purifying light. However, it was the territory lord's first time seeing someone directly condensing purifying light, which was why they were scared out of their wits. Chapter 5770, Yang Kai is my adoptive father. In front of the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao smiled harmlessly, but the 2 acquired territory lords, whose powers had been sealed, quivered like quails without a home in winter. They felt that the humans were preparing to kill them after gleaning all the information from them. Although the humans had promised to let one of them off, they had now decided to end their lives. It seemed that they were about to go back on their word. However, it wasn't like these territory lords had the power to resist. Ignoring them, Yang Xiao activated the purifying light and covered them in the dazzling white light. Instantly, these territory lords howled in pain as their black ink strength was dispelled and their auras plunged. A moment later, Yang Xiao retracted his hands. Although the territory lords appeared battered, they were still alive at the very least, but both of them were shocked and puzzled. We're still alive? Does that mean they have decided not to kill us? Yang Xiao snorted. Since my little aunt said she will let one of you go, she won't go back on her word. Or what? Did you think I was going to kill you? After escaping from death's door, the territory lords acted meekly. Unlike how flustered they were a moment ago, they were now slightly at ease. They also understood why the humans were willing to fulfill their promise. Although the purifying light didn't kill them, it significantly weakened their auras and caused their strength to plummet. They were originally territory lords, but now they could only be considered high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Several thousand years of cultivation was gone, just like that. 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen were no longer of any use in the universe furnace, which was full of powerful masters. If they came across other human race masters now, they would easily die. Since you've been cooperative, I'll let both of you go, Yang Xiao announced and extended his hand. Give me your black ink nest. Not having the guts to hesitate, they promptly fished out a black ink nest and presented it to him. Only then did Yang Xiao wave his hand and slap these black ink clansmen out of the temple before bellowing, "Get lost." Having just survived a calamity, these black ink clansmen ran for their lives without delay. As for whether they would bump into other humans and get killed, that was up to luck now. In front of the temple, Yang Shui asked, "Since you've chased them away, who will point out the directions for us?" "They're no longer needed. I've got the location." Yang Xiao replied and showed her the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands. Yang Shui understood what was going on upon seeing that. Initially, Yang Xiao relied on the great sun and moon marks to lead them to find a supreme grade open heaven pill, thus allowing Yang Shui to make it to the 9th order. During this period, Yang Xiao had been trying to look for another supreme grade open heaven pill using the same method, but they found nothing. As such, they thought that their previous discovery was merely a coincidence. Now, it seemed that it wasn't a coincidence. With the help of the great sun and moon marks, Yang Xiao was able to detect the locations of supreme grade open heaven pills. Since Yang Xiao had detected the spirit pill's whereabouts, it suggested that the battlefield wasn't far away from them. The supreme grade open heaven pill must be the one in Xiangshan's possession. Yang Xiao turned to look at her. "Little aunt, I've confiscated their black ink nest because I was worried they'll share our information with the other black ink clansmen. The enemies are not aware that you've ascended to the Ninth Order yet. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll divert the Black Ink clan's attention while you look for an opportunity to support Marshal Uncle Ouyang to kill the Royal Lord. Yang Shui nodded. Good. Old Fong, you assist Little Ant. Yang Xiao then turned to look at Fong Tianxi. Although he had been emotionally unstable recently, he was once the leader of an elite squad, after all. Given his experience on the various battlefields, Yang Xiao could make some arrangements in an orderly manner. Feng Tianxi nodded. Please rest assured. The rest will form 2 battle formations with me. Let's go kill those Black Ink clan bastards. Yang Xiao shouted. He was high-spirited as they were ready to barge into the battlefield and destroy the enemy. No one disagreed. A moment later, they felt the fallout of battles coming from up ahead. Apparently, they were about to arrive at the battlefield. Feng Tianxi and Yang Shui exchanged glances before leaping out. As space principles undulated, they vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao drove the flowing time temple forward openly and menacingly. Before they even reached the battlefield, he roared at the top of his lungs. Yang Xiao of the Dragon Clan has arrived. Black Ink clan bastards, are you prepared to die? Presently, the humans were in a perilous situation. Many human race masters had surrounded Xiangshan and set up a defense line, and were mainly fending off the enemy's attacks. They were at a disadvantage when it came to numbers, so even if they were unrestricted, they couldn't possibly gain the upper hand, not to mention that they had to protect Xiangshan now. The Black Ink clan continuously launched powerful secret techniques on the humans in an attempt to shatter the defense line and disrupt Xiangshan's ascension. Ouyang Lai was unable to help as the royal lord named Xiaoyu was determined to tie him down, giving him no chance to take a breath. He had to defeat Xiaoyu before he could give Xiangshan a hand. He secretly cursed at Xiangshan for dragging all of them into such a situation. Xiangshan had chosen the wrong time to achieve an ascension, and worst of all, the location he had selected was so awkward. Due to various reasons, the human race masters were unable to advance further or retreat. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. However, if this dragged on once the humans' defense line was broken, things would collapse like an avalanche. Not only would Xiangshan fail his ascension, but many human race masters would lose their lives as well. Just as they were in a deadlock, Ouyang Lai heard Yang Xiao's voice all of a sudden. Elated, he roared. Yang Xiao, go and protect Xiangshan right away. Yang Xiao had seen what was happening on the battlefield, so he didn't need Ouyang Lai to tell him what to do. He drove the flowing time temple forward and charged towards the battlefield with 7 human race masters in tow. The temple arrived at a weak point in the defense line, after which they started warding off the attacks. The Black Ink clansmen on that side were so frustrated that they almost spat blood. Initially, they had the chance to break through the enemy lines. By then they could go straight to attack Xiangshan. Presently, Xiangshan was attempting a breakthrough, so he was powerless to counterattack. Regardless of whether they could kill Xiangshan or not in the end, they could make him fail at the very least. They didn't expect more humans to come over at this critical moment. What was more, these humans had brought with them a powerful mobile palace artifact, which plugged the originally weak point in the humans' defense line. Those from the Black Ink clan were resentful of Yang Xiao. Nevertheless, the Flowing Time Temple had a robust defense. Since they were unable to destroy it, they decided to attack elsewhere. Seeing that, Yang Xiao roared, "Where do you think you're going?" The Black Ink clansman directly ignored him. Yang Xiao was anxious, but he couldn't take the initiative to attack. As such, he bellowed again, "Yang Kai is my adoptive father. He can easily slaughter all of you trash from the Black Ink clan. Since he's not around now, I'll teach all of you a lesson on his behalf. If you have the guts, come and fight me." Those who were moving away suddenly all stopped in their tracks. A pseudo-royal lord's eyes reddened as he glowered at Yang Xiao. "Did you just say Yang Kai is your adoptive father?" Standing in front of the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao looked condescendingly at him. "Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Then you must die." The pseudo-royal lord roared and shouted, Tear him apart. The next instant, with the pseudo-royal lord leading the way, multiple territory lords charged towards the flowing time temple. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was surprised by their reaction. He just wanted to curse at the enemies and pin them down. Never did he expect them to react in such a way. Seeing that the enemies were coming over, he yelled, "Make ready!" The 7 others he had brought with him already had their auras connected and formed 2 battle formations. With the help of the flowing time temple's power, they engaged the enemy. As they fought, Yang Xiao suddenly mocked. "It seems that your aura is unstable, Sir Pseudo-Royal Lord. Did my adoptive father punch you or something?" At the mention of this, the Pseudo-Royal Lord intensified his attacks. Yang Xiao was startled, for he didn't expect his speculation to be right. He asked curiously, "What's your name? When I see my adoptive father, I'll tell him to kill you." The Pseudo-Royal Lord said through clenched teeth, "My name is Meng Ke. At least now you'll know who killed you." He was one of the earliest pseudo-royal lords within the Black Ink clan, so there was no doubt he held a prestigious position. However, when Yang Kai formed a battle formation with other humans, he managed to injure him seriously, which was greatly humiliating for Meng Quebec. Although Yang Kai was badly injured now, he was nowhere to be found. As such, Meng Ke was unable to get his revenge. It was only natural that he wanted to vent his fury on Yang Xiao, who was Yang Kai's adoptive son. Although he couldn't kill Yang Kai, Meng Ke had the confidence to butcher Yang Xiao. The place where Yang Xiao and the others were located was in turmoil, while they were dealing with the bombardment of attacks. Fortunately, they had the flowing time temple's protection. Otherwise, they couldn't have persevered. After all, a pseudo-royal lord was significantly more powerful than a territory lord. Meng Ke being injured and unable to fully use all his power also helped immensely. On the other side, with the help of space principles, Fang Tianxi and Yang Shui stealthily approached Ouyang Lai and Xiaoyu. Although Fang Tianxi had earned the moniker, Little Yang Kai, he was still inferior to the true body when it came to mastery in the Tao of space. Furthermore, Yang Shui was a 9th order master. As such, he felt pressured bringing her with him, and helping to hide her aura at the same time. "We have to stop here. If we go any closer, the enemy will notice us," Fang Tianxi said while stopping in his tracks. "Be careful." Yang Shui nodded but wasn't in a rush to make a move. Instead, she was observing the battle and waiting for a chance. Killing a royal lord wasn't easy, and the timing to make a move was crucial. As though noticing a powerful presence, Xiaoyu became uneasy. He had a feeling that someone was staring at him in secret, so he reserved some of his strength. He was initially equally matched with Ouyang Lai, but now the latter gained a slight upper hand. Ouyang Lai naturally noticed this, and began openly taunting him. Ignoring the foul-mouthed human in front of him, Xiaoyu wondered where his sense of unease came from. Soon, however, he realized what the source was. A powerful and unrestrained aura was suddenly felt rushing over from the distance. The aura didn't have the signature of world force or black ink strength. Rather, it felt like pure chaos. "It's that Chaos Spirit King. I can't believe that guy found me." At that moment, Xiaoyu was both shocked and flustered. Chapter 5771, Yang Shui makes a move. Xiaoyu was terrified of the Chaos Spirit King after the traumatizing experience previously. He felt wrong since he wasn't at fault. He was indeed the one who discovered the Chaos Spirit Clan's supreme grade open heaven pill, and intended to snatch it, but he didn't achieve his goal in the end. Instead, the spirit pill was stealthily taken away by Yang Kai. The Chaos Spirit King was so stupid though that after the culprit Yang Kai ran away, it targeted Xiaoyu. Before coming across Ouyang Lai, Xiaoyu had been hunted down by the Chaos Spirit King, but just as he thought he had finally gotten rid of it, this guy appeared all of a sudden. It was likely that the Chaos Spirit King was attracted to the great disturbance of the battle. Since the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were clashing in this place, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would notice the clamor. Therefore, the moment Xiaoyu detected the Chaos Spirit King's presence, he had the urge to flee right away. He and Ouyang Lai were equally matched, but if the Chaos Spirit King joined the fight, he wouldn't be able to deal with the two of them on his own. He had personally had a taste of the Chaos Spirit King's power, So he knew that it was stronger than either Ouyang or himself by a substantial margin. Nevertheless, he soon calmed himself. The Chaos Spirit King had very low sentience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have relentlessly raced after him. Now that it was here, regardless of whether it was attracted to the fallout of the battles, the most attractive thing to it wasn't the human race or the Black Ink clan. It was the spirit pill's aura. The Chaos Spirit King was enraged because it had lost a spirit pill. So now that there was another ripe for the picking, the Chaos Spirit King would likely want to snatch it. Xiaoyu now felt that it might not necessarily be a bad thing for the Black Ink clan that the Chaos Spirit King appeared all of a sudden. Perhaps things would go contrary to the humans' wishes and lead to their downfall. Therefore, he suppressed his urge to flee while dealing with Ouyang and paying some attention to the Chaos Spirit King's movements. Such a powerful aura appeared all of a sudden and charged towards the battlefield. So it was only natural that the masters of both races were shocked and doubtful. Soon, the Chaos Spirit King arrived, and without hesitating at all, it charged towards Xiangshan. Wherever it went, the Black Ink clansmen stepped away and let it pass. On the other hand, the human race masters had no choice but to block the Chaos Spirit King from advancing further. 6 Eighth Order masters formed a 6 paths formation and clashed with the Chaos Spirit King. A moment later, these 8th Order masters paled as their world forces destabilized. Since the Chaos Spirit King was obstructed, it was apparently furious. It roared like a beast as its chaotic force swept everyone away before charging forward again. Helplessly, the human race masters counterattacked with the 6 paths formation. Again, they were forced to step back as they were no match for the opponent. If this dragged on, it would only take 10 breaths of time before the 6 paths formation was broken. When that happened, the Chaos Spirit King would break through the defense line and reach Xiangshan. Ha! Xiaoyu couldn't help guffawing, for luck was on their side. He was initially resentful of the Chaos Spirit King, but it turned out to be a blessing for them. It was indeed attracted to the spirit pill's aura, and decided to attack the humans. In other words, the Black Ink clan had gotten a powerful helper for free. Certainly, the Chaos Spirit King wasn't there to assist them, and if the Black Ink clansmen got in its way, it would attack them as well. Its only target was the spirit pill, after all. That was good news for the Black Ink clan. To begin with, the humans were already at a disadvantage, and now they were faced with the Chaos Spirit King's suppression. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Across from Xiaoyu, Ouyang grew anxious. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had undoubtedly exacerbated the situation for the humans. He wanted to get rid of Xiaoyu and go over to block the Chaos Spirit King, but Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't grant his wish. He had pulled back his attacks earlier because he was wary of the Chaos Spirit King, but upon realizing Ouyang intention, Xiaoyu took the initiative to entangle them as he mocked. "Where do you think you're going? No one can leave unless one of us is killed, ha. If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Ouyang roared as his world force surged, turning him into a ball of fire. It seemed that the heavens weren't on the human side today. Why were there so many twists and turns during Xiangshan's ascension? Although Ouyang had faced some difficulties during his breakthrough, it had been smooth sailing in general. However, when it was Xiangshan's turn, he was faced with all sorts of problems, and even the Chaos Spirit King had come targeting him. Ouyang was so incensed that he almost erupted like a volcano. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's attacks intensified. To make the furious Ouyang stay, he had given up on his defense so that he could stop his opponent from going to Xiangshan's rescue. Just then, ripples formed in the void, and following that, Ouyang saw a long sword extending from nowhere, a fair hand gripping its hilt. "Who is that? Why didn't I know someone was there before?" Ouyang was startled. The next moment, he was ecstatic because he saw a sword-wielding woman and a man stepping out of the ripples. He was familiar with both of them. The initially arrogant Xiaoyu was flabbergasted as though he had been struck by lightning. A sense of danger overwhelmed him as a powerful aura locked onto him, causing him to feel he was doomed. He didn't have time to ponder on what happened, but he knew someone had launched a sneak attack on him. Just as he was haughtily trying to make Ouyang stay, a master shattered the void and attacked him from behind. Given the sense of danger he felt, Xiao Yu believed this person must be formidable. The smile on his face froze as he roared and released a large amount of black ink strength, which turned into a black ink cloud in an instant and totally engulfed his figure. Nevertheless, the sword still accurately pierced into his back the next instant, and then thrust out from the other side. A powerful force exploded and formed a hole in his body. The black ink cloud broke into 10 smaller clouds as Ouyang Lai released his flames to destroy 7 of them in the blink of an eye. However, he failed to harm Xiao Yu's true body. Soon someone was heard saying, "I'll leave it to you, senior brother." The helper had turned into a beam in the shape of a sword and charged towards the Chaos Spirit King. "Don't worry," Ouyang Lai replied briefly as he recognized that person. He was shocked deep within, for Yang Shui had also ascended to the 9th order. It seemed that she had acquired her own opportunity. Fortunately, she had come at the right time. Otherwise, the human forces here would have been in trouble. On the other hand, Feng Tianxi left the moment Yang Shui appeared and launched her sneak attack. Presently, he stood in front of the flowing time temple and joined Yang Xiao and the others to deal with Meng Ke and the other Black Ink clansmen. Recalling the sight earlier, Feng Tianxi felt gratified. There was no doubt Yang Shui had made the right decision. Earlier, he was hiding in the dark with Yang Shui. While they were waiting for a chance to strike, the Chaos Spirit King appeared out of the blue. At that time, Yang Shui only had 2 choices. The first was to deal with the Chaos Spirit King right away to stop the latter from attacking the humans' defense line. It was a huge challenge for the 8th Order Masters to clash with such a master, and if they were not careful enough, they would be killed. The second choice would be to immediately try to kill Xiao Yu. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu spent most of his power defending himself at that time. Even if Yang Shui made a move, it wouldn't have brought about meaningful results. Once she was exposed, she wouldn't have time to join forces with Ouyang Lai and fight with him. Therefore, the best choice would be directly clashing with the Chaos Spirit King, as that was also the safest bet. However, Yang Shui chose the third option, which was to keep waiting for the best chance. The Chaos Spirit King clashed with the humans, and it would only take a short time to shatter the 6 paths formation in its way. On the other hand, Xiao Yu was conceited. Just as he was focused on holding Ouyang Lai back, Yang Shui decisively took action. She managed to severely injure the royal lord with just 1 strike, after which she headed straight to confront the Chaos Spirit King. She had to make a decision quickly, for it would affect the outcome of the entire battle. Her decision was a huge bet, but it also showed her confidence in the human race masters. She believed that the humans could persevere for a longer time. Regardless of how powerful the Chaos Spirit King was, the humans were united. As such, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. Those in the 6 paths formation didn't fail her, nor did she disappoint the humans. Feng Tianxi couldn't help letting out a sigh, for the young girl had grown up to be a reliable and independent master. That was the sorrow of the times. He soon pulled himself together and connected his aura with the others to ward off the enemies. In the void, Ouyang Lai's red hair flapped in the air like fire as he looked at the astounded Xiao Yu and grinned. "You're dead." The moment he finished speaking, he turned into a magnificent flame and dashed toward Xiao Yu. A royal lord had shocking vitality, so even though Yang Shui had badly injured him, she didn't manage to end his life. As such, Xiao Yu was still able to fight. Nevertheless, he was shocked at the fact that there was another new 9th Order Master. Including Ouyang Lai, there were 2 now. If they also included Xiangshan, who was attempting a breakthrough, the humans had managed to secure 3 9th Order Masters for their side. Certainly, he wouldn't forget that Yang Kai had also acquired a spirit pill. Was luck indeed on the human's side? The Black Ink clansmen were initially at an advantage, but it was gone for good now that a second 9th Order Master appeared abruptly. Could there be even more 9th Order Masters lurking out there? While still reeling from the shock, Xiao Yu had the illusion that there was another human race master lurking behind him, just waiting to give him a fatal blow. He almost couldn't contain his urge to escape. Nonetheless, he stopped himself from doing so. This was a chance the Black Ink clan mustn't miss. If their plan was ruined because he ran away, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses, and he also couldn't accept the outcome. Furthermore, the Black Ink clansmen were not on the losing side. They were still at an advantage when it came to trying to ruin Xiangshan's ascension. Also, the new Ninth Order Master had to contend with the Chaos Spirit King, so she couldn't stop the other Black Ink clansmen from advancing. More importantly, Emo Nayi was on the way to this place. As long as Emo Nayi appeared, they would have one more royal lord on their side. By then, the Black Ink clan would take back control of everything. Chapter 5772, Everything Returns to Chaos. Given the deadlock, if any party had one more powerful master, the outcome of the battle would be affected. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu mustered his courage and engaged with Ouyang Lai again. Although his power had been weakened significantly following Yang Shui's sneak attack, it didn't mean he was powerless to fight. As he pulled himself together and focused on defending himself, he wouldn't be defeated so soon. The masters from both sides had tacitly divided the battlefield into 3 places. The first was where a Ninth Order Master was dealing with a Royal Lord. The second was where a Ninth Order Master was clashing with the Chaos Spirit King. The third and final place was where the Human Race Masters, who had formed many battle formations to protect Xiangshan, were fending off the Black Ink clansmen's siege. The battles were so intense that the void itself trembled. The noise spread in all directions, and attracted more Human Race Masters to come over and lend their fellow humans assistance. Nevertheless, even more Black Ink clansmen were rushing over as well. The Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the Black Ink nests, so they could easily summon more people. Emo Nayi had also stopped recuperating and was on his way. The Black Ink clansmen had obviously decided to go all in for this battle, where thousands of masters from both sides were involved. If they won, they would deal a heavy blow to the humans. Whenever the universe furnace opened up in the past, even though both sides would fight, there had never been such a large-scale battle before. While the fight raged outside, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were oblivious to everything as they swam through the infinite river. At this moment, Thunder Shadow crouched down on Yang Kai's shoulder as lightning flickered around him. He seemed to have turned into a lightning ball. Thunder Shadow was frustrated, but pleased at the same time. It never crossed his mind that he would one day feel bloated after consuming too much Dao strength in a single day. The Dao strengths in the depths of the infinite river were pure, primitive, and rich. As long as one could reach this place, they would gain unimaginable benefits. Unfortunately, even though the universe furnace had appeared many times before, rarely could anyone step into the infinite river. Even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hardly reach Yang Kai's current depths. Although the infinite river didn't look menacing from the outside, it was actually filled with mortal danger. Without sufficient understanding of their own Grand Tao, one wouldn't be able to resist the corruption of the currents. It was a challenge to one's body, soul, and Grand Taos. There was no doubt that the Ninth Order Masters were powerful, and they had strong attainments in their Grand Taos, but they had merely met the criteria. Without the soul-warming lotus protecting their soul, and a word tree clone or 4-universe pillar sealing and stabilizing their small universe, they would not be able to move around freely in the infinite river. As such, no one managed to snatch the countless opportunities in the infinite river over the eons. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was envious of his main body. As an open heaven realm master, Yang Kai had a small universe, so even if he couldn't refine the ambient Dao strengths yet, he could still take them away. In fact, he had absorbed many Dao strengths and sealed them in his small universe. In any case, he had never closed the portal to his small universe, so the Dao strengths continued to stream into his body. After giving it some thought, Thunder Shadow realized he shouldn't be envious. When Yang Kai found his human self, the 3 selves would be united. By then all the benefits that Thunder Shadow gained would blend into the main body, and everything else wouldn't matter. Upon that realization, he felt less frustrated. A long time later, Yang Kai closed the portal to his small universe as though he was full. He had split his small universe into many areas where different types of Dao strengths were sealed. These Dao strengths looked like colored ribbons or creeks that moved around in those areas. Yang Kai had refined a massive amount of Dao strengths in the infinite river. Now it could be said that he had learned over 10,000 Grand Daos. The Grand Daos that he had previously only dabbled in improved significantly and reached the 6th or 7th level. Even the Grand Daos he had never touched before, which included Thunder Shadow's Thunder Dao, reached the 5th or 6th level. Countless Dao essences were present in his small universe now. Following the advancements in his mastery over these Grand Daos, he gained new insights. Since time immemorial, no one had ever learned so many Grand Daos, nor had anyone attained such mastery in them. Yang Kai had reached his limit, so he was no longer able to refine more Dao strengths. He had also sealed many of them in his small universe. If he kept doing that, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. He was only trying to escape from his enemies, so he didn't expect to gain such massive rewards. To him, it was more valuable than acquiring several supreme-grade open heaven pills, which were not useful to him as the Dao strengths here were immensely beneficial. Without stopping, Yang Kai brought Thunder Shadow to dive deeper. He wanted to find out what lay at the bottom of the infinite river. The progression from the outside to the inside of the infinite river went like this. Chaos split into yin and yang, which transformed into 5 elements, which then gave birth to 10,000 Grand Daos. What else was there after the 10,000 Grand Daos? Was there any further evolution? To a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, the secrets at the deepest part of the infinite river were deathly attractive. Although the infinite river was expansive, one could tell from the outside that there must be an end. Nevertheless, as Yang Kai brought Thunder Shadow to explore the river, they seemed to have plunged into an abyss with no end in sight. There had to be some secrets at the deepest part of the river. Over 10,000 types of Dao strengths gathered together. Although they were clearly distinct, they could also integrate. When several related Dao strengths clashed, they might form an entirely new Dao strength. When a particular Dao strength was stimulated, it might also split into several Dao strengths. As Yang Kai dove deeper, he witnessed a lot of wonders. At the same time, he felt increasingly pressured. At the top of the river, the Dao strengths were considered peaceful, which was the reason he and Thunder Shadow were able to absorb them. However, as they went deeper, the Dao strengths became increasingly unsettled, which mounted even more pressure on Yang Kai. He had been trying to sustain the space-time river to protect Thunder Shadow and himself from the infinite river's erosion. Fortunately, he had already gained massive benefits by improving his mastery over many Grand Daos. Otherwise, he couldn't have persevered. As time passed, the space-time river contracted and stuck close to the pair, which was caused by powerful external pressure. As they went deeper, the originally stable space-time river started shaking. Regardless of how hard Yang Kai tried to stimulate his Dao strengths, he was unable to keep the space-time river stable. At this point, the Dao strengths had become violent as every colored ribbon or undercurrent carried immense power. As Yang Kai was struck, he found it difficult to take charge of where he was heading. Thunder Shadow appeared worried as he had a feeling that his main body was doing something dangerous, but he wasn't in any place to dissuade him. As such, he could only activate his Dao strengths and help sustain the space-time river to drive off the external force. A long time later, when the external force reached a critical limit, Yang Kai felt as though he had passed some kind of divide. The originally colorful environment where all sorts of Grand Daos came together descended into chaos all of a sudden, after which he saw nothing but endless darkness. All the pressure disappeared abruptly, leaving Yang Kai puzzled. Did everything return to chaos after the Grand Daos integrated and bloomed? In that case, wouldn't that make it a cycle? If I dive deeper, would I come across the scene where chaos split into yin and yang, and everything started over on repeat? Nevertheless, Yang Kai realized that something was amiss. The chaos in this place was different from the one at the beginning of the infinite river, which was desolate and still. The chaos in this place was tinged with a different sort of charm. The darkness in this place wasn't pitch black. Instead, there were some flickering lights. As Yang Kai looked at those weak lights, he fell into a dazed state. The flickering lights were special beings. They were natural creations, not living creatures. They came in different sizes and shapes. Some looked like chaos entities while the others did not. Yang Kai felt that he had seen these natural creations before, but he couldn't recall where. Thunder Shadow, who had been crouching on his shoulder, suddenly said, Big brother, I think those things are dangerous. As a beast, he instinctively felt that these seemingly ordinary things were filled with unpredictable danger. If they struck them, they would be in hot water. Oblivious to him, Yang Kai stared fixedly in a particular direction where there was a washbasin-sized existence that looked like seaweed getting tangled up. A round of light glowed in the periphery of that thing. He had a feeling that he had come across these things before, but he couldn't remember where, which was odd. Given his cultivation, Yang Kai was able to remember everything he saw. If he had really seen these things before, he wouldn't forget about them. As he looked intently, he soon had an illusion that this washbasin-sized seaweed-like thing was magnifying before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it became a colossal being. It was magnificent and ancient. Standing in front of this existence, Yang Kai felt that he was as insignificant as dust, which made him feel flabbergasted. Then he came to his senses, finally realizing why he felt that these things looked familiar to him. He had also recalled where he had seen them before. Strictly speaking, the things he saw back then were not the same as the ones before his eyes. They were beings with similar qualities. They were dangerous celestial phenomena that lay in the depths of black ink battlefield. He couldn't recognize them at first glance because every celestial phenomenon was different. Furthermore, the celestial phenomena he came across at the depths of black ink battlefield were massive. The largest celestial phenomenon he had seen was just as vast as a great territory, and it contained unimaginable danger. Even a Ninth Order master or a royal lord might not survive if they barged into such a place. Chapter 5773, Celestial Phenomena. All the celestial phenomena on the black ink battlefield were massive and magnificent. Meanwhile, the celestial phenomena in this place were petite. The difference in their sizes was the reason Yang Kai didn't associate the two together at first. It wasn't until he took a much closer look at their appearance that he realized what they were. These weak lights that came in different shapes and sizes were none other than celestial phenomena. Yang Kai was astounded as he knew a thing or two about where celestial phenomena came from. It was rumored that in the beginning when chaos split apart, 3,000 grand daos were unclear. As such, some strange natural creations were born, and they were celestial phenomena. It could be said that celestial phenomena were strange entities that could be traced back to the ancient source of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the universe was filled with all sorts of celestial phenomena, and they were unimaginably dangerous. That was the reason there were still celestial phenomena in the depths of black ink battlefield while there were none in the 3,000 worlds. Rarely would anyone head to the depths of black ink battlefield. Even the black ink clansmen wouldn't go there under normal circumstances, let alone humans. That was why those celestial phenomena still remained intact. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, many universe worlds sprang to life and living beings rose to power. As these beings grew and explored, they extracted resources and transformed the environment to better suit themselves, causing the celestial phenomena to gradually disappear. Now there were essentially no celestial phenomena in the 3,000 worlds. Many had never heard of celestial phenomena in their lifetimes. Yang Kai had the honor to witness the wonders of the celestial phenomena, and he had made use of a few of them to get rid of some formidable enemies. He also gained massive benefits in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Therefore, he was quite familiar with them. However, he didn't expect to see celestial phenomena in the depths of the infinite river, where everything returned to chaos. Soon he became doubtful. Are these celestial phenomena just as small as what I saw back then? Was what I saw earlier merely an illusion? As he looked intently, he was astounded all of a sudden. Perhaps what he saw was not all there was. The celestial phenomena in this place appeared petite, because he was in a special environment. They might look very different if they were outside. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was startled. In the depths of the infinite river, 10,000 grand daos bloomed before returning to chaos, which then gave birth to so many celestial phenomena. There was also a great sea celestial phenomenon on the black ink battlefield that had many grand dao rivers inside of it. Similarly, many undercurrents contained dao strengths in the infinite river. Previously, Yang Kai wondered why there were so many grand dao rivers in the great sea celestial phenomenon. After all, dao strengths were extremely abstruse, so it wasn't likely that they were born out of nowhere. The Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon should have had such power. However, what if the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon was born from the infinite river? That explained everything. Yang Kai was astounded. He didn't have any evidence to prove his speculation, but he had a feeling that it was the truth. All the celestial phenomena in the depths of Black Ink Battlefield, and the ones that once existed in the 3,000 worlds, but disappeared, came from this place. Yang Kai was eager to prove his point, so he dashed towards the celestial phenomenon he had paid attention to earlier. What he saw astonished him. The celestial phenomenon was supposedly not far away from him, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to approach it. Space seemed to have been extended infinitely before him, but he didn't feel any fluctuations of space principles. Furthermore, as he charged forward, the washbasin-sized seaweed-like celestial phenomenon was quickly expanding. As expected, what he had seen wasn't merely an illusion. The celestial phenomenon must be gargantuan, but it was somewhat illusory in the depths of the infinite river. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and stepped backwards. Soon he realized that everything returned to normal. He then went over to inspect other celestial phenomena, and realized that they were the same. He even saw a fog-like celestial phenomenon. Upon inspection, he discovered that what looked like dust in the fog wasn't what it seemed. The particles were unformed universe worlds. He remembered seeing a fog-like celestial phenomenon in the universe furnace, and he was shocked at that time. It didn't cross his mind that it was born from this place. All the strange-looking celestial phenomena gathered in the depths of the infinite river, which was filled with ancient and primitive auras. While swimming in this place, Yang Kai seemed to have returned to the ancient times and gotten lost. A long time later, Thunder Shadow exclaimed, "Big brother!" An astounded Yang Kai came to his senses and realized that something was off. His Tao strengths were dissipating and blending into this place. He quickly stabilized himself and circulated his power to stop his Tao strengths from leaving his body. A terrified Thunder Shadow asked, "What's going on?" Everything was going well when an anomaly happened. If he hadn't discovered that something was amiss, Yang Kai would have lost his life without knowing the reason. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was soaked in cold sweat as well. Just now, he had been focusing on observing these bizarre celestial phenomena. While witnessing the wonders, he suddenly felt dead deep within. If Thunder Shadow hadn't called out to him in time, Yang Kai would have lost his life. Under such a circumstance, once all his Tao strengths were gone, his figure would have melted into this place as well. Moreover, the soul-warming lotus didn't react at all while Thunder Shadow was unaffected. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized something. The feeling of lifelessness wasn't an external force, it was born within him. As such, the soul-warming lotus didn't react in any way. Such an anomaly happened because his Tao strengths resonated with the power of 10,000 grand Taos in this place. Thunder Shadow wasn't as attuned to the environment, so he could remain alert. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who had mastered a lot of grand Taos, was affected by this place. After suffering such a setback, Yang Kai became more cautious. This was a dangerous place where he couldn't be negligent. Thunder Shadow said, "Let's go up. There's nothing interesting here to see." He was still terrified. Before this, even though Yang Kai was taking a huge risk, everything was still under control. The turn of events earlier apparently surprised him as well. There was nothing much Thunder Shadow could do in this place, and once his main body was in danger, no one could save him. "You don't understand." Yang Kai shook his head. The celestial phenomena were indeed not interesting. However, the power of the 10,000 grand Taos returning to chaos and the development of various wonders were the essence of this place. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had caught a glimpse of something amazing, but he couldn't fully comprehend it. There seemed to be a wall in front of him, blocking his path. He could faintly see the beauty beyond it, but it was shrouded in fog. This place seemed to be the deepest part of the infinite river. Not only were there a lot of celestial phenomena, but there was also a long riverbed that was filled with gravel. Yang Kai had been focusing on the celestial phenomena, so he didn't pay attention to the riverbed, but while looking down, he scooped up a handful of gravel and examined it. Just as he expected, these small stones were not what they seemed to be. Instead, they were the collective of different Tao strengths. Yang Kai even realized that these small stones were actually the prototypes of universe worlds. Creation force? Yang Kai muttered. He had heard about the creation realm from Tsang for the first time. According to Tsang, the realm that was above the ninth order was the creation realm. The only one who had reached that realm was Mo, who had been shackled inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors were not in that realm. They had merely walked further down the path of the open heaven realm than any others. One could say that if they reached the creation realm, they would have been able to kill Mo. Yang Kai had no idea how abstruse that realm must be. After all, he was only at the peak of the 8th order, and had yet to reach the 9th order. As such, the creation realm was still too far away from him. However, in his opinion, if they wanted to destroy Mo once and for all, someone had to reach that realm. Nevertheless, how to ascend to the creation realm remained a mystery. Otherwise, Mo wouldn't have been the only one to reach that realm after so many eons. Song and the other martial ancestors were geniuses, but even they were unable to reach that realm, let alone their descendants. Perhaps Wu Kuang, who had inherited Shi's knowledge, knew something. However, he was looking after the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so he was unreachable. Yang Kai had never really seriously considered reaching that realm. To him, the most important task was to break through to the 9th order. As such, he didn't have any energy left to ponder on something so unattainable. With that said, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of the creation realm in the deepest part of the infinite river. These were not the nurturing of simple living beings, but rather the wonders of creation of the universe itself. Every stone in his hand was the prototype of a universe world. If he took them to the outside world, they would probably become dead stars with no vitality. Yang Kai remained in the same spot and fell into his thoughts. Thunder Shadow was anxious as he was worried that his true body's Tao strengths would dissipate again. He stared fixedly at Yang Kai and was ready to call out to him at any moment. Thankfully, he was relieved that the same thing didn't happen again. Although Yang Kai remained unmoving like a statue, the Tao strengths around him continued to flow. Apparently, he was trying to comprehend various aspects of the Grand Tao. A long time later, just as Thunder Shadow was growing distressed, Yang Kai suddenly moved as all the gravel in his hand fell. He then swam upwards. "Are we finally leaving?" Thunder Shadow was elated. Although he had gained massive benefits in this damned place, he wasn't willing to stay any longer. Certainly, he was pleased that the main body was leaving. They were faced with many obstacles when coming to this place, but it was much easier when they were leaving. It certainly wasn't smooth sailing, but it was no longer as difficult as when they tried to head to the depths. Soon, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow arrived at the upper part of the infinite river. The water in this place was filled with shattered Tao essence, and if they kept moving upwards, they would be able to leave. Much to Thunder Shadow's surprise, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks and let the river's chaotic force wash over him. He even removed the space-time river around himself, and only protected Thunder Shadow with it, so that the latter would remain safe. Chapter 5774, I understand. What is he doing? Although Thunder Shadow was puzzled, he knew he shouldn't disturb Yang Kai. As such, he could only wait patiently. As the violent water washed over Yang Kai, his figure swayed with it. Undoubtedly, it was dangerous to directly come into contact with the chaotic force, but it allowed him to see the truth clearly. A long time later, even his figure started falling apart. His golden blood blended into the river as it disappeared. Just as Thunder Shadow became apprehensive, Yang Kai suddenly dove deeper and arrived at the point where chaos split into yin and yang before he continued to comprehend things. Yang Kai's figure was in a terrible state as his skin started cracking. As the water surged over him, a layer of his skin was peeled off. His hideous expression suggested that he was in excruciating pain. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow was now completely anxious. If Yang Kai lost his life in this place, he would become a true laughingstock. Moments later, Yang Kai understood something and dove deeper. Soon he reached the point where yin and yang split into the 5 elements. His flesh started coming apart. The powers of his dragon vein and the towering evergreen divine manifestation were fully activated, but they did little to stop his injuries from worsening. When Yang Kai dove deeper for the last time, and reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand daos, his aura was extremely weak. He was like a candle amidst the storm, at risk of losing his life at any moment. His entire figure was covered with blood as the infinite river's erosion made him look battered and miserable. If not for the fact that he still had some vitality left, and the space-time river was still being sustained, Thunder Shadow would have thought that the main body was dead. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was ill at ease. He had figured out what the main body was trying to do, but it was a huge risk to take. If an accident occurred, the damage would be irreversible. In the depths of the infinite river, Yang Kai's badly injured figure remained still as he let the water strike him from all directions, his aura constantly weakening until it reached a critical limit, and his originally listless eyes suddenly started shimmering. Just then, Thunder Shadow heard the main body shouting, "I understand." The next moment, 10,000 grand daos started surging from his injured figure. They were his own Dao strengths, not those in the infinite river. The Dao strengths integrated and formed a protective layer outside the space-time river. Then Yang Kai's figure shot upwards. As it happened, the Dao strengths around him evolved. When he reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand daos, the 10,000 grand daos around him evolved into 5 elements. When he reached the point where Yin and Yang transformed into 5 elements, and the 5 elements around him evolved into Yin and Yang. When he finally reached the upper part of the infinite river, everything around him returned to chaos. Moreover, as Yang Kai swam upwards, the space-time river around him trembled violently. Thunder Shadow couldn't help feeling that space and time seemed to have turned upside down. It felt like space and time were reversing as flesh started appearing on Yang Kai's damaged figure out of thin air. Eventually he returned to his original state. Although he no longer looked battered and miserable, his aura was still weak. Nevertheless, he was energetic and elated. "I see." He then turned to look at Thunder Shadow and asked, "Did you understand?" Thunder Shadow was on the brink of breaking into tears. "What am I supposed to understand?" He figured that Yang Kai was trying to comprehend the secrets behind the evolutionary process from chaos to the 10,000 grand daos. However, he had never cultivated the 10,000 grand daos before, so how was he supposed to understand anything? At that moment, he only wanted to tell Yang Kai to stop torturing himself as it was bad for his heart. Knowing what was on Thunder Shadow's mind, Yang Kai merely smiled in response. It wasn't that he wanted to torture himself, but since the opportunity was there, he just wasn't willing to miss it. When he dove into the infinite river for the first time, Yang Kai used his Dao strengths to shield himself. As such, he was unable to comprehend anything, nor did he intend to. It wasn't until he witnessed the end of the 10,000 grand daos at the bottom of the infinite river that he had the urge to comprehend everything he witnessed. Therefore, he decided to give up the protection of his Dao strengths and expose his body and mind to comprehend the wonders of chaos giving birth to the 10,000 grand daos. Naturally, this process came with huge risks, but the outcome was extraordinary. Yang Kai had gained immense benefits in the infinite river, and even had a feeling that his experience in this place would change the way he cultivated in the future. Moreover, he formed a doubt after experiencing this whole process. Was what everyone knew about Mo correct? Was Mo really in the creation realm? In the past, Yang Kai had not doubted it. After all, Song had said so. However, after Yang Kai went through the process of 10,000 grand daos returning to chaos, he realized that Mo might not be in the creation realm. In any case, that wasn't what he should be concerned about at the moment. If he wanted to face Mo, he had to solve the trouble brought by the Black Ink clan first. As for how his injured figure recovered so rapidly, the truth was it hadn't. Currently, both his Dao of Time and Dao of Space were at the 8th level, and he had mastered the space-time river. Therefore, while in the space-time river, he could mark a particular point in time, and when it was necessary, restore his physical state to that particular point. It was a new way of using the space-time river, which he had mastered in the infinite river after his understanding over the numerous grand daos improved significantly. Yang Kai wasn't able to use it in the past because other than the Tao of space and Tao of time, he hadn't mastered the other grand Taos to such a degree. During the restoration process, Thunder Shadow felt as though space and time were reversing when in fact, that wasn't what happened. Under the space-time river's blessing, Yang Kai returned to a state he had marked at a particular point in time. Certainly, he had to consume lots of Tao strength to achieve this, and it was not without risks. It was a novel technique that would prove to be useful in some situations, but had serious limitations and drawbacks. Then, Yang Kai turned to look at the depths of the infinite river with a dark gaze. He believed that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg, and there must be even more secrets in the infinite river. That was because when the 10,000 Tao strengths around him returned to chaos, he could clearly feel that something faintly resonated with him from the other end of the infinite river. However, he had to fully activate his Tao strengths to touch upon those endless wonders, so he didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. As he thought about it, he realized that the resonance was odd. Where did the resonance come from? Since time immemorial, the universe furnace had appeared many times and allowed many human cultivators to become ninth-order masters. However, no one had ever seen the universe furnace itself. Even the ninth-order old ancestors, who had lived for a very long time, had no idea what the universe furnace really looked like or where it was. The infinite river ran through the entire universe furnace world, and there was no doubt it was an important part of the universe furnace. Therefore, the resonance in the distance was certainly worthy of attention. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't have time to explore it, for he had been held up in the infinite river for a long time already. He wondered about the outcome of the fight between humans and the Black Ink clan. After some calculations, he realized that the 9th Grand Tao evolution would take place soon. Once that happened, the universe furnace would close. It's time to leave. Certainly, he felt that it was a shame. If he had known beforehand, he would have immediately explored the infinite river the moment he entered the universe furnace. However, if he had done so, he wouldn't have acquired a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Trade-offs could not be avoided. And so Yang Kai led Thunder Shadow to dash upwards and soon left the infinite river. As he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense though, he was startled. Thunder Shadow hurriedly said, "There are calls for help everywhere. It seems that they've come across formidable enemies." Thunder Shadow had a communication bead that was used to contact others. He always brought it with him so that he could send or receive information at any moment. Nevertheless, humans' communication method was inferior to those of the Black Ink clan. Since he could receive a message that asked for assistance, it showed that the other party wasn't far away. "I'll ask them where they are," Thunder Shadow said. "There's no need for that." The moment Yang Kai finished speaking, he charged forward in a particular direction, for he could already feel the fallout of battle. A moment later, his expression turned solemn. Although he had detected the fluctuations, he couldn't feel them clearly. As he moved closer though, he had a feeling that the fights were unusual. The battle was intense, and the auras were chaotic. Moreover, there were a lot of people on both sides, including royal lords and ninth order masters. Is this the final battle? Yang Kai had never expected that the situation outside had become so violent after he dove into the infinite river. Unbeknownst to him, his snatching of a supreme-grade open heaven pill was what set off this final conflict. After successfully stealing the pill, Yang Kai brought Thunder Shadow with him and snuck into the infinite river. The Black Ink clan certainly wouldn't give up searching for him, so they summoned more people over. On the other hand, humans had to deal with the increasing number of enemies. As such, more and more people on both sides gathered together. When the Chaos Spirit King joined in, everything flew out of control. If the Chaos Spirit King was the only issue, even though the humans would still be at a disadvantage, they could have still persevered. After all, Yang Shui, a new Ninth Order master, appeared out of the blue and seriously injured Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, when a new royal lord joined the battle, the humans fell into a perilous situation again. Mo Nayi had arrived and joined his fellow Black Ink clansmen. That was what Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow saw when they reached the edge of the battlefield. Ouyang Lai was battling against Xiaoyu and two groups of territory lords who had formed four symbols formations. Xiaoyu had been wounded by Yang Shui, so he was no longer a match for Ouyang Lai on his own. Left with no choice, he summoned 8 territory lords, who then formed 2 battle formations and joined forces with him. There were more masters from the Black Ink clan than the human race to begin with, so 8 of them joining Xiaoyu wouldn't change the overall situation. Only then could they contend with Ouyang Lai, and even gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yang Shui was fighting with the Chaos Spirit King on her own. As world force and chaotic force clashed, the situation was truly intense. Yang Shui was at a disadvantage, but she did her best to keep the Chaos Spirit King at bay. Yang Xiao and 5 8th Order Masters had formed a 6 paths formation, and were fighting with Mo Na Yi with the help of the Flowing Time Temple, but they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Other humans surrounded a particular place and fended off the Black Ink clan's attacks from all directions. Yang Kai could also sense the fluctuations of a human race master achieving a breakthrough in that direction, and he found the aura familiar. Xiangshan. He's attempting a breakthrough. Chapter 5775 Sneak Attack. Only then did Yang Kai realize why the humans refused to retreat despite being at a disadvantage. They had to protect Xiangshan, who was lucky enough to have acquired a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Yang Kai initially wanted to give Xiangshan the spirit pill he had found, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. It was wonderful that Xiangshan had his own opportunity, but it was terrible that he attracted the Black Ink clan's attention at the most critical moment of his ascension. Some of the things Yang Kai saw on the battlefield also surprised him. First of all, he hadn't seen Yang Shui for many years. As such, he was surprised to learn that his little sister was now a 9th Order Master. As her big brother, he was still at the peak of the 8th Order, so while he was gratified, he was also a bit embarrassed. As he thought about it, he had done a terrible job as a son and as a big brother. Yang Shui was born because Yang Kai loved venturing into the outside world, so he couldn't keep his parents company most of the time. Furthermore, they usually wouldn't get any news on him for many years. Worried that they might learn about their son's death one day, they decided to give birth to another child, for they knew that they couldn't rely on their son. That was the reason Yang Shui was born. However, as her big brother, Yang Kai had rarely taken up any responsibility for her. He didn't keep her company when she was growing up, nor did he teach her how to cultivate when she was young. Even when she and Yang Xiao ventured into the outside world, he had never given her much protection. Now, just like him, Yang Shui had to join the war to kill the Black Ink clan, leaving their parents back in High Heaven Palace, waiting for their return. It was an awful fate for all of them. Apart from Yang Shui, Yang Kai was also surprised by Mo Na Yi. That guy was battling against Yang Xiao with his 6 paths formation on the battlefield, and he had gained the upper hand. One had to know that Yang Xiao had the Flowing Time Temple's assistance on top of forming the 6 paths formation with him as the core. How was it possible that Mo Na Yi was a match for them? Mo Na Yi was just a pseudo-royal lord, and he couldn't have possibly recovered from his near-death situation in such a short amount of time. In the folded space, Yang Kai all but killed him. So under normal circumstances, a 5 elements formation should have been more than enough to restrain Mo Na Yi. As Yang Kai observed them for a while longer though, he became shocked. Mo Na Yi wasn't as badly injured as Yang Kai thought, and he was no longer a pseudo-royal lord. The power he was using showed that he was a true royal lord now. Did that bastard obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill? Yang Kai was naturally displeased. It was true that good people would usually die young while a scourge would live a long life. It was a shame that he hadn't managed to kill Mo Na Yi in the universe furnace's folded space back then. Nevertheless, at that time, Yang Kai didn't expect that his actions would trigger the universe furnace's self-defense mechanism, sucking him into the universe furnace world, and allowing Mo Na Yi to survive. Presently, Thunder Shadow still crouched on Yang Kai's shoulder, using his innate divine ability to conceal both of their auras. While looking in a particular direction then, he sent Yang Kai a divine sense transmission. Second brother is over there. He was naturally aware of Feng Tianxi's existence. After all, they had come across each other on several occasions while fighting the Black Ink clan in the various Great Territory battlefields. However, it wasn't until he heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Yang Lai that he realized Feng Tianxi was Yang Kai's human self. Yang Kai nodded, for he saw Feng Tianxi as well. Presently, Feng Tianxi was part of Yang Zhao's Six Paths formation. It was thanks to their close collaboration that they managed to oppose a royal lord like Mo Naiyi for so long. It wasn't that Yang Xiao didn't want to form a Seven Stars formation. If he could do that, it would certainly help with their situation. At the very least, they would find it easier to fight with Mo Naiyi. Nevertheless, the human race had fewer people on their side as compared to the Black Ink clan, and all of them were tangled up in fights. If they asked someone to assist them, a different part of the defense line might break. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to form a Seven Stars formation. If they were not close enough and couldn't collaborate tacitly, it would be better to stick to the Six Paths formation than forcibly try to form the Seven Stars formation. At the very least, it was easier for Yang Xiao to sustain the Six Paths formation. In general, things were not looking optimistic for the humans. Yang Shui and Yang Lai, both Ninth Order masters, could still manage to deal with their own opponents. However, Yang Zhao's team and the ones protecting Xiangshan were in a perilous situation. Once Yang Zhao's group was defeated or the defense line was broken through, the humans were bound to suffer immense losses. At that moment, Yang Kai was glad that he didn't spend any more time in the Infinite River. To the human race, he and Thunder Shadow, who were hiding in the dark, were their best bet to turn the situation around. Yang Kai had to look for a chance and make a move to lift some pressure off his side. He could ignore the Chaos Spirit King, for Yang Shui was powerful enough to restrain it. Furthermore, he believed that even if he launched a sneak attack, he couldn't possibly harm the Chaos Spirit King. If he couldn't kill it with one strike, it would only become more agitated and aggressive. Could he deal with the two royal lords then? Both royal lords were not at the peak of their powers. Yang Lai's opponent seemed to be horribly injured as his aura was unstable. However, he had joined forces with 8 territory lords to stabilize his situation. Mo Naiyi was wounded as well, but his injuries weren't serious. Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to kill either of them. At best, he could injure them. As such, he decided to set his sights on the weaker targets. The humans felt immensely pressured mainly because there were over 10 pseudo-royal lords. Even if both parties were in one-on-one fights, the human race masters would still feel intimidated. Many more pseudo-royal lords had entered the universe furnace world, but these were the only ones on the battlefield at that moment. The other pseudo-royal lords were either on their way, or didn't bring black ink nests with them. As such, the key to this battle wasn't the fights between the royal lords and the Ninth Order masters, but Xiangshan. As long as they could hold on until Xiangshan achieved a breakthrough, they could turn the tides as they would have another Ninth Order master. Yang Kai soon made a decision. Given his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a royal lord. However, with Thunder Shadow's help, he could probably end a pseudo-royal lord's life. After he sent a transmission to Thunder Shadow, they silently flew towards the battlefield. At that moment, the Black Ink clan were trying to break through the human race's defense line, but they hadn't managed to achieve their goal yet. As such, many of them roared furiously. The Black Ink clan was at an advantage as they had more people on their side. The territory lords could also form 4 symbols formations, negating a large part of the humans' advantage. Nevertheless, the humans also had warships with them which allowed them to form a solid defense line around Xiangshan. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, the human race masters only had to defend themselves. The defensive arrays on the warships had been fully activated and linked with each other to form a sturdy shield. Without breaking the warship's protection, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to deal a decisive blow to the humans. That was the reason the humans could hold on for such a long time despite having fewer people on their side. Nevertheless, the warships were not unbreakable. Once they were damaged, the humans would have to directly deal with the enemies. By then, no one could tell how much longer they could persevere. In a particular spot of the defense line, a pseudo-royal lord that looked like a humanoid ox with horns on his forehead madly released waves of black ink strength, striking the light barrier in front of him, dimming it significantly. He could feel that the defense line made from warships in this spot was about to break apart at any moment. Once that happened, the humans would have to directly face his wrath. "Ants, you die today," he growled with bloodshot eyes. Despite being at an advantage, he did not forget to weaken the humans' morale as well. Regardless of whether it was useful at all, he felt much better after shouting it out. He had been in life-and-death fights with the human race masters in the past many times. Before he became a pseudo-royal lord, the opponents he had come across were all difficult to deal with. This time, hundreds of human race masters were unable to flee. Once the defense line was shattered, slaughter would be inevitable. It would be a huge victory that the Black Ink clan hadn't enjoyed for a long time, so he was naturally quite pleased. He could already imagine that scene in his mind. All of a sudden, he felt his chest tightening and a chill shoot up his spine. He was engulfed in a great sense of crisis. The pseudo-royal lord was startled. Before he could figure out what was going on though, he felt an aura appear from behind. One that was so savage that he felt a sharp pain in his skin. Someone was launching a sneak attack on him, and the person was powerful. In an instant, the pseudo-royal lord realized what was going on. Before he could ponder on who stealthily attacked him, or how the person approached him without his knowledge though, Black Ink's strength around him exploded to form a protective cover and obscure his exact position. Nonetheless, his efforts proved useless. The moment his Black Ink strength exploded out, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A sharp object had penetrated his figure. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a familiar-looking young man with a cold expression and a murderous gaze. At the most critical moment, the pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly enough. He leapt forward to widen the gap with his attacker, and the weapon left his body, drawing a gush of blood with it. An abstruse power lingered on his wound, however, making him feel uneasy. Behind him, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Just as he expected, it wasn't easy to kill a pseudo-royal lord. With Thunder Shadow's help, he managed to approach the opponent without alerting him and successfully launched a sneak attack. Nevertheless, it was still impractical to try to end a pseudo-royal lord's life with only one strike. At the end of the day, Yang Kai was still weaker than the other party. If the opponent was a territory lord, even an innate one, Yang Kai had the confidence to kill them with one move. Without hesitation, Yang Kai retracted his spear and released the space-time river. The water rushed towards the pseudo-royal lord and swept him up into it. Before the pseudo-royal lord could shout to warn the others, he disappeared into the river. Chapter 5776, The Power of the River. The turn of events shocked both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen. None of them could clearly see what happened. They only knew that a river appeared out of the blue, after which a pseudo-royal lord vanished out of sight. As they looked in the same direction, Thunder Shadow appeared with a figure surrounded by lightning. He then turned into a lightning ball and growled before biting a territory lord. The territory lord was only an acquired one, and was bitten by Thunder Shadow while he had his guard down. As lightning struck, the territory lord trembled uncontrollably, and all his Black Ink strength dissipated. Thunder Shadow exerted more force with his mouth and split the territory lord's body in half. With a contemptuous gaze, it spat out the body and roared, "What are you looking at? I'll bite you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of another territory lord. Opening his hideous mouth, he sank his teeth into the opponent. Thunder Shadow was powerful to begin with. When Yang Kai bumped into him back then, Thunder Shadow was already able to hold off several territory lords on his own. Then in the depths of the infinite river, he devoured a lot of compatible Dao strength, to the point he became stuffed. Now he was 30% stronger than in the past. Naturally, no acquired territory lord was a match for him anymore. In just several breaths of time, 2 territory lords had lost their lives. No one could find Thunder Shadow when he was hiding, and when he struck, he did so ferociously, making it difficult for his opponents to respond or defend themselves. While the Black Ink clan was reeling from the shock, the humans were ecstatic. They realized that strong reinforcements had arrived. Apart from Thunder Shadow, who had made a name for himself on the various great territory battlefields, the human, who had appeared momentarily, wasn't weak either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted a pseudo-royal lord. Several human race masters recognized the signature space-time river. People like Zhang Tianhe, Xiongji, and Lu Feifei had witnessed Yang Kai using the river before, so they knew he had arrived. There was no doubt that the person who launched a sneak attack on the pseudo-royal lord and dragged him into the space-time river was Yang Kai. They had been doubtful about why Yang Kai, who had caused all this chaos, was nowhere to be seen while the humans were locked in an intense fight with the Black Ink clan. Only now did they finally relax slightly. Although Yang Kai had only brought a leopard with him, his presence alone gave them massive confidence. On the battlefield, Thunder Shadow wandered around the space-time river and killed several territory lords. Just then, a pseudo-royal lord came over and sent out a punch. Thunder Shadow was sent flying away while coughing up blood. Just as the pseudo-royal lord was preparing to end his life though, the leopard disappeared into the void again. Thunder Shadow's goal was clear. He only had to target the territory lords to keep them at bay. Even Yang Kai couldn't easily kill a pseudo-royal lord, let alone his monster self. If he forced himself to contend with a pseudo-royal lord, Thunder Shadow would be courting death. Given his innate divine ability and powerful combat skills though, it was easy enough for Thunder Shadow to kill some acquired territory lords, which was what Yang Kai asked him to do. They had to lift some pressure off the humans guarding this position. However, Thunder Shadow soon realized there was nothing much he could do on his own. There were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords. Moreover, after suffering some setbacks, the territory lords quickly formed battle formations, ensuring that Thunder Shadow couldn't easily kill them. As numerous Black Ink clansmen scanned the surroundings, even Thunder Shadow could hardly conceal his figure using his innate divine ability. The pseudo-royal lords discovered his whereabouts and struck several times, causing the lightning around him to dim. With a pair of amber eyes, Thunder Shadow glanced over at the space-time river, which was undulating violently and charged forward. At the same time it exclaimed, "Save me, big brother." Several pseudo-royal lords relentlessly raced after him, while many rained their attacks on the space-time river. Regardless of what technique it was or who activated it, since their opponent was there, they just had to attack. The space-time river shook violently because of external pressure as well as the internal fight. Right after Yang Kai summoned the space-time river and swept the Ox pseudo-royal lord into it, he too dove in. He was so swift that hardly anyone could see him clearly. Inside the space-time river, Yang Kai naturally held the advantage. Although he couldn't control everything like he did in his small universe, he was in a favorable position in the river. Presently, the space-time river was filled with many more Tao strengths, which formed countless undercurrents and enacted all sorts of wonders. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, 10,000 grand Tao's chaos. The entire evolutionary process took place repeatedly, completely confusing the opponent's senses. While hiding in the river, Yang Kai waited for a chance to flare up and kill the enemy. Just as Thunder Shadow called for help, everyone could clearly feel that a powerful aura suddenly vanished inside the raging river. The next instant, waves spread out as a figure shot out with a corpse with no Black Ink strength left in his hand. All the Black Ink clansmen were flabbergasted. A pseudo-royal lord was killed in such a short time. Although there were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords present, none of them had lost their lives despite fighting with the humans for such a long time. Now one of them had been killed just like that. Meanwhile, a young man stood above the river with a dispassionate expression before tossing the corpse away as though it was common trash. "Yang Kai," a Black Ink clansman exclaimed, for he finally made out Yang Kai's face and realized his identity. On the other hand, a solemn Mo, who had been suppressing Yang Shao, roared, "Yang Kai!" After entering the universe furnace world, he acquired an opportunity to become a royal lord, and even healed most of his injuries. He initially thought that if he came across Yang Kai again, he would have a chance to kill him once and for all. Now it seemed that while he gained an opportunity, it wasn't like Yang Kai acquired nothing. Yang Kai had become significantly more powerful than when they parted ways previously. The strange river was obviously a new technique he had created, one Mo had never seen or heard of before. More importantly, he was concerned about the fact that Yang Kai was now able to pose a serious threat to the pseudo-royal lords. Although Yang Kai had killed Diwu before, that was the result of many coincidences and specific circumstances. It wasn't a reflection of his true power. Emo Nayi was deeply astonished. Yang Kai was already at the peak of the 8th order, so his power supposedly shouldn't improve any further in his lifetime. Nevertheless, contrary to common knowledge, Yang Kai's strength had increased tremendously. Such a person posed a huge threat to the Black Ink clan, so he had to be killed as soon as possible. Secretly, Emo Nayi was glad that Yang Kai wasn't so capable yet when he dealt with him previously. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a miserable state, since he was only a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Unlike how heavy-hearted Emo Nayi was, Ouyang Lai was elated as he cheered. "You finally showed up, you stinking brat." He initially thought that Yang Kai had lost his life since the latter had not appeared even after all this time. Now, it seemed that he shouldn't have worried about him, for Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. The moment he appeared, he even managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life, which boosted the humans' morale greatly. "Big brother," Yang Shui called out as well. Yang Kai turned to look at her and put on a smile. "Focus on dealing with your opponent." An obedient Yang Shui replied, "Yes." Then, Yang Kai turned his head back and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he held an advantageous position with the space-time river's help, he had to pay a certain price to kill a pseudo-royal lord in such a short time. Nevertheless, it was worth it. "Kill him!" Emo Nayi roared. Nothing good ever happened when Yang Kai was around, and this time was no exception. Yang Kai was undoubtedly a huge threat. Although the Black Ink clan was currently at an advantage, Yang Kai might be able to turn things around in some crazy way. If possible, Emo Nayi would love to end Yang Kai's life with his own hands. However, he was unable to shake off Yang Xiao and the others, who were now relentlessly pushing back against him. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen didn't have the guts to disobey Emo Nayi's order. Several pseudo-royal lords rushed towards Yang Kai from different directions, locking their auras onto him before they even arrived. The pseudo-royal lords had learned their lesson, so they wouldn't dare underestimate Yang Kai. After they communicated with each other using their divine senses, they decided to use their most powerful moves altogether. Yang Kai snorted and called out to Thunder Shadow before retracting the space-time river. The next instant, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability, after which both of them disappeared. "There." A pseudo-royal lord growled while looking in a particular direction. He then pushed out a fist. In that direction, a battered Thunder Shadow reappeared. "Why did you hit me? Big brother isn't with me," he yelled while spitting blood, which made him look quite embarrassed. The pseudo-royal lord, who had struck Thunder Shadow, was startled, but in the next moment, he heard the sound of rushing water. He immediately turned his head and widened his eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai was already in a different spot as the river appeared abruptly before retracting. Like a gale gusting through leaves, over 10 territory lords were swept into the river this time. The next moment, Yang Kai took the river and ran away. While all the Black Ink clan masters shifted their attention to Yang Kai, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and fled. Emo Nayi's expression changed drastically. Seeing that several pseudo-royal lords were now in a daze, he furiously roared, "Go after them!" Regardless of what kind of technique that river was, after a pseudo-royal lord fell into it, he died just a few breaths later. It was obvious that those territory lords were doomed. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords came to their senses and raced after them. Nevertheless, how could they possibly capture, or even catch up to Yang Kai? His figure flickered several times before he soon got rid of them. Emo Nayi's expression changed again as he ordered, "Come back." The pseudo-royal lords stopped in their tracks and returned at once. They looked grumpily at Emo Nayi, who told them to chase after Yang Kai but then summoned them back the next moment. What the hell does he want? Chapter 5777, Six Paths Formation in Danger. Emo Nayi ignored those pseudo-royal lords while feeling vexed. The same thing happens every time. Whenever he had to deal with Yang Kai, despite being more powerful, he would always lose his temper. That was because Yang Kai could flee swiftly if he was no match for the other party. That was the reason Emo Nayi had been putting up with him for such a long time. This time, he could no longer tolerate it or retreat. "Yang Kai," he growled as his attacks intensified. Those in the Six Paths formation, which was led by Yang Xiao, felt immensely pressured in an instant. Still, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They were initially able to go against Mo Na Yi with 6 8th-order masters joining forces. Moreover, they had the flowing time temple's help. However, at this moment, they found it hard to hold on any longer. It was indeed hard to deal with an enraged royal lord. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent a lot of military merits to modify and upgrade the flowing time temple, so it was now just as powerful as Dawning Light back then. Although the temple's defenses had been fully activated, it still shook violently and some cracks began to form. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was equally furious. Mo Na Yi had been cursing at Yang Kai but raining the attacks on his adoptive son instead, which was outrageous. Was the adoptive son supposed to bear the brunt for his adoptive father? "Stop calling out to me. Do you think I'm your father or something?" Yang Kai's voice was heard all of a sudden. In the meantime, ripples formed in the void as the man returned with the flowing river in his grip. Right in front of everyone's eyes, he shook the river and cast away more than 10 figures. As they looked in that direction, they were shocked. Those figures were the territory lords that had been swept into the river earlier. However, in just several breaths of time, they had lost all vitality. They were still alive and kicking just moments ago. The problem was, there were no wounds on their bodies, and they appeared oddly at ease. It was as though their lives were snatched from them while they were asleep. The scene terrified the Black Ink clan. Since Yang Kai was able to kill a pseudo-royal lord with his strange river, there was no doubt that the territory lords that were drawn into it were doomed. What horrified them though was that they had no idea how those territory lords were killed. It was only natural that people feared the unknown. Yang Kai was able to slaughter those territory lords without much effort, which was why they were fearful. The moment Yang Kai reappeared, the pseudo-royal lords made a move as their powerful secret techniques swept across the void. Yang Kai's figure flickered as space principles undulated. Although he was struck several times, he still managed to break the siege and flee from the attacking pseudo-royal lords. While spitting blood, he charged forward in a particular direction. In that direction, more than 10 territory lords, who had formed different battle formations, felt deeply distressed. It was apparent to them what Yang Kai was up to. They had just witnessed their clansmen's deaths, and their corpses were still warm. They certainly wouldn't want to die along with them. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reach them, these territory lords hurriedly tried to run away. Just then Thundershadow, who had gone into hiding amidst the chaos earlier, reappeared abruptly with a figure surrounded by lightning. With him as the center, a gigantic lighting ball exploded and formed a giant web. In an instant, the territory lord stiffened. At the same time, the human race masters in that direction cast their divine abilities and secret techniques at those territory lords. The humans were in a passive position a while ago because they had to form a defense perimeter to protect Xiangshan. As such, they were unable to move around. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, they could only focus on defending themselves. Fortunately, with the warship's protection, they managed to hold on. Now that there was a chance to make a move, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to do so. The moves from Thundershadow and the human race masters ensured that the territory lords were unable to run away, and the instant Yang Kai arrived, he swept those territory lords into the river. A heartbroken Mo Na Yi roared, "Yang Kai, you dare?" Across from him, Yang Xiao and the others in the Six Paths formation were in a perilous situation as they felt even greater pressure from their opponent. Yang Xiao secretly lamented, thinking that he was there to bear Mo Na Yi's wrath in his adoptive father's stead. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who had captured over 10 territory lords, ran away with the space-time river. While spitting blood he announced, "I'll be back." Kong Long Long. Star. The pseudo-royal lords fully activated their powers and struck in the direction where Yang Kai was fleeing. However, his figure kept flickering and disappeared soon after. Mo Na Yi's face was gloomy as he thought that Yang Kai was indeed a huge threat to them. Whenever Yang Kai appeared, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses. This time, apart from over 20 territory lords, even a pseudo-royal lord had been killed. Moreover, since it took several pseudo-royal lords to even partially restrain Yang Kai, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the humans' defense line. Initially, the humans were in a passive position, but they were now able to fight back. In some places, they had even gained the upper hand as the territory lords were forced to step back. Seeing this, Nayi knew that they couldn't allow Yang Kai to dictate the flow of the battle any longer. Otherwise, they would just be led around by the nose. He had dealt with Yang Kai several times, so he understood the latter very well. Based on past experiences, once Yang Kai managed to influence the war enough, the Black Ink clan was doomed to fail. After making up his mind, Nayi barked, "Focus on breaking their defense line and killing Xiangshan." The pseudo-royal lords immediately turned around and charged towards Xiangshan. That was what they had been doing before Yang Kai disrupted them, and with the help of these pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan once again seized the initiative. Although more than 20 territory lords had been killed, the overall situation hadn't changed. They were still at an advantage. It had to be said that Nayi was a brilliant strategist and tactician. He didn't lose his composure because of Yang Kai's intervention, and understood that the key to this battle was whether Xiangshan would successfully break through or not. As long as the Black Ink clan could stop that from happening, the humans would lose the chance of having a new Ninth Order master, and victory would belong to the Black Ink clan. They had a great chance of achieving their goal, as well as it wasn't like the humans could persevere forever. Once Nayi shattered the Six Paths formation in front of him, he could provide even more assistance to the siege. By then Xiangshan would be doomed. If not for Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan would have been in control of everything the entire time. Despite Yang Kai's appearance, as long as the Black Ink clan could stick to their plan, the humans wouldn't be able to turn things around. The best they could do was to stall for time. Seeing how intense the battle was, Yang Kai had a solemn expression. Corpses of the territory lords in perfect condition dropped out of the space-time river again. Given enough time, he could have continued to harass the Black Ink clan, slaughtering the territory lords to weaken their collective power. Nevertheless, as he observed the battlefield, he knew that time was running out. It wasn't that something had happened to the defense line surrounding Xiangshan. Before his arrival, even though the humans were at a disadvantage as they had fewer people on their side, they were able to resist the bombardment of attacks from the enemies. Since more than 20 territory lords had been killed, they felt less pressured. The problem was with Yang Xiao and his Six Paths formation. After all, they were dealing with a true royal lord. Despite having the Flowing Time Temple's help, they were still no match for Nayi. It was already commendable that had held on until now. At that moment, the Flowing Time Temple was about to collapse. While Yang Xiao was pale, some people around him spat blood and their auras plunged. These 6 Eighth Order masters were a complete entity. If one of them collapsed, the entire battle formation would come apart. When that happened, Nayi would be able to kill all of them. Nayi could tell that they were on their last legs, so he bombarded them with attacks that were as violent as a storm. At the same time he growled through clenched teeth. "Yang Kai, I heard that he's your adoptive son. Are you going to just watch as I kill him?" They had been contending with each other for years, but even if he couldn't kill Yang Kai, he had the confidence to slaughter his adoptive son. In the void, Yang Kai arched his brow. Is he trying to provoke me? What is he trying to achieve? What's the point of him provoking me at this point? Is he worried that I'll target those territory lords instead? Is that why he's forcing me to confront him to pin me down? It's possible. However, Yang Kai knew that he mustn't underestimate Nayi, who was not only very patient, but cunning. Over the years he dealt with Yang Kai directly a few times, so it was obvious he was up to something by trying to provoke him under these circumstances. Regardless of what his intention was, Yang Kai had no choice but to help. Yang Xiao and his Six Paths formation were on their last legs. As Nayi rained attacks down on them, the battle formation would fall apart at any moment. As Yang Kai guffawed, he stepped forward and bellowed, "You only know how to bully a child? Why not ask his father first?" Yang Xiao rolled his eyes when he heard that. He was an ancient dragon who was several thousand years old, after all. How could his adoptive father call him a child? As Yang Kai brushed past the defense line, he released and retracted the space-time river like it was a whip. after which several territory lords were swept into it. In an instant, currents surged in the river as 10,000 grandaos were stimulated. When Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield, the corpses of those territory lords fell out of the river with no vitality left. He then stepped into the Six Paths formation, which was led by Yang Xiao, and infused his aura into it. Instantly, the Six Paths formation became the Seven Stars formation. However, Yang Xiao's face blanched as he roared. As the core of the formation, he had to harmonize the powers coming from all directions, so he felt immensely pressured. Since he was an ancient dragon with a figure of over 90,000 meters long, he was better able to bear such pressure, but he had never formed a Seven Stars formation with others before, so he found it difficult to harmonize everyone's power at that moment. When he led the Six Paths formation just now, the battle formation could still run smoothly. However, the instant Yang Kai joined them, the battle formation started shaking violently, as though it would come apart at any moment. That was the reason the human race masters found it hard to form stronger battle formations. When it came to battle formations, more people was not always better. Just like shoes, one had to choose ones that fit. The Eighth Order masters that could form a 7 stars or 8 trigrams formation were those who spent millennia fighting together, so they understood each other extremely well. They also had to rehearse the battle formation countless times, so that they could achieve the desired result when dealing with enemies. On top of all that, it was dangerous for Yang Kai to barge into a battle formation that was already running to begin with. If something went wrong, instead of forming a higher battle formation, he would make the original one break apart. Chapter 5778, 7 stars turns into 8 trigrams. Once the battle formation fell apart while they were dealing with a formidable opponent, they would be doomed. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to take a huge risk. The battle formation trembled as Mo Naye's attacks never ceased. The 7 of them were forced to step back. One of the members was badly injured. His aura plunged as he spat blood. Helpless, Yang Kai activated the space-time river to surround them and ward off Mo Naye's attacks, which helped lift some pressure off them. Nevertheless, even the space-time river, which was based on the Tao strengths of space-time and infused with 10,000 grandaos, couldn't fend off a royal lord for long. Faced with the violent attacks, the river was immediately sent into turmoil, which caused Yang Kai's vitality to undulate. Rotate the core. He growled through clenched teeth. While sustaining his aura, he stepped towards Yang Xiao, who moved away at the same time. Although they had never practiced forming a battle formation before, nor were they really related by blood, Yang Xiao blindly believed in Yang Kai. That was because it was thanks to Yang Kai that Yang Xiao was born safely into this world back then. The two figures replaced each other in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai became the core of the formation while Yang Xiao stood in his adoptive father's previous position. As streams of aura came from all directions, Yang Kai quickly made some adjustments. The initially turbulent battle formation soon stabilized. At the same time, their auras rose rapidly like the sun at the break of dawn and reached new heights. There was a price to pay though. The space-time river was almost destroyed by Mo Naye. The moment they were done with the change of formation, Yang Kai quickly took control of the space-time river, turned it into a whip, and lashed Mo Naye with it. The Tao strength shook as Mo Naye staggered upon impact. He was flabbergasted because Yang Kai's power had increased significantly. Before the Universe Furnace's appearance, he was hunting Yang Kai down as a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack and could only flee in embarrassment. At the most critical moment, the Universe Furnace appeared all of a sudden, and the space surrounding its projection became something like a trap, which provided shelter for Yang Kai. If not for the Universe Furnace's appearance, Yang Kai would have been killed. Now, the battle formation that had been formed with Yang Kai as the core seemed able to go against a true royal lord like him. There was no doubt that the battle formation was powerful, but it also showed how formidable Yang Kai was. It was at that moment that Mo Naye knew he had made the right decision. Xiang Shan becoming a Ninth Order master was indeed a crisis, but Yang Kai would be a bigger threat to them if he wasn't killed. Mo Naye believed that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone this time. With Yang Kai as the core of the formation, the human race masters successfully formed the 7 stars formation, which was significantly more powerful than the previous Six Paths formation. Even when dealing with a royal lord like Emonayi, they were no longer in a difficult situation. The fight between them was so intense that space around them heaved and shattered. Yang Xiao hurriedly stowed the tattered Flowing Time Temple. He and Yang Shui had inherited the artifact from Flowing Time Great Emperor, and it had accompanied them for thousands of years. He had no choice but to use it to deal with the opponent earlier. If it was destroyed, he would be quite heartbroken. Now he didn't have to worry about the Flowing Time Temple being destroyed. He just had to collaborate with Yang Kai. It was much easier than when he had to lead the entire formation earlier. While engaging in a hot-blooded fight, Yang Kai frowned. This wasn't enough. Although they had formed the Seven Stars formation with him as the core, they still found it hard to oppose Emonayi. The crux of the problem wasn't the Seven Stars formation, but rather that all of them had suffered various degrees of injury already. In particular, one of the Eighth Order Masters was badly injured and his aura was unstable. The power coming from him was much weaker than those of the others. That was the reason the Seven Stars formation's power couldn't be fully activated. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai sent a voice transmission to the Eighth Order Master. Upon hearing that, the Eighth Order Master nodded. "Please be careful." Saying so, he immediately left the battle formation. The others were shocked as someone leaving at this point might cause the battle formation to fall apart. Nevertheless, the next moment, someone filled in the position where the Eighth Order Master previously stood. After a moment of turmoil, the battle formation stabilized. The person was none other than Thunder Shadow. He had been hiding somewhere nearby and waiting for a chance to make a move, but he had yet to find an opening. After receiving a divine sense transmission from Yang Kai, he promptly replaced the injured Eighth Order Master and ensured that the Seven Stars formation wouldn't break apart. While busy, he flashed a smile at Feng Tianxi and called out intimately, "Second brother." Feng Tianxi responded with a smile. On the other hand, Yang Xiao was astonished. "Your brothers? No way. Brother Thunder Shadow is a monster race member, while Old Feng is a human. When did you two become family? Why didn't I know that?" Furthermore, as far as he was concerned, Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow had rarely come into contact before. After all, Thunder Shadow only started getting active in different Great Territory battlefields 1,000 years ago. Prior to that, he spent most of his time cultivating in the Myriad Monsters world. He was a great emperor of the Myriad Monsters world, where there was a World Tree clone. By cultivating there, Thunder Shadow could increase his power much faster. As such, Yang Xiao was puzzled as to why they called each other brothers when they were supposedly not close. Feng Tianxi replied meaningfully, "There are many things that you don't know." Yang Xiao felt that there was some underlying meaning in those words, but it wasn't the right time to probe. Therefore, he could only suppress his doubt and focus on dealing with the opponent before them. It had to be said that with Thunder Shadow joining the formation, the Seven Stars formation instantly became more powerful, and they were able to run the battle formation far more smoothly. Despite that, they were still not at an advantage when going against Emonayi. Yang Xiao was astounded at that, for he didn't expect a royal lord to be so mighty. He initially thought that with his adoptive father leading the battle formation, it would be easy for them to push Emonayi back, but now it seemed that he had misjudged the situation. He reckoned that Emonayi didn't go all out earlier. Otherwise, even though they had the Flowing Time Temple's help, the enemy could have easily destroyed him and the Six Paths formation. Yang Xiao wasn't the only one who realized this problem. It seemed to Yang Kai that Emonayi was getting stronger as the battle progressed. Although Thunder Shadow had replaced the wounded Eighth Order Master, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Something is off about this guy. Since he's so powerful, why didn't he kill Yang Xiao and the others quickly earlier? Was he worried that he'd be injured? That was an understandable thought, as it was quite troublesome once a Black Ink clansman was injured. If Emonayi pushed Yang Xiao and the others over the edge, he might have been seriously wounded if they decided to throw all caution to the wind. Could it be that he had other considerations? Regardless of his intention, Emonayi displayed a strong sense of fortitude that Yang Kai had never seen in other Black Ink clansmen before. As they exchanged moves, Their divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed. It was undoubtedly a life-and-death battle. Yang Kai grew apprehensive as time passed. He had the confidence to persevere. After all, he was used to this kind of combat. Yang Xiao, as a Dragon Clan member, would be fine too. As a Monster Race member, Thunder Shadow could hold on as well. Nevertheless, the other 8th Order Masters wouldn't be able to last long. Not even his human self, Feng Tianci. They were injured to begin with, so if the intense battle dragged on, their wounds would only exacerbate. Therefore they had to deal with Mo Nai quickly. It was extremely difficult to kill him, for he was a royal lord. As such, they could only try to injure him and force him to retreat. After making up his mind, Yang Kai shouted, "Blood Crow!" In the defense line surrounding Xiangshan, a figure looked up in Yang Kai's direction with bloodshot eyes. His body was covered with a red aura, and he gave off a mad and bloodthirsty vibe. It was none other than Blood Crow. With a smug expression he grinned. "Have you finally realized how important I am?" Yang Kai replied solemnly. "Cut the crap and come over here." "Fine, fine." Blood Crow shrugged and exploded the next moment. He turned into countless blood-colored crows and brushed past the Black Ink clansmen. Mo Nai's expression changed drastically when saw this and yelled, "Stop him!" Without the need for him to give an order, the Black Ink clansmen made a move the moment Blood Crow tried to break through the siege. Divine abilities and secret techniques were cast, after which half of the blood-colored crows were killed. The remaining half successfully fled before they came together and transformed back into Blood Crow. He smiled contemptuously. "Do you think you can stop me?" The next instant he charged towards Yang Kai. Mo Nai directly pushed out a palm at Blood Crow, one that seemed to cover the entire void. Since he had realized Yang Kai's intention, he certainly wouldn't allow Blood Crow to come over. "In your dreams!" Yang Kai roared and surged his power before whipping Mo Nai's wrist with the space-time river. As both parties clashed, the 7 stars formation shook while Mo Nai staggered. Seizing the chance, Blood Crow approached Yang Kai and announced, "Dawn's Blood Crow joins the formation." "Come." Yang Kai adjusted the battle formation as he led Blood Crow's aura to integrate. The 7 stars formation instantly became the 8 trigrams formation, and their collective power had increased by more than 30%. On the other hand, Mo Nai was shocked as he saw them really form the 8 trigrams formation. Although he had heard that some human race masters were able to form the 8 trigrams formation, he had never seen it before. Moreover, the 8 trigrams formation had only appeared once, and it lasted for a short time. That was because this kind of battle formation was extremely taxing for the one acting as the core. Moreover, the last time this formation took shape, the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished. However, the Black Ink clan also paid a hefty price as a pseudo-royal lord was killed. It was at that time that the 8 trigrams formation amazed everyone, and no one had yet to make it happen again. When Yang Kai summoned Blood Crow to come over, Mo Nai already suspected that the other party wanted to set up this battle formation. After the Black Ink clan failed in their attempt to stop Blood Crow, Mo Nai still hadn't lost hope though. It was extremely difficult to establish the 8 trigrams formation, and even Yang Kai might not be able to create this miracle. After all, Yang Kai had been on his own over the years, and he had never rehearsed any battle formations with other people. How was it possible that they could form such a formation at a moment's notice? In fact, Mo Nai was already surprised that Yang Kai was able to run a 7 stars formation with ease. But now the 8 trigrams formation was right before his eyes. Those 8 figures had their aura closely connected, and they appeared even more intimidating than a royal lord like him. At that instant, Mo Nai knew that he was in trouble. Chapter 5779, Fierce Battle. Mo Nai couldn't figure out how Yang Kai managed to form an 8 trigrams formation without much difficulty. Before Yang Kai summoned Blood Crow, Mo Nai was in control of everything, including besieging Xiangshan and suppressing Yang Xiao and the others in front of him. However, once the 8 trigrams formation took shape, he lost control of the situation. This guy can always do things that surprise us. The 7 stars formation that they had formed with Yang Kai as the core was already able to go against him. Now that the 8 trigrams formation had been established, they appeared even more intimidating. How was Mo supposed to be a match for them? He almost couldn't contain the urge to use the trump card. Xiaoyu was the one who set up the trump card. In fact, it was meant to be used at the most critical moment to ensure that they would win this battle, and was the reason Mo was confident about destroying Xiangshan and Yang Kai at the same time. Nevertheless, if he used his trump card now, he certainly could stop Xiangshan, but Yang Kai would likely escape. In that case, all the waiting and forbearance would be for naught. If he only wanted to kill Xiangshan, he could have used his trump card early on. He had been tangled up with the humans because he was waiting for Yang Kai to appear, as he was certain that the latter would come. Just as he expected, Yang Kai arrived, although slightly late, but everything was still going to plan. Compared to Xiangshan, Mo had a greater desire to kill Yang Kai. He had a feeling that if he allowed Yang Kai to live, he would prove to be a bigger threat than Xiangshan becoming a Ninth Order master. Everything was within his control before the 8 trigrams formation came into existence, which disrupted his arrangements. After a moment of hesitation, Mo suppressed his uneasiness, for it wasn't time to spring his trap yet. Although Yang Kai had managed to form the 8 trigrams formation, it wasn't easy to kill a royal lord like him. As such, Mo still had a chance to achieve his goal. Furthermore, no one was certain how long the 8 trigrams formation could last. How long could Yang Kai, as the core, sustain such an arduous battle formation? Once he collapsed, the 8 trigrams formation would naturally fall apart. At the thought of this, Mo stopped being aggressive and started defending himself instead. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, he was forced to retreat. Although he appeared to be in a difficult situation, he didn't suffer any injuries. Across from him, Yang Kai couldn't help complimenting Mo in secret, for his opponent had made the right decision. If one wasn't a match for the enemy, he shouldn't fight with them head-on. If he were Mo he would have made the same decision. Sometimes being defensive was more effective than being aggressive. It was fine if your opponent was only on par with you, for as long as one could stall for time, the more aggressive one would generally run out of strength sooner. Since Yang Kai had to adjust and harmonize everyone's aura to sustain the 8 trigrams formation, he felt immensely pressured. Although he was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon, he still found it hard to sustain this formation for a long time. What was more, Mo had decided to stall for time. If they couldn't injure him and force him to back down within an hour, their advantage would disappear. It seems that I have to take a risk. If they couldn't settle Mo using the 8 trigrams formation, Yang Kai would have no choice but to unite his 3 selves and attempt to ascend to the Ninth Order. Wu Kuang was the one who taught him the 3 selves source reconstitution art, which was a technique devised by Shi to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm method. No one had ever cultivated it since its invention though, so no one could give Yang Kai any valuable insight. How was he supposed to unite his 3 selves? Could he really break his shackles and ascend to the Ninth Order by doing so? Yang Kai didn't have the answers to those questions. Therefore, even though his human self and monster self were by his side, he didn't choose to unite them. He initially intended to wait for the dust to settle before he returned to the 3,000 worlds, and looked for a suitable place to proceed. In that case, even if there were any mistakes, he would have some room to rectify them. If he united his 3 selves in this situation, once he made a mistake, he would probably be doomed, and the human race would be in hot water too. All the same, Yang Kai had to get prepared given the power and resilience that Mo showcased. Hopefully he wouldn't need to use his trump card. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai still sent a divine sense message to Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow, after which they started taking action in silence. Originally, in the 8 trigrams formation, his human self and monster self had only integrated their aura and energy with Yang Kai. However, upon receiving his transmission, they also released their spiritual energy and resonated with Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai was able to run the 8 trigrams formation nearly effortlessly. Meanwhile, the gazes of Thunder Shadow and Feng Tianci became hollow as though their souls practically left their bodies. Only their auras continued to stream into the battle formation. The 8 trigrams formation became effortless to operate not because Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, was mighty, but rather because there were two special existences in the battle formation. The human self, Feng Tianxi, and monster self, Thunder Shadow, were created by Yang Kai. They were essentially soul clones, though different from how one traditionally defined a soul clone. They had gone through their formative years separately, so they had their own unique personalities and experiences. However, if the main body needed their collaboration, they could work seamlessly with him. Therefore, Yang Kai only had to harmonize the powers of the other 5 people when sustaining the 8 trigrams formation, and could ignore the human self and monster self, Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow, as they would perfectly collaborate with him. In other words, Yang Kai was controlling an 8 trigrams formation with the difficulty of a 6 paths formation. Furthermore, Yang Xiao and Blood Crow were part of the battle formation, whom he was very familiar with and had a high degree of trust with, which made the collaboration easier. If it was anyone else other than Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to pull off such a feat. By resonating their very souls with Yang Kai, Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow had basically surrendered themselves to him, allowing the main body to take control of their actions entirely. That was the reason they were able to run the 8 trigrams formation far more smoothly. Mo Na Yi was stunned when their attacks suddenly intensified, not having expected their power could still increase at this point. Given his acute insight, he could naturally see the crux of the problem, which was why he was astonished. Is Yang Kai that trustworthy? 2 people in the battle formation have practically abandoned their own will, and turned into a simple source of energy for him. If Yang Kai held even the slightest ill intentions towards them, he could kill them with a thought. Certainly, Mo Na Yi was envious of the fact that the humans were so united. The Black Ink clan were no match for them in this regard. Although they all came from the most supreme being, they were selfish. Mo Na Yi was no different. If he was not selfish, he wouldn't have become a pseudo-royal lord and eventually a royal lord. And so he gritted his teeth and held on while madly releasing his Black Ink strength to fend off the intensifying rounds of attacks. Even if he couldn't contribute to the battle anymore, Mo Na Yi wouldn't want to make a mistake either. As such, he decided to persevere and wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai was dealing with Xiao Yu and 2 4 symbols formations formed by the territory lords on his own. Despite that, he remained brave and ferocious. As his violent power surged, Xiao Yu and the 8 territory lords could hardly counterattack, leaving them in a perilous situation. It was thanks to Yang Shui that Ouyang Lai was able to pull off this display. If Yang Shui hadn't stealthily approached Xiao Yu and injured him, Ouyang Lai would have only been able to deal with the latter instead of fighting with a royal lord and 8 territory lords at the same time. While in an intense battle, he still paid some attention to the entire battlefield. When he saw that Yang Kai had successfully set up an 8 trigrams formation to suppress Mo Na Yi, he was ecstatic, but he soon became worried. An 8 trigrams formation was extremely draining for the one acting as the core, so even Yang Kai couldn't persevere for long. To suppress a royal lord, Yang Kai had to be in top condition at all times. Otherwise, the opponent might turn things around. It was a challenge for Yang Kai as well as the other members of the 8 trigrams formation. An anxious Ouyang Lai couldn't help but roar, "Still not done yet, big head Xiang?" A long time had passed, but Xiang Shan still hadn't achieved a breakthrough. Although there were some obstacles when Ouyang Lai attempted his own ascension, he didn't take nearly this long. Given their situation, if the humans wanted to win this fight, they had to pin their hope on Xiang Shan. As long as Xiang Shan could make it to the 9th order, they could turn the situation around and slaughter the enemy forces here. They might even be able to kill the 2 royal lords. However, Xiang Shan had to disappoint them. He was touted as a rare talent, but he couldn't achieve an ascension as quickly as he should. Ouyang Lai had clearly lost his temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Xiang Shan at such an important moment. He could feel that Xiang Shan's aura was unstable, hovering around the peak of the 8th order, but unable to break through to the 9th order. That was why Ouyang Lai was so frustrated. With the help of a supreme-grade open heaven pill, it supposedly wasn't difficult to make it to the 9th order. At the very least, it wasn't too hard for him. At that moment, Xiang Shan was also aggrieved. He didn't expect to face so many obstacles when attempting a breakthrough. Undoubtedly, Yang Kai was the one who set off this fight when he snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Nevertheless, Xiang Shan was the one who escalated events when he accidentally revealed his aura while attempting a breakthrough. If his breakthrough was successful, they could destroy the Black Ink clan present. However, if this dragged on, the situation would only worsen for the humans. He naturally wanted to shatter his shackles and make it to the Ninth Order as soon as possible. Nonetheless, the hidden damage left over from when his order regressed back then was more severe than he thought. Although he eventually managed to make it to the Eighth Order again, the boundary wall in his small universe seemed to have thickened. That was the reason ordinary grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Supposedly, someone like him didn't need a supreme grade open heaven pill. He only needed some ordinary grade open heaven pills to break the bottleneck and ascend to the Ninth Order. If the boundary walls of other Eighth Order masters were like a thin membrane, his boundary wall was akin to a meter-thick metal wall. Since the boundary wall in his small universe was so thick, the medicinal efficacies of ordinary grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Although a supreme grade open heaven pill was indeed effective, it still took time to break down the boundary wall. Unfortunately, the thing the humans were most lacking right now was time. Chapter 5780 Offense and Defense Reversed. Supreme grade open heaven pills were undoubtedly the best opportunities in the universe. Xiang Shan could clearly feel that, with the help of the supreme grade open heaven pill, the thick boundary wall surrounding his small universe was slowly dissolving. When it was destroyed, he would make it to the Ninth Order. However, up until now, only 70% had been broken down. The remaining 30% was still stopping his small universe from expanding, which made it impossible for him to break through. Although he was anxious, there was nothing much he could do. If he gave up, the humans would no longer be in a passive position. At the very least, they would no longer need to surround and protect him. Nevertheless, if he gave up now, the supreme grade open heaven pill would be wasted. In this kind of situation, how could someone like him, a mere peak Eighth Order master, do anything to turn things around? Only by ascending to the Ninth Order could he help the human race destroy the Black Ink clan here. Just like Ouyang Lai, Xiang Shan was equally anxious, but there was nothing he could do. As such, he gritted his teeth and madly pushed his strength to refine the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies in the hope that the boundary walls in his small universe would dissolve faster. In a particular spot of the defense line made up of human race masters, 5 Eighth Order masters, who had previously parted ways with Yang Kai, formed a 5 elements formation to ward off the enemies. Presently, Tian Xiuzhu, who was an old veteran Eighth Order master, served as the core of the formation while Zhan Tianhe, Xiongji Lu Feifei, and Lin Wu supported him. Apart from Lin Wu, who ascended to the Eighth Order inside the Universe Furnace world, the others were already Eighth Order masters before arriving in this place. As such, the battle formation they had established was fairly powerful. As they fought though, Lin Wu suddenly sent a transmission to everyone. "I'm worried that senior brother Yang and the others might not be able to hold on for long." Before he brought this matter up, the others didn't give it much thought, but now even Lu Feifei worriedly spoke up. "The 8 trigrams formation is too draining for those in the formation." When Yang Kai successfully formed the 8 trigrams formation, the humans were just as surprised as the Black Ink clansmen. However, because the core was Yang Kai, a legendary figure who could make the impossible possible, they quickly accepted the situation. Although the battle formation had been established though, no one could tell how long it could last. Everyone could see that, which was why Mo Nayi was stalling for time, and Ouyang Lai blew his top. Tian Xiuzhu chastised them by saying, "Don't get distracted. Focus on dealing with the enemy in front of you." At this point, they had to concentrate on warding off the Black Ink clan instead of worrying about others. If the enemy managed to break their defense, Xiang Shan would be in danger. Tian Xiuzhu secretly thought that these new Eighth Order masters were just not as hardened as the long-time ones. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have just obeyed his order. However, Lin Wu seemed insistent as he went on to say, "Senior brother Tian, we have to lend a helping hand to senior brother Yang. Once their battle formation collapses, not just Senior Xiangshan will be in danger, all of us will be. Tian Xiuzhu furrowed his brow. How are we supposed to assist them? He had no idea what was on Lin Wu's mind. They were surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, so it was difficult for them to break the siege as it is. Blood Crow managed to escape earlier because his secret art was unique, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. None of them had techniques that could replicate what Blood Crow had done, so how were they supposed to leave? Moreover, if they did that, the humans in this place would surely face greater pressure. Lin Wu replied quickly. It's not that I doubt Senior Brother Yang's capabilities. Given his strength, he can certainly sustain the 8 trigrams formation as its core for some time. But what about the others? How long can they hold on? Apart from Senior Brother Yang, if any one of them collapses, the battle formation will break apart. He was only telling the truth, and it was a matter everyone was concerned about. Then he continued, given the situation, only we can lend Senior Brother Yang a helping hand. If we don't come up with a way, do we wait until the 8 trigrams formation falls apart? Please consider my suggestion, Senior Brother Tian. The others fell into their thoughts as well. Lin Wu said they were the only ones who could give Yang Kai a helping hand because they were faced with less pressure compared to the other masters. After all, they were dealing with an injured pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. There were over 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and although Yang Kai had killed one of them, there were still many more to deal with. Presently, they were applying pressure on the humans in different places. Tian Xiuzhu and the others were dealing with Meng Ke and some territory lords. Certainly, Zhan Tianhe and the others were familiar with Meng Ke as he Xiongji, and Lu Feifei had faced off against him together with Yang Kai, Oyanglai, and Thunder Shadow some time ago, leaving both sides battered. Since Meng Ke was badly wounded before this battle broke out, he was unable to fully utilize all his power. It was unlike the other pseudo-royal lords, who were all in top condition. As such, the other human race masters were unlikely to break the siege. If they wanted to provide support to Yang Kai, their group would have the best chance of achieving this goal by settling Meng Ke first. It had to be said that Lin Wu was a shrewd person. After his persuasion, Tian Xiuzhu couldn't help falling into his thoughts as well. A moment later he nodded. You have a point. Only we can help Junior Brother Yang and the others. At that moment, he couldn't help feeling he had grown too old. Although he was more experienced than the young ones, he wasn't as flexible as them. Lin Wu then said grimly, Senior Brother Tian, we'd better get prepared early so that we can lend them a hand at any moment. Tian Xiuzhu nodded almost imperceptibly. Follow my lead. Yes. They all replied. The next moment, Tian Xiuzhu surged his divine sense and sent a transmission to the human race masters in the nearby battle formations. A moment later, they nodded imperceptibly as they were ready to offer their help when Tian Xiuzhu and the others took action. Soon, everything was prepared. However, Tian Xiuzhu didn't immediately act to assist Yang Kai as it was an arrangement that they would rather not use. Presently, they had to sustain the current situation and protect the defense line. Once it was necessary for them to shift to providing assistance though, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Everyone in the 8 trigrams formation felt immensely pressured, and even Yang Kai was injured and soaked in blood. Every time they attacked, it was a strain on their bodies and souls. They had no choice though as their opponent was a royal lord. On the other hand, Mo Nayi was equally battered. Faced with the 8 trigrams formation, he could hardly counterattack and was forced back repeatedly as his Black Ink strength was scattered. Strictly speaking, a 7 stars formation was enough to deal with a newly promoted royal lord like him. With Yang Kai as the core, they could even oppose a veteran royal lord like Mou with an 8 trigrams formation. There was no doubt that Yang Kai and the others were at an advantage at that moment, as all of them were going all out to kill the royal lord before them. But it was still extremely difficult to do so. Regardless of how battered Mo Nayi looked, he was still a true royal lord. Unless they were significantly more powerful, they couldn't end his life. Yang Kai and the others were caught in a dilemma. Although they had expected this outcome, they were still unable to turn things around. The space-time river had been turned into a long whip, and every time Yang Kai wielded it, 10,000 Grand Daos evolved and integrated to release awe-inspiring might. Despite his majestic aura, however, it would inevitably wither as time passed. When the 8 trigrams formation started showing signs of weakening, a battered Mo Nayi guffawed. "Yang Kai, if you can't kill me today, you will die." Yang Kai glared at him without saying anything and wielded his whip. The attack was supposed to be fierce, but it became sluggish all of a sudden. In the battle formation, one of the 8th Order Master was no longer able to hold on as he tipped his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his aura plunged. He had been holding on for far too long. Over thousands of years, humans had always formed battle formations to deal with their enemies. However, an 8 trigrams formation of 8th Order Masters had only appeared once before today. At that time, the formation only lasted for 20 breaths, after which the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished while the other 7 were seriously wounded. Their sacrifice was not in vain though, as they managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord and several territory lords. Since then, the 8 trigrams formation had never appeared again on any battlefield until Yang Kai managed to pull off this feat. This time they had been holding on for an hour. Although Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, had borne half the pressure, the others didn't have it easy. The pressure didn't only come from the battle formation, but also Mo Nayi's attacks. Since an 8th Order Master was no longer able to persevere, it wouldn't be long before more people collapsed. Seeing this, Mo Nayi stopped being passive and became smug instead. "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he switched from defense to offense. Black Ink's strength surged and swept over them like a storm. Yang Kai knitted his brow tightly. Left with no choice, he surrounded them with the space-time river to ward off the attacks. At that instant, the humans fell into a passive position, and their remaining advantage was gone for good. Simultaneously, Tian Xiuzhu, who had been paying attention to the battle over there, sent a transmission to his surrounding allies with a determined gaze. "It's time. Please lend us your aid, everyone." Following that, the human race masters in that section of the defense line surged their divine abilities and secret techniques. Unlike how passive they were earlier, they took the initiative to attack. The turn of events caught the Black Ink clansmen off guard, and for a moment, they found it hard to resist their opponents. Meng Ke, who was in charge of this sector of the line, was startled for a moment. He could see members of a 5 elements formation charging towards him, as though they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Tian Xiuzhu, who was at the front, roared, "Black Ink bastard, go to hell." His imposing aura shocked Meng Quebec. Although he was the 3rd pseudo-royal lord to be born within the Black Ink clan, he had never been used or valued. Now there were quite a few pseudo-royal lords, and as such he became even less important. He had always been ambitious. Initially, he intended to make a great contribution while in the universe furnace world. Nevertheless, luck wasn't on his side. He repeatedly came across powerful opponents and became injured, which was why he was so frustrated. Chapter 5781, Replacing the Members. When Meng Ke saw Tian Xiuzhu and the others charging towards him, he naturally wouldn't dare take them head-on in his current state. Instead, he instinctively moved away. Much to his surprise, Tian Xiuzhu didn't intend to exchange moves with him at all. He and the other 4 people brushed past him and shot off towards Yang Kai. After becoming startled for a moment, Meng Ke came to his senses and growled, "Don't even think about leaving. I'll make all of you stay." Although he had no idea what their intention was, he could tell that these 5 8th Order Masters were moving to assist Yang Kai somehow. Certainly he wouldn't allow that to happen. There were about 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and each was doing an excellent job in contending with the humans. If only his opponents managed to flee, Meng Ke would be held responsible. He had never been valued to begin with, so if these 5 people ruined Mo Nayi's plan, the latter would never let him off. As such, Meng Ke was determined to make Tian Xiuzhu and the others stay. He forcibly activated his power and chased after the 5 elements formation. While he was at it, he made countless attacks at the enemies. Meng Ke's attacks could not be underestimated. Left with no choice, Tian Xiuzhu and the others had to counterattack. As both parties became entangled with each other, They approached the place where the 8 trigrams formation and Mo Na Yi were in a fight. Soon Tian Xiaozhu furrowed his brow. This matter couldn't drag on. They either had to shake off Meng Ke as soon as they could, or send some people to give Yang Kai a hand. Otherwise, they would lure a powerful opponent to Yang Kai's side and make things worse. He could see that 2 8th Order Masters in the 8 trigrams formation were no longer able to hold on. Ouyang Lai, who was battling against Xiao Yu and others, noticed what was going on as well, and intended to lend them a hand, but he couldn't break free from Xiao Yu and the other territory lords. Certainly, they couldn't expect Yang Shui to help either. Strictly speaking, she was no match for the Chaos Spirit King, and had to go all out just to hold it back. At the most critical moment, Tian Xiaozhu roared, "Two of you go!" The other 4 people in the formation knew what he meant. Lin Wu promptly said, "I'll go." Saying so, he left the battle formation and charged towards Yang Kai. The next moment, another figure flew away. It was none other than Zhan Tianhe. It was a huge risk to take to move towards Yang Kai and Mo Na Yi's battlefield. If one wasn't careful enough, they would lose their lives. Lin Wu was a newly promoted 8th Order Master who managed to break through in the Universe Furnace world, but he was willing to take up such a task. As a senior brother, Zhan Tianhe naturally couldn't back down. After 2 people left, the 5 elements formation instantly turned into a 3 fortunes formation. Furthermore, following a long fight, Tian Xiaozhu and the others were no longer at the peak of their powers, so how were they supposed to deal with a pseudo-royal lord? Undoubtedly, they were put in a perilous situation. Fortunately, it wasn't easy for Meng Ke to kill them either. This guy was badly injured to begin with, so his strength had been greatly reduced. If he were at the peak of his power, he could have destroyed a mere 3 fortunes formation quite quickly. 2 breaths later, Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe arrived somewhere near the place where the 8 trigrams formation and Mo Na Yi were locked in combat, and Lin Wu yelled, "Senior brother Yang, we're here to help." Yang Kai replied gladly, "You've come at the right time." He was worried about how to sustain the 8 trigrams formation when these 2 promptly arrived to replace their injured members. Of the members of the 8 trigrams formation, Yang Kai, who served as the core of the formation, was close to 4 of them. They were his human self, Feng Tianxi, his monster self, Thunder Shadow, Yang Xiao and Blood Crow. He wasn't familiar with the rest. One of them was a veteran 8th Order Master, while the remaining 2 were newly ascended 8th Order Masters. The 2 new 8th Order Masters were the problem. Their heritages were not as ample as that of the veteran, nor were their bodies as strong as Yang Xiao and Thunder Shadow. Their foundations were not as solid as those of Feng Tianxi and Blood Crow. While contending with the enemy alongside Yang Kai, they had borne too much pressure. Their bodies were about to fall apart, and their small universes were also in turmoil, causing their auras to be unstable. If this dragged on, they would soon collapse. Once that happened, the 8 trigrams formation would break apart. That was the reason Mo Na Yi started being aggressive. Although he risked injuring himself, he was determined to break the battle formation. He even specifically struck as hard as he could at where the new 8th Order Masters were positioned. Once they lost the 8 trigrams formation, they wouldn't be a match for Mo Na Yi. By then he could kill whoever he wanted. Nevertheless, his plan was suddenly disrupted by Tian Xiaozhu and the others. Seeing that 2 energetic 8th Order Masters were about to join the battle formation, Mo Na Yi grew anxious. As such, his attacks intensified. He even tried to directly make a move on Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't allow that to happen, adjusting everyone's aura to contend with the opponent. At the same time, he secretly told the new 8th Order Masters to look for a chance and let Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe replace them. They nodded in agreement, but they appeared embarrassed and unresigned. At such a critical moment, they were the problem in the formation, and they might even cause their side to lose the fight. It was only natural that they felt ashamed. Nonetheless, they were indeed running out of energy, and the pressure, both internal and external, had caused their small universes to descend into chaos. If this dragged on, they would be the cause of the battle formation coming apart, and Yang Kai and the others would be even more affected. Rather than hanging on at all costs, it would be best if they could retreat at this point. Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe dashed towards Yang Kai. Before they even arrived, they connected their auras with the formation. It was extremely risky to replace the members of a battle formation during a fight. To begin with, it was already hard to form an 8 trigrams formation. Since everyone's aura was connected, if they replaced the members in the middle of combat, and did not manage to maintain the connection, the battle formation would break. It was an especially huge challenge for the person who served as the core. After all, as the core of the formation, Yongkai had to harmonize and adjust everyone's power and aura. It could be said that the core of the formation was the most important person in any battle formation. The moment Lin Wu and Zhang Tian, he connected their auras with the battle formation, the 2 new 8th Order Masters were ready to withdraw. Yongkai had to spend more energy to keep the battle formation stable, which worsened their already terrible situation. Naturally, Mo Nayi seized the chance and struck them with increased intensity. Upon impact, the battle formation trembled and staggered backwards. The next instant, 2 figures shot out of the battle formation while Lin Wu and Zhang Tian he entered it. Yongkai roared and diverted all his focus to adjusting the battle formation, allowing Mo Nayi to continue to rain down attacks on them. After a moment of turmoil, the 8 trigrams formation stabilized. The battle formation was formed once again. Finally, everyone became at ease. At the same time, they were amazed and glad that Yongkai was the one leading the battle formation. If the core was someone else, the battle formation would have probably fallen apart then and there. Meanwhile, Tian Xiuzhu, who was leading Xiongji and Lu Feifei to deal with Meng Ke, shouted, "Come here and help us." They were no longer able to hold on. It seemed that Meng Ke felt ashamed because he was at fault for letting the opponents have a chance to replace the members of the 8 trigrams formation. As such, he ignored his injuries and madly surged his power to vent his fury on Tian Xiuzhu and the others. Given the intensity of the fight, even if he managed to kill his opponents, he would also end up in a terrible state. However, that was the last of his concerns right now. The 2 new 8th Order Masters, who had just left the 8 trigrams formation, quickly stuffed some spirit pills into their mouths and approached Tian Xiuzhu. When contending with Mo Nayi earlier, they didn't even have time to consume pills. The moment the 2 new 8th Order Masters joined Tian Xiuzhu and formed a 5 elements formation, they finally felt a lot less pressured. Nevertheless, they couldn't persevere for long. After all, these 2 new 8th Order Masters were badly wounded. "Come to me," Ouyang Lai shouted. Presently, he was dealing with Xiao Yu and 2 4 symbols formations made up of territory lords. Although he wasn't at an advantage, it wouldn't be hard for him to protect someone else. Upon hearing that, Tian Xiuzhu led the other 4 to approach Ouyang Lai without hesitation. Naturally, Meng Ke relentlessly chased after them. Soon both parties came together, and it was now 1 9th Order Master and a 5 elements formation facing a Royal Lord, a Pseudo-Royal Lord, and 2 4 symbols formations of territory lords. The 2 sides were almost equally matched now, with the humans being at a slight disadvantage, but with there not being any risk to Tian Xiuzhu and the others' lives for the time being. When Meng Ke realized that he wasn't able to kill his enemies, he slowed down his attacks. Now he had calmed down. Knowing that there was no turning back, he prioritized his own safety. Since he was injured, he was better off not overexerting himself. The battlefield was highly unpredictable. After the replacement of members, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yongkai finally became stable and once again, Mo Nayi was at a disadvantage. While Yang Shui's situation remained unchanged, Ouyang Lai was faced with more pressure. Meanwhile, the humans remained united as their defense line held steady. They were determined to protect Xiangshan. So although the Black Ink clan had a far greater number of people on their side, they were unable to break through for now. In truth, if the Black Ink clan ignored their own safety and forcefully tried to break the defense line, they might succeed. However, that would require the pseudo-royal lords to endanger themselves. Perhaps half of them would be killed if they wanted to achieve their goal in short order. These pseudo-royal lords were created using the source fusion technique, and each one represented the sacrifice of more than 10 innate territory lords. They were the survivors who came out of a cruel process, so they valued their lives more than any other Black Ink clansmen. Certainly, they weren't willing to lose their lives in such a place. Therefore, even though the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand, they were unable to destroy the humans' defense line. In the center of the defense line, Xiangshan was seated with his legs crossed. The illusory phantom of his small universe hovered behind him as his aura continuously undulated. He was on the brink of breaking past the limit of the Eighth Order. By now, 90% of the boundary wall in his small universe had been dissolved. He was on the brink of breaking through his shackles. Once the boundary wall was gone, the territory of his small universe would expand. Only then would he make it to the Ninth Order. While fighting with the numerous enemies, Ouyang Lai somehow found time to curse at Xiangshan and urge him to break through fast. Nevertheless, this process couldn't be rushed. Chapter 5782, Mo Na Ye's Trump Card. Yang Kai became slightly at ease. He had been paying close attention to Xiangshan. After all, the key to winning this battle was whether Xiangshan could make it to the Ninth Order in time. As he felt the aura coming from Xiangshan surging, he believed that the latter would achieve a breakthrough soon. He had no idea why it took Xiangshan such a long time to make it to the Ninth Order. Previously, he stood guard for Ouyang Lai when the latter attempted a breakthrough, but it was done fairly quickly. Before his arrival, Xiangshan had been refining the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill for quite a while. Now that such a long time had passed, it was a mystery as to why Xiangshan hadn't broken through yet. He speculated that it had something to do with the fact that Xiangshan's order dropped previously, which might have had some unexpected consequences. Nevertheless, the most difficult time had passed. As long as Yang Kai could hold on for a while longer until Xiangshan made it to the Ninth Order, the humans would be able to strike back. The birth of a new Ninth Order master would shatter the deadlock. By then they might even be able to kill Mo Na Yi and the other royal lord. Ha ha! Someone was heard laughing in the middle of the fight. A startled Yang Kai lifted his gaze and saw Mo Na Yi looking at him with a faint grin. There seemed to be some underlying meaning behind the smile, and Yang Kai's heart clenched as he had a bad premonition. Why is this guy laughing under such circumstances? Both parties had been enemies for millennia, so they understood each other quite well. Mo Na Yi was a patient and cunning strategist, making him an extreme outlier within the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai hadn't suffered a fatal setback when dealing with Mo Na Yi, but he would never underestimate the latter. At this point, Mo Na Yi shouldn't be laughing. Instead, he should be trying his best to break the 8 trigrams formation. So, why did he seem so amused? His smile was meaningful, as though he was confident about winning even now, mocking Yang Kai for being ignorant. A sense of danger abruptly rose within Yang Kai. Alarmed, he realized that he might have missed something, and thinking back, there were some details he had failed to notice before. He had already felt that something was amiss before now. Since Mo Na Yi was able to face off against the 8 trigrams formation for such a long time, it proved that he could have destroyed the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao previously. However, he didn't do that. Before Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Xiao and the other 5 had been dealing with Mo Na Yi on their own. Initially, Yang Kai thought that Mo Na Yi was worried about injuring himself. After all, it would be troublesome if a Black Ink clansman was injured in the Universe Furnace world, especially a royal lord. Nevertheless, Mo Na Yi was a shrewd individual, so how was it possible that he would worry about getting injured at such a critical moment? He certainly knew that he had to destroy the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao as quickly as possible, so that the Black Ink clan would win this battle. At that time, as long as Mo Na Yi was willing to pay a certain price, Yang Xiao and the others wouldn't have been a match for him. So why did he choose to stall for time? Many ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but though he knew that something was amiss, under the tense circumstances, he couldn't distract himself to ponder it properly. Laugh all you want, it won't change anything. Yang Kai snorted. Since he didn't know what the problem was, he had to be patient and play it by ear. Mo Na Yi laughed again. While warding off Yang Kai's attacks, he said impassively, I suppose Xiangshan is going to break through soon. Just like Yang Kai, he had been paying close attention to Xiangshan. Although he had no idea when Xiangshan would achieve a breakthrough, the disturbance over there couldn't be concealed. As such, he could roughly sense how things were going. Yang Kai's bad premonition intensified. It was odd that Emo Nayi was still in the mood to talk about Xiang Shan at this point. While remaining silent, Yang Kai strengthened his attacks. Emo Nayi went on to say, Yang Kai, you are a wonderful opponent. I've always respected you whether I was a territory lord, a pseudo-royal lord, or even a true royal lord. The human race has managed to hold on for such a long time mainly because of you. If not for your hard work over the past few thousands of years, the humans would have already been defeated. Unmistakably, you are my greatest opponent. It's fortunate that you can never become a Ninth Order master. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. He spoke loudly during the fight to ensure that everyone could hear him. All of them were puzzled as to what Emo Nayi was trying to achieve. Why was he in the mood to chat about such irrelevant matters in a life-and-death battle? Emo Nayi seemed oblivious to everything and kept speaking, as though he wouldn't be able to say it again if he missed this chance. Staring at Yang Kai in pity, he muttered, just like what you humans say, you were born in the wrong era. You have to bear the shackles and sins that this era has inflicted on you. Those from the cave heavens and paradises forced you to ascend to the Fifth Order back then, which resulted in the Eighth Order being your limit. Now they have to rely on you to save the human race. Do you not resent them at all? His hypnotic voice seemed able to bewitch others. In all directions, many human race masters, especially those who came from the cave heavens and paradises, appeared guilty. Those from the cave heavens and paradises had indeed made a mistake. Although only several sects made a move, they represented the collective decision. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to do so at that time. They had suffered a terrible crisis in the past, so they wouldn't allow any rogue cultivator to directly ascend to the Seventh Order. Regardless of their intentions, they were compelled to suppress Yang Kai. After all, a Seventh Order master might make it to the Ninth Order one day. Meanwhile, all the Ninth Order old ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises were on the black ink battlefield. If Yang Kai became a Ninth Order master and decided to cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't be able to contain him. Over the years, many people thought that if they hadn't suppressed Yang Kai and let him directly ascend to the Seventh Order back then, given his aptitude and opportunities, he would have made it to the Ninth Order by now. Undoubtedly, that would have been a huge boon to the human race. Nonetheless, things had come to such a point where it was pointless to regret anything. When Yang Kai decided to directly ascend to the Fifth Order back then, his future was set. Yang Kai snorted. Are you trying to sow discord between us? Do you think such petty words will work on me at this point? Emo Nayi sighed. I'm not trying to sow discord, I'm just curious. It seems that I'm not mistaken. Although those from the cave heavens and paradises owe you much, you're still willing to sacrifice yourself for them. After a pause, he went on to say, over the years I've constantly been thinking about how to kill you. Unfortunately, there has never been a good opportunity as you are too adept at running away. Your space secret techniques have been a constant headache for me. The previous battle was undoubtedly the best chance so far, but it was disrupted by the universe furnace. If not for the universe furnace's sudden appearance, you would have lost your life. Yang Kai frowned. What's the point of you saying all this now? Or are you saying you are certain you can kill me now? Something was definitely off. Emo Nayi was speaking and acting like everything was within his control, so he was undoubtedly up to something. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to figure out what he was plotting. Since he couldn't find out what was on Emo Nayi's mind, he could only try to glean as much information from him as possible through conversation. Emo Nayi seemed to have realized his intention, so he said with a smile, I've been plotting against you for years, but only this time could be considered successful. Please don't blame me for being verbose, Brother Yang. I should probably stop the small talk now, otherwise Xiang Shan will really break through. All of a sudden, his expression turned cold as he looked grimly at Yang Kai. Did you know? I was waiting for you to appear all along. I knew that you would show up. You were the one who set off this fight, so how was it possible that you wouldn't come? Fortunately, you arrived just in time. At that moment, a sense of crisis engulfed Yang Kai, but he had no idea what Emo Nayi was going to do. Many ideas flashed across his mind like lightning and he soon thought of something, but it was too late. Mo Nai stared fixedly at him and shouted dispassionately, "Black ink eternal." Suddenly, Yang Kai turned to look at Xiang Shan and shouted, "Senior brother Xiang, watch out." At the same time, he saw two Eighth Order masters leaving their battle formations from two different directions and charging towards Xiang Shan while casting lethal moves. Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. Black ink disciples. He finally realized what he had failed to take note of. The Black Ink clan had planted two Black Ink disciples among the humans. They had been hiding all this time, waiting for a chance to attack Xiang Shan. Therefore, Mo Nai wasn't worried about Xiang Shan becoming a Ninth Order master, because he knew that the latter would never succeed. He even felt free to chat just now, because everything was within his control. Many Black Ink clansmen were startled by the turn of events. Similarly, the humans were caught off guard. No one could have expected that their companions, who had been fighting alongside them all this time, would betray them as they were on the brink of victory. All of them had been negligent. It wasn't a surprise that Black Ink disciples existed. During the fight against the Black Ink clan in the past, many humans would be captured by the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. The situation was especially bad on the Black Ink battlefield. However, after Yang Kai brought purifying light with him and then received 10 sets of great sun and great moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer, the humans no longer had to worry about Black Ink disciples hiding amongst their ranks. There was a purifying Black Ink battleship, which contained a large amount of purifying light, in every human camp. Whenever the cultivators returned to base, they had to pass through the purifying Black Ink battleship before they were allowed to enter. The humans also had purifying Black Ink pills. One only had to consume such a pill before they fought with the Black Ink clan to prevent themselves from being corrupted by Black Ink strength. The Black Ink clan had occupied the 3,000 worlds for many years, and although they had turned a large number of hunters into Black Ink disciples, those people were generally weak. Many younger cultivators had never even seen Black Ink disciples before. Also, Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were extremely rare, even back on the Black Ink battlefield. To turn an Eighth Order master into a Black Ink disciple, a royal lord had to personally make a move. As such, whenever the Eighth Order masters formed battle formations to deal with the enemies, they became less vigilant. No one would think that their companions might be Black Ink disciples. Even Yang Kai had not seen this coming. However, everything made sense if these people were not Eighth Order masters when they were turned into Black Ink disciples. Eighth Order masters were not the only ones who had entered the universe furnace world this time. There were also many Seventh Order masters. They were there not here for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but for the ordinary grade ones. Chapter 5783, Broken Formation, Serious Injuries. These Seventh Order masters who had entered the universe furnace world were new generation cultivators that had received the World Tree Clone's nourishment. As such, they were all talented elites who increased their cultivation rapidly. Wonderful aptitude and quick increase in cultivation were not always a blessing though. As compared to the experienced cultivators who had gotten to where they were slowly and steadily, these younger cultivators lacked accumulation and experience. Therefore, when they reached the peak of the Seventh Order, they often faced bottlenecks, which made it hard for them to break through to the Eighth Order. Given their aptitude, they would shatter the bottleneck sooner or later, but that could still take dozens to hundreds of years. However, in the current situation, time was always short. Fortunately, ordinary grade open heaven pills could solve this problem by helping them break through their bottleneck, saving lots of time. Many Seventh Order masters managed to ascend to the Eighth Order in the universe furnace world this time, and presently, hundreds of them had gathered together, but they were just Seventh Order masters when they entered. Everything made sense if they bumped into Black Ink clansmen, and were turned into Black Ink disciples before ascending to the Eighth Order. The two Black Ink disciples that had betrayed them were undoubtedly such cases. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment as all the humans shifted their attention to the two Black Ink disciples who were charging towards Xiang Shan, in horror. Presently, Xiang Shan was at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. If he was interrupted now, his breakthrough would undoubtedly fail, and there would also be a serious risk to his life. All the human race masters surrounded him and formed a defense line to fend off the Black Ink clansmen's attacks. As such, no one stood guard directly by his side. Even though he had set up a kind of spirit array, it couldn't stop two 8th Order Black Ink disciples from killing him. Undoubtedly, Xiang Shan was powerless to contend with these two 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Just then, another turn of events took place somewhere else. It had taken Mo Nayi a long time to devise this plan, and it had all hinged on him being certain that Yang Kai would show up. His trump card was meant to kill Yang Kai and Xiang Shan at the same time. After all, if he only wanted to take out the latter, he wouldn't have had to wait until now. Mo Nayi would have ordered the two Black Ink disciples to make a move at any point earlier on. He had been patient because he could feel that Xiang Shan would still take a long time to make a breakthrough, so he wasn't anxious. In comparison, he was more interested in ending Yang Kai's life. Over the years, Mo Nayi had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai and could never rest at ease as long as the latter wasn't dead. It was a knot in his heart, one that had nothing to do with Yang Kai's cultivation. Mo Nayi had been stalling for time because he was waiting for this exact moment. He needed a suitable person to carry out his plan, and the chance had finally come. Just as two Black Ink disciples left their respective battle formations and charged towards Xiangshan while the human race masters watched in horror, the 8 trigrams formation, which was dealing with Mo Nayi, trembled as everyone's aura descended into chaos. Soon the 8 trigrams formation broke. Everyone in the formation was shocked as they had no idea what happened. The moment the battle formation came apart, the immense backlash swept across them, causing their vitality to undulate and their small universes to fall into turmoil. They already suffered from various degrees of injuries when contending with Mo Nayi, and now the situation was exacerbated. Compared to the battle formation's backlash, a despairing incident took place right before their eyes. One of the members suddenly summoned a sword and thrust it towards Yang Kai's back. World force undulated around the weapon as the attacker appeared dispassionate. Without holding back any power, he seemed determined to slaughter Yang Kai. To make things worse, Mo Nayi made a move at the same time as the battle formation shattered. The chance he had been waiting for had finally come, so he naturally wouldn't just watch from the sidelines. The battle formation's backlash, the betrayal of a member, and Mo Nayi's attack happened all at once, engulfing everyone in a sense of great danger. The members of the 8 trigrams formation were flustered, furious, shocked, and despondent. All sorts of emotions broke out from them. Despite that, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as things were playing out just as he expected. The moment he realized that there were Black Ink disciples within their defense line, he knew that there must be a Black Ink disciple by his side as well. Mo Nayi had been beating around the bush earlier, looking as though everything was within his control. It was apparent that he had made some arrangements to target Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed. Yang Kai was the core of the 8 trigrams formation while his human self Feng Tian Ci, monster self Thunder Shadow, Yang Xiao, Blood Crow, Lin Wu, Zhan Tianhe, and another veteran 8th Order master assisted him. Of these 7 people, apart from Lin Wu, who had ascended to the 8th Order in the universe furnace world, the others were already 8th Order masters long before entering this place. The others would not be so easily corrupted. As such, it had to be Lin Wu that was the Black Ink disciple. It turned out that Lin Wu was indeed the problem. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the time he came across Lin Wu. At that time, he, Zhan Tianhe, Xiongji, and Lu Feifei were wandering around the universe furnace world. When he detected the aura of an open heaven realm master attempting a breakthrough, he went over and checked on him. Upon realizing the person was Lin Wu, he invited him to join the team without worrying too much. Then he bumped into Tian Xiuzhu. Following that, he decided to take a huge risk by bringing Thunder Shadow with him to snatch a supreme-grade open heaven pill. As such, he told Tian Xiuzhu to leave with everyone else. Now, it seemed that before he came across Lin Wu, the latter had already been turned into a Black Ink disciple who was allowed to move around on his own and ascend to the 8th Order. Then Lin Wu joined the human race and waited for a chance to act. It wasn't necessarily planned for Lin Wu to target Yang Kai, but Mo Nayi had made good use of a pawn like him. Initially, Lin Wu wasn't a part of the 8 trigrams formation. He and Zhan Tian he joined at a later time. Mo Na Yi had been waiting for Lin Wu to join the 8 trigrams formation. That way, when he finally gave the order, 3 black ink disciples would flare up at the same time. Not only could they stop Xiang Shan from achieving a breakthrough, but they could also end Yang Kai's life. Mo Na Yi planned to remove the 2 biggest threats at the same time. Everything became clear now. A while ago, Yang Kai was still wondering why Mo Na Yi didn't break Yang Zhao's 6-pass formation earlier, even though he was capable of doing so. At that time, if Mo Na Yi had been willing to pay a small price, he could have defeated Yang Xiao and the others quickly. After that, he could have personally attacked the humans' defense line and killed Xiang Shan. However, he didn't do that. Just like Mo Na Yi said, he had been waiting for him to show up. When Yang Kai formed the 8 trigrams formation to deal with Mo Na Yi, the latter actually fought back hard without being bothered by his injuries. That way, he could force the 2 newly promoted 8th Order Masters in the formation to withdraw, giving Lin Wu a chance to join them. It was all part of Mo Na Yi's plot. When Lin Wu finally joined the battle formation, all the pawns were in the right places and Mo Na Yi was confident that Yang Kai wouldn't survive. Both of them had been contending with each other for millennia. Since his arch-nemesis was about to die, he couldn't help recalling the fights between them over the years. Perhaps he respected a master like Yang Kai, or felt so conceited that he started talking nonsense. Presently, 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples were dashing towards Xiang Shan while Lin Wu broke the 8 trigrams formation and pushed his sword towards Yang Kai's back with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The initially clamorous battlefield fell into dead silence at that moment as every human race master appeared helpless and despondent. The Black Ink clansmen still relentlessly attacked the humans while Mo Na Yi guffawed. "You dare!" Yang Lai growled as his figure seemed to be burning. "Big brother!" Yang Shui exclaimed at the top of her lungs. She wanted to shake off the Chaos Spirit King and save Yang Kai, but she was unable to do so. The Chaos Spirit King was more powerful than her, so it was difficult for her to even pin him down. In the midst of this crisis, Yang Kai only let out a sigh. Before Lin Wu even made a move, Yang Kai had realized that he was in danger. Therefore, he had put his guard up. If he hadn't figured it out, he probably would have lost his life. Since he was well prepared though, he had a chance to escape. Nevertheless, if he fled, the remaining 6 with him would fall into grave danger. They no longer had the battle formation's help, and faced with the backlash and Mo Na Yi's attack, half of them would undoubtedly die. Therefore, despite knowing that he was at risk of losing his life, Yang Kai couldn't escape. Suppressing the undulating vitality within him, he released his spiritual energy and brought everyone's aura together again. In an instant, he made the proper adjustments and formed a new 7 stars formation with him as the core. At the same time, he flicked his fingers and sent a wooden box flying away. In the next instant, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, as the space-time river swirled around the weapon like a dragon. He then thrust the weapon towards Mo Na Yi. As the violent force exploded, everyone shuddered while Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood. Fortunately, he managed to ward off Mo Na Yi's fatal strike. Nonetheless, a sword penetrated his chest the next moment. The power around the sword exploded, causing Yang Kai to stagger before he swept his spear across Lin Wu and sent him flying away. After the sword left his body, blood started gushing out from the wound on his chest. His face turned pale in an instant, and his aura weakened. Meanwhile, the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples reached Xiang Shan. Just as they were ready to make a move, they met Xiang Shan's furious gaze. Despite being at the most critical moment of his breakthrough, Xiang Shan extricated himself and got to his feet as he summoned a saber. As world force surged, he covered the 2 Black Ink disciples with saber lights. He had given up on achieving a breakthrough. It couldn't be helped. If he tried to persist, he would only be killed as the spirit array he had set up wasn't able to fend off 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Compared to losing his life, giving up on the breakthrough was the only choice. The 2 Black Ink disciples had only achieved a breakthrough in the Universe Furnace world, so how were they supposed to be a match for Xiang Shan even though there were the 2 of them? They were soon suppressed. Nevertheless, considering that they were humans, Xiang Shan didn't move to kill them. During the intense battle, Xiang Shan's aura, which was initially reaching a peak, plunged. It was a sign that his ascension had failed. Fortunately, despite what happened, it didn't affect his strength much. In just several breaths of time, the 8 trigrams formation fell apart. Yang Kai was wounded, and Xiang Shan had given up on his breakthrough, sinking the humans into a perilous situation once again. Chapter 5784, Mo Na Ye's Failure. No one knew if there were more hidden black ink disciples. Battle formations required members to have complete trust in each other in order to operate them smoothly, something the Black Ink clan couldn't grasp the essence of, preventing them from forming higher battle formations. Now the humans were suspicious of each other, so every battle formation had weakened and couldn't be run smoothly. They were no match for the Black Ink clan when it came to numbers and had persevered until now because of their warships and their powerful battle formations, but with the latter undermined, the humans were clearly in grave danger. The battle formations, which the 2 Black Ink disciples were initially part of, had disintegrated, allowing the Black Ink clan to charge forward and kill several 8th Order masters, which further exacerbated the situation. It wasn't that the humans weren't still united. If they weren't, they wouldn't have held on until now. Nevertheless, in such a situation, they had to be cautious. The appearance of 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples had destroyed any advantage that the humans initially had. Xiang Shan was supposedly the key to winning the battle. If the humans wanted victory, they had to hope for Xiang Shan to ascend to the 9th Order as quickly as possible. With one more 9th Order master, they could still turn things around. But now Xiang Shan was forced to give up on his breakthrough, so their only hope was crushed. Everyone was shrouded in a layer of despair. Would hundreds of 8th Order masters lose their life in this place? If that happened, the human race's future would be bleak. The outcome of this battle would have a huge impact on future clashes between both races. Why won't you just die already? A growl was heard reverberating across the void. Across from the 7 Stars formation, Mo Na Ye looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and anger. He had been plotting against him and waiting for the best chance to use his trump card. Initially, he believed that Yang Kai had no chance to survive, but things went contrary to his wishes. He realized that he had still underestimated Yang Kai. More importantly, he didn't expect that it would only take Yang Kai an instant to switch the 8 trigrams formation to the 7 Stars formation and ward off his fatal strike. Fortunately, even though things didn't go to plan, Yang Kai was badly injured. The 8 trigrams formation's backlash, Lin Wu's sneak attack, and a long and intense battle had significantly weakened Yang Kai's aura. As a result, he was still at risk of losing his life at any moment. Even the 7 Stars formation couldn't run steadily, and was on the verge of breaking apart. With a determined expression, Mo Na Ye charged forward. He knew that he couldn't give Yang Kai even a moment to breathe. Seeing how frail his opponent looked, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance. He decided to end Yang Kai's life as quickly as possible. As his black ink strength surged, he roared, "How much longer can you hang on? How many of my moves can he take? 3? 5? Given Yang Kai's condition, Mo Na Ye had the confidence to kill him in 10 breaths of time, after which his goal would finally be achieved. Xiang Shan's breakthrough had failed, and the human's defense line was on the brink of collapsing. After Mo Na Ye killed Yang Kai, he could slaughter the other humans freely. I will win. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai and his 7 Stars formation were unable to counterattack. Furthermore, they found it increasingly difficult to maintain the battle formation. Everyone struggled to hold on, but they couldn't see any hope. They could only take 2 more moves before the battle formation came apart. Just as the 7 Stars formation was about to shatter, a stream of fierce aura approached from the distance. Before the person even arrived, a voice was heard yelling, "Mo Na Ye, your opponent is me." The next moment, a slender figure joined the battle and slashed her sword out to intercept Mo Na Ye's attacks. Mo Na Ye looked at the person before his eyes in disbelief, unable to figure out how she could be there. How did she manage to come over? The person was none other than Yang Shui. Mo Na Ye was naturally aware of this female 9th Order master's presence. However, since she didn't seem to be a match for the Chaos Spirit King, he stopped paying attention to her. She couldn't meddle in the battle before she could get rid of the Chaos Spirit King. However, at this moment, she was there to deal with him. Where's the Chaos Spirit King? Mo Na-yi was determined to kill Yang Kai, so he was filled with fervor and joy. As such, he didn't pay attention to the battle between Yang Shui and the Chaos Spirit King. It didn't cross his mind that such a turn of events would take place. Was the Chaos Spirit King defeated? Impossible, this woman is incapable of that. Previously, Xiaoyu suffered a defeat at the hands of the Chaos Spirit King. He was a new royal lord while the woman was a new Ninth Order master. Therefore, both of them were equally matched. How did this woman get rid of the Chaos Spirit King and come over the help? Then. Soon, Mo Na-yi realized where the Chaos Spirit King was. He could sense that the Chaos Spirit King was dashing forward in a particular direction for some reason. What did you do? Mo Na-yi was deathly curious. Although the Chaos Spirit King was a powerful being, its sentience was low. What did this woman do that made the Chaos Spirit King abandon the fight? Certainly, Yang Shui wouldn't respond to him as she just fully activated her power as world force undulated. Her sword turned into innumerable phantoms as she was determined to get revenge for her big brother. A helpless Mo Na-yi could only clash with Yang Shui. Watching as Yang Kai took the 7 stars formation somewhere else, he was so frustrated that he almost spat blood. He almost succeeded in killing Yang Kai, so how did things end up this way? Across from him, Yang Shui was actually equally puzzled as to why the Chaos Spirit King retreated all of a sudden. When she saw that her big brother was in danger earlier, she was quite flustered. She wasn't a match for the Chaos Spirit King, to begin with, and the situation was exacerbated because she had lost her composure. Then, for some inexplicable reason, the Chaos Spirit King withdrew and shot off into the distance. That was how Yang Shui was able to move to lend them a hand. Nevertheless, she didn't have time to ponder on it, for she had to deal with Mo Na-yi. Suddenly realizing something, Mo Na-yi turned to glare at Yang Kai and explained, "The Open Heaven Pill." When Lin Wu launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai earlier, Mo Na-yi faintly saw Yang Kai throw out a small wooden box. At that time he was mid-attack and the box seemed ordinary, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Now, it was apparent to him that the wooden box probably contained a supreme-grade Open Heaven Pill. As far as he knew, Yang Kai really had one, which was stolen during the intense battle between Xiaoyu and the Chaos Spirit King previously. The Chaos Spirit King was lured to this place because it was after the supreme-grade Open Heaven pills. Xiang Shan was giving off the aura of one such pill. So the Chaos Spirit King attacked, leaving Yang Shui no choice but to intercept it. Now Xiang Shan no longer exuded any of the Open Heaven pill's aura, so when Yang Kai tossed out another supreme-grade Open Heaven pill, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would chase after it. Upon that realization, Mo Na-yi was extremely vexed. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had helped restrain Yang Shui, a Ninth Order master. The Black Ink clan had basically gotten a free helper, which allowed them to suppress the humans. However, no one could have expected that it was also the Chaos Spirit King who ruined the Black Ink clan's plan. It was easily lured away by an Open Heaven pill, which allowed Yang Shui to come deal with Mo Na-yi. It was only natural that Mo Na-yi cursed at the Chaos Spirit King for derailing his plans. Despite his resentment, there was nothing much he could do about it. Fortunately, Yang Kai was badly injured, and Xiang Shan's ascension had failed. At the very least, they had achieved something. While he was thinking so, he suddenly felt that Yang Kai's aura, which was initially frail, rose sharply. As he turned his head in shock, he saw a river swirling around Yang Kai like a dragon. Yang Kai was recovering as it happened. Even the wound on his chest caused by Lin Wu was healing rapidly. Time seemed to be reversing as the river swirled around him. In just a moment, Yang Kai had basically completely recovered. What kind of secret technique is that? Mo Na-yi was flabbergasted. Yang Kai had just discovered this wonderful use of his space-time river not long ago, and used it once in the infinite river to restore his wounded body. Naturally, he chose to use it again this time. Lin Wu's sneak attack and the battle formation's backlash had indeed wounded him, but he managed to reverse time for himself and return to the state he had marked some time ago. The price he had to pay was a massive consumption of his Dao strengths. Nevertheless, that was the last of his concerns now. He had already come up with a plan the moment Lin Wu launched his sneak attack. As such, he decided to toss away the precious Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill to attract the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Only when Yang Shui was freed from that fight could she deal with Mo Nai, allowing Yang Kai to take a breather. However, at that time, Yang Kai wasn't confident that he would succeed. If the Chaos Spirit King didn't retreat, Yang Shui wouldn't have been freed up. All the same, he had to take the risk. Fortunately, the Chaos Spirit King was only concerned about getting the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill back. Therefore, the moment it detected the pill's aura, it chased after it, allowing Yang Shui to deal with other threats. Overall, the humans were still at a disadvantage. Yang Lai was doing fine while Yang Shui was dealing with Mo Nai, and were not at risk of losing their lives. However, the other humans were in a terrible situation. Although Xiang Shan had joined the battle, it was still hard for them to turn things around. If this dragged on, many more humans would lose their lives. They had to quickly resolve the suspicions the humans had for each other, and catch all the hidden black ink disciples. Yang Kai soon made a decision. As he continued to recover, he shouted, "Yang Shao, form a 4 symbols formation and use purifying light." Understanding his intentions, Yang Shao replied, "Yes." After informing Zhang Tian he and the others about it, Yang Shao formed a 4 symbols formation with him as the core. Then, they charged towards the center of the battlefield. Before they even arrived, the great sun and moon marks on the back of Yang Zhao's hands appeared. As yellow and blue light swirled around and combined with each other, they turned into a dazzling white light that illuminated the entire battlefield. "Stop them," a pseudo-royal lord growled. However, the purifying light was their arch-nemesis, so the Black Ink clansmen were terrified to get close. "I dare you to stop me!" Yang Shao roared and continued to condense more purifying light as he led Zhang Tian and the others forward. Wherever they went, the territory lords quickly backed away, and even the pseudo-royal lords shrank from the intense purifying light. Chapter 5785, There is Still Hope. From the defense line, Xiang Shan and several people came over to help. There was no doubt that Xiang Shan was intelligent as he shared the same sentiment as Yang Kai. They had to quickly resolve the internal problems that the humans faced, so they had to assist Yang Shao. After all, they needed Yang Zhao's purifying light to catch all the hidden Black Ink disciples. The war intensified at that moment. Xiang Shan was the core of a 6 paths formation, which was exceptionally powerful. After an exchange of moves, they finally joined Yang Zhao's 4 symbols formation. They then entered the defense line together while the Black Ink clan were unable to stop them. The next moment, Yang Shao roared as the great sun and moon marks on the back of his hands became increasingly bright. Copious amounts of yellow and blue crystals were consumed in an instant before an eruption of purifying light spread out with him as the center. Wherever the white light went, Black Ink's strength dissipated as the light covered all the human race masters, and continued to expand. The 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who had attacked Xiang Shan moments ago, had been subdued and were presently unable to move a muscle. As they were shrouded in the purifying light, they started trembling as if struck by lightning. They howled in pain while Black Ink's strength left their bodies. On the periphery, the Black Ink clansmen had managed to shrink the human defense line while the latter's battle formations were in turmoil. Some parts of the defense line were about to break, but when the purifying light surged forth like a tidal wave, the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to retreat. This kind of large-scale purifying light was no different from poison to the Black Ink clan. Although they wouldn't be killed, nobody wanted to see their powers significantly weakened. The human race masters seized the chance to counterattack and stabilize the defense line. By the time the pure white light dissipated, the humans had managed to fortify their defense line, and all the battle formations were operating smoothly again. As the purifying light swept out, no human race masters showed signs of corruption. Apparently, the Black Ink clan had only planted 3 Black Ink disciples among them. This wasn't too surprising as it was still quite hard for the Black Ink clan to turn 7th Order and 8th Order masters into Black Ink disciples. As the humans no longer had to worry about being betrayed by their teammates, They naturally focused on dealing with the enemies. The use of the purifying light helped the humans regain their composure as Yang Zhao's eyes brightened as he guffawed. So useful. He decided that if the defense line was falling apart again, he would condense another burst of purifying light and rush up towards the weak point. Although he couldn't kill enemies with it, he could at least ensure that the defense line remained intact. However, this kind of move required a lot of yellow and blue crystals, because it had to cover a vast area. His yellow and blue crystals were given to him by Yang Kai back then, and he had consumed quite a number of them over the years. As such, he didn't have many left. If he used this move 2 more times, he would run out of crystals. Once that happened, he would lose the ability to force the Black Ink clan to retreat, which might result in the defense line collapsing. Therefore, if the humans wanted to gain victory, they had to pin their hopes on Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui. If these 2 Ninth Order masters could kill their opponents quickly, they could help the other humans out. Nevertheless, their opponents were royal lords. They might be able to defeat their enemies, but it would be hard for them to kill the royal lords. How were they supposed to help out? Ouyang Lai had apparently realized that as well. So he had been exerting himself even more while ignoring his injury in the hope that he could kill Xiaoyu quickly. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu had 8 territory lords assisting him. Although Ouyang Lai was madly wielding his strength, he couldn't achieve his goal in a short time. To make things worse, he had to spend some energy protecting Tian Xiuzhu and his group as Meng Ke, a pseudo-royal lord, seemed determined to kill them. A while ago, Tian Xiuzhu led his 5 elements formation to leave the defense line, and sent 2 Eighth Order masters to lend Yang Kai a helping hand, which infuriated Meng Quebec. The other pseudo-royal lords were doing fine while something went wrong in his place, so it was only natural that he was embarrassed. Although he was shocked by Lin Wu's betrayal, and realized that it was Mo Na Ye's arrangement all along, he knew nothing about it before then. If Mo Na Ye had told him earlier, Meng Ke would have held back to allow Lin Wu out more easily. At the end of the day, it seemed Mo Na Ye still had no regard for him, so he didn't let him have a hand in such an important plan. At that time, if Meng Ke had managed to stop the 5 elements formation, Mo Na Ye would have probably given him a heads up. All the same, everything was within Mo Na Ye's control. Regardless of what happened, he would make sure that Lin Wu could approach Yang Kai and deal a heavy blow. Meng Ke was resentful. Initially, both of them were pseudo-royal lords, but Mo Na Ye acquired an opportunity in the Universe Furnace world, and became a true royal lord while Meng Ke suffered a setback and became seriously injured. As he was frustrated, he wasn't willing to let Tian Xiuzhu and his 5 elements formation off. He was determined to kill these weakened 8th Order masters to vent his rage. The humans seemed to be on the losing side as the war intensified. The Black Ink clan was much stronger when it came to the quantity of their masters. The humans had managed to hold on previously because they could see hope as Xiangshan attempted to break through. They also had their warship's assistance. Now Xiangshan's breakthrough had failed, and after a long battle, the warships were seriously damaged. Without the warship's protection, how were they supposed to fend off the Black Ink clan's bombardment? It was only a matter of time before their lines broke and they were routed. They also couldn't pin their hope on the 2 Ninth Order masters as they were both occupied. Everyone was frustrated, especially the 2 Eighth Order masters who had attacked Xiangshan earlier. After the Black Ink's strength in their bodies was dispelled by the purifying light, they felt guilty and ashamed. As such, they struck with reckless abandon, hoping to kill more enemies even if they lost their lives in the process. If they hadn't made a move at the most critical moment, Xiangshan would have become a Ninth Order master. Their sneak attack didn't only make the human race lose a Ninth Order master, but also put hundreds of human race masters in peril. Although no one blamed them, they couldn't forgive themselves so easily. They had heard their seniors mention that after some Black Ink disciples were saved, they would rather kill themselves out of guilt. They might have hurt other humans or even killed their friends and relatives. However, those were only stories and not something they personally experienced. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how despairing it was. Sometimes living was more painful than death. As such, they were looking for a chance to die while taking out several powerful opponents. However, the territory lords were naturally vigilant, So these Eighth Order masters didn't have a chance to do so. They had almost gone mad because of their fury and self-blame. Calm down. There is still hope for all of us. Don't go throwing your lives away just yet. A voice was suddenly cut through the noise. The person must have realized their intentions, so he decided to persuade them. Both of them were startled. Was there still hope for all of them? But they didn't see it. The person went on to say, "Don't forget that my adoptive father isn't dead yet. As long as he's alive, there's still hope. He's best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations." It was only then did they realize who was speaking to them. He was none other than Yang Xiao. The adoptive father he talked about was Yang Kai. Indeed, during their formative years, they had heard their seniors talk about Yang Kai's numerous achievements. They knew that he had done many incredible things, and the human race managed to hang on despite having to deal with the mighty Black Ink clan, largely thanks to his efforts and victories. He was so powerful that he could kill territory lords like they were chickens and dogs, and was even used to dealing with opponents that were more powerful than him. He had even escaped from the pursuit of royal lords. It was also rumored that he had killed a royal lord on his own. Certainly, it was a strange rumor. After all, there was a huge gap in power between an Eighth Order master and a royal lord. No one would believe it without any verification. He was undoubtedly a legend, and all the younger generation cultivators hoped to be the next Yang Kai. One of them was even touted as Little Yang Kai. Such a title was enough to make many new cultivators feel envious. Apart from these inconceivable rumors, they had seen how Yang Kai managed to form an 8 trigrams formation to push back a true royal lord, and even gain the upper hand. A shocking and amazing feat indeed. An 8 trigrams formation of Eighth Order masters had only appeared once before that, and at that time, it only lasted for 20 breaths. However, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yang Kai this time lasted for over an hour. If not for the fact that Lin Wu was a hidden Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai could have kept the formation running for much longer. However, was there really hope for all of them? The 8 trigrams formation had shattered, and Yang Kai was heavily injured. He was unable to make it to the 9th Order, as the 8th Order was the limit in his lifetime. What else could he do in such a situation? If Yang Xiao hadn't mentioned Yang Kai, they would have forgotten about him. That was because regardless of what he did, he wouldn't be able to turn things around now. Instinctively, they turned to look at Yang Kai, after which they were astounded. If they remembered correctly, Yang Kai was supposed to be badly wounded with a weakened aura. However, even though he wasn't in peak condition at this moment, he wasn't nearly as battered as they believed. They were amazed by his restorative ability. Presently, Yang Kai was hovering in the void with Fong Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow. With the space-time river's help, Yang Kai had mostly recovered. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten about him. Only Lin Wu was looking at him warily at this moment. Yang Kai was famous and powerful after all. Although Lin Wu was resolute when launching a sneak attack earlier, he didn't have the guts to fight Yang Kai head-on. Nevertheless, he couldn't rashly have a hand in other battles. As such, he decided to stay there and keep an eye on Yang Kai. Chapter 5786, Going for Broke. Noticing Lin Wu's stare, Yang Kai turned to look at him and put on a faint smile, one without resentment or anger. After all, after getting corrupted, a Black Ink disciple would place Mo and the Black Ink clan before all else. As a Black Ink disciple, everything Lin Wu did was against his will. Yang Kai had encountered countless Black Ink disciples over the years. He would save them if he could, otherwise he would not hesitate to kill them, as that was a kind of extrication as well. As such, he wouldn't blame Lin Wu for anything. However, it seemed that he now had no choice but to use his trump card. Undoubtedly, he was unresigned. No one had ever cultivated the 3-cell source reconstitution art devised by Shi before, so no one knew if it could shatter the open heaven realm method's shackles. It would be wonderful if Yang Kai succeeded, but if he failed, he would be left with numerous concerns. From what he had gathered, the secret art should be feasible. At the very least, both the human self and monster self had grown to be powerful. Moreover, these two seemed closely connected to his own true body. Putting Thunder Shadow aside for now, Feng Tianxi had the potential to directly ascend to the 7th order back then. Nevertheless, when he made it to the open heaven realm, he became a 6th order master for seemingly no reason. That was the restriction from the main body. Yang Kai's limit was the 8th order. Therefore, as the human self, regardless of how good Feng Tianxi's aptitude was or how solid his foundation had been, he was unable to directly ascend to the 7th order. It was the same case for Thunder Shadow. He had come to a point where his cultivation was impossible to improve further. In fact, if he was not Yang Kai's monster self, he could have stayed in the myriad monsters world and continued to improve his cultivation since he had cultivated the primal art to refine his monster core. Someone from the monster race who had cultivated the primal art didn't have any shackles to speak of. Yang Kai initially wanted to wait for his human self and monster self to reach the absolute limits of their cultivation. Then he would look for a safe place and use the 3 selves source reconstitution art to attempt a breakthrough. If possible, he could also ask some friends and relatives to stand guard for him to avoid any accidents. He didn't know the kind of problems he would face after he used the 3 selves source reconstitution art, so he had to make some preparations. Nevertheless, things went contrary to his wishes. Now, Xiangshan's breakthrough failed while Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui had their respective opponents. If this dragged on, the humans' defense line would break. Faced with more than 10 pseudo-royal lords and countless territory lords, Yang Kai, an 8th order master, wouldn't be able to achieve anything even if he joined the battle. Therefore, he had to take the risk despite being in less than ideal circumstances. After giving it some thought though, Yang Kai realized that if he managed to successfully achieve a breakthrough, he could immediately kill many masters from the Black Ink clan to celebrate his breakthrough, which sounded like an excellent idea. At that moment he became high-spirited. Yang Kai was a resolute person, and since he had made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. The only problem was that his human self, monster self, and himself were not in the best of conditions. With the space-time river's help, he had managed to heal 80% of his injuries. However, Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow didn't have such incredible restorative power, and were still heavily injured from the prolonged battle. Resolving himself, Yang Kai muttered, "Are you ready?" Feng Tianxi replied with a faint smile, "I've always been ready." Thunder Shadow nodded, "We're all brothers. As long as we're united, we can achieve anything." Feng Tianxi couldn't help but refute, "We're merely part of his soul." Thunder Shadow cut him off by saying, "So what if we're part of his soul? Can't we be brothers? Moreover, we're not soul clones in the traditional sense. What do you say, big brother?" Yang Kai nodded, "You're right. This time, the 3 of us will be going for broke." A smug Thunder Shadow pulled a face at Feng Tianxi, who smiled helplessly. "Enter my small universe." Yang Kai ordered and opened up the portal to his small universe. Without hesitation, Feng Tianxi stepped forward and disappeared into it, followed by Thunder Shadow. Before that, Thunder Shadow said to Yang Kai, "I owe Qin Shui and her husband from Great Feather Pavilion a favor. Please take care of them on my behalf." "Don't worry," Yang Kai replied quickly. After the human self and monster self were gone, Yang Kai shuddered as his entire small universe trembled. Even the World Tree clone was unable to suppress the turmoil. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he focused on suppressing the upheaval in his small universe. The moment Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, Yang Xiao was flabbergasted. Earlier, he consoled the 2 8th order masters, who had attacked Xiangshan, and told them not to lose hope yet because his adoptive father was still alive. Yang Kai had created many miracles in his life, so as long as he was still alive, there was hope for all of them. Naturally, Yang Xiao took a look at his adoptive father as he spoke. That was when he saw the inconceivable sight. Old Feng and that monster race great emperor entered adoptive father's small universe? What the hell is going on? Yang Xiao felt dizzy all of a sudden. He even suspected that he was seeing things because of his injuries. Both Yang Kai and Feng Tianxi were 8th order masters, so how did the latter enter Yang Kai's small universe? Since time immemorial, only open heaven realm master in a higher order could allow one in a lower order enter their small universe. It couldn't be achieved when both of them were in the same order. That was because the small universes of two open heaven realm masters in the same order had similar capacities. As such, one couldn't keep the other person inside their small universe. If they forcibly did so, their small universe would explode. Moreover, as far as Yang Xiao knew, the monster race Great Emperor was equivalent to an 8th Order Master. How did he enter Yang Kai's small universe? Yang Xiao found everything inconceivable, so he couldn't help but look around, after which he saw that Blood Crow appeared equally shocked. "Did you see that?" Yang Xiao asked. Blood Crow glanced at him and nodded faintly. Yang Xiao was stunned. It wasn't a hallucination? Was what he saw real? Blood Crow snorted. "Why are you so surprised? Didn't you say he's the best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations?" Yang Xiao was startled for a moment before coming to his senses. If anyone else had done such a thing, that would have been shocking. However, that person was his adoptive father, so everything made sense. Although he had no idea how Yang Kai managed to take Feng Tianxi into his small universe, there wouldn't be a problem as it was his adoptive father doing that. Having said that, he still felt that something was off. What was the relationship between Feng Tianxi and Yang Kai? Since both of them were 8th Order Masters, how and why did Feng Tianxi enter the latter's small universe? Yang Xiao was aware that Feng Tianxi came from Yang Kai's small universe. Moreover, Feng Tianxi was well versed in the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao, all of which he had inherited from Yang Kai. He was known to be Little Yang Kai because of that. Also, Zhao Yibai and the others said that Yang Kai had traveled around his own small universe before. It was during that time that he took him and Zhaoye as his disciples. At the thought of this, Yang Xiao gasped in shock as a bold idea formed in his mind. Could old Feng be my adoptive father's illegitimate son? When Yang Kai traveled around his small universe, he might have come across a beautiful lady and fallen in love with her, leading to Feng Tianxi being born. Later, Yang Kai would have kept Feng Tianxi in his small universe and taught him how to cultivate, which was how the latter inherited all three of the former's grand daos. Assuming that it was the truth, Yang Xiao nodded gently. He couldn't believe that Feng Tianxi was related to Yang Kai by blood, and he had never heard about it from him before. For that reason, he decided to teach Feng Tianxi a lesson for hiding it from him at a later time. "What are you doing? Don't get distracted." Blood Crow suddenly snapped. Since Yang Xiao was having such wild thoughts, the four symbols formation began to become unstable. Yang Xiao quickly pulled himself together and guffawed. "We're going to win this one." Blood Crow looked at him like he was a fool. The humans were in a difficult situation, so what made Yang Xiao believe that they could still win? Was it merely because Yang Kai had put an 8th Order Master and a monster race Great Emperor in his small universe? Was he supposed to break through to the 9th Order by doing that? While they were secretly shocked, two more people were equally astonished when they saw what Yang Kai did. Lin Wu had been looking at Yang Kai warily. Therefore, he could clearly see what Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow did. At that moment, he was puzzled as to how Yang Kai managed to put two cultivators in the same equivalent realm in his small universe. On the other hand, Emo Na Yi became agitated. Although he couldn't shake off Yang Shui, he had still been paying close attention to Yang Kai. This couldn't be helped as he had suffered too many setbacks because of Yang Kai, leading to a kind of paranoid trauma when it came to the latter. Before Yang Kai was dead and buried, Emo Na Yi could never relax. When he saw Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow dashing into Yang Kai's small universe, he felt his chest tightening as a bad premonition came over him. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai was up to, he had to be cautious whenever the latter did something unusual, which was usually a sign that Yang Kai was about to achieve something shocking. Emo Na Yi immediately made a decision and sent a divine sense transmission. The next moment, three pseudo-royal lords, who had been trying to break the humans' defense line along with the territory lords, suddenly left their positions and charged towards Yang Kai from different directions. It was a difficult decision to make for Emo Na Yi to send three pseudo-royal lords to deal with Yang Kai at such a critical moment. Without these three pseudo-royal lords, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the human race's defense line, especially now that Xiangshan was free to contend against the Black Ink clan. Presently, he was charging around while leading a 7 stars formation, and after those 3 pseudo-royal lords left the battle, the advantage that the Black Ink clan had would probably be wiped out. However, Mo Nayi had no choice but to make such a decision to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. Despite that, they might not be able to end Yang Kai's life. If it was so easy to kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't have remained alive until now. Nevertheless, if they could kill Yang Kai, Mo Nayi wouldn't mind letting the rest of the human race masters here escape. Faced with the approaching imposing auras, Yang Kai sported a cold expression and snorted. "It seems you all still consider me a huge threat, huh?" Yang Kai knew that when he got started, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice and attempt to stop him. As such, he was well prepared. Seeing that 3 pseudo-royal lords were about to reach him, he certainly wouldn't stay there and wait for death. Space principles undulated and his figure blurred. By the time the pseudo-royal lords arrived, Yang Kai had disappeared. In a different direction, his aura slowly reappeared. Chapter 5787, 3 Selves Unite. Yang Kai was certainly no match for 3 pseudo-royal lords. In fact, given his condition, he couldn't even deal with 1 pseudo-royal lord. He had been contending with the Black Ink clan for many years, and he frequently came across opponents he couldn't defeat, but he managed to survive until now because he firmly believed that even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he would be able to run away. Given his mastery over the Tao of space, he was unmatched when it came to escaping. A temporary retreat wasn't a sign of weakness. He just needed to wait for a chance to strike back. Including Mou, Yang Kai had been hunted down by 3 different royal lords before. One of them was killed by him even though he had no idea how, and the other was lured to the chaotic dead territory and eliminated by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Only Mou was still alive and kicking. Since Yang Kai could escape from true royal lords, he naturally wasn't afraid of mere pseudo-royal lords. More importantly, the Black Ink clan didn't have any heaven sealing and earth locking techniques. If he freely manipulated space principles, these pseudo-royal lords wouldn't even be able to touch him despite joining forces. However, the situation was unusual at that moment. With his human self and monster self inside his body, his small universe was in turmoil. As such, as Yang Kai manipulated space principles, he realized that he was unable to use his space secret techniques smoothly. The turmoil in his small universe caused everything to destabilize. Even the space-time river around Yang Kai could hardly be sustained. The moment he reappeared, the space-time river suddenly came apart and dispersed. Yang Kai turned pale as he sported a solemn expression. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen after he let his human self and monster self inside his small universe. Now, it seemed that he was in a perilous situation. No one had cultivated the 3 selves source reconstitution art before, so no one could teach him anything about it or warn him of any dangers of cultivating it. He had planned to choose a safe place and prepare thoroughly before using this secret art. However, the situation the humans were facing didn't allow him to make any preparations at all. As such, he could only take a risk. The 3 pseudo-royal lords hadn't noticed this anomaly, but the instant they detected his aura, they still turned around and charged towards him. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't stand still and wait for death, so he promptly dashed off to widen the gap between him and his enemies. At the same time, he spent some energy circulating the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Strictly speaking, the secret art devised by Sher was divided into 2 parts. The first part was about splitting one's soul to cultivate 2 selves. That was the foundation as well as the preliminary preparation, the key to success, so to speak. Yang Kai had completed this part. Over the years, both his human self, Feng Tianxi, and his monster self, Thunder Shadow, had grown to be independent beings. They had reached the limits of their respective realms, so there wasn't much room for improvement for them. The second part was what Yang Kai was currently doing. By circulating the 3 selves source reconstitution art, he could unite his 3 selves. After integrating the powers of the 2 other souls, he would be able to massively expand his small universe, and thereby shatter the open heaven realm method's innate shackles. When Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, the powers of the 2 caused everything to descend into upheaval. especially Feng Tianci. He was also an 8th Order master, so he too had a massive small universe in his body, which caused an enormous impact on Yang Kai's own small universe. That was the reason a person couldn't accommodate another cultivator in the same order into their small universe. As Yang Kai's small universe trembled, everyone in the void world was apprehensive. The World Tree clone's illusory phantom appeared, its gigantic tree crown like an umbrella that covered the entire sky. Meanwhile, a battered Yang Kai was dashing forward to escape from the 3 pseudo-royal lords while madly circulating the 3 selves source reconstitution art at the same time. Just then, a dragon roar was heard reverberating across the small universe. The next moment, a golden dragon phantom that was 99,999 meters long appeared. The golden dragon was the visual manifestation of Yang Kai's divine spirit source. The phantom dragon covered a large part of the world, and when it appeared, all the living creatures were exposed to its dragon pressure and felt the urge to bow to it. After his trip to the dragon pool back then, Yang Kai could be considered a pure-blooded dragon clan member. That was the reason the ancient dragon elders from the No Return Pass wanted him to record his name on the dragon tome, and found the Yang family lineage, so that there would be more dragon clan descendants in the future. However, Yang Kai had never considered himself a true member of the dragon clan. Turning into a dragon was his way to deal with large swaths of weak opponents or singular powerful enemies. He would always regard himself as a human. All the same, his beliefs wouldn't change the fact that he was a pure-blooded dragon clan member. The appearance of the golden dragon showed that his source had been fully stimulated at this moment. If he wanted to integrate the powers of his other 2 selves, he had to make use of his source. The instant the illusory phantom golden dragon appeared following the dragon roar, Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow sported solemn expressions. Thunder Shadow looked at the golden dragon while feeling his power stir in his body. Suddenly he asked, "Second brother, have you flirted with many women over the years?" Feng Tianci broke into laughter. "Why are you asking this question at this point?" Thunder Shadow smiled meaningfully. "Think about it. Since both of us are Big Brother's soul clones, if you've been intimate with some woman, after Big Brother assimilates both of us, the women you're in love with will probably go looking for him." Feng Tianci was stunned and wondered, "Is that so?" Thunder Shadow replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Both of us come from him after all. Regardless of what we've done, he'll have to take responsibility for everything." Feng Tianci couldn't help teasing him. "It seems that Big Brother will be in big trouble then. You must have been with many female monsters in the myriad monsters world over the years." Thunder Shadow refuted seriously, "Nonsense. I focused on cultivating while in the myriad monsters world, and have never done anything I would feel ashamed of." Then he winked at the other man. "So have you really flirted with some women?" "No," Feng Tianci shook his head. "I've always been honest and righteous, so why would I flirt with random women?" Then he sighed. "However, when a man is brilliant, he'll always attract many women's attention. I've been feeling troubled because of that." Hearing that, Thunder Shadow pursed his lips and muttered, "It seems that Big Brother isn't such a good thing compared to us." Both of them were Yang Kai's soul clones, so strictly speaking, they had inherited Yang Kai's temperament. As such, they were the reflection of Yang Kai's disposition. The 2 of them exchanged glances and guffawed. "If you 2 are done chit-chatting, hurry up and help, otherwise I'll be killed soon," Yang Kai shouted. As even his use of Dao strengths was in turmoil, Yang Kai found it hard to use his space secret techniques. Since 3 pseudo-royal lords were hunting him down, he was in a perilous situation. He could still run away for a while as he had put some distance between him and them, but as time passed, that distance would surely shrink. Moreover, he could feel that Mo Nayi had been paying attention to him and trying to shake off Yang Shui, but to no avail. Faced with the Chaos Spirit King, Yang Shui wasn't a match for it, but it wasn't hard for her to keep Mo Nayi pinned down. After all, Mo Nayi was her equal in cultivation, and wasn't in peak condition. He was injured even before the current battle broke out, and then he had spent some effort fighting the 8 trigrams formation, leaving him both wounded and weakened. Since Yang Shui could tell that Mo Na Yi wanted to harm Yang Kai, she naturally wouldn't let him go. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow sported serious expressions. Although they had no idea what was going to happen next, they were aware of their fates after the memories in their souls were fully unsealed. They had been cultivating for many years for this moment. At the very least, they had lived their lives to the fullest, traveling around and experiencing many wonders of the universe. Without resistance, they emptied their minds and let their soul turn into nothingness. The golden dragon continued to roar, and as its source strength shook, Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow resonated with it. Gradually, their figures became blurred and were engulfed in a layer of golden light. A moment later, two gigantic golden figures shot into the sky. Everyone in the void world was paying respects to the golden dragon when they saw such a shocking sight. Presently, a gigantic golden leopard surrounded by lightning and an equally majestic human figure were flying up towards the golden dragon. No one had any idea what was going on. However, they had experienced several fantastical phenomena in the void world over the years, and these incidents always subsided quickly. As such, they were already somewhat used to it. Seven Stars sect was the dominant great force in the void world without any question. No one had yet managed to challenge their status over the past 100,000 years. This couldn't be helped though, as the Tao Lord used to be a supreme elder in Seven Stars sect. They still kept his position in the sect, and everyone from the lowest disciple to the sect master himself would frequently pay homage to his statue. With such a natural advantage, it was only expected that they had an edge over other sects. As the most powerful great force on the continent, Seven Stars sect had many satellite cities around it. The area could be considered the center of the world. About 20 kilometers away from one such city was the Feng family village. It used to be an ordinary village, but they had an ancestor who grew to be a powerful cultivator and became part of the Void Dao Temple many millennia ago. The village had been thriving since then. Presently, there were many descendants and cultivators in the Feng family village, including some Emperor Realm Masters. Their inheritance was just as great as some of the sects with equally long histories. When such an anomaly took place in the void world, the Patriarch led the Feng family members to salute the Golden Dragon and pray for their safety. Nonetheless, when the Patriarch looked up and saw the face of the golden human figure, he was thoroughly startled because he found the face familiar. The commotion behind him made him realize that he wasn't mistaken. The golden human figure looked just like their famous ancestor that used to live in their village over 10,000 years ago. Feng Tianxi was a legendary figure within the Feng family, and it was because of his identity as a Void Dao Temple disciple that the Feng family was able to thrive all these years. It could be said that this ancestor was the reason the Feng family rose to power. Before him, the Feng family was just one of many ordinary families in the void world. Is that honored ancestor? The Patriarch could not be certain. After the ancestor joined the Void Dao Temple, he gave the Feng family some benefits before he left the void world. There had never been any news about him since. Chapter 5788, Divine Dragon. While the Feng family's Patriarch was doubtful, the colossal golden figure seemed to have sensed something and looked in their direction. Despite the distance, Feng Tianxi could clearly see what was going on in the Feng family village. Then he flicked his fingers and shot out a white light, which soon landed in front of the Patriarch with a faint thrum. As the Patriarch looked on intently, he realized there was a sword in front of him. Despite the modest appearance, the sword was actually an extremely high-grade artifact. The Patriarch hurriedly straightened up and grasped the hilt. To his surprise, he was able to pull out the sword easily. When he saw the character Feng on the hilt, he realized something and shouted, "It is Ancestor Tianxi! Heavens bless Ancestor Tianxi!" Behind him, countless Feng family's descendants called out, "Heavens bless Ancestor Tianxi!" The golden figure that Feng Tianxi had turned into nodded gently and shot towards the golden dragon along with Thunder Shadow. Before they even arrived, their figures started dissipating into millions of points of light before assimilating into the golden dragon. Although Feng Tianxi was only a soul clone, he was born and raised in this world. In the end, he still had sentiments for the Fong family. That was the reason he left behind his sword before leaving. As long as the sword was still around, the Fong family would continue to thrive. The entire void world was the true body's small universe, so why would the soul clone's sword be lost? It could be said that as long as the true body was still alive and the small universe remained intact, the Fong family would continue to prosper. Despite being a soul clone, Fong Tianci wanted to do something for his family at the end of his life. Following the integration of the two soul clones, the color of the golden phantom dragon thickened. Its figure trembled and expanded in length. The phantom dragon was already 99,999 meters long, which was only a step away from 100,000 meters. Now that Yang Kai had merged with the two, he had finally shattered the bottleneck. At that, he was surprised. Back then, when his dragon vein was stuck and couldn't be improved any further, Yang Kai figured that he would have to ascend to the ninth order before he could break this bottleneck and become a divine dragon. It never crossed his mind that he would become a divine dragon first. After giving it some thought though, he realized it wasn't so surprising. Both his human self and monster self were split, and had to combine with his source. Now that the two had integrated with him, his source would naturally be strengthened. It naturally allowed him to become a divine dragon first. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic, for he managed to become a divine dragon at the perfect time. Presently, he was no longer able to escape from the three pseudo-royal lords. Although he had repeatedly used his space secret technique, his Dao strength was in turmoil, which made it impossible for him to use instantaneous movement smoothly. As such, he was unable to shake off these powerful opponents. Now he was cornered by the three pseudo-royal lords in a particular spot in the void. They were madly activating their aura to strike at Yang Kai and the void around him. They were trying to disturb Yang Kai and make it impossible for him to run away. Since Yang Kai was no longer able to flee, the murderous intent of these pseudo-royal lords surged as one of them yelled, "Kill!" They then charged towards him from different directions. As their black ink strength surged, they cast powerful secret techniques at Yang Kai, who staggered while appearing battered. If Yang Kai had not just become a divine dragon, he wouldn't have persevered for long when faced with the bombardment of attacks from three pseudo-royal lords. He would have had to spend some energy evading their attacks before, but the difference of 1 meter allowed him to ascend to the next stage, increasing his powers tremendously. The difference between an ancient dragon and a divine dragon was similar to that between an 8th order master and a 9th order master. It could be said that since Yang Kai was now a divine dragon, he was already able to deal with three pseudo-royal lords. However, it was still hard for him to defeat them. This couldn't be helped as he was at the most critical moment of using the three selves source reconstitution art. If he wanted to make it to the 9th order, most of his focus had to remain on that. Yang Kai's dragon vein was only one of the reasons why he was powerful, while his small universe was his true foundation. He had a feeling that he couldn't reach the creation realm by relying on his dragon vein alone. It was only when his small universe grew stronger that he could peak at a higher realm of the martial Dao. Yang Kai had to spend most of his energy monitoring his small universe and circulating the three selves source reconstitution art, while only a small part of his energy was diverted to deal with the three pseudo-royal lords. That was the reason he still appeared to be in danger. Fortunately, after becoming a divine dragon, his body became much more resistant to beatings. Dragons had thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, not to mention that he was a divine dragon now, the most powerful of all dragons. From the outside, it appeared to everyone that Yang Kai was in mortal peril. Facing three pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai stood no chance of surviving, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Yang Lai had thrown all caution to the wind as he raged. Although Xiao Yu felt bitter, he didn't dare to let his opponent go. He could only grit his teeth and hold on as he joined forces with 8 territory lords to ward off Yang Lai's violent storm of attacks. Yang Shui bit her lip so hard that it started bleeding. Now it was Mo Nai trying to make sure she couldn't leave, not the other way around. Since Yang Kai was about to be killed, Mo Nai certainly wouldn't let Yang Shui stop that from happening. Everyone assumed that Yang Kai was doomed and he might lose his life at any moment. Nevertheless, The three pseudo-royal lords fighting him felt that something was off. Although they had indeed managed to gain the upper hand, the feedback from the battle they received was strange somehow. It was as if something was greatly amiss. Supposedly, since Yang Kai was only a peak 8th Order master, he could only rely on space secret techniques to escape in this situation. Regardless of how powerful he was, there had to be a limit. Now that he was unable to flee, he should have lost his biggest advantage. With 3 pseudo-royal lords joining forces, they should be able to kill him with ease. However, despite how battered Yang Kai appeared and how frequently he spat blood, they were unable to kill him. In fact, he still seemed full of life. What's more, when their attacks landed on him, they couldn't cause any serious impact. It was as though a mysterious force was undermining their powers, making it impossible for them to deal a fatal blow. Yang Kai even counterattacked from time to time, and the power he exhibited didn't seem to belong to an 8th Order master. Feeling uneasy, the 3 pseudo-royal lords intensified their attacks. Faced with this kind of barrage, Yang Kai could only clench his teeth and persist. He was at the most critical moment of uniting his 3 selves. He had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years, so he wasn't willing to just give up because once he failed, he probably wouldn't get a second chance. The final war between the Black Ink clan and the human race had begun, so he didn't have time to nurture another human self and monster self. Therefore, he was determined to succeed. Although he was now a divine dragon, Yang Kai couldn't hold on for long while dealing with 3 pseudo-royal lords. He had to make it to the 9th Order before he lost all strength. Otherwise, he could only give up. When Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow merged with his source, he managed to become a divine dragon, but on top of that, he could feel that there was something else added to his small universe. It was something Yang Kai couldn't describe or identify. He tried to calm himself down and investigate, but it was to no avail. Nonetheless, he could feel that this indescribable thing had filled his entire small universe. The golden dragon phantom roared. As dragon pressure spread across the world, the robust boundary walls around his small universe started wavering. Yang Kai was elated, thinking that the 3 selves source reconstitution art was working. When he reached the limit of his cultivation, Yang Kai could feel the boundary wall's presence in his small universe. It could be said that every peak 8th Order master unable to ascend to the 9th Order could feel this boundary wall in their small universe. That was the shortcoming of the open heaven realm method. The shackles within a cultivator couldn't be broken by using ordinary means. It had been quite some time since Yang Kai reached the peak of the 8th Order. However, regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to expand or break the boundary wall at all. Although the boundary wall was invisible, it was extremely robust, as it engulfed his entire small universe. Nevertheless, at this moment, the boundary wall was shaken. This was undoubtedly a good start. As long as the boundary wall was broken, his small universe would continue to expand, which would then allow him to make it to the 9th Order. The phantom dragon continued to roar and smash into the boundary wall. Every time it did that, the boundary wall would shake, and as time passed, the intensity of the boundary wall's trembling increased. As such, Yang Kai spent even more energy to circulate the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Gradually, small cracks formed on the boundary wall. As long as he spent enough time and effort, he would be able to shatter the boundary wall. To his chagrin though, after he made some calculations, Yang Kai helplessly realized that he didn't have enough time. Presently, he didn't only have to attempt breaking through to the 9th Order, but also deal with 3 pseudo-royal lords. They were pseudo-royal lords, not territory lords, so while they weren't on par with true royal lords, it did not mean they were weak. Despite being a divine dragon, Yang Kai was unable to hold on for long while remaining passive against such foes. At this rate, he was worried that he would be killed before he managed to break the barrier around his small universe. As such, he had to hurry up. However, he was circulating the 3 selves source reconstitution art at its supposed maximum, so there was nothing else he could do to enhance the process. Should I just give up? If he gave up at this point, he certainly could contend with the 3 pseudo-royal lords since he was a divine dragon. Nonetheless, his dream of becoming a 9th Order master would be crushed, and the integration of his human self and monster self would be rendered meaningless. If he refused to give up, his injuries would only worsen until he was no longer able to hang on. Even if he gave up at that point, he would be too battered to fight 3 pseudo-royal lords. At that moment, Yang Kai fell into a dilemma. It was because of all these risks that he had wanted to look for the right time and place to unite his 3 selves. However, things had come to a point where he had no choice but to take a chance. To his dismay, things went contrary to his wishes. The sudden appearance of the universe furnace, the start of the war in this place, and the disadvantage that the human race was facing made Yang Kai fall into such an awkward situation. He secretly let out a sigh. If he couldn't achieve his goal, he would have no choice but to give up. Even though he couldn't make it to the 9th order, he had become a divine dragon at the very least, so he was glad that he had achieved something. After making up his mind, Yang Kai scanned the entire small universe and felt sorrowful as he figured he would never make it to the 9th order in his lifetime. Chapter 5789, Will of the People. Just as Yang Kai was sweeping his gaze over his small universe, an anomaly in a particular place caught his attention. The source of the anomaly was the Fong family village. At that moment, in the small Fong family village, everyone was saluting and calling out to ancestor Tianci in a sincere manner with the patriarch in the lead. Before Fong Tianci merged with Yang Kai's source, he had left behind his sword to the Fong family. He wanted to do something for his family, and Yang Kai had seen it. Although the Fong family members didn't know what their ancestor was going through or doing, it wouldn't affect their admiration for him. That was because it was thanks to this ancestor that the Fong family had been thriving. The ancestor brought about the Fong family's rise to power. If not for the fact that the ancestor had become a successful cultivator and joined the Void Dao Temple, the Fong family wouldn't have flourished to such an extent. Over the years, countless families appeared and then disappeared in the Void world, unable to pass down their inheritance as they didn't have sufficient heritage. The Fong family members were sincerely paying respects to their ancestor because they were grateful for his contributions to the family. They were doing so for their descendants. There seemed to be a mysterious power that gathered in the Fong family village before it integrated with the Golden Dragon Phantom. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts when he witnessed this. Moments ago, his entire focus was on circulating the 3 selves source reconstitution art to break his shackles, so he didn't notice this small anomaly in the Fong family village. Moreover, the mysterious power was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, so it failed to catch his eye. As he looked intently though, Yang Kai realized that he wasn't mistaken. A mysterious power was indeed emerging from the Fong family village. The power was like a long thread that connected the Fong family village and the Golden Dragon Phantom in the sky above. At that moment, many ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he soon realized something critical. I see. This is the true nature of the 3 selves source reconstitution art. He had learned the 3 selves source reconstitution art from Wu Kuang and spent thousands of years nurturing a human self and monster self. However, he didn't know how he could make use of the 3 selves source reconstitution art to shatter his shackles, so that he could ascend from the 8th order to the 9th order. Initially, Yang Kai speculated that he just had to combine the powers of the human self and monster self to forcefully shatter his shackles and achieve a breakthrough. However, after activating the 3 selves source reconstitution art, he realized that things were different from what he had imagined. The integration of 3 peak 8th order masters' powers was not enough to allow him to blow away the innate shackles and break the boundary wall around his small universe. Nevertheless, after the 2 selves merged with the source, he managed to become a divine dragon. The secret of the 3 selves source reconstitution art wasn't just about uniting his 3 selves, it was about cultivating this mysterious power. The power of destiny. Destiny was a combination of fate, luck, the will of the people, and the source of the heavens and earth. In the expansive universe, since the birth of the primordial light, there had been 3 major eras. The divine spirits, who were transformed from the primordial light, ruled over all under the heavens during the primordial era. Then the great monsters rose to power, leading to the early ancient era. When the open heaven realm method was popularized, it ushered in the late ancient era, where the human race dominated the universe. In every era, the race that ruled over everyone else was the favorite of the time, and fortune was on their side. the divine spirits, monster race, and the human race. Each represented 3 different eras. On the other hand, the 3 selves source reconstitution art combined the powers of 3 selves to transcend the barriers between the eras. By integrating the power of destiny of the 3 eras, one could shatter the open heaven realm method's shackles and achieve a breakthrough. That was the secret of the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Integrating the power of destiny from different eras was the key. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that Shi was indeed a genius. The 3 selves source reconstitution art wasn't just a secret art. It was a method of condensing the essence of all past eras into one. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized it wasn't so surprising. If Shi were not brilliant enough, he wouldn't have been able to devise a heaven-defying secret art, such as the heaven-devouring battle law. Since Yang Kai had figured out the secret of the 3 selves source reconstitution art, he realized that there was still hope for him. He didn't have to give up just yet. Although time was running out, he decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he would ascend to the 9th order in addition to becoming a divine dragon. If he failed, he would be stuck at the peak of the 8th order forever. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai spent most of his energy observing his small universe, and soon he saw even more power of destiny streaming towards the golden dragon from different parts of his small universe. The power of destiny was invisible and intangible, so one could hardly notice it in their day-to-day life. Nevertheless, since this was inside Yang Kai's small universe, he was able to see more than normal and could spot traces of this mysterious force. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, apart from those from the Fong family village paying respects to their ancestor, many people from other places were also praying for safety. The Fong family members were mainly saluting their ancestor, who had merged with the Golden Dragon's source. As such, their power of destiny naturally integrated with the source as well. Other people from different places were offering their prayers to this world, so their power of destiny streamed towards the Golden Dragon as well. However, that wasn't enough. The next moment, the people in the void world, regardless of their cultivation, gender, or age, saw something so shocking that they would never forget it. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, one that was both enormous and authoritative. Soon, a sense of unease washed over the entire world. Most of them had no idea what was going on. Their initially peaceful lives had descended into chaos as a golden dragon, and a gigantic figure appeared. The faint-hearted thought that the end had arrived, so they started bawling their eyes out in panic. On the other hand, the disciples from the Void Dao Temple, or those who had cultivated in that place before, recognized the figure, and exclaimed loudly. That was because the person was none other than the Dao Lord. The disciples of the Void Dao Temple were aware of secrets that ordinary people didn't know. They knew that the entire void world was the Dao Lord's small universe. When one had reached an adequate cultivation realm, they would be brought out of this place by the Dao Lord and allowed to break through. The Dao Lord had rarely shown up since time immemorial, so it surprised them when he appeared all of a sudden. At that moment, the disciples of the Void Dao Temple were excited as they fell to their knees and called out to the Dao Lord. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai swept a glance over the entire small universe. He initially wanted to put on an imposing act, but when he noticed the unease in the small universe, he decided to just cut to the chase. My name is Yang Kai, the Lord of this world. Everyone fell silent as billions of people stared up at the figure in a dazed state. Some of them were in disbelief while some of them were excited. This world is in turmoil now because I am facing powerful enemies. So first, I must ask all of you to remain calm. Upon hearing that, the people of Void World were astonished, especially those from the Void Dao Temple. The disciples there knew that the Dao Lord had been contending with some powerful enemies over the years. Their senior brothers and senior sisters had left this world to help the Dao Lord in his fight. However, they assumed that the Dao Lord was mighty and that there was nothing he couldn't achieve. As such, they wondered how powerful his opponents had to be to cause the world they lived in to fall into upheaval. They had rarely experienced such turmoil before. Needless to say, the opponents that the Dao Lord was dealing with must be formidable. Alone, I am no match for these enemies, so I need all of you to lend me your aid. In the Void Dao Temple, an old cultivator shouted, "Please tell us what we can do to help you, Dao Lord." Since the Dao Lord was in danger, they wouldn't hesitate to offer their assistance. The entire void world was his small universe, after all. If the Dao Lord was defeated, the entire world would fall apart as well. Their fates were intertwined with the Dao Lord's. Therefore, the moment the old man heard that the Dao Lord needed help, he had the urge to leave this world at once and fight alongside him. The other cultivators shouted, "Please tell us what we can do, Dao Lord." They knew that they were too weak to help the Dao Lord in his fight. However, he must have his reasons for saying that he needed their aid. Regardless of what they were required to do, they just had to put in the effort. Just then, a hot-headed man yelled, "Who are those people who have the guts to fight you, Dao Lord? Although I am weak, I am willing to do anything to help. Even if I may die, I will make sure to take a piece of the enemy's flesh before I fall." Yang Kai flashed a smile at that disciple and continued, "There's no need for that. The enemy is too powerful, so even if all of you combine your might, you will not be able to oppose them. As for how you can help, I need you to cheer for me. Chant things like Dao Lord is unrivaled, Dao Lord is mighty, Dao Lord will never be defeated, and so on." All the disciples in the Void Dao Temple and the people in the Void World were dumbfounded. Could they really help the Dao Lord just by cheering for him? Was he pulling their leg? He certainly sounded uncertain just now, so they didn't understand how this could help him contend with the enemies. Fixing his expression, Yang Kai shouted solemnly, "Time is running out. Whether I win this battle depends on all of you now." The moment he finished speaking, the figure dissipated. In the Dao Temple, the disciples exchanged shocked glances for a moment before all of a sudden, the same hot-headed disciple lifted his arms and shouted, "Dao Lord is unrivaled." He was so agitated that the veins on his neck throbbed. His unwavering attitude showed that he truly believed that the Dao Lord was unrivaled under the heavens. Then he raised his arms and shouted again. Soon, the other disciples joined in. Several moments later, all the disciples of the Dao Temple were cheering for the Dao Lord. They even circulated their powers to spread their voices far and wide. Their fervor spread like wildfire. In the Void World, the people from all the cities, villages, and sects cheered for the Dao Lord, their voices reverberating out across the sky. Soon, all the people in the entire world were cheering for the Dao Lord at the same time. Words like Dao Lord is invincible, Dao Lord is almighty, and Dao Lord is the most powerful could be heard everywhere. All were united to boost the Dao Lord's morale. Just like the divine spirits in the primordial era and monster race in the early ancient era, the humans were the favorite of this era and the rulers of the universe. As such, the humans' power of destiny was the strongest. Presently, there were billions in Yang Kai's small universe, so when so many were united to cheer for the Dao Lord, a torrent of power of destiny flooded into the Golden Dragon Phantom. Chapter 5790, finally reaching the Ninth Order. Everywhere in the Void World, regardless of how flourishing or rural it was, the humans of different ages, genders, and cultivation cheered for the Dao Lord at the top of their lungs with utmost sincerity. Streams of power of destiny with various degrees of strength flowed towards the phantom golden dragon from these billions of people. As Yang Kai looked internally, he could see countless threads of destiny connecting the golden dragon and the citizens of his small universe, forming a gigantic and dense web. The power of destiny from a small number of people was weak, but when billions of people cheered for him, their power of destiny could move the world. As a result, the dragon pressure intensified. The dragon phantom roared and swam through the air. Like snowflakes under the scorching sun, the boundary wall that engulfed Yang Kai's small universe started melting away. The three selves source reconstitution art was fully activated. The power of destiny from three different eras integrated with each other, with the humans' era being the most prominent. The shackles were shattered, and the small universe expanded. At the same time, Yang Kai's aura rose rapidly. The three pseudo-royal lords, who were contending with him, realized that something was off. Since they had joined forces, Yang Kai, a peak 8th Order master, was supposedly not a match for them. Considering the fact that he was unable to flee, it should have been a simple matter to kill him. However, the fact that he had persevered until now puzzled the three pseudo-royal lords. What was more, his aura was now rising sharply, as though he was about to achieve a breakthrough, an inconceivable occurrence. No one knew what Yang Kai had done that allowed him to be so resilient and unwavering. They speculated that it might have something to do with the fact that he had opened up his small universe and put an 8th Order Master and a monster race Great Emperor, but they had no idea how that was possible. His already magnificent aura was still strengthening. A pseudo-royal lord exclaimed, "Kill him now." Something was definitely amiss. If they allowed Yang Kai's aura to continue to strengthen, he would probably break through and reach the 9th Order, which would be a disaster. As far as the Black Ink clansmen knew, Yang Kai could never ascend to the 9th Order in his lifetime, but he now showed signs of doing just that. The other two pseudo-royal lords needed no reminder as they used their most powerful moves. They madly channeled their strength in an attempt to end Yang Kai's life in that instant. Nevertheless, regardless of how hard they tried and how battered Yang Kai appeared, they were unable to end him. A divine dragon was already stronger than an average 9th Order Master or Royal Lord, so while Yang Kai focused on his small universe and only spent a bit of his energy fending off the enemies, it still wasn't easy to kill him. On the other side, Emo Na-yi was growing apprehensive as well. He knew that something must have gone terribly wrong. It seemed that Yang Kai was indeed about to make it to the 9th Order, so he was anxious to race over and kill him once and for all. However, before getting rid of Yang Shui, he could never have a hand in the fight over there. Just as the Black Ink clan was growing anxious, Yang Kai's aura seemed to have broken through a limit and exploded. The imposing aura coming from him suggested that he was no longer an 8th Order Master. In fact, it seemed that he was now even more powerful than an ordinary 9th Order Master. At that moment, Yang Kai, who was seemingly no match for the three pseudo-royal lords, suddenly opened his eyes, which shone as brightly as a pair of great suns. Although his entire figure was covered in blood, he was full of vigor and vitality. He swept a glance over the three pseudo-royal lords and growled, "Had fun beating me up? It's my turn now." The moment he finished speaking, he clenched the azure dragon spear and surged his Dao strengths. A splashing sound was heard all of a sudden, and the space-time river, which disappeared previously when his Dao strengths fell into turmoil, reappeared and swirled around the spear like a water dragon. He then thrust his spear out and stabbed it into the pseudo-royal lord nearest to him. The pseudo-royal lord was dumbstruck and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the instant he made a move, the spear broke past the barriers of time and space and penetrated his figure. He fell into a dazed state as he felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down, realizing he had been hit. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked up with difficulty and stared at Yang Kai. How? He was a pseudo-royal lord after all. Although he had just become one before entering the universe furnace, he was still a pseudo-royal lord. He had the power of a royal lord, and though he couldn't use all of it, he shouldn't be that different from a 9th Order Master. Any other 9th Order Master wouldn't have been able to kill him with such ease. They would have exchanged over 100 moves at the very least. However, he was gravely injured by Yang Kai with just one attack. The attack didn't look like anything special, but he had somehow fallen into a dazed state and failed to dodge it. Before his death, the pseudo-royal lord suddenly realized something. He couldn't help recalling the moment Yang Kai extended his spear earlier. Despite how ordinary the attack looked, the spear seemingly thrust out from a vague point in the past before piercing into him at a particular moment in the future. As such, he stood no chance of dodging it. The Tao of space-time. He finally figured out what happened. Too weak. Yang Kai snorted. Despite how battered he appeared, he still appeared extremely aggressive. As he wielded his spear, the pseudo-royal lord exploded into a blood mist, after which his ample black ink strength dissipated. Everyone suddenly fell silent in shock. Yang Kai managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord with only one attack, so how were the others in the Black Ink clan supposed to be a match for him? Although it had clearly something to do with the fact that the pseudo-royal lord was caught off guard, that did not diminish how powerful Yang Kai was. This kind of strength was beyond their comprehension. Emo Na-yi, who was contending with Yang Shui, turned pale and felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master. He broke through to the Ninth Order. How? How did this happen? How is it possible for him to even have the chance to make it to the Ninth Order? Mo Naiyi heard that Yang Kai had snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill. So he was worried that the latter would refine it and reach the Ninth Order. As such, even though the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand, and he had also prepared a trump card, he still waited patiently for that opportunity to take Yang Kai down. There was no denying that Xiang Shan was a formidable opponent, but in comparison, Yang Kai posed a bigger threat. Therefore, Mo Naiyi had to wait for Yang Kai to show up before taking action. Yang Kai indeed appeared at a later time, and he was still an Eighth Order master, which made Mo Naiyi breathe a sigh of relief. At the most critical moment, Yang Kai threw away the supreme-grade open heaven pill to divert the Chaos Spirit King's attention, but without that pill, how did he manage to reach the Ninth Order? Did it have something to do with him taking an Eighth Order master and monster race Great Emperor into his small universe? Mo Naiyi was unable to figure out the answer. All the same, it was an irrefutable fact that Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed a pseudo-royal lord with one thrust of his spear. When Yang Kai was still an Eighth Order master, he was already able to easily kill innate territory lords by using his soul secret technique, though he would also hurt himself during the process. Mo Naiyi was worried that things would only get worse if Yang Kai managed to make it to the Ninth Order. And now it seemed that his greatest fear had become reality. At that moment, he intended to flee, but how was he supposed to do that when he was engaged in a fight with Yang Shui? Ah! I told you we were going to win. Yang Xiao, who was part of the humans' defense line, guffawed while Bloodcrow, who was fighting alongside him, was speechless. Earlier, Yang Kai opened up his small universe and put Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow. Yang Xiao had already made such a bold claim. At that time, Bloodcrow dismissed it. The humans were in a perilous situation as the two Ninth Order masters were tangled up in fights, and the defense line was on the brink of coming apart. The humans were bound to collapse at any moment. No one could have expected that barely an hour later, things would take such a drastic turn. Since Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master, the Black Ink clan had lost their advantage. Presently, the humans had gained the upper hand instead. Just like Mo Naiyi, Bloodcrow was puzzled as to how Yang Kai ascended to the Ninth Order. Even if he had refined a supreme-grade open heaven pill, he couldn't have achieved an ascension so quickly. Moreover, he had already lost that spirit pill. However, it was just like what Yang Xiao had said. His adoptive father could always create miracles in the most despairing situations, and turn the tides of fortune around. Perhaps that was why the people who had fought alongside him before had blind trust and admiration for him. In fact, Bloodcrow was one of those people. Back then, he was a terrible fellow. He still couldn't be considered a good one now. Nevertheless, after going through bloody battles and witnessing how much the humans were willing to sacrifice for the greater good, Bloodcrow, who was also a human, sincerely hoped that the Black Ink clan would be destroyed once and for all one day. Good. Kill them all. Yang Lai became energetic in an instant. When he saw that Yang Kai was in danger earlier, he was anxious, but now he could be at ease. Nonetheless, he was doubtful as well. He knew that Yang Kai had made use of the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art to ascend to the Ninth Order, but the latter seemed to have a greater heritage than him. As a new Ninth Order master, Yang Kai's attack earlier was surprisingly powerful. After giving it some thought, Yang Lai realized it wasn't so shocking. Yang Kai had said that after he used the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art, his three selves would unite. In that case, Feng Tianxi's small universe would merge with Yang Kai's. In other words, Yang Kai's small universe didn't only have his own heritage, but also Feng Tianxi's heritage, which helped save him a lot of cultivation time. Therefore, it was only natural that he was more powerful than the average newly ascended Ninth Order master. After Yang Kai killed a pseudo-royal lord with just one attack, everyone was shocked. When the other two pseudo-royal lords saw how ferocious Yang Kai was, they naturally wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. They quickly retreated together as they stared warily at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai only shot them a glance but didn't pursue them. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that since he was a new Ninth Order master, his small universe was still a bit unstable. He had fully surged his power to kill the pseudo-royal lord a moment ago to intimidate the others so that they would back off. At this moment, the boundary wall in his small universe had been shattered, and it was still expanding rapidly. Besides that, Feng Tianxi's small universe was also assimilating into his, which brought with it a lot of pure world force. Since Feng Tianxi was his human self, his power could perfectly blend into Yang Kai's small universe without any contamination concerns. Even Thunder Shadow's monster core, which he had nurtured all his life, was melting and turning into a very pure power, which was then assimilated into Yang Kai's small universe and helped strengthen his heritage. Chapter 5791 Plotting. Yang Kai's many years of cultivation were a path with bumps and thorns. Moments ago, his martial Dao had come to a standstill, but now that he had finally reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he couldn't help but sigh with a multitude of emotions. With the expansion of his small universe, his heritage strength, which was already powerful, grew at a steady pace. Nevertheless, there was still a limit to this kind of growth, and soon after his small universe calmed down and stabilized at a new peak. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's momentary distraction, the two pseudo-royal lords had already fled back to the Black Ink clan. The sudden death of their companion had left them terrified, so how could they have the courage to remain behind to face Yang Kai? At this moment, it was only natural for them to run to a place with more allies to seek a sense of security. The Black Ink clan side had some 10 pseudo-royal lords and a large number of territory lords, so even if Yang Kai had reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm and decided to pursue them, they might still be able to put up a fight. In any case, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of killing his way over. Instead, he simply stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Lin Wu, who had ambushed him and caused the 8 trigrams formation to break apart previously. He had been staying nearby, probably looking for an opportunity to sneak attack Yang Kai again, but everything happened too fast. Yang Kai somehow advanced the Ninth Order and killed a pseudo-royal lord with a single thrust of his spear, so Lin Wu basically had no suitable opportunity to make his move. Furthermore, he was only a newly promoted 8th Order master, so even if he really attacked, he might not be able to play any role in such a battle. Lin Wu instinctively tried to resist after being captured by Yang Kai, but bound by space principles, he was unable to move a finger. The next moment, a dazzling pure white light enveloped Lin Wu. He instantly started screaming miserably as black ink strength was purged from his body completely. After finishing this, Yang Kai let go of him. Guilt instantly blanketed Lin Wu as he stuttered. "As senior brother Yang Kai interrupted him. "You don't need to explain, killing the enemy is what you should do now." Lin Wu grit his teeth before nodding. "Yes." He then looked around for a moment before turning around and flying off towards Tian Xiuzhu and the others. At this time, the huge battlefield was divided into 4 battlefronts. The first battlefront was naturally Yang Shui versus Mo Na Yi. The second battlefront was fought between the Black Ink clan masters and the besieged the human race masters. The third battlefront was fought between Ouyang Lai and Xiao Yu and his 8 territory lord allies. And the last battlefront involved Tian Xiuzhu leading the 5 elements formation confronting the pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. Previously, Tian Xiuzhu, who was leading his battle formation, sent Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe to assist Yang Kai in maintaining the 8 trigrams formation, but because of this, they were stranded outside the main battlefield and unable to return to their own side. Ultimately, they had no choice but to enter a battle with Meng Quebec. Lin Wu checked the 4 battlefronts. Obviously, he could not intervene in the battle between a Ninth Order master and a royal lord, nor could he break through the defensive line of the Black Ink clan who were besieging the humans. The only fight he could join was the one Tian Xiuzhu was leading. Perhaps after joining Tian Xiuzhu and the others, they could form a 6-paths formation and repel the enemy. Originally, there was another battlefield where Yang Kai was fighting against 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. However, after the death of one of the 3 pseudo-royal lords, the rest had fled, leaving Yang Kai completely free. After Lin Wu left, Yang Kai flew in another direction with his space-time river flowing over his spear. Suddenly, Emonaye's thoughts fell into complete disarray, and why not? After all, Yang Kai was coming straight for him. At first, he was able to fight evenly with Yang Shui. Although he was at a slight disadvantage because of his injuries, it did not bring him that much harm. In this battle, they were basically mutually restraining each other, so he could neither kill Yang Shui, nor could she kill him. But if Yang Kai joined in, he would definitely not be able to survive in the face of Yang Kai's treacherous methods. In the blink of an eye, Emonaye shouted, "Kill all the humans at all costs, or it will be too late." After he gave the order, the Black Ink clan's offense immediately became fiercer. Originally, the humans on the other side of the battlefield were no match for the Black Ink clan, be it in quality or quantity, so things were not looking good for them. The main reason they were able to hold on until now was because of the protection of many warships and superior battle formations. But at this point in the battle, most warships had been destroyed, so now, the humans were only holding their ground thanks to the joint efforts of the Eighth Order Masters and the Black Ink clan's fear of death, but they could not last long. Once the defensive line was broken, the Black Ink clan, under the leadership of the many pseudo-royal lords, would definitely massacre the human masters, causing tremendous casualties. Previously, the Black Ink clan had been acting cautiously against the humans, but after Emonaye had given the order, they no longer had any scruples and were willing to pay any price to kill the enemy. Yang Kai, who was heading straight towards Emonaye, momentarily stopped before continuing with his original intention. At the same time, he thrust his spear out at Emonaye before he even arrived while shouting in a cold voice, "Clever!" Emonaye, who was still entangled with Yang Shui, had a drastic change in his expression. Clearly, Yang Kai had thrust his spear from quite a distance, but he had a feeling that he would not be able to block it even from afar. The oncoming spear gave the feeling as if it was thrust from right in front of him. Emonaye's figure shook as his Black Ink strength gushed out. While he was pulling back, he saw the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his eyes, quickly filling his vision. Unable to defend and unable to dodge, Emonaye let out an indignant roar before gathering all his energy in his palm and smacking it towards the oncoming spear with all his might. As the spear and palm met, a powerful shockwave spread across the void. In the wake of the clash, as Emonaye was sent flying, 3 sword lights shot towards him at an incredible speed. These attacks were launched by none other than Yang Shui. Emonaye had clearly noticed these 3 sword strikes coming at him, and had Yang Shui been acting alone, he would have had no problem dealing with them, but Yang Kai was also attacking him at the same time, so how could he have any extra strength to spare? These 3 sword strikes seemed to contain the mysteries of the Grand Tao of Time, as Emonaye clearly saw Yang Shui swing her sword, but was already struck by the attack before she completed the motion. Immediately after, pitch-black blood sprayed out of 3 gaping wounds on his body. Emonaye somehow withstood this fearsome attack and barely managed to stabilize himself, but the clash had left him in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still slowly making his way towards Emonaye from far away. He was walking at such leisure that it looked like he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. The long spear in his hand was also slightly flickering, leaving spear shadows behind. Yang Kai then calmly stated, "Shui, go help the others, I'll deal with this guy." Holding her sword, Yang Shui looked at Emonaye with some unwillingness before finally nodding. "Big brother, be careful." Saying so, she transformed into a streak of light as she flew towards the main battlefield. Although she wanted to stay behind and kill Emonaye together with her big brother, the human defensive line was on the verge of collapse. She was the only one who could help stabilize their position now. This was also the reason why Emonaye had ordered the Black Ink clan troops to slaughter the humans at all costs. He knew that he was definitely not an opponent of 2 Ninth Order Masters, especially when one of them was Yang Kai. If he didn't find a way to restrain one of them, he would certainly die. The best option he could use was the humans' defensive line. Although he had successfully removed Yang Shui, Emonaye still did not have much confidence. His sharp intuition told him that today would definitely be disastrous. Since he was targeted by Yang Kai, he would definitely die. For many years, he had been a pseudo-royal lord while Yang Kai was only an 8th Order master. Although he was clearly stronger, Mo Nai never acted to confront Yang Kai because he knew that without a thorough plan, he would never be able to kill someone so good at escaping. Once he provoked Yang Kai, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, so he had been tolerating Yang Kai's rudeness so far. It was only after he had become a royal lord in the universe furnace world that he finally gained the confidence to scheme for Yang Kai's life. Everything was going according to plan, but then Yang Kai's sudden breakthrough to the Ninth Order messed everything up. Even now, he still could not understand how Yang Kai managed to break through to the Ninth Order open heaven realm right under their noses. Mo Nai was certain that the information he had obtained from the Black Ink disciples was not wrong. Yang Kai should have had no chance of reaching the Ninth Order open heaven realm in his life. The peak of the Eighth Order had to be his limit. Furthermore, Yang Kai had yet to refine a supreme-grade open heaven pill, so how could he have advanced? Mo Nai could not understand it at all, but in any case, Yang Kai was already in the Ninth Order. Now a life-and-death battle was definitely going to be fought between them. In the void, Yang Kai was still walking towards Mo Nai at a leisurely pace, but every time he took a step, Mo Nai's heart would jump to his throat. Distance was basically meaningless to a master proficient in the Tao of space, so Mo Nai had to be on guard against Yang Kai as the latter could attack at a moment's notice. Mo Nai, you seem a bit nervous. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Mo Nai's heart tightened as he replied in a shaky voice. No one can remain calm and indifferent when facing someone like Brother Yang. Yang Kai gently nodded. You used to call me Yang Kai, but now that I've advanced to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, you're addressing me as Brother Yang. But even if you speak with me in such a friendly manner, I won't let you off. Among everyone in the Black Ink clan, I am most wary of you. You seem to be a bit different from the others of your kind. Mo Nai's brow slightly rose. I am honored to receive such praise from you, Brother Yang. In fact, the Black Ink clan has many talented members. It's just that Brother Yang's vision is too high, so you seem to not have noticed them. Perhaps, Yang Kai noncommittally replied. As an old rival of many years, I'll give you a chance to leave behind your last words. If you have anything you want to say it quickly. Mo Nai couldn't help but break into laughter. Does Brother Yang really want to fight me to the death? Why don't you and I withdraw and meet again on the battlefield some other day? In fact, if we continue fighting like this, it won't end well for either of us. Although your sister has already gone to support them, how many people can she protect by herself? My Black Ink clan has many pseudo-royal lords here. You make a good point. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Mo Nai's expression suddenly changed as he threw a powerful punch forward, releasing a blast of Black Ink strength before him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who had been strolling in the distance, suddenly appeared right in front of him and thrust out his spear. The space-time river was continuously swirling around his spear, as Tao strengths converged and transformed, displaying endless mysteries. He was just talking about stopping the fight, but now he suddenly became violent. Of course, Yang Kai was going to go all out when confronting the enemy. That's why I need to kill you as soon as possible. Yang Kai's next words were accompanied by a powerful attack. Mo Nai clenched his teeth and did not say a word. He had been on guard against Yang Kai all this time as he knew that he could not move the latter with words alone. So when Yang Kai suddenly attacked, he immediately reacted. Yang Kai's figure kept moving along with his spear as Tao strengths fiercely fluctuated with every attack. On the other side, Black Ink's strength surged around Mo Nai. The two of them had completely given up on using any divine abilities or secret techniques. They were attacking only based on their subtle sense of danger and their grasp of the situation. For a time, the two were locked in a heated battle, shattering the void every time they clashed. Chapter 5792, Cut off the enemy's retreat and destroy them. Ever since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds and started occupying various great territories, Ninth Order masters and royal lords had not fought each other, until today. The devastating battle in the barren territory robbed both sides of almost all of their top masters. The Black Ink clan was left with only one royal lord, Mou, who was guarding the no-return pass, while the human race's situation was slightly better, having a total of 2 Ninth Order masters, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing. But, as they needed to contain the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, these two Ninth Order Masters were unable to participate in other matters. So naturally the top powerhouses of both sides never met, much less fought. The older generation's cultivators were slightly better off as they had witnessed battles of that level before, but how could the younger generation of humans have had the opportunity to witness such a sight? Throughout their growth, the Ninth Order Masters were akin to legendary figures. But today, on this battlefield, battles between Royal Lords and Ninth Order Masters occurred for the first time after the Barrier Territory War. First, a battle between Ouyang Lai and Xiao Yu broke out, then between Yang Shui and Mo Na Yi, and now, Yang Kai took Yang Shui's place and fought with Mo Na Yi. The fallout of their battle seemed to shake the entire world. Only now did the younger humans finally get to witness and experience the true might of a Ninth Order Master. Furthermore, the strength displayed by Yang Kai was obviously much more devastating than Yang Shui's. He completely suppressed Mo Na Yi the moment they clashed. His Azure Dragon Spear moved back and forth with the space-time river swirling around it, making use of 10,000 different Dao strengths. All kinds of unfathomable methods appeared one after another, causing even a royal lord like Mo Na Yi to be unable to resist. The morale of the humans immediately soared. The moment of crisis for the human race had already passed with a Ninth Order Master like Yang Shui personally coming to their aid. Although it was still difficult for them to turn the tide, the situation on the defensive line would not worsen at the very least. With Xiang Shan and many other veteran Eighth Order Masters taking command, it would not be easy for the Black Ink clan to break through their defensive line anymore. After seeing this, Ouyang Lai quickly calmed down and stabilized his state of mind. He was fighting Xiao Yu and 8 territory lords all this while. He had not suffered any major losses, but neither had he occupied any significant advantages. This was mainly because he was having a real hard time focusing on his battle with the dire state of the humans around him, and all kinds of unforeseen events popping up. Now that he had calmed down, Ouyang Lai saw a way to defeat his enemy. He kept only as much focus on dealing with Xiao Yu as necessary, while he diverted most of his strength attacking the 8 territory lords who were arranged into 2 battle formations. So long as he could take out these territory lords, killing them one by one, Xiao Yu alone would not be his opponent. After all, Xiao Yu had suffered serious injuries at the hands of Yang Shui before, which made it difficult for him to display his full strength. The battle on various battlefronts instantly grew even more heated than ever. Suddenly, a laugh originated from somewhere in the void, carrying a hint of surprise and relief. It was Mo Na Yi. No one knew why he laughed, as he was clearly in a tight spot. He could lose his life at any moment under Yang Kai's relentless and powerful attacks, but he was still able to laugh. Across from him, Yang Kai, who was relentlessly attacking, coldly rebuked. "What's so funny? Be careful, or you might lose your teeth." Mo Na Yi, while defending himself, slowly shook his head. "Brother Yang, you're very strong, but you're weaker than I expected." These words sounded somewhat contradictory, but they were indeed true. When Yang Kai had broken past the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm shackles, advancing to the 9th Order, Mo Na Yi thought he was dead for sure. If he was facing any other 9th Order Master, Mo Na Yi was confident that even if he could not defeat them, he could at least escape, but against someone like Yang Kai who was proficient in the Tao of Space, he thought that only death awaited him if he could not win outright in battle. So when he saw Yang Kai advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, and kill a pseudo-royal lord with a single thrust of his spear, Mo Na Yi resigned himself to death already. But after a brief exchange with Yang Kai, he was surprised to discover that Yang Kai was not as powerful as he had imagined. It had to be known that when Yang Kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could kill territory lords and innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. Up against him, the acquired territory lords and innate territory lords could not put up a fight, and were often slaughtered before they even saw his face. When he was in the 7th Order, Yang Kai was rumored to be capable of butchering feudal lords in just the same way. So in Mo Na Yi's estimations, once Yang Kai advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, no royal lord would be able to survive against him. He had always regarded Yang Kai as the greatest threat to the Black Ink clan. If he had to choose between killing Xiangshan or Yang Kai, he would pick Yang Kai without hesitation. He had devised many arrangements and had been waiting for Yang Kai to appear all this time just for that purpose. But all his schemes had come to naught as Yang Kai still broke through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. During this exchange, Yang Kai's momentum was still unstoppable, and his attacks were devastating to the point that Mo Na Yi was unable to even lift his head. But this kind of Yang Kai was still within the realm of what seemed normal. He was not strong to the point of absurdity. It had to be known that Mo Na Yi's current state was quite bad. He was already injured even before arriving here, and then he still fought Yang Kai in an 8 trigrams battle formation for a long time, which added more wounds to his body. After that, he even fought with Yang Shui. The current Mo Na Yi was nowhere near his peak. Yet, Yang Kai was unable to quickly finish him off, which painted a clear picture. That was why Mo Na Yi laughed, not because he thought that he could escape from this crisis, but because even if Yang Kai had advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, there were still members in the Black Ink clan who could go against him. At the very least, a veteran royal lord like Mo Yu was definitely not inferior to the current Yang Kai. If the two fought right here and now, it would probably end in a draw. Of course, Mo Na Yi knew that Yang Kai was also not in peak condition, but so what? In the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai's strength was not currently beyond his understanding, and that was more than enough. Yang Kai roughly knew what his opponent was laughing about, but he was also helpless in this matter. Since even Mo Na Yi had suffered heavy injuries and his strength had taken a hit, how could he remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai had just advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, and was not in great shape. Not to mention he was injured in the previous battle, and also suffered serious injuries when Lin Wu's sneak attack landed. Although he had recovered to about 80% of his peak thanks to the profound power of the space-time river, it was still not a complete recovery. Furthermore, his human self Fang Tian Ci and monster self Thunder Shadow's injuries were far more severe than his own. The fusion of his 3 selves in his small universe was imperfect. Although the union of 3 selves had allowed Yang Kai to break through his shackles, his gains had been very limited. Had his divine spirit self, human self, and monster self all been in top condition, Yang Kai would have definitely been stronger, and could have easily killed Mo Na Yi. Be that as it may, his hands were tied at that moment. Luckily, Yang Kai was able to lure the Chaos Spirit King away thanks to the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. He had executed the 3 selves source reconstitution art in haste, and did not have much time to consider other things. He had no choice but to rely on this method to help the humans here escape their current crisis. In any case, both Yang Kai and Mo Na Yi were not in their best condition. As such, the intensity of their battle had greatly reduced. A fierce struggle ensued. Yang Kai quickly glanced over at the humans' defensive line, and found that even with Yang Shui's help, it was still difficult for them to gain the upper hand. He could do nothing about this though, as the pseudo-royal lords and territory lords far outnumbered the 8th Order masters. Furthermore, after receiving Mo Na Yi's order, the Black Ink clan were attacking without any care for their own casualties, and were using all means possible to break through the defensive line. Territory lords and 8th Order masters were dying frequently as Black Ink's strength exploded, world force dispersed, and small universes shattered. Everyone knew that in today's battle, the outcome of any battlefront would affect the overall situation. As long as one side won any battlefront, they would win the entire war. Yang Kai knew that he could not delay any longer. He was still confident that he could kill Mo Na Yi, and judging by the current situation, Mo Na Yi would definitely die under his spear within half an hour. But half an hour was too large a variable, as the human's defensive line might be breached at any time. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made his decision. As Yang Kai thrust the Azure Dragon Spear, the opposing Mo Na Yi promptly pulled back, wanting to avoid the blow. However, he didn't expect that this spear was just a feint. The space-time river that had been swirling around it suddenly flew out like a water dragon, and expanded with a loud splash, transforming into an enormous river that gushed through the void. Mo Na Yi's expression immediately changed at the sight of the enormous river crashing towards him. He had suffered many losses because of the space-time river previously. At that time, Yang Kai, who was leading an 8 trigrams battle formation, had used the space-time river as a whip. When Emo Na Yi was struck by the space-time river, the various Dao strengths had thrown his mind into a disarray, rendering him stunned. So when he saw Yang Kai use the strange river once more, he naturally became vigilant, his figure flickering as he tried to escape in between the gaps. "Seal!" Yang Kai shouted as the overflowing river suddenly connected end to end, taking a circular shape. The next moment, the turbulent river water started spreading outward, filling the entire void. Emo Na Yi had never expected for the river to transform like this, and was struck by a wave, which immediately destabilized him. By then, Yang Kai had already arrived, hurling his spear at him and shouting, "Die!" The spear attack felt as if it was piercing through space and time. It was emanating fearsome murderous intent, and was extremely powerful. Emo Na Yi definitely could not take it in his current condition. If he really got impaled by this spear, he would be dead or not that far from it. In a hurry, his figure suddenly sank, plunging into the enormous river. Yang Kai's spear missed Emo Na Yi and pierced the empty void, but he did not stop even for a moment, and also plunged into the river in a flash. From the start, Yang Kai wanted to force Emo Na Yi into the space-time river. He had used this method to kill some territory lords before, but this was the first time he had forced a royal lord into the space-time river. The space-time river was the manifestation of his Dao strengths and took his space and time Dao strengths as its foundation. 10,000 Dao strengths fused and clashed with each other in the space-time river. Although Yang Kai had an absolute geographical advantage when fighting in the space-time river, once the battle became too intense, it would definitely impact his own Dao strengths. This was no different than trapping a thief in one's own house and throwing him against the walls. Although it was possible to borrow the terrain to one's advantage, it could also possibly wreck their house. It was still alright if it was just a territory lord, as their strength was not enough to shake the foundation of the space-time river, but a true royal lord was another matter. As such, Yang Kai was putting himself at a huge risk, but this was the only way to kill Emo Na Yi in the shortest time possible. Yang Kai really could not worry too much about it if he wanted to win. Chapter 5793. Even an old dog has a few teeth left. Yang Kai was dead set on killing Emo Na Yi, his murderous intent soaring to a whole new height. When the space-time river sealed off the void, it forced Emo Na Yi inside, whereupon Yang Kai rushed after him. In an instant, the space-time river that had formed a large sphere became extremely turbulent. Waves rose and fell, spewing Dao strength and black ink strength randomly. With the space-time river isolating everything, no one could see the battle, but they could clearly tell how dangerous it was from the upheaval in the space-time river. The Black Ink clansmen's hearts all jumped to their throats. If Emo Na Yi was defeated and died here, the Black Ink clan would not be able to survive much longer. After all, they would have to face the infamous Killing Star. With his means and brutality, he would not stop until he killed all of the Black Ink clansmen here. All of them were now thinking how they could get out of this situation. Perhaps the pseudo-royal lords could rush into the river to help Emo Na Yi, but at this moment, the pseudo-royal lords were unable to move about freely as they were tied up with their respective opponents. This was especially true for the pseudo-royal lords who were fighting against Yang Shui. Once they withdrew, she would definitely launch a fierce counterattack, which would result in far greater casualties. And once the Black Ink clan their advantage, they would no longer be able to turn the tide. More importantly, even if they really went to help, no one could say for sure how useful they would be. After all, Yang Kai's space-time river was too mysterious. Somewhere in the void, Tian Xiaozhu and several other 8th Order masters formed a 6 paths formation to pin down Meng Quebec. This was the steadiest battlefront of them all, as both sides were quite lacking in comparison to other fights both in number and strength. On top of that, the 8th Order masters as well as Meng Ke were heavily injured. Although the 8th Order masters were barely able to maintain their battle formation, it was still a little difficult for them to display its full power. It could not be helped as 2 of the 8th Order masters in it had originally withdrawn from the 8 trigrams formation, because they could not withstand the pressure due to their wounds. They had been fighting Emo Na Yi with Yang Kai, and were completely exhausted already. The only reason they were still able to fight was because they refused to back down. It was a shocking display of pure grit and willpower. After this battle, these two Eighth Order Masters' foundations would definitely be severely damaged regardless of whether they won or lost. Thus, Tian Xiuzhu and the others only managed to gain a slight upper hand against a heavily injured pseudo-royal lord like Meng Ke, and were unable to kill him. Amidst the heated battle, Meng Ke angrily shouted, "Old dog, I've had it with you." He was furious. Usually, even if a group of old, weak, and injured people like them assumed a six-paths formation, they would not be able to do anything to him, but he too was not in a good condition, allowing him to be suppressed by the enemy. If this continued, he would quite likely die. Two pseudo-royal lords had already perished in this battle, both of them at Yang Kai's hands. One of them was killed by Yang Kai's sneak attack, while the other was killed after Yang Kai broke through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, if a pseudo-royal lord like him was really to die at the hands of ordinary Eighth Order Masters, it would be too embarrassing. He was the third pseudo-royal lord born in the Black Ink clan. If not for the unlucky timing, he would have become famous throughout the 3,000 worlds, standing on equal footing with Mo Na Yi. For someone like Meng Ke, even if he died, he wanted to die at the hands of famous figures like Yang Kai or Xiang Shan. He would never allow himself to die at the hands of these nameless ants. Meng Ke's attacks became fiercer, fueled by his anger. He knew that his end was nigh. As such, he did not care about his own safety. Old dog. Right across from him, Tian Xiuzhu, who was covered in blood, had his expression become fierce as he roared. Today, I'll let you know that this old dog still has a few teeth left. Facing Meng Ke's powerful counterattack, not only did he not retreat, he instead charged straight at him, leading the battle formation, seemingly intent on perishing together with his enemy. The other Eighth Order Masters, including Lin Wu who had joined last, followed after him without any hesitation. Under the violent collision, the already unstable Six Paths formation nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Tian Xiuzhu quickly adjusted everyone's aura, ensuring its continuous operation. However, this clash further worsened everyone's injuries, with the two most severely injured Eighth Order Masters nearly fainting. It wasn't like Meng Ke didn't suffer from this desperate attack though, as his aura suddenly waned and Black Ink's strength spurted uncontrollably from his wounds. Looking at the fearless Eighth Order human masters and the human he had called Old Dog, Meng Ke could not help feeling some admiration. The human race is indeed incredible. Adjusting his chaotic aura and state of mind, he suddenly burst into laughter and pointed his halberd at Tian Xiuzhu. What a sharp-tongued old dog. Come, let's see who dies here today, you or I. I Meng Ke am just unlucky. I am not inferior to you, Mo Na Yi. Even if I die, I will still shine brilliantly in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura soared as he charged straight at the Six Paths formation. How could Tian Xiuzhu and the others back down when challenged so openly? They quickly adjusted the battle formation before rushing forward to meet Meng Quebec. Both sides clashed a few more times, without even the slightest sign of retreating. Meng Ke was nearly demented in his onslaught as his body bordered on collapse. The Eighth Order Masters led by Tian Xiuzhu did not fare any better. Their battle formation was unstable, and all of them had suffered critical wounds. All were hovering between life and death. The next clash would decide the victor and loser, who would live and who would die. Tian Xiuzhu shouted loudly. This Tian is lucky to have fought with you all today. If there is a next life, I hope that we will fight shoulder to shoulder once more to kill the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone's eyes turned red. Although their auras were unstable and figures unsteady, their murderous intent shot through the sky. After forcefully adjusting everyone's chaotic aura and stabilizing himself, Tian Xiuzhu let out a long sigh before shouting, "Kill!" The Six Paths formation left a streak of light as it charged straight towards Meng Quebec. A grim and dignified look appeared on Meng Ke's face as he glanced towards the space-time river, coldly snorting in his heart. Whether you see it or not, I Meng Ke will not disappoint the title of Black Ink Clan's pseudo-royal lord. Kill! As he shouted, Meng Ke surged his Black Ink strength as he smashed into the Six Paths formation. In this stretch of the void, where violent shockwaves appeared everywhere, the collision between 6 Eighth-Order Masters and one pseudo-royal lord was far from spectacular, but it was the last glimmering of both sides who were willing to lay down their lives for their convictions. When the two streaks of light, one bright and one dark, crashed into each other, the entire world seemed to have frozen for a moment before 7 figures were sent flying in different directions. Immediately after, small universes collapsed and world force dissipated as someone's vitality began to wane. Of the 6 Eighth-Order Masters who formed the Six Paths formation, 3 of them died on the spot. Meng Ke's vitality had also become dismal, and his strength started to dissipate. At this moment he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Furthermore, there were no allies around him on this battlefront who could save him. As he lay there dying, he could not help but glance over at the space-time river and mock himself silently. He was the 3rd pseudo-royal lord to be created, but he had never imagined that he would become the 3rd pseudo-royal lord to die today. It was truly ironic. When humans die in battle, their names are engraved on the monument of heroes for future generations to remember their sacrifices. But what about the Black Ink clan? What do we gain from sacrificing our lives? The space-time river was still full of upheavals, naturally due to the clash between 2 top masters. Every time a wave rose, everyone could hear a faint dragon roar. Suddenly, a fearsome blast of energy blew up a part of the space-time river off, opening a hole in the already unstable flow. Immediately after, a figure in a wretched condition leapt out of that hole. Surprisingly, it was Emo Nayi. At this moment, Emo Nayi was in an extremely sorry state. There was a huge gaping hole that went from the front of his chest to the back. The black ink strength in his body was surging and fear was written on his face. Yang Kai had gone mad and resorted to every means possible to kill him as quickly as possible. Emo Nayi was simply no match for Yang Kai in the space-time river. All Yang Kai needed to do was fight steadily while controlling his space-time river, and Emo Nayi would certainly have perished. However, Yang Kai didn't choose this route. After gaining a bit of upper hand, he directly summoned his dragon bead. Yang Kai was no longer a 99,999-meter-long ancient dragon. After his 3 selves merged and his source had fused with them, he immediately became a divine dragon. With the strengthening of his dragon vein, Yang Kai's dragon bead received a significant boost in power. Using their dragon bead to launch an attack was the final trump of a dragon clansman, one they would not resort to unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Kai had once used this method in the past to great effect each time. He was currently many times stronger than before, so how could the heavily injured Emo Nayi resist the dragon bead's attack? The hole in his chest was the result, and this injury was more than enough to push Emo Nayi half into the grave. However, the dragon bead's fearsome attack also allowed Emo Nayi to escape. The battle between the 2 top masters had already made the space-time river unstable, and the flow of Dao strengths inside chaotic. The dragon bead's attack had not only severely injured Emo Nayi, but it also blew open a hole in the space-time river. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he had no choice but to do it. Only such an attack could quickly kill Emo Nayi. When Emo Nayi escaped, Yang Kai followed close behind, but the turbulence in the space-time river caused his Dao strengths to become unstable, making it difficult for him to gather his strength. As such, he had no choice but to stabilize his Dao strengths first. Right then, an indignant roar suddenly reverberated across the void. Emo Nayi, this old master won't submit to you. I'll never bow to someone like you. It was Meng Ke, who was also just a moment away from dying. Why is it that you have always been in charge of the Black Ink clan? Why is it that the Sir Royal Lord never gave me a chance? Why must I hide in the no-return pass all this time just because you became the pseudo-royal lord before me? If I, Meng Ke, could wield greater authority, I would not have been any worse than you. With this roar, Meng Ke used all his remaining strength to rush towards Emo Nayi. No one knew what he wanted to do, and even Emo Nayi was stunned for a moment before a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Others might not have any idea what Meng Ke was about to do, but he did. Emo Nayi never thought that in the critical moment between life and death, it would be Meng Ke, whom he had always looked down upon, who would come to his aid. Chapter 5794, What's Going On? Meng Ke was on the verge of death. His entire body was covered in wounds and his vitality was fading. Even if no one did anything to him, he would not last more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. And naturally, Emonayi could also see this. Perhaps it was because he was about to die that he was making such a surprising move. On the other hand, although Tian Xiuzhu and the others did not know what Meng Ke was planning to do, his actions were definitely far from normal. While Tian Xiuzhu and the others may have been oblivious, they still wanted to stop Meng Ke, but how could they do anything about it when they could not even gather their strength? 3 of their members had perished in the last exchange, and the 3 who were still alive were hanging by a breath. They had no choice but to helplessly watch Meng Ke approach Emonayi. Shining brilliantly like the last radiance of a setting sun, he looked like he wanted to kill Emonayi immediately. And coupled with Meng Ke's furious roars, they all thought that there was some kind of irreconcilable grudge between these two. Otherwise, why would Meng Ke still be so indignant even on the verge of death? In a flash, Meng Ke arrived before Emonayi and their eyes met. Emonayi's eyes happened to be filled with bitterness, while Meng Ke's eyes were shining brilliantly like raging fire, fueled by his last remaining life force. The next moment, Meng Ke's body quivered as he gathered all his strength and his black ink strength madly surged out. The richness and purity of that black ink strength had far exceeded the norm. In the blink of an eye, an enormous black ink cloud appeared in the place where Meng Ke once was and wrapped itself around Emonayi before pouring into his body through his nose, mouth, and wounds like a living creature. Subsequently, Emonayi's fading aura began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even the hole in his chest began to slowly close up. Correspondingly, Meng Ke's aura and vitality rapidly dwindled. Damn it! Tian Xiuzhu cursed through his teeth. After seeing this, how could he not tell that Meng Ke was not trying to harm Emonayi, but was instead trying to heal him? Although he had no idea what kind of profound secret technique Meng Ke had used, it was an undeniable fact that Emonayi was recovering. Never had this secret technique appeared before, nor had the humans ever seen it, so no one had been on guard against Meng Ke's actions before his death. Furthermore, no one had any strength to stop him either. After sparing no effort, Yang Kai finally critically wounded Emonayi, but if the latter were to recover, all previous efforts would go down the drain. Tian Xiuzhu grit his teeth and gathered his strength, wanting to stop Meng Ke. However, as soon as he circulated his strength, his face turned pale and his mind went blank. The previous battle had exhausted all his small universe's strength, so now when he forcefully tried mustering it, his small universe immediately became unstable. At this moment, Tian Xiuzhu no longer had any strength left to fight, and the other 2 Eighth-Order Masters were in even more precarious states. After all, the foundation of a veteran Eighth-Order Master like Tian Xiuzhu was still sturdier than that of the new generation Eighth-Order Masters. Meanwhile, Yang Kai too wanted to stop it after seeing this, but he too was powerless to do anything. His Dao strength was left in extreme disarray after his Dragon Beat attack had blown open a hole in the space-time river. As such, he needed to quickly stabilize it. A short while later, the black ink cloud around Emonayi finally disappeared, but Meng Ke's figure was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this pseudo-royal lord had poured all of his energy into Emonayi's body before his death, helping him heal and recover. Emonayi had indeed recovered a little, and many of his wounds had healed, but it was far from enough. Emonayi was a royal lord now, so the more serious his injuries were, the harder it was for him to recover. The infusion of a dying pseudo-royal lord's essence could do nothing about it. If he wanted to recover completely, he would need the infusion of the source of all the pseudo-royal lords present here. But this type of infusion could only be used voluntarily, and why would these pseudo-royal lords voluntarily kill themselves? Meng Ke's act of coming to his aid at the last moment already came as a surprise to Emonayi. After all, they had never been on good terms. For that reason, Meng Ke's last words seemed to echo so loudly in his ears. "Live, you must live on. The Black Ink clan is too stupid and ignorant. Only by living can you finally help the Supreme One complete its grand plan." Emonayi suddenly realized that he had been underestimating Meng Ke all along. The reckless arrogance Meng Ke had displayed before him might have just been a front. I misjudged him. Mo Na Yi silently mocked himself. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void as Yang Kai furiously shouted, Mo Na Yi, today you die. Mo Na Yi, who had just recovered a little, immediately looked up, only to see Yang Kai hastily stabilizing his mind and his Dao strengths before charging straight at him with his spear. Mo Na Yi's heart was filled with bitterness, knowing that he had failed to live up to Meng Ke's expectations. Against someone like Yang Kai, if he couldn't defeat him, the only thing that awaited him next was death. As for escaping, it was naturally impossible to do so against a master of the Tao of space. Yang Kai escaped from the pursuit of the Black Ink clan many times. The reverse had never happened. Since there was no way out, Mo Na Yi had no choice but to fight. If Meng Ke was willing to sacrifice himself, so why could he not? Yang Kai, Mo Na Yi furiously roared, grinding his teeth. He did not retreat this time, but rather took the initiative to charge Yang Kai. The two clashed again. In the last confrontation, Yang Kai had the absolute upper hand. He even managed to fatally injure Mo Na Yi using his dragon bead. Although Meng Ke had used a secret technique to help Mo Na Yi steady himself, this kind of injury could not be so easily healed. So when they were locked in another round of confrontation, Mo Na Yi was still no match for Yang Kai. Had he not recovered a little thanks to Meng Ke's help, he would have died within 5 moves. It was only because of Meng Ke's sacrifice that Mo Na Yi was able to even fight back against Yang Kai. Various Dao strengths converged and merged, while Black Ink's strength fiercely surged as the two figures clashed with each other. They flew around the void, attacking each other with deadly intent. Every clash would leave them injured, splashing their golden and black blood everywhere. After an extremely fierce collision, the two figures respectively flew backward. Yang Kai quickly came to a stop and stood completely still. His face kept distorting with various expressions as if something was terribly wrong. Mo Na Yi, on the other hand, flew far away, tumbling many times through the void. After he somehow stabilized himself, he spurted a mouthful of black blood. Immediately afterwards, he looked in Yang Kai's direction, seemingly sensing something. He did not know whether it was all an illusion, but he felt that Yang Kai's strength was unstable at the moment. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, the fact was that Mo Na Yi was on the verge of dying again. Regardless of what happened to Yang Kai, he would definitely end up dead if the fight continued. Meng Ke's last words once again echoed in his ears. Live you must live on. It was indeed difficult to escape before someone proficient in the Tao of space, but how would he know if he didn't even try? He wasn't someone who was afraid of death, but how could he be willing to die when the Black Ink clan's great task of unifying the 3,000 worlds was still not complete? He wanted to live not for himself, but for the Black Ink clan's grand ambition. Having made his mind, Mo Na Yi instantly turned around and fled. You want to run? In your dreams. Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted when he saw Mo Na Yi flee. He promptly activated his space secret technique to chase after him. But right then, the entire universe furnace world suddenly started quaking as another Grand Tao evolution took place. The Grand Tao of the universe furnace had evolved many times already, and with each evolution, the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace world disappeared, replaced by order and stability. At the same time the Grand Tao started evolving, everything suddenly went blurry before Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to pursue Mo Na Yi. It was only after a short while that he could finally see clearly again. The Grand Tao evolution had also come to an end by then. However, Yang Kai still appeared to be in a daze. He stood in his place, looking around exclaiming, "What's going on?" This question left members of both the human race and the Black Ink clan confused. Yang Lai even more anxiously shouted, "Quickly kill Mo Na Yi." This was a rare opportunity. If they let Mo Na Yi escape this time, it would be difficult to find him again. Right now, Mo Na Yi was not just an intelligent commander of the Black Ink clan, but also a true royal lord. He was a massive threat to the human race. What was Yang Kai hesitating about? This was a good opportunity to cut weeds and pull out roots. Yang Kai remained dazed for a moment before immediately releasing his divine sense. After sensing the direction of Mo Na Ye's escape, he promptly gave chase. Yang Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yang Kai soon returned with the Azure Dragon Spear in hand, and a helpless look on his face. He kept moving his joints from time to time, raising his arms and legs as if he were very uncomfortable. Is he dead? Yang Lai hurriedly asked, finding it very strange that he had not sensed Mo Na Ye's fall. Even if he had escaped far away, it was still impossible for a royal lord to die without any sound or disturbance. I couldn't catch up. Yang Kai angrily lashed out. Couldn't catch up? Yang Lai simply thought that he heard it wrong. How could you not catch up? How could anyone escape from you? What the hell is wrong? Yang Lai tightly furrowed his brow. He instinctively felt that something was off. If he was not so familiar with Yang Kai, he would have thought someone was pretending to be him. But after carefully observing him, he felt that the current Yang Kai was indeed a little different from the one he was familiar with. As for what was different about him, he could not put his finger on it. In any case, he did not have much time to think about it now, so Yang Lai just shouted, "Then let's kill this one." It was a pity Mo Na Ye had escaped, but another royal lord was still present. Killing him would also be a big haul. Thanks to the appearance of the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan had managed to gain 2 royal lords. One of them might have escaped with serious injuries, but they could not let the other one run away as well. Fine. Yang Kai lifted his Azure Dragon Spear and waddled towards the battlefield like a penguin. Something's wrong. Elsewhere, Yang Xiao, who was leading a 6 paths formation to fight a pseudo-royal lord, had also noticed this. Although he had not spent much time with Yang Kai, the latter was still his adoptive father. As such, Yang Xiao was quite familiar with him. At this moment, his adoptive father gave him a very strange feeling, as if he was a completely different person. What's wrong? Blood Crow asked casually. I think that's not my adoptive father. Yang Xiao frowned. Blood Crow sneered. If that's not your adoptive father, who else could it be? His 9th Order Open Heaven Realm aura was unmistakable. How could anyone pretend to be Yang Kai down to the most minute details, and even carry the Azure Dragon Spear? If someone could imitate another to the point that he was absolutely indistinguishable from the original, it would be truly shocking. Chapter 5795, Death of a Royal Lord. While Yang Xiao and Blood Crow were secretly communicating, Yang Kai broke one of the 4 symbols formation formed by the 4 territory lords with his spear. After engaging in a fierce battle, although both Yang Kai and Mo Na Ye were dead tired, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In any case, he was a divine dragon and a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm master, so how could 4 mere territory lords resist him? In addition, Yang Kai's infamy also made the territory lords extremely fearful. Seeing Yang Kai charging towards them, whether it was the territory lords or Xiaoyu, who was fighting Yang Lai, all of them became fearful. Under such circumstances, how could a 4 symbols formation stop Yang Kai's rampage charge? He easily broke the battle formation after just a few attacks. Without the support of the battle formation, the 4 territory lords were quickly slaughtered by Yang Kai one after another. But suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and stowed the Azure Dragon Spear back in his small universe, all while muttering, "Annoying." Saying so, Yang Kai's body went down on his 4s as an intense hostility and murderous intent broke out from him, like he was a ferocious beast that had been trapped for 10,000 years. He then slightly raised his head and stared in the direction of the other 4 symbols formation. The next moment, a mysterious energy surged from him before he disappeared, as if he had never been there. Inside the 4 symbols formation, the 4 territory lords were frightened like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. After all, they had just witnessed their 4 companions being easily killed by Yang Kai. Now that it was their turn, how could they remain indifferent? Even before Yang Kai reappeared, the 4 territory lords, who had been struggling to maintain their battle formation, became extremely unsettled. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared before Yang Kai's figure emerged behind a territory lord out of thin air, his hand suddenly thrusting towards the territory lord like a beast's claw. Furthermore, lightning was crackling around his palm. By the time Yang Kai pulled his hand back, a huge gaping hole had appeared in that territory lord's body, while lightning crackled around the wound. The violent lightning energy made the territory lord shake uncontrollably. Immediately after, Yang Kai burst into laughter. Better. Oh, Yang Lai's eyes shrank upon seeing this. He had immediately realized something. On another side, Yang Zhao's eyes involuntarily widened as he blurted out, "Thunder Shadow Great Emperor." That strange offensive stance, the brutal way of killing his enemies, even the concealing divine ability, and those violent thunder principles were exactly the same as Thunder Shadow Great Emperor, whom Yang Kai had taken into his small universe. Blood Crow was also shocked beyond words. The other human race masters who saw this were also puzzled. What's going on? How did Yang Kai suddenly become Thunder Shadow Great Emperor? Was he possessed? At the same time, they also finally understood why Yang Kai had failed to kill Mo Na Yi. Indeed, it was meaningless to flee before someone proficient in the Tao of space, but what if Thunder Shadow Great Emperor had occupied Yang Kai's body? He was not proficient in the Tao of space, so if Mo Na Yi wanted to escape, he could be helpless. While everyone was still in shock, Thunder Shadow had already killed all 4 remaining territory lords, cutting them down like vegetables. After that, he had concealed himself once more, and thanks to Yang Kai's Ninth Order Foundation, Thunder Shadow's concealment became even more mysterious and unpredictable, even though Yang Lai could not find any trace of him. As for Xiaoyu, he was incomparably depressed. Originally, he was seriously injured by Yang Shui's sneak attack, and was already having a hard time fighting Yang Lai. The only reason he had been able to hold on until now was thanks to the 8 territory lords who were assisting him, but now that they had been killed by Yang Kai, he would definitely not be able to hold on anymore. The only reason he was still alive was because Yang Lai was somewhat dazed and confused. However, with a powerful enemy like Yang Kai lurking nearby, ready to attack at any moment, Xiaoyu's heart was firmly lodged in his throat. He didn't feel safe at all even when he was on full alert. Thunder Shadow, what happened to Yang Kai? Yang Lai grit his teeth and shouted, not letting down his guard just because the Thunder Shadow had killed the 8 territory lords. He knew about the 3 selves source reconstitution art, and that the union of 3 selves was the key to Yang Kai's breakthrough to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. But by the looks of it, something had gone wrong with the 3 selves source reconstitution art, which resulted in Thunder Shadow occupying Yang Kai's body. Of course, Thunder Shadow was also part of Yang Kai, but he was not Yang Kai, so Yang Lai had no choice but to ask. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure appeared with a flash of lightning as he ruthlessly clawed towards Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu had been on guard the entire time, so when he sensed danger, he promptly turned around and threw a punch, barely managing to resolve the crisis. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Lai also attacked Xiaoyu, and his attack managed to land. Thunder Shadow couldn't help but click his tongue before he once again concealed himself while sending divine sense transmission to Yang Lai. Big Brother's Tao strength became unstable in the last battle. Also, he was too exhausted after suffering repeated serious injuries. He's currently in a deep sleep, but don't worry, he should recover after a while. After a momentary pause, he added, "Stop wasting your breath, let's get this over with first." Yang Lai nodded lightly in agreement. Long story short, Yang Kai's problem wasn't very big, but there was a big problem with the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Regardless, it was not the time to mull over such matters. Whether Yang Kai would suffer a mishap or not remained to be seen. The most important thing right now was to deal with the remaining Black Ink clan. Immediately, Yang Lai straightened his thoughts and attacked again with renewed focus. With Yang Lai suppressing Xiaoyu and creating opportunities, it became much easier for Thunder Shadow to launch sneak attacks. Every time Xiaoyu was caught off guard, Thunder Shadow would suddenly appear and fiercely attack before going into hiding again. Every strike put Xiaoyu in agony, gradually worsening his injuries further. From the start, Xiaoyu was not Yang Lai's opponent because of his grave injuries, so when an expert like Thunder Shadow was hiding in the dark nearby, attacking him at every opportunity, it became impossible for Xiaoyu to survive. Compared to Yang Lai, the hidden thunder shadow posed a much greater threat to Xiaoyu. We lost. The Black Ink clan completely lost this time. At first, the Black Ink clan had the advantage, but things took a turn for the worse when Yongkai suddenly advanced to the Ninth Order. The straw that broke the camel's back was Mo Na Ye's escape at the last moment, which ruined the Black Ink clan's last hope of victory. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu also knew that if Mo Na Ye had not run, he would have been the first to die. At that time, escaping was the only option for Mo Na Ye. As such, although Xiaoyu held some resentment towards Mo Na Ye, he did not hate him. If he was in Mo Na Ye's position, he would have made the same choice. Now that he was being targeted by two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters though, Xiaoyu knew his death was assured, so his mindset changed as he became determined to make the most of the time he had left. There were many Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. Xiaoyu could not let them all die. Withdraw and escape. Xiaoyu suddenly shouted to the Black Ink clan troops who were besieging the human race's defensive line. The moment he gave this order, the Black Ink clansmen scattered without a moment of hesitation, as if they had been waiting for those exact words all along. The tides were already not in their favor, which anyone could see. Mo Na Ye had already fled, and it was difficult to tell whether Xiaoyu would survive or not. If the remaining territory lords and pseudo-royal lords didn't run now, when Xiaoyu was killed and the two Ninth Order masters became free to act, none of them would be able to escape. Previously, they had not fled because they didn't dare to, but now that Xiaoyu had given them the order, how could they hesitate? All the Black Ink clansmen fled, and the human race masters, who were originally having a hard time, were freed all of a sudden. Yang Shui let out a cold snort and stared at a pseudo-royal lord, before giving chase. She also knew that it was impossible to eliminate all of the Black Ink clan troops, so she decided to target the pseudo-royal lords, who were stronger than the others, and eliminate as many as possible. Pursue them, Xiang Shan shouted. Having been an army commander for millennia, he was well versed in the art of war. In battle, the best time to get results was when chasing a fleeing enemy. At least half of all kills were generally obtained during this time. While it was extremely hard to eliminate an opponent when two armies were confronting each other head-on. So naturally, when the Black Ink clan started fleeing in every direction, it was a good opportunity for the humans to chase and slaughter them. As for how many they could kill, that would depend on luck and methods. The faster Black Ink clansmen fled into the distance in the blink of an eye, while the slower ones suffered. The humans had been suppressed since the beginning of this battle, so after having gone through so much hardship, they had a lot of anger and resentment bottled up in their hearts, which they finally got a chance to vent. Suddenly, small battles broke out all across the void, with the sound of territory lords falling occurring frequently. Seeing this, Yonglai shouted anxiously, "Finish him quickly." As long as Xiaoyu was alive, he and Thunder Shadow would be tied down with him. They had to kill Xiaoyu as soon as possible, so that they could join the pursuit of the other Black Ink clansmen. This was a rare opportunity. If they could kill even half of the Black Ink clan masters present here, it would definitely lift a lot of pressure from the human race in the near future. With two Ninth Order masters acting together, one in the open and one in the dark, it was impossible for the injured Xiaoyu to survive even if he was a true royal lord. Under the repeated sneak attacks of the Thunder Shadow, Xiaoyu's injuries slowly piled up, but he still went all out to hold on as long as possible, just to buy more time for the other Black Ink clansmen to escape. However, there was still a limit. Thunder Shadow, controlling Yongkai's body, suddenly reappeared behind Xiaoyu and punched out. Lightning flashed and the power of thunder exploded, almost blowing his head off on the spot. Surrounded by lightning, Xiaoyu violently convulsed and lost all control over his body. At that exact moment, he saw Yonglai's long blade swinging towards him, but he was unable to defend himself. Die! Yonglai roared as he used all his strength to cut Xiaoyu in half. The aura of a royal lord suddenly flared up before vanishing. The next moment, Black Ink's strength along with pitch-black blood gushed out from Xiaoyu's two halves. In response, Yonglai did nothing. He just stood there with his saber, letting the black blood stain his body as he shouted, "Good!" Thousands of years had passed since the devastating war in the Barren Territory, And this was the first time a royal lord had been killed since then, and he was killed by Ouyang Lai. It was a glorious moment. The next instant Yang Kai, who was moving like a beast the entire time, also appeared nearby. Ouyang Lai glanced at him as the corner of his mouth twitched. He could not help but wonder what kind of expression Yang Kai would make when he recalled this scene after regaining consciousness. However, Thunder Shadow could not be blamed for this either. Thunder Shadow had always lived in the myriad monster world, cultivating the primal art and tempering his monster core. He had never taken on human form, nor did he have the ability to do so. He had always maintained his beast-like appearance, so suddenly asking him to smoothly control Yang Kai's body and act like a human was impossible. So it was better for Thunder Shadow to simply act in accordance with his original nature. "Don't just stand there. Kill!" Thunder Shadow shouted as lightning crackled around him before he transformed into a streak of light that chased after the fleeing enemies. Ouyang Lai followed closely behind. A short while later, shock waves of a fierce fight could be felt coming from the distant void. Chapter 5796 Difficult. The human race masters were not pursuing the enemy aimlessly and haphazardly, especially since the Black Ink clan outnumbered them still. If they gave chase without any plan, it was likely the human race would suffer unnecessary casualties. Fortunately, Xiang Shan had quickly coordinated their efforts during the initial moments of the pursuit. All the humans assumed battle formations, and each battle formation would work in conjunction with one or two others, covering each other as they chased after the Black Ink clan. Although moving like this would result in fewer kills, it would ensure the safety of their troops. Furthermore, Xiang Shan had warned them not to maintain the chase too long. Those Black Ink clansmen here were definitely not all that had entered the universe furnace world. There were definitely many more of them hiding in the shadows, so it was imperative to act cautiously lest they fall into the enemy's trap. In short, the order was to kill all it was safe to kill before retreating. Nothing could be done about this, as after having fought continuously for days, every single human, whether weak or strong, whether newly promoted or veteran, had suffered some degree of injury, making it difficult for them to fight another prolonged battle. Only the three Ninth Order masters were free to move about as they pleased. Whether it was Yang Shui, Ouyang Lai, or Thunder Shadow who had taken over Yang Kai's body temporarily, no Black Ink clansman in this universe furnace world could stop them. Thunder Shadow was on a rampage as all the Black Ink clansmen he encountered were killed without exception. Even the pseudo-royal lords did not escape. The chase lasted for several days before everyone started returning one after another. When Thunder Shadow returned from the distant void, he saw a large group of humans gathered at the original battlefield. Upon sensing an aura approaching, many divine senses swept over him, one after another. The corner of Thunder Shadow's mouth twitched as he muttered, "Second brother, you explain, I'm not good with words." Saying so, his eyes suddenly became dim and dull, but turned bright and lustrous once more the next moment. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Kai's lips as he slowly shook his head. The one that took over couldn't help but rebuke in his heart. He did not show any restraint when killing the enemy, but now he ditched explaining himself to our allies. Shameless. Nonetheless, some things were unavoidable, and one had to see them through whether they wanted to or not. He then straightened his clothes and surged space principles as he took a step forward. By the time he appeared next, he was already standing before the human race masters. "Big brother?" Yang Shui, who had been on tenterhooks all this time, had her eyes light up as she suddenly called out in surprise. She too had noticed that change in Yang Kai's behavior, but at that time, she was not that clear about the situation, nor did she have the time to inquire about it. Only after listening to Ouyang Lai's explanation did she learn that her big brother had cultivated a special technique that allowed him to tear his soul apart and form two soul clones. By uniting his three selves and fusing them into his source, he ultimately broke the shackles of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and ascended to the Ninth Order, allowing him to turn the tide of the battle. Unfortunately, something had gone wrong with this technique, which caused Yang Kai's consciousness to fall into a deep sleep and allowed Thunder Shadow Great Emperor's consciousness to take over his body. After listening to Ouyang Lai's explanation, everyone's doubts were finally cleared. The reason why Yang Kai's small universe was able to accommodate Feng Tianci, who was also an 8th Order Master, and Thunder Shadow Great Emperor, who was in the same equivalent realm, was because those two were basically part of him to begin with. When Mo Nai fled, Yang Kai had given chase, but to no avail, because Thunder Shadow, who was not proficient in the Tao of Space, was in control of Yang Kai's body, which made it hard to catch up to Mo Nai. Everyone was secretly shocked by this revelation. Much to their surprise, there was such a profound method in this world that could allow one to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm. Other than using a supreme-grade open heaven pill, this was definitely good news. It had to be known that there were countless human race masters stuck at the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm. They had no chance of reaching the 9th Order open heaven realm in their lives, as they had already reached the limit of their martial Tao. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to find supreme-grade open heaven pills, so if they could spread this technique, the human race might gain many more 9th Order masters in the near future. Although judging by Yang Kai's previous performance, there were still some problems with this technique. Compared to advancing to the 9th Order open heaven realm, these trivial problems counted for nothing. This was definitely a technique that could change the current cultivation system of the human race. Thunder Shadow was not a master of the Tao of Space, so Yang Kai returning using a space secret technique caused Yang Shui to misunderstand. Yang Kai gently shook his head and explained, "Big brother is still asleep, I am old Feng." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. First, Thunder Shadow took over Yang Kai's body, and now Feng Tianci. It looks like this 3-cell source reconstitution art is quite problematic. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Shui's eyes, but since she was well acquainted with Feng Tianci, she pursed her lips and worriedly asked, "Can he wake up?" Feng Tianci replied, "Probably." "Probably." Yang Lai furrowed his brow. This uncertain answer made him a little worried. Feng Tianci explained, "In order to kill Mo Nai as quickly as possible, Big Brother used his dragon bead to attack, which blew a hole in the space-time river, causing his Tao strengths to become unstable. Furthermore, the prolonged high-intensity battle further aggravated his injuries, which sent his consciousness into a kind of defensive deep slumber. However, it still hasn't reached the point of no return, so there's a good chance he will wake up. As for when, it's hard to say." Having finished explaining, a light chuckle escaped his lips before adding, "Everyone, there is no need to worry. Whether it's me or Thunder Shadow, both of us originate from him. In the end, we are basically only his soul clones. We might have our own thoughts, but we will not harm ourselves." He could also tell that the masters of the human race were worried that Yang Kai would never wake up again, or that one of the two would take his place. Thus, Feng Tianci had to give an explanation. Yang Xiao, who was hiding behind Yang Shui, repeatedly nodded. "Old Feng, I trust your character." Feng Tianci glanced at him, smiling meaningfully. Yang Zhao's face twitched as many complex emotions raged around inside him. He could not wait to tear open a void crack and crawl inside. Old Feng knew a lot of his secrets, many of which he had never told to anyone else. How could he have known that the seemingly honest and upright Old Feng was actually a soul clone of his adoptive father? Had he known about this, he would have never confided his private thoughts all these years. "It's over. I'm afraid I won't be able to face adoptive father again." Now that I think about it, Old Feng's behavior had indeed been a bit strange these past few years. He would occasionally give me that meaningful smile. "Junior brother Feng, do you think that we can promote the 3-cell source reconstitution art to the rest of the human race?" Xiang Shan asked. The group of veteran 8th Order masters, cultivating and recovering in the vicinity these past few days, couldn't help but perk up their ears. This matter was of grave importance as it was related to their future, and whether they could advance to the 9th Order open heaven realm or not. Feng Tianci replied calmly, "This 3-cell source reconstitution art was passed down to us by Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang can be considered martial ancestor Shi's reincarnation, and this secret technique was also derived from him. This secret technique may seem profound and powerful, but it actually has a lot of limitations. First of all, You need to be able to split your soul basically in half to create a special soul clone. That step alone is easier said than done for most. You need to split your soul in half. Oh, Yang Lai couldn't help but exclaim. Although Yang Kai had told him about the three-self source reconstitution art, he did not tell him the exact details or how it was executed. After hearing the actual process from Feng Tianxi, he finally understood how dangerous it was. Severing one's soul was no joke and was extremely difficult to recover from. Feng Tianxi nodded his affirmation. When you split your soul in two, the corresponding pain and injury is not something an ordinary person can endure. If something goes wrong, you might lose your mind and become crazed, which is the best-case scenario. In the worst case, your soul will simply be extinguished and you will die on the spot. Furthermore, this process must be done twice. To cultivate two clones, one naturally had to split their soul twice, so the risk of dying was also doubled. The reason why Big Brother was able to bear this pain is because he has often used soul-rending thorns over the years to fight the Black Ink clan. So he is somewhat used to the pain of his soul being torn apart. Moreover, he also has the soul-warming lotus that can nourish and protect his soul. So even if his soul is split into two, he can recover. Of course, the soul-warming lotus can be lent out, so if someone is willing to try it, I think Big Brother won't mind. Realization immediately dawned upon Yang Lai. No wonder Yang Kai had to enter retreat for many years every once in a while. It turns out that he was recuperating. That's also why there was such a large gap between your and Thunder Shadow's first appearance. Feng Tianxi nodded. First, Big Brother nurtured me in his small universe, then after repairing his soul, he nurtured Thunder Shadow. In addition, severing one's soul isn't the most difficult part. Comparatively speaking, there is another problem that the current humans cannot solve. What's that? Xiang Shan asked. Feng Tianxi explained. The three-self source reconstitution art requires one to have a divine spirit self, monster self, and human self. Only by combining these three selves can one break through the shackles of the open heaven realm. As a human, the human self is naturally available, and it's not difficult to obtain a monster self either. There are many monster beasts in the myriad monster world now, so it's easy to find a newborn monster beast cub that would otherwise die if left alone. But where can one find a divine spirit to create a divine spirit self? The current era was not the primordial era when the divine spirits ruled the universe, and could be found anywhere. As the universe changed and evolved, the divine spirits' population dwindled. Many divine spirits and their respective bloodlines vanished in the river of time. Although there were still a few divine spirits remaining, most had already reached the point where it was difficult to pass down their bloodline, leading them to the brink of extinction. The divine spirits that had the greatest number was the Dragon Clan, but even they had 200 members at most. A monster self could be cultivated by going to the myriad monster world and nurturing a monster beast cub. But what about a divine spirit self? Could they ask a divine spirit for their descendants? Who would dare to do that? Who could even be successful? The divine spirits would definitely not agree, and forcefully doing so would only enrage the divine spirits. The cons heavily outweighed the pros. The difficulty of tearing apart one's soul, and the difficulty of cultivating a divine spirit self were huge obstacles in using the three-self source reconstitution art. Ha! Yang Lai heaved a heavy sigh. Although he had expected this, he still couldn't hide his disappointment. It really isn't that easy. If it was easy, or if there was even a bit of hope, with Yang Kai's character, he would have never kept this method to himself. He would have disseminated it ages ago before anyone even asked him to. Chapter 5797 Who Said I Failed? Since Yang Kai had not passed down this cultivation technique for so many years, it meant that it was not suitable for others. He had a divine spirit self, as well as the soul-warming lotus, so it could be said that the three-self source reconstitution art was simply tailor-made for him, and no one else could imitate his success. All the eighth-order masters in the vicinity, who were listening to this conversation, had a disappointed expression appear on their faces. The three-self source reconstitution art was an astonishing technique, but it was unsuitable for the general public to cultivate, and thus couldn't be disseminated. As such, it didn't have much value. A silent and heavy air descended on everything, as Feng Tianxiai didn't know how to comfort them. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't mention, and that was that there was an even bigger issue with this technique. In order to cultivate this technique, one needed to cultivate 2 soul clones, and these 2 soul clones were different from ordinary soul clones. Whether it was the divine spirit self, monster self, or the human self, although they were inextricably connected to the true body, they could basically be considered independent entities with their own unique characters and thoughts. It was also because of this reason that after the union of 3 selves, the consciousnesses of the 2 soul clones were not actually lost, which led to the coexistence of these soul clones with the true body. During the battle, Yang Kai's consciousness had suddenly fallen into a comatose state as his Tao strengths had become unstable, allowing his monster self and human self to emerge. Although Yang Kai was now a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his body contained 3 different consciousnesses, which was a big hidden danger. Perhaps one day, during a great battle, his original consciousness would fall into a coma again, transferring the possession of the body to Thunder Shadow or Feng Tianxiai. However, neither of them could bring out Yang Kai's true strength. This was a grave concern. Now that Yang Kai was a 9th Order Master, his future opponents would definitely be masters like Royal Lords or Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. In a fight with such a powerful opponent, the slightest mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Feng Tianxiai couldn't help but be a little worried about it, but he had no idea how to resolve this issue. In his and Thunder Shadow's original plan, when the 3 selves united, his and Thunder Shadow's consciousness would also fuse back into the main body. At that time, Feng Tianxiai and Thunder Shadow would no longer exist in this world. However, things didn't go as they had envisioned. Yang Kai's consciousness suddenly fell into deep slumber, and Thunder Shadow's consciousness woke up. After he was left in charge of the original's body, even Thunder Shadow took some time to adapt. After a moment of silence, Feng Tianxiai changed the subject. "What are our casualties this time?" Yang Lai heaved a sigh as he replied. "Everyone is injured and needs to rest, and over 100 fell in battle." The fallen ones he was talking about were not 6th Order or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but 8th Order Masters. More than 100 8th Order Masters had died in this battle alone. The number of 8th Order Masters gathered here in the last battle was only a few hundred in total, and about 20% of them had died. Such losses were not insignificant. The fall of so many 8th Order Masters was mainly because of 2 reasons. First, because the human race had lost the protection of their warships, and second, because Mo Nayi had ordered the Black Ink clan to kill at all costs. The human race hadn't suffered many casualties during the early stages of the battle. At that time, Xiangshan was refining the Open Heaven Pill's medicinal efficacies, and trying to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. Mo Nayi had hidden his trump card, and was waiting for Yang Kai to appear, so naturally he wouldn't force the human race too hard. Furthermore, the human race's warships were still displaying their full power at that time. After Yang Kai advanced to the 9th Order, both sides began to suffer massive casualties. Although the human race had Yang Shue's assistance, she was still just one person. The best she could do was defend one side of the defense line. She was unable to deal with the combined attacks of the Black Ink clan army. After the last battle of the Barren Territory War, there had never been a fight in which the human race had lost so many masters in thousands of years. We might have suffered significant losses, but the results of the battle were also great. The Black Ink clan definitely lost more. Yang Lai encouraged, after seeing everyone become low-spirited. While the human race had lost over 100 8th Order Masters, the Black Ink clan had lost at least 500 territory lords and a few pseudo-royal lords. Most of these casualties were wrought during the final pursuit, when the territory lords fled like stray dogs. Basically, not a single Black Ink clansman who was caught survived. As such, this was still a huge victory. Not to mention, the human race now had 3 more 9th Order Open Heaven Masters, including Xiao Xiao, Wu Qing, Luo Tinghe, and Wei Junyang. The human race already had as many as 7 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was definitely an inspiring force. Although Mo Nayi had become a royal lord and had escaped, he was just one man. The human race had also produced many newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and harvested many ordinary grade open heaven pills. If these ordinary grade open heaven pills were to be distributed, the human race would gain even more new 8th order masters. It could be said that the human race had a great harvest with the appearance of the universe furnace. Unfortunately, we were too careless and caused Big Head Xiang to fail his breakthrough. Yonglai glanced at Xiangshan and indignantly sighed. Had he been on guard and quickly caught the hidden black ink disciples, Xiangshan would probably be a 9th order master right now. But during that kind of battle, who would have expected for a black ink disciple to be hiding amongst the 8th order masters? When the 3 8th order black ink disciples started rampaging at 2 battlefronts, not only did they cause Xiangshan to fail in his breakthrough, but they also broke Yang Kai's 8 trigrams battle formation, severely injuring him in the process. Everyone was befuddled and had really fallen into despair. Fortunately, they managed to turn things around and turn defeat into victory. There's nothing to be sorry about. Xiangshan, on the other hand, looked completely calm. In that situation, not realizing the Black Ink Disciple's existence was a good thing. If we had caught Black Ink Disciple earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Black Ink clan actually had the absolute upper hand before Yang Kai's appearance, but Mo Na Yi had been holding back and hadn't displayed his true strength as he wanted to engage in a long-drawn battle with the Six Paths formation led by Yang Xiao. Judging by the strength Mo Na Yi displayed later on, he was completely capable of quickly defeating Yang Xiao, even with the Six Paths formation at a cost, but he didn't because he was waiting. If they really disrupted Mo Na Yi's plans, they would have only forced him to act in advance. At that time, Yang Shui was fully occupied with the Chaos Spirit King, so there was only one 9th Order Master on the human race side, Ouyang Lai, who was preoccupied with Xiao Yu and the territory lords led by him. So, who could stop Mo Na Yi? Breaking Mo Na Yi's arrangements would only force him to go on a killing spree, which would definitely have ended tragically. Hearing Xiangshan's words, Ouyang Lai pondered for a moment before agreeing with him. You're right. This was the perfect example of the popular adage, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Mo Na Yi thought he had everything under control, but unforeseen events kept throwing his plans off. For instance, had the Chaos Spirit King not suddenly appeared, eyeing Xiangshan's supreme grade open heaven pill, Mo Na Yi's plan would have failed from the start. The appearance of the Chaos Spirit King was equivalent to the Black Ink clan finding a helper for free. This was also the main reason why the human race was in such a difficult situation. Not to mention, Xiangshan suddenly smiled. Who said I failed my breakthrough? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and Ouyang Lai couldn't help but size up Xiangshan a few times, his divine sense constantly scanning him as he muttered curiously, "You're not a 9th Order Master." It was an irrefutable fact that Xiangshan was still an 8th Order Master, and had yet to break through. Moreover, everyone had witnessed him failing in his breakthrough. At that time, when the 2 Black Ink disciples were rampaging, Xiangshan had no choice but to stop his advancement. It was already pretty good that he did not suffer any backlash, so how could he possibly break through? After that incident, everyone believed that Xiangshan's path to reaching the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm was cut off, and he would remain at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm for the rest of his life. I didn't say I was a 9th Order Master. Xiangshan shot a glance at him. A thoughtful look appeared on Yang Shui's face. Senior brother Xiang's situation is different from other veteran 8th Order Masters. In that case, does that mean the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill was useful to you? Xiangshan nodded slightly in affirmation. Over 90% of my small universe's boundary wall has been destroyed, leaving only a thin barrier behind. I think I can now break through with my own strength. From the beginning, Xiangshan was qualified to reach the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, as he broke through directly to the 7th Order millennia ago. However, because of a harrowing battle on the Black Ink battlefield in the past, during which his small universe was corrupted by Black Ink strength, he had no choice but to sacrifice a large portion of it to protect himself, which caused his order to regress. Although he managed to recover his fallen order by repairing his small universe using a profound Een Spirit fruit, his small universe's boundary wall seemed to have become much thicker because of that experience. These circumstances basically made it extremely difficult for him to break through with his own strength. While Luo Tinghe and Wei Junyang had broken through to the Ninth Order during the last 1,000 years in secluded cultivation, Xiang Shan had not made any progress. The boundary wall was so solid that even ordinary grade open heaven pills couldn't put a dent in it. It wasn't until he had refined a supreme grade open heaven pill that he felt a difference. Mo Na Yi had allowed him to refine the pill until the very last moment before ordering the Black Ink disciples to launch a sneak attack, clearly thinking that was enough to completely destroy Xiang Shan's path forward. But what Mo Na Yi never expected was that Xiang Shan would still be left with a ray of hope precisely because of this delay. Currently, the boundary wall in Xiang Shan's small universe was no longer as thick and solid as it used to be. Rather, it was even thinner than an average peak 8th Order master. Such a boundary wall could not stop him. Although he had not tried yet, Xiang Shan was completely confident. Xiang Shan could actually break through to the Ninth Order. Everyone was overjoyed by this news. Yang Kai was a symbol of the human race among the trillions of humans, but so was Xiang Shan. Yang Kai had already advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. But there were some problems with his cultivation because of the mysterious technique he used. If Xiang Shan could also break through to the Ninth Order, it would greatly boost the morale of the human race's soldiers. Although Ouyang Lai had always had a kind of rivalry with Big Head Xiang, at this moment, he was genuinely happy and broke into a hearty laughter. So you're saying that the effects of the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill haven't been wasted? Mo Na Yi's plan was also in vain? Previously, in order to lure the Chaos Spirit King away, Yang Kai had thrown out a Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill, which was enough to make one's heart ache. That was a chance to gain another Ninth Order master. If Xiang Shan couldn't break through, it would be tantamount to losing another Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. The human race had only managed to obtain a total of 4 such pills this time. That's all. Losing half of them one after another would be hard for anyone to accept. But by the looks of it, the only pill they had lost was the one Yang Kai had thrown away, while the one Xiang Shan had refined still played its role. Everyone was overjoyed. There's no time to lose, quickly break through to the Ninth Order, Ouyang Lai urged. Xiang Shan agreed with a nod. That's what I was planning to do. Chapter 5798, 3 Souls in One Body. Xiang Shan left to focus on his breakthrough. Perhaps, it would not take him long to become a Ninth Order master. Almost everyone on the human race's side was busy recuperating as all of them had been injured in the last battle. The only different thing was the severity of their injuries. Ouyang Lai looked at Fang Tianxi, who was controlling Yang Kai's body, and suggested, "You should also go and recuperate. Junior Sister Shui and I will act as protectors." Ouyang Lai was also injured, but his wounds were not that serious. As for Yang Shui, she was completely unharmed, just exhausted from having consumed a great deal of energy in the last fight. She would just need a little time to recuperate. Currently, most of the human cultivators were recovering, but with 2 Ninth Order masters personally overseeing everything, there should be no problems at all. Fang Tianxi nodded. Good. He really did need to heal himself as his physical injuries were still quite serious. Yang Kai might have become a divine dragon and had astonishing healing abilities, but his consciousness was still in a coma. Fang Tianxi had to find a way to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness. He immediately found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged before stuffing a handful of pills into his mouth. The cacophonous battlefield suddenly sunk into silence. All the Black Ink clansmen had either died or fled, leaving behind traces of a horrific battle in the void. Most of the corpses of the human race masters had been collected, but as most of them had died without an intact corpse, it was impossible to gather everyone's remains. As the number as well as quality of the masters participating in this battle were both extremely high, the loss of so many at once was extremely tragic and heart-wrenching. How many times has the Grand Tao evolved? Ouyang Lai suddenly asked. When Yang Kai attacked and almost killed Mo Na Yi, the Grand Tao of the Universe Furnace World had undergone another evolution, but as the battle was quite intense at that time, no one had paid any attention to it. The last one was the 8th time, Yang Shui replied, stuffing some recovery pills into her mouth. Oh, Yang Lai slowly nodded. The universe furnace is about to close. According to the information provided by Bloodcrow, after the universe furnace world's Grand Tao underwent 9 evolutions, the universe furnace world would close and everyone would be expelled. The place they would reappear would be the same as the place from where they entered. In other words, the humans and Black Ink clansmen would appear in the same location they entered the universe furnace after they were expelled from the universe furnace world. This information was extremely important and could be used by the human race. If things went well, they could deliver a huge blow to the Black Ink clan. After all, the Black Ink clan outside did not know this matter. They knew that Black Ink disciples couldn't keep any secrets, but even if the Black Ink clansmen inside the universe furnace world now knew, so what? The appearance of the universe furnace had suddenly triggered wars across various great territory battlefields. Many Black Ink clansmen forced their way through the human race's defensive lines and entered the universe furnace world through the projections. At that time, their entire focus was on destroying the human race's opportunity, but it would have never occurred to them that when the universe furnace closed, everyone would return to their original location. Currently, all the locations where the universe furnace's projection space had appeared should be heavily guarded by the human race army, waiting for the Black Ink clansmen to appear to destroy them. Of course, the human race had no way of interfering in places like the barren territory and Black Ink battlefield. After all, they were completely under the Black Ink clan's control. The Black Ink clan would be able to return safely from these 2 locations, but it would be difficult for them to safely return from the other entrances. It was foreseeable that the day this universe furnace closed would be the day the humans slaughtered many of them. The human race would definitely bag another glorious victory. As time passed, everyone separated to recover. Inside Yang Kai's body, Feng Tianxi immersed his consciousness and tried to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness with Thunder Shadow's help. He had thought that it would be difficult, but much to their surprise, Yang Kai's consciousness woke up after a casual attempt. "Big brother, you're finally awake." Thunder Shadow's surprised voice rang out in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, thinking that he was hearing things. However, when he realized that something was wrong with his body, he finally reacted. "Feng Tianxi and Thunder Shadow's consciousnesses are now sharing my body. What the hell is going on?" Yang Kai's thoughts were still stuck at the moment he had injured Mo Nai and was preparing to pursue him, so he had no idea what had happened after that. "Is Mo Nai dead?" Yang Kai asked. "He escaped," Feng Tianxi replied. "At that time, your consciousness suddenly sank into a coma and third brother's consciousness awakened a step ahead of me, putting him in control of your body. As he doesn't understand the Tao of space, he couldn't chase after Mo Nai." Thunder Shadow unhappily explained himself. "There's nothing I can do about it. After Big Brother's consciousness fell asleep, I just suddenly woke up. I also chased after him, but he was too fast. It's all second brother's fault. If he had woken up earlier than me, perhaps Mo Nai would be dead now." Feng Tianxi was also proficient in the Tao of space, and although his mastery wasn't as high as Yang Kai's, had he been in control of Yang Kai's body at that time, Mo Nai would have been unable to escape. It was just that at that time, Thunder Shadow had indeed awoken a step sooner, and by the time Feng Tianxi's consciousness had awakened, Mo Nai had already fled out of their sight. At that time, it was already meaningless for him to take control of Yang Kai's body. Listening to their explanations, Yang Kai roughly understood what had happened. Although he found it a bit regretful, he still stated, "As expected, a scourge will live for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that his consciousness would suddenly go haywire at such a critical moment? Just like how all of Mo Nai's schemes had come to nothing, Yang Kai never expected that one of his schemes would lead to so many variables. Then what about us? What's our situation now?" Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Originally, he had thought that after combining the 3 selves, all of his soul clones would merge into one, but after waking up, he discovered that there were 2 other egos in his body. He couldn't help but recall what befell Bustling World Great Emperor all those years ago. During the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, Bustling World Great Emperor had fallen to Wu Kuang's scheme, and had almost had his body seized by the latter. Although Wu Kuang had ultimately failed, he had still managed to fuse with bustling world great emperor and share his body. As a result, the souls of these two great emperors had to reside in one body for many years, fighting openly and covertly. Wu Kuang had also used bustling world great emperor's body to accomplish many things. Ultimately, after killing great demon god Mo Sheng in the star boundary, Wu Kuang left the bustling world great emperor's body and seized Mo Sheng's body. Duan Hongchen and Wu Kuang only had 2 souls in one body, but Yang Kai now had a total of 3. The only silver lining he had over Duan Hongchen's situation was that the 2 others would not oppose him. After all, these 2 originated from him and shared the same ideals as him. Be that as it may, it was not good news either. If Yang Kai remained in this state for a long time, problems would inevitably appear. The current situation is probably a hidden danger brought about by the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Although third brother and I originated from you, we are still independent individuals. Perhaps because the differences are too great, the fusion of 3 selves is incomplete, Feng Tianci postulated. Everything from their strength source and their own destiny had all fused into the main body, but their egos remained untouched. And this was the root cause of Yang Kai's current situation. Yang Kai lightly nodded in acknowledgement, thinking that there should be a reason. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. That bastard Wu Kuang, he really harmed me. At that time, if he hadn't cultivated the 3 self source reconstitution art, he could have used a supreme grade open heaven pill to advance to the 9th order, and would not be in this awkward situation. But he had no other choice at that time either. Yang Kai could not place his hopes on the ethereal universe furnace. He had to try to find some definite way to break through to the 9th order. Wu Kuang's 3 self source reconstitution art happened to give him that hope. Actually, this problem shouldn't be difficult to overcome, Feng Tianci suddenly stated. Third brother and I are basically complete entities, so as long as you cut off a portion of your soul that contains our essence, third brother and I will just need to find suitable physical bodies. The best option would be an infant who has just been born or is about to be born. This was equivalent to cultivating from the start again, but the goal this time was not the fusion of 3 selves. Yang Kai had done this before, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to do it again. Wu Kuang could have used this method to separate himself from Duan Hongchen back then, but he wasn't willing to do so mainly because he would definitely enter a period of weakness after separating. He was afraid Duan Hongchen would finish him off during that time, which was why he was entangled with him for many years. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. There's no rush, we can discuss it after we've dealt with Mo. Not to mention, he would definitely be weakened for many years after splitting his soul. Now that the war had fully broken out between the Black Ink clan and human race, and he had reached the 9th order open heaven realm, how could Yang Kai allow himself to become weak when he should be focusing on destroying Mo? Furthermore, he didn't know if he would suddenly fall unconscious in the future. If that happened again, having these 2 to take over his body was a kind of safety measure. Even if the 2 were unable to display his full strength, they wouldn't be completely helpless against even powerful enemies. I'm not in a hurry. Big brother can do as you see fit, Thunder Shadow indifferently stated. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about where to go to kill his enemies. What's going on over there? Yang Kai looked up again. Someone seemed to be breaking through in that direction, giving off a fierce aura and energy fluctuations. Furthermore, they were giving a familiar feeling. It was none other than Xiang Shan. Didn't Xiang Shan fail to break through? Why is he breaking through again? Yang Kai couldn't understand. In his mind, Feng Tianci repeated what Xiang Shan had said before, after which, Yang Kai understood everything. In other words, Xiang Shan's supreme grade open heaven pill had not been wasted. He had indeed been interrupted at the critical moment of his breakthrough, but at that time, his small universe's boundary wall had almost been completely broken. As such, even if he was interrupted, the progress he made towards a breakthrough hadn't been lost. This was good news. In that case, the human race would be able to gain 4 new 9th order open heaven realm masters thanks to the universe furnace, which was in line with his initial expectations. This time, the universe furnace had produced a total of 9 supreme grade open heaven pills. Yang Shui had obtained 1, Xiang Shan had obtained 1, and Yang Kai alone had obtained 2. The main reason for this was because he had the great sun and moon marks. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to find the whereabouts of these 2 pills so easily. Of the 2 pills Yang Kai obtained, one of them had allowed Ouyang Lai to reach the 9th order, while the other was used to lure away the Chaos Spirit King. On the Black Ink clan's side, Mo Na Yi obtained 1 while Xiao Yu had obtained another. In other words, the whereabouts of the other 3 supreme grade open heaven pills were still unknown. If the human race and Black Ink clan hadn't seized them, there was a high chance they had fallen into the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan. The Chaos Spirit clan were natives to the Universe Furnace world, and had a massive population, which gave them a natural advantage in this place. Chapter 5799 Plan. As he was conversing with the 2, Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui seemed to notice the change in his situation, and quickly rushed over. When he got closer, Ouyang Lai sized up Yang Kai, furrowing his brow, wondering who was in control of Yang Kai's body. Yang Shui tentatively called out, "Big brother?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "You've worked hard." Yang Shui's eyes immediately turned red. "Big brother, you're finally awake." Ouyang Lai also let out a long sigh of relief. "Great, you're awake." Although Feng Tianxi had assured that there was nothing wrong with Yang Kai, it was still worrying. After confirming that Yang Kai had woken up, he finally put his worried heart to rest. Mo Na Yi got away, Ouyang Lai reported. Yang Kai nodded. "I'm aware, but there is still a chance. How many times has the Grand Tao evolved?" In fact, he had been keeping track of the number of times the Grand Tao had evolved, but because he had entered the infinite river to comprehend the mysteries of the 10,000 Grand Taos, he was unable to perceive the evolutions during that time. So he had no idea how many times the Grand Tao in this Universe Furnace world had evolved. Ouyang Lai succinctly replied, 8. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement before declaring, "We still have some time. When the Universe Furnace closes, and Mo Na Yi and I leave this place, we should appear at the same location. His current injuries must have reduced his strength. I should be able to kill him at that time." He and Mo Na Yi had entered the Universe Furnace from the same location, so when they were expelled from the Universe Furnace world, they would definitely appear at the same location. At that time, the heavily injured Mo Na Yi would be completely at Yang Kai's mercy. All he could do was helplessly wait for his death. Ouyang Lai added as his face turned serious. "That guy is indeed difficult to deal with. As long as he is alive, he will remain as a hidden danger." This time, Mo Na Yi had nearly predicted all the turns of events of the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Thinking back now, Ouyang Lai still felt some lingering fear. Had Yang Shui not timely rushed over to support him, severely injuring Xiao Yu and restricting the Chaos Spirit King, and had Yang Kai not turned the tide after breaking through, it would have been hard to say how many of the hundreds of 8th Order human masters would have survived. Even a 9th Order master like him would not have been able to escape this disaster. In the past, Yang Kai had sent a message to the Supreme Headquarters to warn the human race to be wary of Mo Na Yi. But at that time, the latter wasn't that strong, at most only a pseudo-royal lord, and with Mi Jingluan overseeing the war, Mo Na Yi was not able to display much of his strength. This time, however, everyone present had witnessed just how terrifying he was. The danger of Mo Na Yi was not from his power alone, but rather from his shrewd schemes. Now that he had become a royal lord and his strength had greatly increased, he was like a tiger with wings. Such an enemy should naturally be killed as soon as possible to put everyone's heart at ease. Fortunately, they still had one more chance. The moment the Universe Furnace closed, Mo Na Yi would undoubtedly die. While they were talking, Xiang Shan's breakthrough had reached its final juncture. His aura had already soared to its limit, and was violently fluctuating. His small universe's illusory phantom had almost materialized, floating behind him. Along with the fluctuations of world force, Xiang Shan's aura, which had reached its limit, suddenly increased by a tremendous amount. Correspondingly, the illusory small universe also seemed to have greatly expanded in an instant. Today, the human race's 8th-9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was born. Ouyang Lai looked in his direction before a sigh filled with emotions escaped his lips. He really had it hard. It truly wasn't easy. Xiang Shan was just like the current Yang Kai of his era, a peerless talent who had the chance to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, and possessed strength to outclass his peers. It was also because he had shown too much of his abilities that he was targeted by the Black Ink clan and fallen prey to an insidious ambush. When he was fighting the Black Ink clan, he was corrupted by Black Ink's strength and forced to discard a large portion of his small universe to protect himself. This led to the fall of his order, and he had to lie low for thousands of years. Although he somehow recovered his lost cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Xiangshan's luck turned around when he came to the Universe Furnace world, where he got his hand on a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill. But once again, some unforeseen events threw his plans off as his breakthrough was interrupted by the Black Ink clan at the last moment, forcing him to give up on it. In comparison, Ouyang felt that he was both lucky and blessed. Before entering the Universe Furnace, he had never thought that he would one day be able to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. He was a hot-tempered and straightforward man, and many years of fighting against the Black Ink clan had left him with numerous hidden injuries, causing his strength to drop from its peak. In the past, his only wish was to die on the battlefield one day while taking a few territory lords with him. This way, he would not have lived his life in vain. Even if he had entered the Universe Furnace, it was only to find a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill for Yang Kai or Xiangshan, so that they could advance to the Ninth Order. He had never thought of refining such a pill himself. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai gave him a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill, and protected him while he was refining it. Although there were some twists and turns in the process of his breakthrough, it was still smooth sailing overall. Ouyang had somehow managed to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm without much difficulty. When comparing like this, Ouyang felt sorry for Xiangshan. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Yang Kai chuckled as he observed Xiangshan for a while, making sure that his breakthrough was completed. Nonetheless, Xiangshan's cultivation would be a bit unstable due to the recent expansion of his small universe, so he would need to consolidate his foundation for some time. Shui, what about you? Yang Kai turned to look at Yang Shui. How did you reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm? In truth, when he had rushed over from the Infinite River and noticed that Yang Shui was a Ninth Order master, he had thought he was mistaken. While he, the big brother, hadn't even broken through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, his little sister had already reached that step. This made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he had also successfully broken through, and was barely able to maintain his prestige and status as the older sibling. Yang Shui replied, smiling. It was just luck. A few days after she entered the Universe Furnace world with Yang Xiao, the latter suddenly noticed something. Following the Great Sun and Moon Mark's guidance, they found a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill. After hearing this, Yang Kai understood that Yang Shui also obtained the pill thanks to some luck and his helping hand. If it weren't for the fact that he had left behind some hidden means in the 9 pills, how could Yang Xiao have sensed it? However, there was no need to explain such things in detail. In that case, didn't Xiao make a great contribution? While speaking, Yang Kai glanced towards the location where Yang Xiao was healing. Yang Xiao, who happened to be secretly looking around, quickly closed his eyes and sat up straight. Yang Shui gently nodded, but then hesitated to speak. Yang Kai roughly knew what she was trying to say. Although Feng Tianxi's consciousness had been completely preserved after the 3 selves had united, all of his life's experiences had still been integrated into Yang Kai's soul. So Yang Kai knew exactly what Feng Tianxi had experienced over the years. Naturally, this also included the little secrets Yang Xiao had shared with him. Yang Kai had expected this though. The 2 children had grown up together, and could be considered childhood sweethearts. The 2 cultivated for thousands of years together, never separating from one another, so how could they not have feelings for each other? However, due to the difference in seniority between the 2 of them, they had never crossed that last line. They probably didn't want to make things difficult for him. If it weren't for this, Yang Xiao would have never told Feng Tianxi about these things either. It was mainly because he had been suppressing the bitter feelings in his heart. It was rare to have a friend who shared the same ideals as him, so he often came to talk to him. However, not even in Yang Xiao's wildest dreams did he expect the secrets he had been hiding for so many years would be exposed in such an outrageous manner. In the past, Yang Xiao and Yang Kai were extremely close. Whenever Yang Kai appeared, Yang Xiao would always fly around him. But now, Yang Xiao couldn't wait to be as far away from his adoptive father as possible, hiding from him and quietly healing his injuries. He was obviously feeling guilty. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze as a smile appeared on his lips. His dragon vein is already quite pure, so let him quickly break through to become a divine dragon. If he has any doubts, he can ask Senior Fu Guang. Since both of them belong to the same clan, he won't refuse to help if he can. Yang Shui nodded faintly in agreement. Yang Kai then turned to her and advised, if nothing happens after the universe furnace closes, you should return to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Now that you're a ninth order master, you must assist Senior Fu Guang in guarding the grand restriction. Also, tell Wu Kuang that the Black Ink clan inside the Great Restriction may show some unusual movements. He needs to be extra vigilant. Yang Shui nodded more firmly, yes. Yang Lai solemnly asked, what may happen at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm just preparing for any contingency. The war between the human race and Black Ink clan has entered a new phase. Comparing our current strength, the human race is far inferior to the Black Ink clan in terms of numbers, but we have a slight advantage in terms of top masters. This war will be the final one. If we win, the human race won't have to worry for the rest of their lives, but if we lose, the Black Ink clan will rule the universe, and no human will be left alive. With such stakes, the Black Ink clan in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction will definitely take action. So we must be on guard against their internal and external forces coordinating with each other. It will be extremely difficult for us to win this battle. But no matter how difficult it is, we must persevere. To win, the human race would not only have to eradicate the Black Ink clan that had invaded 3,000 worlds, but they would also have to find a way to deal with the ones inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, as well as Mo. This was especially true for Mo, which was suspected to have reached the creation realm. Yang Kai still hadn't found a way to deal with it. In the past, Song and the others had chosen to seal it within the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but unless Mo was eliminated, it would still remain a hidden danger. Perhaps after 100,000 years or 200,000 years, another Black Ink clan disaster would engulf the entire world. And this cycle would continue on endlessly. Yang Kai then turned to Yang Lai, senior brother Yang, you'll be in charge of the 3,000 worlds after the universe furnace closes. I will rush back to join you as soon as possible. Yang Lai nodded his acknowledgement. As a human, I am duty-bound. Pausing for a moment, he asked, Junior brother, what are you planning to do next? I'll go take a look around. Yang Kai slowly stood up. There's still some time before the universe furnace closes. I don't know where the Chaos Spirit King, who took my pill, went, but I want to see if I can get it back. Also, I have some doubts and want to find an answer. Previously, Yang Kai had no choice but to throw away the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill to lure the Chaos Spirit King away. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Yang Kai naturally wanted to get it back. Furthermore, there were still 3 pills in this universe furnace world whose locations remained unknown. He could still try to find them. Of course, if he ran into Mo Nai, that would be even better. He could kill him along the way. However, Mo Nai wasn't a fool and would surely be hiding somewhere, silently licking his wounds at this moment. It would not be that easy to find him. Chapter 5800 Ran? Junior brother can move freely, junior sister Shui and I will take care of things here. Yang Lai stated. Many human race masters happened to be recovering from their injuries and needed someone to look after them. Even so, not everyone had to remain. Since Yang Kai had some plans, it was naturally better for him to set off immediately. If he could recover the pill taken away by the Chaos Spirit King, that would be a good thing. Yang Kai nodded. I'll be going then. Bidding goodbye, Yang Kai took a step forward and in the next moment, space principles undulated as his figure disappeared. As a matter of fact, he still had not recovered from his injuries, but as he didn't have much time on his hands, Yang Kai didn't want to waste any on healing. Not to mention, his injuries didn't impede his movements. Furthermore, now that he was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if he were to encounter a Chaos Spirit King, he could still put up a fight. Just after he left, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Shui. Impressively, it was none other than Yang Xiao, who had been pretending to be healing. Yang Xiao's face was slightly pale. He had consumed a great deal of energy in the previous battle, and had suffered some heavy injuries. Be that as it may, he was still a member of Dragon Clan. He had a powerful physique and possessed outstanding recovery abilities, so he could heal several times faster than an ordinary 8th Order master. Staring in the direction Yang Kai had left, Yang Xiao nervously asked, "Little aunt, what did adoptive father say just now?" Yang Shui slowly shook her head as she replied, "He did not say anything." "Nothing?" Yang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "He didn't ask anything about me? How is that possible? Why did he not say anything?" This made Yang Xiao feel even more uneasy. Yang Shui thought for a moment before replying. "Big brother wants you to become a divine dragon as soon as possible." Yang Xiao paused for a moment, but when he saw that Yang Shui had nothing else to add, he asked in a huge surprise, "That's it?" Yang Shui couldn't help but glare at him. "What else do you want to hear?" "Well," Yang Xiao couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he doesn't know anything? Impossible. Old Fong was his soul clone. And now that his selves have united, he should know everything by now, shouldn't he? Yang Xiao wore a distressed expression and thought for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up, and he broke into a loud laugh. "I understand." Yang Shui tilted her head and looked at him with a dumbfounded look. "What do you understand?" Yang Xiao then shouted towards the direction Yang Kai had left. "Don't worry, adoptive father. The day I become the divine dragon will be the day I go to the Yang family to ask for Yang Shui's hand in marriage." Yang Shui's face turned red as she stomped her foot. "What the hell are you spouting?" Oh, Yang Lai also couldn't help but turn his head and look at Yang Xiao in surprise before looking at Yang Shui. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. Yang Shui's face became even redder as she shot an angry glare at Yang Xiao. Immediately after, she turned around and left. Yang Xiao looked at Yang Lai innocently. "Did I say something wrong? Did adoptive father not mean that?" Yang Lai heartily laughed. "No, you're right. That's what Yang Kai meant. You brat, you're really astute. Women get easily embarrassed though. Are you not going to chase after her?" Yang Xiao suddenly came to a realization. He bowed to Yang Lai before chasing after Yang Shui. Gazing over, Yang Lai couldn't help but nod his acknowledgement. Young and vigorous, hot-blooded and unyielding. Good, very good. He couldn't help but think back to when he was young. At that time, he too was bold and daring. He would do whatever he wanted and couldn't care less what others thought about him. Turning his head, Yang Lai saw a figure slowly approaching from the distant void. When he got close, Yang Lai sized him up before asking, "You just broke through. Don't you need to stabilize your foundation?" Xiang Shan replied, shaking his head. "We don't have that kind of time. The universe furnace will close before I can consolidate my realm." He then turned his head to look in the direction Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had left, and asked confused, "What happened?" Yang Lai immediately became spirited, and explained what he had seen and heard. Xiang Shan nodded in understanding. Since they have feelings for each other, let them do whatever they want. It's not like they're related by blood, they are just related because of their relationship with Yang Kai. It doesn't count. I'm sure junior brother Yang won't mind. Yang Lai nodded in agreement. That's right, we cultivators don't have so many worldly customs, and that brat, Yang Kai, doesn't seem to care about this matter either. Sighing, he continued. Moreover, if the human race doesn't win this time, I'm afraid we won't have a future at all. If we stop them now, they'll only be left with regrets. Xiang Shan nodded and dropped this matter before changing the subject. I'm going to kill some enemies, I'll have to trouble you to take care of things here. Saying so, he turned into a streak of light and left, not caring if Yang Lai agreed or not. Yang Lai was mouth agape. He did not expect Xiang Shan to do something like this, and by the time he wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Nonetheless, he could not help but shout, Big Head Xiang, get back here. But why would Xiang Shan return? The streak of light gradually disappeared into the distance, as if it hadn't heard anything. Yang Lai was enraged. This is too much. He also wanted to go kill some enemies. He thought that Xiang Shan would want to stabilize his new 9th order cultivation, so he was planning on entrusting overseeing things here to him. After that, he would be free to do whatever he wanted, but he never expected Xiang Shan to beat him to it. But after giving it another thought, he understood why Xiang Shan was in such a hurry. When the universe furnace opened this time, Xiang Shan didn't even have time to do anything before he was drawn into the great battle between the human race and Black Ink clan. Now that he had just broken through to the 9th order, he couldn't wait to test his newfound strength. Xiang Shan had left. Yang Shui had also left. Looking around, Ouyang Lai found that only he among the 9th order Open Heaven Realm Masters was left to guard this place. He could not leave. With so many 8th order masters recovering here, they would need someone to protect them. Miserable. Ouyang Lai cursed in his heart. When the universe furnace closes, I will definitely make Big Head Xiang pay for this. Although the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan here ended with the human race's victory this time, the war was far from over. Not to mention that the number of Black Ink clansmen who had entered the universe furnace was not limited to the ones who had appeared before, and many even managed to escape at the last moment. With 2 royal lords, one dead and one seriously injured, and the pseudo-royal lords who had managed to escape all wounded, the Black Ink clan was at a significant disadvantage at the moment. As such, this was the perfect opportunity to slaughter them. If they missed the current opportunity, the human race would have to wait for the universe furnace to close before they got another chance. If they could eliminate some of the Black Ink clan forces in advance, the pressure on the human race would decrease by some degree once the universe furnace closed. Perhaps they could also kill some of the Black Ink clansmen who had entered the universe furnace from the Black Ink battlefield and the barren territory. As time passed, the human masters began recovering one by one, but they didn't remain in place for long. Ouyang Lai ordered them to form battle formations and spread out to search for the Black Ink clan survivors. By the time the last batch of human race cultivators had recovered, a lot of time had already passed, but finally, Ouyang Lai, who had been guarding this place, was able to move again. Naturally, he showered Xiang Shan with curses in his heart. Somewhere in the void, a battle had just ended and Yang Kai happened to be standing there alone, surrounded by the corpses of several Black Ink clansmen. Calling it a battle could not be farther from the truth though, as it was really just a one-sided massacre. Even if the territory lords assumed battle formations, they were unable to do anything in front of the current Yang Kai. He was a 9th order master with the body of a divine dragon. Even if he hadn't fully recovered, killing a few territory lords was still as easy as chopping vegetables now. The advancement of one order had brought about an earth-shattering change in his strength. His small universe's size had expanded by several times. Of course, it was partly due to the increase in his cultivation, but the integration of Feng Tianxi's small universe had played no small role in it. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai, a newly advanced 9th order Open Heaven Realm Master, have such a strong foundation? Not only that, but his small universe also had another World Tree clone at the moment. In the past, Yang Kai had handed his last World Tree clone to Feng Tianxi to help him rapidly grow. But with the fusion of Feng Tianxi's small universe with his, that World Tree clone had also merged with it. Yang Kai already had a World Tree clone to begin with, so there was not much point in having a second. After returning to 3,000 worlds, I should find a suitable candidate and give it to them. It should help them save some time in cultivation, and allow them to advance to the 9th order Open Heaven Realm earlier. After separating from Ouyang Lai and the others, Yang Kai began searching the void, mainly because he wanted to find the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill he had thrown away. One more Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill meant the birth of one more 9th order master. And currently, the human race did not have many 9th order masters. Yang Kai especially wanted to bring a Supreme Grade pill back for Mi Jingluan. The war would definitely become more intense and fierce in the future. Mi Jingluan, who was the supreme commander of the human race armies, might not be able to control the overall situation if he remained in the rear, and his 8th order Open Heaven Realm cultivation would make it risky for him to stand on the front lines. If he could break through to the 9th order, however, it would be much better for the human race. Unfortunately, Yang Kai failed to find anything even after searching for so long, but that did not mean that his search was without harvest. He ran into some Black Ink clansmen along the way, so naturally he finished them all off. Thunder Shadow's voice rang out in his mind. Big brother, isn't my innate divine ability quite useful? Although Yang Kai's strength was great, and he had always been unrivaled among his peers, he was not proficient in stealth and assassination. Under normal circumstances, when he ran into enemies, he would usually just fight them head-on. But after merging with his monster self, Thunder Shadow's exceptional mastery over the Tao of Thunder and Tao of Concealment also became available to Yang Kai. Just now, he had given Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability a try and hit himself. When he suddenly attacked the territory lords, they did not even have the chance to react. It could be said that they had no idea who had killed them. Yang Kai lightly chuckled. There is some truth as to why great monsters ran rampant in the early ancient era. The different types of monster race had different innate divine abilities. Thunder Shadow was a member of the Shadow Leopard race, and was innately proficient in the Tao of Concealment, which was one of the reasons Yang Kai chose him as his monster self. At that time, Yang Kai had to go into a retreat to recuperate, so he didn't have much time to take care of his monster self. Choosing Thunder Shadow would give the latter more opportunities to survive. As for the Tao of Thunder, that was something that Thunder Shadow had cultivated on his own, so it was not an innate divine ability. As for the title Thunder Shadow, it was also the title he had obtained as a great emperor, not his race. In any case, I'm more useful than second brother, Thunder Shadow proudly proclaimed. Feng Tianci was the human self Yang Kai had cultivated in his small universe, and the grand Daos he cultivated were basically inherited from Yang Kai. It could be said that everything he was proficient at was the same as Yang Kai, while the one he wasn't proficient at, Yang Kai was proficient at. So naturally, there was nothing Yang Kai could take advantage of. Thus, from this fact alone, Thunder Shadow felt a sense of superiority. Chapter 5801, Snatching Again. Feng Tianci's indifferent voice rang out. If one day Big Brother's consciousness falls asleep once again, who do you think should take control of Big Brother's body, you or I? Thunder Shadow immediately fell silent. Inheriting Yang Kai's mastery of Grand Daos was also beneficial. If one day Yang Kai's consciousness was disturbed once again, it would naturally be better for Feng Tianci to take over his physical body, because he would be able to bring out more of Yang Kai's strength. Back then, Thunder Shadow took over Yang Kai's body first only because of an accident. At that time, Yang Kai had suddenly fallen into a coma and Thunder Shadow was the first to awaken, so taking over Yang Kai's body was only natural. Feng Tianci's consciousness only woke up after Thunder Shadow had lost Mo Na Yi. If Feng Tianci had woken up first, Mo Na Yi might not have had a chance to escape. That was why Yang Kai felt that Mo Na Yi was a scourge who could last for thousands of years, and was not fated to die at that time. Second brother, don't jinx it. After remaining silent for a moment, Thunder Shadow finally squeezed out a sentence. Be careful in the future, it may not happen again. There is always a chance for anything to happen. This has already happened before, we have to be on guard against it. How could there be so many chances? As the two kept quibbling in his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter as he listened. He didn't feel frustrated or anything, rather, he had a sense of novelty. Over these years, whether he was facing powerful enemies or exploring foreign lands, Yang Kai had often been alone, without anyone to rely on. Now that he had a human self and a monster self by his side, he would not feel too lonely. Leaving them to their own devices, Yang Kai calmly observed his surroundings. When he first stepped into the universe furnace world, he found that this place was extremely rich in shattered Tao essence. The amalgamation of shattered Tao essence gave birth to all kinds of terrains, and even condensed into the infinite river. It also gave birth to extremely unique native creatures like the Chaos Spirit Clan. However, after the Grand Tao had undergone several evolutions, the omnipresent shattered Tao essence had become extremely thin, and was replaced by order and stability. At this moment, the environment of the universe furnace world was only slightly different from the 3,000 worlds. Why does the Grand Tao evolve inside the universe furnace? What does the evolution of the Grand Tao mean? When he first received information from the human race cultivators about this phenomenon, Yang Kai began to ponder the issue. Every time the Grand Tao evolved, he would carefully perceive the changes in his surroundings, hoping to find some kind of rule behind it, but unfortunately, he had not been able to gain anything. It wasn't until he went deep into the infinite river and comprehended the mysteries of the evolution from chaos to the 10,000 grand Daos that he finally had some guesses, but it was extremely hard to verify them. The universe furnace lived up to its name as the most supreme treasure. Just the supreme grade open heaven pills it produced were a fantastic opportunity. The universe furnace world was a world of its own, and the Chaos Spirit clan bred inside it was an extremely large and diverse group, while the Chaos Spirit King's strengths were not inferior to that of a Ninth Order Master or Royal Lord. However, Yang Kai had a faint feeling that the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill was not the greatest opportunity inside the Universe Furnace. The Universe Furnace itself was the real opportunity, and if he could find its true location, that would really be the biggest harvest. But since ancient times, no one had ever seen the true body of the Universe Furnace, let alone reached it. Yang Kai wanted to find the true body of the Universe Furnace. If he could accomplish this feat, it would definitely be of great help to the human race. At the very least, there would be no need for them to compete for supreme grade open heaven pills in the future. Of course, he knew that this was a daunting task, and he too might not be able to accomplish what many great experts had failed to do throughout the ages. Regardless, he could only do his best and leave the rest to the heavens. According to the information Yang Kai had gathered so far, the Infinite River was the biggest hint. The Infinite River stretched across the entire Universe Furnace world, so it must have some kind of connection to the Universe Furnace itself. As for the evolution of the Universe Furnace's Grand Tao, it was nothing more than the process of the chaos evolving into the 10,000 Grand Taos. It was just that the profound process was divided into 9 steps by the Universe Furnace, allowing one to feel it more clearly and intuitively. Yang Kai had a vague feeling that the intrinsic quality of the Universe Furnace was perhaps the profound mystery of chaos evolving into 10,000 Grand Taos. As for the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill, and the Chaos Spirit clan it gave birth to, they were just side effects of the process. Big brother, second brother has ulterior motives. He wants to take over your body. Thunder Shadow didn't bother to haggle with Feng Tianxi, and simply pleaded his case to the higher-ups. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, but just as he was about to speak, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he looked in a certain direction. Found it. Saying so, he activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability and flew in that direction. In his mind, the two were still engaged in a verbal spat, but after a moment, Feng Tianxi, who had noticed the strangeness, shouted, "Shut up and focus." Ah! Thunder Shadow suddenly became silent, but after a moment he indignantly stated, "Look, it's my innate divine ability." Feng Tianxi couldn't bother to argue with him any further. A moment later, Thunder Shadow's voice rang out again. "This Chaos Spirit King really isn't very smart. Why did it suddenly come back here? It's as if it's afraid that others won't be able to find it." Thunder Shadow had a sense of familiarity when it laid eyes on the scenery before him. It was the exact same location where the Black Ink clan had fought with the Chaos Spirit King over the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill previously, where the colony of the Chaos Spirit clan was. At that time, Xiaoyu had pinned down the Chaos Spirit King while he tasked a pseudo-royal lord to snatch the pill, but Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow beat them to it, leading to a chase. As Yang Kai was seriously injured after, he had no choice but to escape into the Infinite River with Thunder Shadow. When Yang Kai re-emerged, he used the Open Heaven pill to lure away the Chaos Spirit King in order to alleviate the human race's crisis. Afterwards, the human race and Black Ink clan engaged in a horrific battle, and no one paid any attention to the whereabouts of the Chaos Spirit King. In the end, Yang Kai found the Chaos Spirit King back here. "Big brother, did you know this guy would return here?" Thunder Shadow asked. As Yang Kai quietly approached like a shadow, he casually replied, "As you said, it's not very smart, so it was worth a shot." As they were communicating inside Yang Kai's head, leaving no traces, no one outside could hear and detect them. Although he had said so, Yang Kai was actually quite confident in his hypothesis. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come straight here. The intelligence of the Chaos Spirit clan was truly dismaying. Even the strongest Chaos Spirit Kings were no exception. At this moment, a large number of chaos entities were gathered as the colony of the Chaos Spirit clan spread as far as the eye could see. There was also a smaller number of Chaos Spirit clan members who had already taken on physical forms. These Chaos Spirit clan members happened to be gathered around in a large sphere with a certain chaos entity at their center. Furthermore, one could vaguely make out the supreme grade open heaven pill within that flowing mass of chaotic force. In addition, the Chaos Spirit King happened to be standing nearby. Apparently, the Chaos Spirit King was extremely vigilant as it had suffered a loss once already. Its powerful divine sense was constantly sweeping through the void, and even the slightest oddity or movement would draw its attention. To be honest, if it weren't for Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, Yang Kai could forget about sneaking into this place. And even with the help of Thunder Shadow's mastery of the Tao of Concealment, Yang Kai was still being extremely cautious. Bit by bit, Yang Kai slowly approached, trying his best not to leak even a hint of his aura. Having reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai naturally didn't fear this Chaos Spirit King, but he also had no intention of fighting it. The opposite party wasn't a part of the Black Ink clan, and he would not gain anything by defeating it. It would be even worse if he lost, which was entirely possible. It could even be said that Yang Kai would be on the losing end if they fought, no matter the outcome. Therefore, Yang Kai had already made up his mind to simply snatch the pill and flee. The Chaos Spirit King's thoughts were simple. If you eat my pill, you must spit it out. I found it first, so it's mine. Stealthily approaching, Yang Kai pushed Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to its utmost limit. At some point, the Chaos Spirit King who was observing the surroundings suddenly turned its head, looking in the direction Yang Kai was hiding. In front of someone as strong as this Chaos Spirit King, and a vigilant one at that, there was no such thing as a perfect concealment technique. When the distance between them reached a certain limit, Yang Kai's existence was ultimately discovered. Yang Kai was already prepared for this though. The moment the Chaos Spirit King noticed that something was wrong, Yang Kai surged his space principles and stepped forward, instantly arriving at the place where the Chaos Spirit clan members were gathered. The next moment, loud splashing sounds rang out as he summoned the space-time river. Just like last time, the enormous river carried away everything, engulfing the chaos entity, refining the pill and the several nearby Chaos Spirit clan members into it. Immediately after, a violent roar mixed with a fearsome chaotic blast rushed into Yang Kai's mind. The soul-warming lotus promptly responded, radiating colorful light and blocking the soul attack. Damn it! Thunder Shadow cried out in alarm, but he didn't make another move. Obviously, he had been dazed by this roar. Feng Tianxi also found it extremely unbearable. The Chaos Spirit King hadn't even made a move yet, but his voice was already so powerful. It just showed how strong it was. Suppressing his discomfort, Feng Tianxi grabbed Thunder Shadow's soul and rushed into the soul-warming lotus. While the two were protecting themselves, the Chaos Spirit King's attack was already upon Yang Kai while Yang Kai had just finished sweeping the Chaos Spirit clan members into the space-time river, and was about to escape. An earth-shattering chaotic force suddenly blasted Yang Kai, shattering the void around him. A muffled grunt escaped Yang Kai's lips before he promptly summoned his Azure Dragon Spear, and thrust it towards the Chaos Spirit King. In this brief confrontation, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying while the Chaos Spirit King had to take a few steps back. The next moment, Yang Kai grabbed the space-time river and instantly surged his space principle again. As he took a step forward, he disappeared and reappeared in the distance. An enraged roar came from behind him as a powerful aura rushed over at extreme speed. Obviously, the Chaos Spirit King was already chasing after him. Yang Kai finally experienced how helpless Xiaoyu felt. Being chased by such a strong existence was not a good experience, but what made him feel even more helpless was that he couldn't really fight back against the Chaos Spirit King. While he was fleeing, he shook the space-time river, and under the impact of the various Tao strengths, the Chaos Entity and Chaos Spirit clan members that were caught up in the river quickly dissolved. After a short while, Yang Kai plucked out a pill, stored it away, and fled. Inside the soul-warming lotus, the two passengers felt sluggish. A look of lingering fear could be found on Thunder Shadow's face as he muttered, "That Chaos Spirit King is strong, but it is quite unlucky to have encountered you, big brother." Twice, the supreme grade open heaven pill had been snatched away by Yang Kai. The universe furnace had appeared so many times, but it was unlikely that such a thing had ever happened before. From this point alone, this Chaos Spirit King was truly unlucky. Chapter 5802. Off you go. Regardless of whether the Chaos Spirit King was unlucky or not, its anger was obvious at this moment. The last time it had lost its pill, it had relentlessly chased after Xiaoyu. As a result, Xiaoyu had to spend a great deal of effort to escape from it. From this, it could be seen just how persistent the Chaos Spirit King was towards the Supreme Grade pills. As for Yang Kai, now that he got his hands on the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill, it wasn't difficult for him to escape from this Chaos Spirit King. How could he not be able to do what Xiaoyu could? All he needed to do was use his instantaneous movement a few times, and this Chaos Spirit King wouldn't be able to find him. However, he didn't do so. Rather, he kept the Chaos Spirit King at arm's length, occasionally using his space secret techniques to increase the distance between them. Sometimes he even exposed his aura so that the other party could pursue him. Thunder Shadow couldn't understand what was going on and asked, "Big brother, what are you trying to do with the Chaos Spirit King?" If he was not planning anything, why would he lead it on? He could have easily shaken it off by now. Before Yang Kai could answer, Feng Tianxi understood and explained, "It's to prevent others from running into this Chaos Spirit King and suffering some kind of mishap." The Black Ink clan in the Universe Furnace world had suffered great losses in the last battle. Of the two royal lords, one was dead and the other was seriously injured. Even the pseudo-royal lords who managed to escape were mostly heavily wounded. As long as the human race masters were careful enough, even if they ran into the Black Ink clan, they would not be in any kind of grave danger. The only ones that could pose a serious threat to the human race were beings like this Chaos Spirit King, especially the one who was chasing after Yang Kai. This Chaos Spirit King happened to be enraged, so if Yang Kai were to shake it off now, and if any other human were to encounter it, they would be doomed. That was why Yang Kai stayed within the range of its senses, so that it wouldn't escape his control. This was also a form of protection for other humans. So long as it was within his power, Yang Kai would naturally do it. In any case, it wouldn't hinder him from doing other things. After listening to Feng Tianxi's explanation, Thunder Shadow finally understood. Big brother is very thoughtful. He couldn't help but mutter, "You humans are really prudent." Most monster race on Myriad Monster World were bold and vicious. They only had one principle when they encountered a crisis: overcome it by any means necessary. If they got into an argument, they would immediately resort to their teeth and claws. So, how could they have such deep and complex thoughts? No wonder the early ancient era monster race met with a downfall, and the human race had gradually risen. Ignoring this criticism, Feng Tianxi suddenly asked, "Big brother, did you notice something strange?" Yang Kai instead asked back, "What is it?" "There seems to be something wrong with the number of Chaos Spirit Kings inside the Universe Furnace." "You think so too?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He had also noticed this problem before, but he hadn't given it too much thought. "What's wrong with the number of Chaos Spirit Kings?" Thunder Shadow interrupted, totally confused. Feng Tianxi simply continued. According to Big Brother, 9 Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills were formed when the Universe Furnace opened this time. Including the one in Big Brother's possession, 6 of them have already been accounted for, leaving only 3 which are missing. That's right. Inside the soul-warming lotus, a thoughtful look appeared on Thunder Shadow's face. The Universe Furnace has undergone 8 Grand Dao evolutions, so the 9th one should be happening soon. After 9 Grand Dao evolutions, the Universe Furnace will be closed, Feng Tianxi added. Thunder Shadow nodded again. Once the Universe Furnace is closed, the 3 missing pills will neither fall into the hands of the human race nor the Black Ink clan, but will instead belong to the Chaos Spirit clan. It can even be said that the 3 pills are currently in the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan, but we don't know where they are. Thunder Shadow looked at him, furrowing its brow as a befuddled look appeared on its face. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Second brother is saying that since these 3 pills are now in the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan, shouldn't 3 Chaos Spirit Kings have been born by now?" "You mean they haven't?" Thunder Shadow's voice gradually became feebler and feebler. Feng Tianxi further added, 3 Chaos Spirit Kings should be born with the opening of the Universe Furnace this time, But what about the past? Each time the universe furnace opens, some Chaos Spirit Kings should have been created. But how many Chaos Spirit Kings have we seen since we entered the universe furnace? It was just one. But according to Feng Tianxi's speculations, there should be a lot more Chaos Spirit Kings in this universe furnace, at least a few dozen. Except, judging by the current situation, this universe furnace world definitely didn't have that many Chaos Spirit Kings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered only one until now. Perhaps there are other Chaos Spirit Kings, it's just that we haven't discovered them yet. But there are definitely not that many Chaos Spirit Kings in this universe furnace world, Feng Tianxi concluded. Thunder Shadow thought for a moment before asking, "What does this have to do with the current situation?" Feng Tianxi chuckled wryly. "It doesn't matter, we were just casually discussing." Thunder Shadow couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking that these two were talking about something he hadn't realized. He always believed that he wasn't stupid. Yang Kai then stated, "Perhaps the effects of the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill on the chaos entities aren't as great as we think. Even if those mindless chaos entities can refine pills, they may not be able to immediately become a Chaos Spirit King. Rather, they may just become a relatively powerful Chaos Spirit." The Chaos Spirits also varied in strength. Some were as strong as 8th Order Masters while others were only as powerful as 2nd or 3rd Order Masters. The gap between them was enormous. It might be also because of this that not many Chaos Spirit Kings had been born even after so many Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills fell into the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan. As for the exact truth, Yang Kai didn't dare to jump to conclusions, but this conjecture was likely close to correct. Thunder Shadow asked, "Then the Chaos Spirit King is relentlessly chasing us all the way just for this pill that might not even help a chaos entity under him advance to become a Chaos Spirit King?" Yang Kai laughed. "In the end, we were the ones who snatched it. If it wants to pursue us, let it." Saying so, he suddenly turned and flew off in a certain direction. The Chaos Spirit King also pursued right behind him like a shadow. In that direction, a pseudo-royal lord, who happened to be flying through the void, suddenly tensed up as a sense of crisis gripped his heart. A moment later, a powerful and fearsome aura locked onto him. The pseudo-royal lord suddenly turned his head, and saw a streak of light shooting straight towards him from a distance. That streak of light happened to be flickering, and the void around it was rippling. Sensing that familiar and shocking aura, the pseudo-royal lord's soul nearly left his body as he shouted in panic, "Yang Kai! Damn my rotten luck!" This pseudo-royal lord couldn't figure out how he had encountered this killing star in this place. In the last battle, after Mo Nai fled, the Black Ink clan had suffered a crushing defeat, and the Black Ink clansmen had scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the human race didn't have enough manpower to wipe them out. He happened to be quite lucky as he was not targeted by Yang Shui at that time, giving him a chance to escape that disaster with his life. He had been on the run ever since and had not stopped for a moment. Even if he ran into some humans along the way, he would try his best to conceal himself, so as to avoid exposing his whereabouts. According to the information he had obtained from the Black Ink disciples, the universe furnace would close soon. He had entered the universe furnace world from the barren territory. So, as long as he waited for the universe furnace to close, he would be able to safely return there. By then, the human race would not be able to do anything to him, no matter how many Ninth Order Masters they had gained. His journey had been smooth and uneventful so far, and after a long period of safety, he believed that the storm had already passed. But much to his horror, he ran into the most difficult human to deal with. He had also suffered injuries in the last battle, but his wounds weren't that serious. So at this moment, his strength had not suffered that much. After a brief moment of fear, the pseudo-royal lord became solemn and roared, "Come!" In front of such a human who was proficient in the Tao of space, escaping was an unrealistic dream. The pseudo-royal lord immediately made the most appropriate response, taking up an offensive stance to let Yang Kai know that even if he killed him, he would have to pay a huge price. A pseudo-royal lord was also a royal lord, only slightly weaker than a true royal lord. How could he allow himself to be trampled upon? Seeing the pseudo-royal lord in front of him assume an aggressive posture, Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he did not take it too seriously. While the other party let out an angry roar, Yang Kai quickly closed the distance between them. After reaching a certain critical point, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, causing Dao's strengths to undulate around him. The next moment, the space-time river gushed out with crashing sounds. The enormous river was like a whip, one end held in Yang Kai's hand as it lashed straight towards the pseudo-royal lord. For the Black Ink clansmen who had participated in the last battle, the space-time river was still fresh in their memories. A pseudo-royal lord got swept into the river at that time before Yang Kai had even broken through. Yang Kai then dove into the river and slaughtered that pseudo-royal lord within a few breaths. Although Yang Kai had only managed to kill that pseudo-royal lord at that time due to a sneak attack, it still showed how strange this river was. Mo-Na-Yi also suffered a great loss inside this strange river. Seeing Yang Kai summoning this enormous river once more, the pseudo-royal lord immediately became vigilant. He let out a furious roar as Black Ink's strength surged around him before he punched straight towards the river. The great river was shaken and monstrous waves rose and fell one after another. The impact almost blew the river in half. The pseudo-royal lord's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, his expression took a turn for the worse, because although it looked like that river was about to snap in half, it ultimately didn't. The river was like a whip. It bent a few times before ruthlessly lashing out at him again. Dao's strength surged violently as the Grand Daos evolved and developed. The pseudo-royal lord was struck so hard that it knocked the senses out of him. In an instant, he lost his consciousness as a whip-like river wrapped around him. Caught off guard, the pseudo-royal lord was engulfed by the space-time river. The enormous river seemed to contain an extremely strange power, while destabilizing his mind and perception. He immediately understood why his companion had been killed by Yang Kai, who had yet to break through at that time. After having fallen in this strange river, his strength must have been greatly suppressed, making it difficult for him to display his full power. He wanted to struggle his way out, but an irresistible force swept over and dragged him along. "Off you go!" Yang Kai shouted, and with a flick of his wrist, the pseudo-royal lord who was bound by the whip-like river was sent flying. Afterwards, Yang Kai flew off at an extremely high speed without even looking back even once. In the rear, the pseudo-royal lord looked completely dumbfounded. He was unable to understand what had just happened. Did Yang Kai come here just to humiliate him? If not, why had he not killed him? Chapter 5803, Ninth Evolution. In that kind of situation, he knew that there was no way he could escape from Yang Kai's hands. Perhaps if he fought to the death he could make Yang Kai pay a price, but it definitely wouldn't be too high. Unexpectedly, this killing star only teased me a little and quickly fled, but why? The next moment he understood. As soon as he stabilized himself, he felt an extremely sharp and ferocious aura rapidly closing in on him from behind. Furthermore, this aura happened to be even stronger than the Ninth Order Yang Kai. The pseudo-royal lord hurriedly looked back, and instantly saw a figure charging towards him. He had felt this aura and had also seen who it belonged to from a distance in the past. Now that he came face to face with it, it was even more terrifying. The Chaos Spirit King. He was struck with panic. In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Spirit King was already upon him. The Chaos Spirit King's anger was as fierce as an erupting volcano, but it didn't pay any attention to this pseudo-royal lord who was blocking his path. It just casually threw a light punch at him, as if it was pushing aside a blockade. It then brushed past him and went chasing after the killing star. Pooh! The pseudo-royal lord's figure doubled over, and he spurted out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, his aura fiercely declined as Black Ink's strength started uncontrollably dissipating. Even though it was just a casual punch, the power behind an enraged Chaos Spirit King's attack could still not be underestimated. In addition, the pseudo-royal lord had just been dazed by Yang Kai's whip, and was not able to defend himself properly. He was caught off guard and seriously injured in one blow. When he looked up, he saw the Chaos Spirit King's figure gradually disappear from his sight. He was delighted at the sight of this and could not help but laugh, taking pleasure in his enemy's misfortune despite the tremendous pain he was in. Yang Kai is being chased by the Chaos Spirit King. No wonder he didn't have time to pay attention to me. At this moment, an old saying of the human race flashed in his mind. The wicked will be punished by the wicked. Young Kai, aren't you amazing? Haven't you already broken through to the 9th order? So what if you're strong? In the face of that damn Chaos Spirit King, all you can do is flee. He immediately prayed in his heart that the Chaos Spirit King could put in some more effort and kill Young Kai. However, a smile had just bloomed on his lips when it suddenly froze. Ripples suddenly appeared one after another in the void right before him, just like when a stone is thrown into a calm lake. As these ripples spread outward, a figure materialized out of thin air. In just one step, the figure was standing right before him. You! The pseudo-royal lord's expression suddenly changed for the worse. At this moment he realized he had made a mistake. You seem quite happy. Young Kai, who had just returned, looked at the pseudo-royal lord with curiosity. The other party didn't answer, he just quickly turned around and fled. Had he fought Young Kai to the death when they just met, he would have been able to bite off a piece of his flesh before dying. But now that he had been seriously injured by the Chaos Spirit King, this notion had already been quashed. He was not this killing star's opponent even at his peak, so how could he resist when he was seriously injured? He did it on purpose. This killing star definitely did this on purpose. He used the Chaos Spirit King to weaken me so he could circle back using his space secret technique to easily finish me off. He never had any intention of letting me live. Where do you think you're going? Young Kai shouted impatiently. The Chaos Spirit King had noticed his aura and had already changed directions to chase after him. If he didn't want to fight with the Chaos Spirit King, he had to end this battle quickly. As soon as Young Kai spoke, he manipulated space principles, causing the surrounding void to become viscous, like a swamp, making it difficult for the pseudo-royal lord to move. Young Kai already had his spear in hand, which he fiercely thrust towards the pseudo-royal lord. The next moment, a ferocious aura shot straight towards the pseudo-royal lord from behind, forcing him to turn around and face it head-on. The last thing that entered his eyes was a rapidly expanding spear tip. Pitch-black blood splashed out as the pseudo-royal lord's head blew apart. The two figures brushed past each other, but Young Kai didn't stop even for a moment, and continued moving ahead, leaving the pseudo-royal lord's corpse behind him that still maintained a defensive posture. A few breaths later, the pursuing Chaos Spirit King once again passed by this place and casually waved its fist. The corpse blocking its path blew into smithereens. Inside the soul-warming lotus, Thunder Shadow muttered to Feng Tianci, "Big brother is too sinister." Feng Tianci earnestly stated, "In battle, there's no such thing as being too sinister." It wouldn't be difficult for Young Kai to kill a pseudo-royal lord with his current strength, but he would still need to fight for a while to achieve that. A pseudo-royal lord could barely be considered in existence on par with a royal lord, but because they were made using a Black Ink clan's source fusion technique, and were not true royal lords, it was difficult for them to display the full might of a royal lord. With an existence like the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him, it was naturally not wise to fight with a pseudo-royal lord. On the other hand, Young Kai could easily eliminate his opponent after weakening the pseudo-royal lord by using the Chaos Spirit King, then circling back to eliminate him. This was an example of lifting a heavy weight using borrowed strength. The chaser had unknowingly become Young Kai's accomplice. And if Young Kai got the chance to kill a pseudo-royal lord without any effort, why should he not take it? Of course, it was only because the Chaos Spirit King's intelligence was not high enough that this was possible. If it was any other master with normal intelligence, Young Kai's plan would not have worked at all. Just like before, the chase continued. Their chase flipped the universe furnace world upside down. Young Kai didn't have a set direction. In any case, he was just leading the Chaos Spirit King on a wild chase around the universe furnace world. If he ran into someone from the Black Ink clan, he would kill them right away, but if he encountered a human, he would take a detour and warn them in advance, lest they get caught up in this storm. Young Kai might be slightly weaker than the Chaos Spirit King, but if he were to focus on escaping, the Chaos Spirit King would not be able to do anything to him. As luck would have it, the Chaos Spirit King's sentience wasn't very developed. It was certain that Young Kai had snatched the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill, so it kept chasing after him relentlessly. The number of Black Ink clan survivors Young Kai encountered started to decrease over time. Of course, it might have been because they had been killed, but the bigger reason was that the survivors had gone into hiding. Right now, things were extremely unfavorable for the Black Ink clan in the Universe Furnace world. The human race had 4 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had split up to hunt down any Black Ink clansmen they could find. On the other hand, the only royal lord on the Black Ink clan side was heavily injured and was nowhere to be found. So, how could the Black Ink clan still have the strength to resist the humans in this kind of situation? Naturally, they used all kinds of means to hide themselves, waiting for the Universe Furnace world to close. Although most of them knew that another bloody battle would break out when the Universe Furnace closed, they did not have much choice in the matter. As time passed, Yang Kai became slightly disappointed. There was no trace of Mo Nai, nor was there any trace of the other 3 Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills. The Universe Furnace world was quite vast. Perhaps there were some places he had yet to explore, or perhaps the 3 pills had already been refined, or perhaps they had fallen into the hands of some Black Ink clansman or human. Everything was possible. As for Mo Nai, if he was hellbent on hiding, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Yang Kai was in no rush though. He could end Mo Nai once the Universe Furnace closed. During this trip to the Universe Furnace, the human race had not only dealt the Black Ink clan a severe blow, they had also gained 4 new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai also got his hand on another Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill, which he could bring back and give to Mi Jingluan. In short, this trip was worth it. At some point, the Grand Tao within this world suddenly started undulating before the last remnants of the chaos rapidly disappeared. The 9th Grand Tao evolution was finally taking place. After this evolution, the Universe Furnace would soon close. As for the Chaos Spirit King who had been chasing after Yang Kai all this while, it seemed to have also noticed this and became even more agitated, pushing its speed even higher. Be that as it may, it had never been able to close the distance between them from the moment it had started chasing Yang Kai. No matter how hard it tried, it was useless. Second brother, take the helm. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Inside the soul-warming lotus, the corner of Feng Tianxi's mouth twitched. What does Big Brother think of his body? But after giving it another thought, he realized that it was quite appropriate to address his physical body as a ship on which the 3 brothers were riding. Without further thought, Feng Tianxi immediately took control of the body. However, he didn't have full control over it, mainly because Yang Kai was still occupying the majority of his physical body, so he was unable to control it too smoothly. It wasn't that Yang Kai was on guard against him, but rather that he needed to focus on something else. Feng Tianxi only needed to control the body to escape the Chaos Spirit King's pursuit, which didn't require much fine control. The handover between them was extremely smooth. From an outsider's point of view, it was impossible to spot any change in Yang Kai. He was still fleeing, and the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him was completely helpless. But at this moment, Yang Kai was completely focused on sensing the changes in the surroundings. When the Universe Furnace world underwent its 9th Grand Tao evolution, the Grand Taos in this world started undulating as the chaos completely evolved into 10,000 Grand Taos. After the 9th evolution, the Universe Furnace world would finally reach perfection. At this moment, Yang Kai also summoned his own space-time river and urged his Tao strengths, churning them and studying the endless mysteries that appeared. Inside the small space-time river, all Tao strengths converged, and under Yang Kai's control, various Tao strengths constantly blended and fused, devouring and evolving before finally transforming into 5 elements Tao strengths. The 5 elements Tao strengths mutually restrained and supported each other, rapidly transforming into Yin and Yang. As Yin and Yang circled around each other, time and space became twisted and ultimately evolved into chaos. All Tao strengths converged into one, and ultimately became chaos. This was a mysterious process Yang Kai had comprehended from the infinite river. And at this moment, he had thoroughly confirmed this point using his own Tao strength's evolution. At this moment, the space-time river circling around him was no longer the space-time river, but a chaos river. The moment this chaos river completely stabilized, a sudden change occurred. As if a drop of water had been poured into a sizzling oil, the Tao strengths of the entire Universe Furnace world began to violently undulate, and the infinite river that ran through the world also began to violently surge, sending waves as high as the sky everywhere, sweeping across everything.